Chapter 1051, Protector. Having considered his next direction, Lumion looked out the carriage window. By now, the hired carriage had reached the grey-white city walls encircling Trier, queuing to leave the city. The Church of the Fools' newly established cathedral in Trier was located in the suburbs, right next to where the Srenza River curved. The river was wide there, with convenient transportation, both a dock and a station, in a picturesque town. After arriving at this town called Ram, Lumion discovered it wasn't small at all, with numerous steamships at the dock and streets bustling with people, extraordinarily lively. After asking the carriage driver, Lumion roughly understood the reason. Most goods entering Trier had to pay an entry tax, though rates varied. Therefore, many goods that didn't need to be sold in Trier or transit through it were unloaded at Ram and sent to surrounding towns. This gradually made the town prosperous, attracting many maritime merchants, adventurers and sailors, bringing with them the faith of the Fool. Lumion had heard from Franca that the Eternal Blazing Sun Church had long wanted to abolish the entry tax to promote commerce and improve circulation. But this tax was one of the Intis Republic's main sources of revenue, and Trier's entry tax alone equaled the sum of several major cities' entry taxes. The government simply couldn't give it up. Lumion put on a wide-brimmed hat, letting the black veil fall, and began wandering around Ram. Soon, he found what was now called St. Lumion Cathedral, the Church of the Fool's location, but didn't rush to enter. He just stood on the street for a while, admiring the large glass windows and plain walls. I hope one day no clergy will say that St. Lumion will have to make do with their actions. After making this self-deprecating joke, Lumion continued walking. The main faith in this town was the Eternal Blazing Sun, worshipping Trier's patron, Angel St. Viv. Lumion examined the white stone angel statue for a few moments before walking into a bar diagonally across the square. This bar had good business, and on weekends, many people from Trier would come to freely enjoy various alcoholic beverages that didn't require entry tax. As soon as Lumion pushed open the bar's heavy wooden door, he felt gazes turned toward him, some surprised, some amazed, some greedy, some excited, and some like snakes slowly slithering across his body. He then remembered that he was now a lady, an extremely charming lady, even with her face hidden behind a veil. It was never like this when he was a man before at most. Thieves would observe to judge if there was any value or possibility of theft. The sense of belonging at home is gone. Lumion slowly shook his head and directly took out a revolver from his traveler's bag. He placed his hand on the doorframe, pointed the revolver at the ceiling, and pulled the trigger without hesitation. Bang! The bullet brought down clusters of dust, and the people in the bar, like athletes, hearing the starting gun, quickly scattered in all directions. This left Lumion a spacious path to the bar counter. When the chaotic scene of people taking cover had somewhat settled, Lumion deactivated the bottle of fiction, and holding the revolver, walked toward the bar counter while saying in an icy but soft voice, "I just want a drink." He then sat on a bar stool, tapped the counter, and said to the bartender, who was staring at him blankly, "One lafay verte." The bartender finally snapped out of it and hurriedly poured Lumion an absinthe with a splash of lemon juice. Lumion didn't remove his hat or lift his veil, slowly sipping the bitter and fragrant liquor. The other people in the bar gradually returned to normal. In this small town frequently visited by pirates and adventurers, they were used to such things, which explained their practiced response earlier. Lumion quietly listened to their chit-chat and whispers, trying to discover useful intelligence, especially anything pointing to the sick church. But unfortunately, what he heard was mainly discussion about himself. The most discussed topic was what it meant to be a person of dual bodies. There were artistic interpretations, such as having a male body but also a female side, being both flame and frost, and there were vulgar ones like busty up top, hard down below. Lumion turned his gaze toward the drunk who had said the latter. His Highland lake-like eyes were like mirrors reflecting the other's figure. The drunk was making obscene gestures to accompany his earlier description when his chest and lower body suddenly experienced intense pain, as if being burned by flames. He screamed in agony and fell to the ground, rolling in pain. This stunned those around him who had been agreeing with his joke. After about 10 seconds, the drunk finally came back to life. He supported himself on a nearby chair and stood up trembling. What just happened? Sudden illness? You should go to a clinic right away. The people around him spoke up in a jumble. The drunk shook his head in confusion. It just hurt suddenly, but now I'm fine. As he spoke, he looked down to check his physical condition and was surprised to find his chest had strangely swollen from unknown burns, while his lower half had become like stone, tenting his pants. Almost simultaneously, those around him also noticed this condition. Busty up top, hard down below? Someone repeated the drunk's earlier words. The people around quickly moved away from the area, all looking at the drunk with wary gazes. It was him who insulted the saint. It has nothing to do with us. We weren't standing next to him either. Don't let the lightning strike affect us. In their fear, everyone present unconsciously had the same thought. Is the Church of the Fool's new patron saint really this efficacious? Lumion withdrew his gaze, letting the reflected figure in his eyes disappear. This was a small punishment, not affecting any essential functions or physical health. For Lumion, he didn't care at all if someone insulted him, he would just find an opportunity to play a prank. But insulting Aurora was not acceptable. Moreover, this was also an opportunity, a chance to reasonably use fear to spread faith. It could also help digest the witch potion. Lumion looked at the absinthe in his hand, seeing his veiled, half-visible face, reflected in the dreamlike green liquid. The deep red wine swirled gently, with 3 faceless wooden dolls placed beside it. Franca leaned back in her chair, leisurely admiring the blood color permeating the wooden grain and the hair that had slipped into the crevices. After looking for a few seconds, she turned to look at the 3 men standing in front of the desk and smiled, saying, I only have 2 requirements for you. First, help me collect various intelligence, and second, follow these 13 rules I've established and treat those dancers and streetwalkers well. After Franca finished speaking, Jenna, standing beside her, held up the paper and began reading. First, no coercion. Second, ensure adequate rest. 2. 13th, provide basic medical care. We're the Mafia, not some damn charity. Burst out the most hot-tempered of the 3. Franca laughed. Right, I'm not doing charity either. She then flicked out a quiet black flame, letting it fall on one of the wooden dolls. The doll was immediately covered in black flames, silently burning. The gang leader who had just spoken suddenly screamed in agony as strange black flames erupted from within his body. He fell to his knees in pain, his face contorted as he shouted, I was wrong. I am doing charity. I agree. Neither Franca nor Jenna responded, watching silently until the gang leader collapsed to the ground, convulsing until death. Only then did Franca look at the other 2 gang leaders and ask with a smile, Any objections? None. The 2 gang leaders seemed to be competing to see who could shake their head faster. After Jenna posted the paper with the 13 rules on the wall, Franca stood up and said, Remember to look at it every day, and if there's any violation. Franca picked up the remaining 2 wooden dolls. You should know what they represent. They're a Demoness's curse medium. After becoming a Demoness of pleasure who could directly curse through mirrors, Franca no longer used such black magic in battle, but mirror curses were real-time, and couldn't be fixed in place. To control these 2 gang leaders and make them obey, she still needed to make media-like dolls using their blood and hair. And for a Demoness of unaging, possessing such media could also affect the target's direct relatives. We know. The 2 gang leaders began their nodding competition, again. Jenna thought for a moment and said to Franca, May I add 1 rule? Of course. Franca smiled. Jenna picked up the pen and added another rule to the posted paper. Rule 14, loan shark annual interest cannot exceed 36%, and no additional fees such as handling fees or service charges can be collected. No problem, right? Jenna turned and smiled. The 2 gang leaders being questioned dared not object. Franca put away the 2 cursed dolls and casually said as she walked toward the door, I know you have some supporters behind you. I don't care what they think, nor will I interfere with your territory disputes or making money here. I only want those 2 things I mentioned earlier. If your supporters aren't satisfied, let them come see this statue. As she spoke, strands of grey-white light spread out and fell on the dead gang leader's body. The corpse quickly turned into a stone statue. No problem with that, right? You'll quietly notify me if they want to move against me, won't you? Franca turned back to look at the remaining 2 gang leaders and asked with a smile. The 2 gang leaders first showed uncontrollable fascination, then hurriedly responded. We will! We will! Leaving the room, Franca walked toward the dancers and streetwalkers waiting nervously at the stairway. Boss! Several girls called out joyfully. Franca nodded gently and said, Things will go back to how they were before. But I still want to say, this isn't a long-term profession. Across from the Théâtre de l'Ancienne Cage of Pigeons, Franca and Jenna sat on a street bench, calmly watching the audience and actors coming and going. Not going over to say hello? Jenna asked. Franca smiled. No need. Since they're doing fine, there's no need to go over. That's true. Jenna nodded slightly. Franca then turned her head and said, half serious and half joking, This is left for you. In the future, you'll be the protector of actresses. After watching for a while longer, they returned to the luxury villa. By this time, Lumion had already returned and was saying to Anthony, Help me collect intelligence on the sick church. The sick church. Franca suddenly understood what Lumion wanted to do and quickly smiled. I have intelligence sources now too. I'll have him keep an eye out. Chapter 1052, reluctantly showing off. Circle of Inevitability, late at night. Neither Anthony's intelligence channels, nor Franca's gang informants, nor Jenna's neighborhood contacts were able to provide any information related to the sick church. Franca sat down at the mechanical typewriter, turned on the wireless telegraph transceiver, preparing to ask 007 if the Eternal Blazing Sun Church had gathered any valuable intelligence. Ding, group message notification. Hidden Blade, who did another good deed today, has joined the chat. Franca announced her arrival in the telegraph group. Before she could send a second message, she saw a telegram come in with 07 as the header. Hidden Blade, you didn't actually advance to sequence 4 but to sequence 3, right? The other telegrams that should have responded to Franca suddenly came to a halt. Franca was stunned at first, then understood. Wow, I originally didn't want to show off about this, but you helped me do it anyway. She felt she should display 3 parts helplessness, 3 parts pain, 3 parts confusion, plus 1 part inevitable secret joy, so she carefully replied, yes. Get ready for more personalized recommendations here. Get ready for more personalized recommendations here. Discovery feed, ads by Pub Future. After a brief, indescribable silence, one telegram after another was spat out by the small analyzer under Q control, accompanied by clicking sounds. The mechanical typewriter seemed overwhelmed, working so hard it might start smoking. Are you serious? Hidden Blade, that kind of joke isn't funny, it's too cruel. Hidden Blade, I remember you mentioning just a month ago that you were a Sequence 5 Demoness of Affliction, and now you're Sequence 3 in just a month. Even a rocket isn't that fast. Have you been blessed by the God of Fortune lately? A Sequence 3 Demoness, I can't imagine how beautiful and charming. Really, are there any secrets to advancing? Name your price, we brothers might be able to scrape together a down payment. Hidden Blade, did something happen to you? Do you need any help? At my sequence, I might not be able to participate in combat, but I can help curse those people. 007, how did you know? After the expression of various emotions and feelings, someone finally brought the topic back on track. 007 replied, Hidden Blade is now a patron saint of a cathedral with her own honorific name. Sure enough, the changes at St. Franca Cathedral had been noticed by the Eternal Blazing Sun Church, and 007 had known before that I was Red Boots, Franca Roland. Franca's speculation was confirmed. Patron saint honorific name, I really can't connect these two terms with the life is short. Why not give it a shot, Hidden Blade? Moon King was the first to marvel. Indeed, Wind Sound sent a telegram in response. It's too surreal. Too surreal, more surreal than any fantasy novel. Please show some respect to the great Hidden Blade. Lord Hidden Blade, is there any chance you could take me as your apprentice? You want to become a Demoness too? If I remember correctly, you can switch. I can't accept that the strongest in the Research Society is now the silly Hidden Blade. Hey, if you put it that way, wouldn't that make us even more silly and stupid? Looking at these telegrams, Franca couldn't help but curl her lips into a smile. I have to say, showing off like this feels pretty good. Moreover, those joking remarks gave her a sense of still being grounded, still connected to the masses. Hey, she quickly typed out the words. You don't really think I'm brainless, do you? I was just being approachable before, trying to get along with you all. Then she humbly added, Madame Hayler should also be sequence 3 now, either a bit earlier or later than me. As for the president, I'm not quite sure. So you really are sequence 3. Is there anything you can tell us about it? Wind, Sound and others asked in succession. Franca elaborated a bit more than before. In advancing to sequence 4, digesting the sequence 4 potion, and advancing to sequence 3, I met some special conditions as a transmigrator that allowed me to take shortcuts, so I became a saint with an honorific name within a month. She didn't mention that she had completely digested the sequence 3 potion. After all, the Telegraph group had quite a few members, and most of which she hadn't met in the real world. Although she was willing to trust their character, she couldn't gamble on their circumstances. Critical information about her sequence abilities still needed to be kept secret. Ads by Pub Future. Besides, if someone asked what a sequence 3 Demoness was called, Franca didn't want to hide it, because after 007 pointed out that she was already a patron saint of a cathedral, her honorific name couldn't be hidden from those who paid attention. This way, some Telegraph group members might make certain connections between the instant digestion of a sequence potion and the name Demoness of Unaging. 1 month really only took 1 month. At this point, Moon King, Wind Sound, and others seemed to have lost even the mood to joke. So what kind of Demoness are you now? After a while, group member Little Pepper asked. I knew it. Franca immediately replied, Demoness of Unaging. Unaging eternal youth. Little Pepper seemed somewhat envious. Moon King then asked, Can you also extend lifespan? Theoretically speaking, living another 2,000 years wouldn't be a problem. Franca tried to control her pride, so envious group members responded with similar words, one after another, all expressing genuine feelings. Who wouldn't want to be immortal and ageless? As for the negative effects of the potion, there were no ordinary people in this group. Franca thought for a moment, then typed out more words. For those in the Trier region, if you have difficulties and need help, you can recite my honorific name. For those not in the Trier region, I can't help, I won't hear it and can't respond. My honorific name is the one who never ages, keeper of diseases and plagues, the Demoness, accompanied by strife and catastrophe, the cup-bearing joy and pain, the great Franca Roland. Seeing this honorific name, seeing the prefix great, the Telegraph group members truly realized that Hidden Blade had obtained godhood, was half god half human, and possessed an honorific name, was a patron saint of a cathedral, could respond to prayers, and bestow power. After a while, Little Pepper sighed. I feel like there's now a sad, thick barrier between us, one to call me Lord and let me hear it. Franca very skillfully responded to these words. After discussing her own matters and explaining that cup took its concept from the tarot cup cards' corresponding symbolism and the sacred object that bore joy and pain, she finally asked 07, do you have more intelligence about the sick church? Based on their team's collection and analysis of information, they believed that the Order of All Extinction and the sick church probably worshipped the same evil god, but the former mainly corrupted the upper and middle classes, while the latter targeted the lower classes, preaching about the authority of the malady god and the terror of illness, developing followers through intimidation. 07 typed neither fast nor slow, with telegrams coming in line by line. The several sick church-related cases discovered earlier have been handled, and the corresponding blessed have been eliminated, but we still haven't found their upper ranks. Those followers who only know the name Malady God, we now have sufficient manpower, with mid-sequence beyonders watching them, to see if anyone will contact them, or if any unusual events occur. Besides these, there's no other intelligence. The cultists in Trier have been very quiet for the past month or two, hiding very deep, very well behaved. This is very similar to the state before the hostel incident. Is something big really going to happen within a year or two? Other great existences might not know what the Great Mother wants to do and how she would do it, but They should have foreseen that something would happen. After all, we've all made some guesses, so they've restricted the blessed in Trier, letting them either transfer elsewhere or wait patiently to fish in troubled waters when the time comes. Franca made her own speculation based on 07's words. At the same time, she also caught another hint from 007, followers who only knew the name Malady God could be saved. Indeed, those great existences all preach using aliases, not letting followers truly understand them. This isn't because they're merciful, but because truly understanding them inevitably leads to corruption. So, some might be fine, only experiencing personality alteration and extreme mentality, but most would have their bodies collapse, becoming monsters that constantly spread corruption, making it impossible to preach in secret, as it would be easily discovered by official forces. Franca muttered silently. One reason why seeking boons required performing rituals was to protect the corresponding humans through the ritual, and after establishing a stable but temporary channel, the corresponding being could consciously contain the mental and will corruption in the boon, preventing the bestowed from collapsing on the spot. Even saints like Franca and Lumian's understanding of those great existences was limited to aliases, but compared to other Sequence 4 and Sequence 3 demigods, they also know that these existences stand at the top of multiple paths. In reality, among the great existences, the only one who didn't preach using an alias was the Mother Tree of Desire. Ads by Pub Future. Madam Magician mentioned that Mother Tree of Desire was a small segment of the corresponding existence's long string of honorific names. There were two reasons why understanding and reciting it didn't directly bring corruption. First, it was only a small segment, incomplete. Second, the Mother Tree of Desire indirectly controlled the one worshipped by the Rose School of Thought in the real world and the Devil Monarch in the Abyss, so when this honorific name was mentioned, under conditions of limited understanding and while the barrier still existed, the proximity-based mystical phenomenon occurred, making it not so dangerous. What can we do? Franca didn't hide the troubles of a saint with an honorific name. 007 quickly replied, Trier has gathered a large amount of official force. Those cultists won't surface for now. Later, we'll have enough manpower to investigate everyone in key positions. That's how it is in Trier, but in the marginal towns of the Trier region, in places where the church and government forces are weak, there might still be active cultists. You can go look in those places, right? With Trier's current situation, we definitely won't find anyone, but we can search in the suburbs and villages. Indeed, only official beyonders have this kind of vision and experience. We would have wasted some time before possibly thinking of this. Franca immediately replied to 007. Genius. Chapter 1053, A Demoness's Visit. The confluence of the Srenzo and Ryan rivers created a fertile valley region in the Trier district, with villages and estates dotting it like jewels, strung together into what was considered the most beautiful and expensive necklace in all of Intis. Vival Town was one of the most peripheral towns in the Trier district, quite ordinary in both geographical location and resources, and had never received much attention. In the basement theater of the Wild Rabbit Cafe, though there was no puppet show, at the moment 20 to 30 spectators had still gathered. Some were clearly townspeople, while others seemed to have just arrived from the surrounding countryside, with mud spots still visible on their trouser legs. Under the yellowish light of the gas wall lamps, the cafe owner Dalbero, standing at center stage, looked around before raising a black and white photograph in his hand. You've all seen Niall's death photo very clearly. He tried to betray us, and then the great malady god brought down punishment. In the photograph, a man in his 30s had his eyes wide open, frozen in fear, his face showing obvious signs of decay in several places, with white bone visible in many areas. Dalbero was a typical Intis gentleman with beautiful blue eyes, slightly curled, brown hair, neatly trimmed beard, and a ruddy but thin face that made him popular with ladies. But at this moment, his expression was unusually gloomy and cold as his gaze swept across the face of each malady god follower. Those caught in his gaze involuntarily lowered their heads, muttering, "Welcome the malady, God, drive out disease. Welcome the malady god, drive out disease." Dalbero finally withdrew his gaze and nodded gently. "Disease has long been scattered throughout this world. Through the great malady God's grace, they haven't devoured most humans, only dealing with those who abandon the deity. I saw with my own eyes how Neil died in pain and regret, tormented to the point of breakdown by an incurable disease. Remember, devotion is the best medicine. Devotion alone can keep you away from disease. After completing the daily sermon and receiving offerings from each follower, Dalborough had the congregants leave in batches to avoid drawing attention. Then, he returned to his bedroom upstairs and placed the newly acquired money in a metal safe. After finishing all this, Dalborough was about to head for the door when he suddenly saw his reflection in the full-length mirror undergo a strange transformation. The person in the mirror quickly became a woman, wearing a black robe with the hood down. The woman appeared to be only around 20 years old, with cascading black hair, each strand glossy but slightly thicker than normal, and eyes like Highland lakes, clear, bright and dreamlike, making Dalborough's soul seem to drown in them. For a moment, Dalborough forgot to be surprised, forgot to be cautious, forgot to be afraid, and just watched as the lady in the mirror walked out and approached him, giving him the feeling that a beautiful dream had finally come true. "Oh, goddess of my dreams, angel, more beautiful than the entire Trier Valley, my soul, my heart, what can I do to serve you?" Dalborough reflexively praised her, expressing the burning in his heart. "You Trierians, even after worshipping an evil god, receiving boons, and having your personalities altered, it doesn't stop you from spreading your peacock feathers in situations like this." Lumion showed a slight smile. "Are you a disease envoy?" Franca had already obtained some information about the malady god from 000, then learning the names of several boon sequences. Among them, sequence 9 was patient, also called rotting patient. Sequence 8 was secretary. Sequence 7 was vermin, also known as corrupter. Sequence 6 was disease envoy. Sequence 5 was child of decay, and sequence 4 was doomed. 1. Dalborough suddenly shuddered, breaking free from the beauty's charm through his faith in the malady god. "I don't know what you're talking about." He knew he should try to find a way to escape contact or suddenly attack and control her, but he couldn't bring himself to do it. Lumion curled his lips and said, "Would you like to hear how I found this place? First, I used magic mirror divination to determine the general area, then infiltrated official channels to get data on disease-related deaths from recent years for comparison. After that, I had inconspicuous beyonders ask around bars and such about anyone who had fallen seriously ill but suddenly recovered in the past few months. Finally, I checked the bodies in the hospital morgue. Perhaps blessed by the gods, I had good luck and discovered Niall, who died with his entire body rotting. That doctor and those 2 orderlies are followers of the malady god, right? Thanks to them, similar punishments were never exposed, and afterward helping with cremation requests was no problem." Dalborough swallowed hard with difficulty and complexity. What do you want?" "I am a Demoness. You know what a Demoness is, right?" Lumion asked with a smile. Dalborough suddenly understood. "I know a little, no wonder." "No wonder she has such great charm. Just her appearance, figure, and temperament make one want to worship. Although the church always emphasized that demonesses were enemies, establishing connections wasn't impossible. Any faction could cooperate briefly if their current interests aligned. Then he should also know that we demonesses are classified as a cult by officials and suppressed everywhere," Lumion said with rather helpless eyes. "We can barely stay in Trier anymore and want to cooperate with you." "Cooperate?" Dalborough was willing 1,000 times over in his heart, but still maintained basic vigilance based on his faith in the malady god. Yes, the primordial one hopes to receive the great malady god's protection in the future. She is even willing to become the malady god's consort, Lumion said, with an ambiguous smile. Before Dalborough could respond, he slightly raised his chin and said, "Report to your superior. He certainly can't make decisions about this matter." Dalborough immediately felt stifled, which gave rise to an impulse. Kill the superior, become the superior, then gain the qualification to properly discuss cooperation with the beautiful demoness before him. How could he let her look down on him? Final rationality made Dalborough control himself, and he said sincerely, I will find an opportunity to report this." His hidden meaning was that he couldn't do it under her watch, and he needed to find a safer environment. Lumion nodded slightly and smiled. Are you secretly spreading disease, trying to weaken and control me? Dalbero's face instantly turned red, and he stammered, It was just an instinctive choice. You came so suddenly, I had to do this. I can understand, Lumion said with a smile. But I should warn you, diseases have little effect on demonesses. After speaking, his figure suddenly faded and disappeared right before Dalbero's eyes. This was just a projection that Lumion had manifested through the mirror world. She's so nice, even warning me. Dalbero gazed longingly at the full-length mirror in the room, and where the demoness had stood, feeling that a faint fragrance still lingered in the air. After 15 or 20 seconds, he finally managed to break free from his current state. Looking at the bright sunlight outside, he quickly left the master bedroom and came to the study, opening a secret room. The secret room was empty, with bare walls, peeling paint, showing signs of decay. Dalbero lit a white candle, locked the secret room's door, and carefully checked his surroundings. After confirming there were no abnormalities, he knelt down, assuming a posture of penitent prayer. Then, he chanted in an ancient and desolate language that seemed to be losing its very meaning. Envoy of depravity and corruption, witness to humanity's end, child of rot and disease, palm of the god of decay, the great malady god. He was praying and beseeching his superior. The first few lines were directed at them, but the malady god part wasn't. His superior had deliberately borrowed their worship deity's alias to conceal their true name, saying they could respond based on proximity, using the previous 4 descriptions and current environment. As Dalbero chanted devoutly, the already dimly candlelit secret room grew darker, the candle flame flickering about to go out. Meanwhile, in a room opposite the Wild Rabbit Cafe, Lumion held a plain silver mirror reflecting the cafe and the building above it. In reality, pedestrians were coming and going on the street, and the cafe had neither many nor few customers, but in the mirror, only the corresponding buildings and rooms existed, with no traces of humans or other living beings. No, there was one. In a windowless secret room somewhere in the mirrored building, Dalbero was kneeling before an increasingly yellow and dim candle flame, praying devoutly. In reality, the secret room in the building still existed, but there was no lit candle, nor was there Dalbero. When Dalbero finished chanting the honorific name, Lumion immediately felt information trying to drill out from the mirror, establishing some kind of mystical connection. He neither blocked nor influenced it. Soon, Dalbero heard a low, hoarse voice. "What is it?" Dalbero immediately reported. "Guardia! A demoness has found me. She represents the Demoness sect in seeking cooperation." Demoness. Dalbero suddenly heard his superior curse with anger. "Idiot, damn it." Before Dalbero could come to his senses, his body began rapidly decaying, intense pain stabbing into his mind. He was already certain to die. But before this, Lumion in the real world had already sensed consciousness, drilling into the mirror world along the previously established mystical connection, falling toward Dalbero. He immediately reached out his right hand and stroked the surface of the silver mirror. The consciousness from afar instantly left traces in the mirror world. Beside him, Franca held another mirror, using it to perform magic mirror, divination by questioning her own spirituality. "Where is the source of the traces? Where is the source of the traces?" In the blink of an eye, Franca's mirror reflected a scene. Darkness, enclosed, seemingly the interior of a coffin, seemingly containing a corpse that hadn't completely decayed yet. Chapter 1054, Left Hand. As soon as Franca tracked down the source of the traces in the mirror, Lumion immediately grabbed her shoulder and teleported to the location indicated by that scene. In just 2 or 3 seconds, Lumion's figure materialized in a cemetery between mountains, appearing before a gravestone. Franca had gone somewhere unknown. Lumion cast his gaze toward the gravestone, seeing a memorial photo embedded in it, and a name engraved. Macoxidos. "So you've long been dead, buried in a cemetery. No wonder the 2 churches could never find the high-ranking members of the sick church, and who knows how you managed to avoid purification or cremation." Lumion said mockingly, while looking at the gravestone. He had anticipated various methods of contact Albero might use, intercepting the corresponding information and establishing connections by placing him in the mirror world. Before Lumion could finish speaking, the ground in front of the gravestone suddenly exploded with countless pieces of stone and soil. They shot toward Lumion like bullets fired from a steam rifle, whooshing through the air. At the same time, Lumion saw a hand. The hand was entirely cyan in color, swollen to the point of being translucent, with yellowish-green pus flowing inside, making every capillary abnormally clear. These capillaries and palm lines together formed complex symbols and patterns. Just looking at them made Lumion freeze in place. At this moment, his field of vision was completely occupied by this hand. Compared to it, the shooting stones and soil seemed as tiny as dust. Lumion began to tremble, his frost-white, cream-like skin instantly developing deep black spots. These spots rapidly eroded inward, causing his flesh to quickly rot. Lumion couldn't move, couldn't use any of his abilities, and even his thoughts were rapidly decaying. This was no saint's hand, this was clearly the left hand of a deity. Don't look directly at God. Lumion trembled in fear, his mind sinking into silence, unable to make any effective response, as if destined to walk toward the end of decay. Everything about him was decaying. Suddenly his right palm became scorching hot, bringing an obvious stinging sensation. Lumion abruptly had an impulse to extend his right hand and touch that left palm, to let the black pinhole in his palm touch the other. This allowed him to barely regain some self-awareness. However, it was too late. The shooting stones and soil hit his body, creating ripples and the sound of breaking glass. Behind Lumion, a hidden mirror revealed itself. This current Lumion wasn't his true form, but rather a projection manifested through the mirror world. Of course, Lumion was also nearby. After teleporting to the cemetery, he had concealed himself and thrown out a mirror, but the impact of directly looking at a deity still affected him, severely wounding him, leaving him unable to move or take any measures to dodge. As the ground, stones and soil quickly weathered, that cyan, terrifying, strange hand pressed against Lumion's projection. The projection instantly shattered, each illusory fragment rotting and fading. A series of cracking sounds came from Lumion, who was hiding behind a nearby tree, the sound of all his mirror substitutions breaking. Even with the repeated substitutions of mirror substitutions, the black spots and deep decay on Lumion's body persisted. Just a second or two later, his gaze lost focus and his living presence disappeared. Thud. He fell in a highly decayed state, his traveler's bag raising dust from the weathered soil. He died on the spot. At this moment, the figure before the gravestone fully appeared. It was a middle-aged man wearing a black suit without a hat. His face was somewhat long, with rotting spots showing bone on both sides, and his skin was pale, as if it hadn't seen sunlight for a long time. His left hand hung naturally, its cyan-green swollen state completely different from the rest of his body. Before Montsouris could check the situation, surging, quiet, indifferent grey-white appeared from behind the gravestone, rapidly spreading over. Wherever the grey-white passed, whether floating dust or weathered ground, everything instantly became solid and heavy, losing all other colors. Montsouris didn't panic, extending his left palm with its yellowish-green capillaries and cyan patterns toward this grey-white expanse. Though there was no physical contact yet, the grey-white slowed down, becoming increasingly sluggish, even developing cracks within itself. At this moment, a mirror flew out from the fallen traveler's bag. From that mirror, Lumion, wearing a black robe with the hood down, appeared, walking back to reality with a smile on his lips. His Highland lake-like eyes had already captured Montsouris' figure. Almost simultaneously, two black flames containing destruction and madness leaped from Lumion's pupils. Ah! Montsouris immediately screamed in agony as bursts of black flames erupted from his rotting flesh, both igniting his soul and burning his decaying body composed of various pathogens. He hurriedly withdrew his left hand and tore open his abdomen, as if trying to pull out the source of the black flames. But this was a Demoness curse. The true source was Lumion. Lumion had disappeared, perhaps teleporting to somewhere distant, or perhaps hiding in the mirror world. As Mokoxidos's left hand collided with the fire of destruction, the corresponding black flames began to weaken, flickering as if about to die out. But the black flames didn't extinguish completely, stubbornly continuing to burn Mokoxidos's flesh and soul, though their intensity began to rapidly decay. While Mokoxidos dealt with one threat, he couldn't handle the other. The previously suppressed grey-white became surging again, crossing the barriers and spreading to his side. His clothes quickly took on the grey-white color, turning to stone. Mokoxidos's body suddenly emitted a putrid aura, with cyan-green yellowish pus oozing from the rotting areas where bone was visible. This pus instantly covered Mokoxidos's body, causing him to decompose into countless pathogens and disappear on the spot. Some pathogens were still entangled with black flames and quickly annihilated, but others that weren't originally affected managed to escape the burning of the fire of destruction. At this time, the grey-white color symbolizing petrification grew more intense, engulfing many pathogens and turning them to stone fragments that drifted to the ground. Lumien's figure materialized at the side of the gravestone, smiling as he raised his right palm. Throughout the entire valley cemetery, from sky to earth, strange and quiet black flames ignited silently. In this black flame hell, every tree and blade of grass withered, collapsing as the surviving pathogens around the gravestone lost their spirituality and life one by one. After about 7 seconds, Lumien heard a shrill, unwilling, ethereal, cursing scream in the air. From this, he knew Mokoxidos had completely died, and due to the burning of a demoness's black flames, the other's spirit would completely dissipate in the next few dozen seconds, unable to channel his spirit or do anything else through those means. Lumien flipped his hand, using the mirror to pull the area around the gravestone and Mokoxidos's spirit into the mirror world, thereby effecting the return of the boon powers. He and Franca then crossed through the silver mirror surface, arriving in the corresponding area behind the mirror. During this process, Lumien couldn't help but reflect on the recent battle. Mokoxidos's performance had exceeded both his and Franca's expectations. That cyan-green swollen left hand was like one belonging to a true deity. Merely seeing it and being pressed by it from afar completely crushed Lumien's resistance, making even dodging impossible. This definitely surpassed Sequence 3, reaching the power level of an angel, perhaps even higher. Most Sequence 3 saints from other paths would have died irreversibly facing that attack just now. Fortunately, Lumien was a demoness of unaging, peculiarly difficult to kill and skilled in revival and rebirth. Moreover, other demoness of unaging couldn't manage this so easily. They would likely have their normal mirror person die along with them, only able to revive through a pre-placed mirror in a hidden location, largely disconnected from themselves, containing a sleeping mirror person. This would take dozens of minutes or even hours, making further participation in this battle impossible. Lumien had something special in his right palm, and thanks to the stimulated residual aura of the mutated Blood Emperor, he managed to break free from that. Left hand's influence slightly earlier to some extent, actively using mirror substitution. Even so, all his mirror substitutions were destroyed, and his true form had to die. Once, though, it didn't affect himself and the mirror. If not for Franca's assistance and containment, Mokoxidos would have escaped before he could revive and return. That left hand was indeed formidable, with a terrifying divine descent quality. But aside from the left hand, Mokoxidos's other aspects seemed quite ordinary, even inferior to the Sequence 4 demigod of the same path I killed before. Did the existence of that left hand suppress the manifestation of Mokoxidos's other abilities, causing his thinking and reactions to decay to some extent? Since Onward could modify the ability manifestations of various sequences in the Marauder pathway, surely the Great Existence using Malady God as an alias can do the same. When bestowing power, he deliberately adjusted the sequence abilities, lowering the rank of his own, or a left-hand projection of some angel, near the Divine Throne to Sequence 3, but had to reduce other abilities as a result, and make the bestowed pay an additional price. As these thoughts flashed through Lumien's mind, he glanced at Franco and took out his chariot card and the Fool's sacred emblem. For the upcoming theft and manipulation, they would definitely need to beseech Mr. Fool's help. Lumien himself didn't have such abilities. If he could control Montsouris and have enough time to use large-scale black magic, using this saint as a medium to slowly establish contact with all Malady God believers, he might barely be able to take over the sick church by himself, but now less than 30 seconds remained. Chapter 1055. Double Gods. As Lumion watched the cemetery turn grey-white and a faintly visible, fragmented spirit, he quickly lit 3 candles. With one hand holding the Fool's sacred emblem, and the other holding the chariot card, he began chanting in Herms. The Fool that doesn't belong to this era. The mysterious ruler above the grey fog. The king of yellow and black who wields good luck. I implore you. I beseech your assistance. Regarding the sick church matter, Lumion had already reported to Mr. Fool beforehand, explaining his thoughts, so there was no need for detailed descriptions now, nor for setting up an altar. After completing the imitation ritual supplication, Lumion and Franca's thoughts became slightly sluggish, like when they had to study after pulling an all-nighter before gaining their supernatural abilities. Then, they seemed to see a hand wearing a black glove. That hand covered the high sky, ethereal and illusory, not actually present. Almost simultaneously, tiny fragments of spiritual light gathered, reassembling Montsouris' nearly annihilated soul body. Around this soul body, illusory points of light appeared one after another, while, from its body extended an insubstantial cyan-green yellowish line stretching, infinitely upward. That line suddenly wavered, pulled back by an invisible force, connecting its ends to form a closed system, no longer maintaining contact with the outside world. Only this way could Lumion and Franca's theft of the sick church's faith avoid being corrupted by the corresponding horrifying will. For a great existence of this rank, bearing his name meant becoming him, even if it was just one of his aliases. Since no one had preached in the name of Malady God before, and this title, Malady God, had subsequently established a connection with him over time, this was him, just not as closely bound as his true honorific name. After the illusory line connecting the anchor and object of faith entered a self-cycling state, those points of light surrounding Montsouris' remnant spirit quickly floated toward Lumion. Scenes then appeared before Lumion's eyes, representing each bestowed who knew Montsouris' honorific name. Ordinary believers weren't qualified to know and chant the name of the Malady God's envoy. They would only pray silently according to those preachers' intimidation and sermons, adding prefixes to Malady God and his messengers based on their own understanding. This was also an anchor but wouldn't have such points of light. Lumion quickly scanned through them all, discovering that among these bestowed, only one possessed Godhood, and clearly didn't have God's left hand. We even read by, like Montsouris. Only one sequence 4. The rest are all mid to low sequences. Is this all the power the sick church has in the Trier region? Must pay extra attention to the sequence 4 demigod. He might see through my and Franca's disguise, realize it's blasphemers deceiving for faith. He must possess part of the Malady God's honorific name, maybe even the complete name. Just as Lumion had this thought, he saw the doomed one in the light point take out a pair of black gloves, from somewhere put them on, and gently nod across the void. Is he controlled by Mr. Fool? Parasitized? Lumion's confidence doubled. He put on the lie earring, altered his throat structure, and began issuing commands to each bestowed represented by the light points in Montsouris' voice. The situation has changed. From now on, the great Malady God will gradually descend into reality in twin form. They are the god of plague and the god of disease. They are both male and female. This would point to Lumion and Franca, matching their essence. As for Gianna, there was no reasonable way to add her now, once Lumion and Franca truly controlled the sick church in the Trier region, changing the doctrine. And adding new saints would be very easy, since Gianna was still far from sequence 3. Lumion continued speaking rapidly. Spread the new doctrine to believers quickly, urge them to master the honorific names of both deities, and pray to them. One is the Lady, more ancient than the times, servant of calamity, child of plague and disease, destroyer who walks in shadows, guide of all lost lambs in Trier, the great god of plague. Here Lumion borrowed his sister Aurora's uniqueness, then pieced together his own specialties, whether serving calamity, child of plague and disease, or Destroyer. All came from the top powers of the Hunter and Demoness pathways that had given him the boon and caused his palm to mutate somewhat. This matched the explanation of the Malady God's division and wouldn't make the bestowed suspicious. This way, even without using his true name but referring to himself with the false God of Plague, he could be precisely indicated, because even without the last line, the previous 5 lines in standard format could lock onto him. This was also adding anchors for Aurora. The other is the Ancient One who transcends time, one who remains forever young, envoy of disease and plague, lady who spreads pain and despair, protector of humanity's adventurous spirit, the great God of disease. This would point to Franca. To ensure these descriptions combined with precise accuracy, Franca also imitated Mr. Fool, incorporating her uniqueness as a transmigrator into the description. Currently in the northern and southern continents, only she and half of Aurora were both transmigrators and demonesses of unaging. Of course, Franca didn't dare bet that no other high-ranking beings in this world matched just the 2 descriptions of Ancient One who transcends time and remains forever young. In the depths of space and various alternate dimensions, there might truly be beings who had lived from before the primordial one's awakening until now, and didn't age, since apparently only Earth's living creatures had encountered the apocalypse back then. But such beings surely could no longer be called human. After initially anchoring herself with the first 2 descriptions, Franca took several titles she had considered before, but weren't suitable for inclusion in the Church of the Fool's patron saint name, selected those that fit the sick church's doctrine, and added, Protector of Humanity's Adventurous Spirit. A title that had earned her mockery, but actually wasn't bad upon careful consideration. This could effectively distinguish her from Aurora while remaining neutral, potentially serving as an entry point for her and Lumion to gradually transform the sick church's doctrine later. And with these 5 honorific names, the Great God of Disease became optional. However, it wasn't completely useless. As time passed, the title, God of Disease, would gradually become associated with Franca. If she could become an angel in the future, God of Disease would truly become equivalent to her. After explaining the most important matters, Lumion saw those illusory points of light return to their original size, still surrounding him. They had been grafted onto him. Of course, this wasn't permanent, and Lumion hadn't intended it to be. If he hadn't needed these bestowed to preach and change the believers' understanding, he would have eliminated them all on the spot, leaving no survivors. These were severely corrupted people who had received boon from the corresponding existence. To Lumion, who had usurped the position of Malady, God, they were genuine time bombs with basically no possibility of salvation. I'll need to watch them constantly. Once most of the Malady God believers in the Trier region establish connections with me and Franca, I'll immediately eliminate these bestowed. The grafting of faith anchors can last at least a month. That's enough. Lumion slowly exhaled, sincerely thanking Mr. Fool for his help. The power that had made his and Franca's heads feel insufficient then receded. Next, Lumion looked at Mokoxidos's remaining spirit floating in mid-air, slightly surprised to find it hadn't completely dissipated. According to Lumion's previous estimation, after entering the mirror world, Mokoxidos would completely pass away in just over 30 seconds, unable even to channel spirits, but now it seemed he could still hold on for about 20 seconds. And what they had just done couldn't have taken only 10 seconds, just speaking. The honorific names took longer than that. Did Mr. Fool's gaze make time slow down? No, not slow down. My actions and words didn't become slower. Did time slow down only for Mokoxidos's spirit body? Or did Mr. Fool grant Mokoxidos's spirit body more time? An application of high-ranking Marauder pathway abilities. As these thoughts raced through Lumion's mind, he quickly employed a magic mirror spirit channeling spell. There should still be time to ask one question. Lumion wasn't worried this would lead to him being noticed by the entity, worshipped by the sick church, because Mokoxidos's connection with that being had been cut off, its ends joined to form a cycle. Regarding Mokoxidos and sick church matters, Lumion actually had quite a few questions. From those prayer light points just now, the sick church had only 10 to 20 bestowed in the Trier region, clearly not a large scale. But among fewer than 20 bestowed, there was actually the sequence 3, Mokoxidos, and a sequence 4, Doomed one. Wasn't this ratio too extreme? Back then, 07 as a church deacon for a district in Trier was only sequence 5, with 2 teams of Beyonders under him, nearly 15 people. Even though bestowed couldn't be directly compared to those who advanced through potions, the sick church's situation was puzzling. Normally such a team composition with a sequence 4 demigod would already be the limit, and that only because the Trier region was very important. So, Lumion wanted to ask what special contribution Mokoxidos had made to receive the sequence 3 boon, which had also led to some of his subordinates receiving advancement. Perhaps very important secrets were hidden here. Soon, Lumion completed the magic mirror spirit channeling spell taught by Franca. In the makeup mirror he took out appeared Mokoxidos' increasingly fading spirit. Lumion asked quickly, "What incident led to you receiving a boon to that left hand?" Obvious fanaticism appeared on Mokoxidos' increasingly pale and transparent face. In a deep, hoarse voice, he mused. After the Vortex incident, Chapter 1056, Gathering. After the Vortex incident, Mokoxidos continued, God specifically bestowed upon me, telling me to stay in Trier, not to do anything else, not to expose myself. It wasn't because you made some special contribution. Lumion quickly followed up when he heard the word Vortex. He thought he'd found a key point, but unexpectedly, Mokoxidos' answer was completely different from what he had imagined. This was even more suspicious. Because I am devout, Mokoxidos said fanatically. Compared to the Order of All Extinction, we are the overlooked faction, doing less. God specifically bestowing upon me could only be because of my devotion. Before he could finish speaking, his remnant soul had faded too much to sustain. The spirit channeling, Lumion and Franca could only watch helplessly as he completely dissipated. Franca took out the inevitable gun and placed it where the cyan-green yellowish light points were gathering and floating upward. Since this was an ordinary mirror world, the return of the boon was only partially affected. While it settled down again, most of it still broke free and disappeared. While waiting for the inevitable gun's power to be replenished and show more mutations, Franca said to Lumion, "Getting a sequence 3 equivalent boon without needing to make any contribution? I thought becoming a Demoness of Unaging was already easy enough, but I didn't expect there could be something even easier." Smiling, Lumion replied, "Then you notice this when you're in the Savoy mob? If they suddenly give you a gun, it's definitely to make you do something dangerous, to use you as cannon fodder. Right, there's no such thing as a free lunch. The more free it seems, the more expensive it actually is." Franca understood Lumion's meaning. The entity worshipped by the sick church gave Mokoxidos and others more boons, instructing them to lie low in the Trier region, because in the near future they'll be made to do something quite crucial, something they must do even if it leads to all their deaths. Lumion nodded. It's unfortunate that the sick church is a fringe sect. If we had captured a sequence 3 saint from the Order of All Extinction, we might already know what the issue is. This could be seen from the names of the first few boon sequences of the patient. Pathway, the followers of that great existence naturally tended toward infiltrating Trier's upper and middle classes, gradually corrupting the entire system. Disease and plague were just 2 among that being's many authorities. Indeed. Franca sighed. Whatever the case, removing 1 nail is still 1 nail removed. We don't need to worry about the sick church for now. At this point, her inevitable gun showed some changes, expanding slightly overall, and taking on a faint cyan-green tinge. Franca retrieved the revolver with spider silk and learned the final results by querying her own spirituality. The shots with either certain death or sure hit effects were restored to 13 times, and an additional new effect was added that could stun enemies, cause their thoughts to decay, and significantly affect their thinking and actions. This didn't require actually hitting the target to take effect. As long as the target was locked onto and the shot was fired, they would experience similar conditions. And if a bullet with this effect actually hit, unless the target had previously used a body double ability, their original body would inevitably decay and move toward death, though this wouldn't affect the mirror that the Demoness of Unaging had. hidden away earlier with most mystical connections severed. It can't compare to the original left hand. It will make targets truly feel like they're facing divine descent, completely unable to move or even think. Let's just say it can be useful in split-second moments, leaving enemies no time to react, Franca casually explained. She quickly named this effect. Dodd's gaze, which could only be triggered once. Franca then sighed. It's a pity we were too rushed. If we had brought Anthony's Winter's coming, his weapon could have been replenished too. Franca and Lumion had originally thought Dalborough's superior would at most be a sequence-forward doomed one, although they had made contingency plans for encountering a Sequence 3 Saint. That wasn't their main focus, so the execution was inevitably somewhat hasty. Many preparations they should have made weren't done, and they could only rely on the Demoness of Unaging's bizarre unkillable trait to forcefully confront and block the target. There will be other chances. Lumion smiled slightly. He was referring to the Sequence 4 demigod currently under Mr. Fool's control. Of course, this was assuming Mr. Fool didn't plan to use that puppet for something else. Franca made an affirmative sound, then said, The gathering time is set for 10 p.m. Saturday. You got the message, right? I did. Lumion nodded. Saturday night at 10 p.m. in the ancient and dilapidated palace of the Nation of the Evernight. Lumion's figure quickly materialized. He was once again dressed as a warlock, wearing a silver-white half-mask. After waiting another 5 minutes, Hidden Blade Franca, still wearing her assassin outfit, walked to the huge stone chair and cleared her throat. Everyone, I have announcements to make. Her voice wasn't loud, but it transmitted through the mirror items carried by many curly-haired Baboons Research Society members, allowing everyone to hear, clearly. That's a nice trick, Hidden Blade. Someone immediately praised. Hidden Blade's past actions and previously established image meant people didn't respect and revere her like they did Hela and Gandalf, instead treating her more like a friend they could tease. Franca's lips curled into a smile. You're right. The first thing I want to announce is, ladies and gentlemen, I've become a demigod. As the many Research Society members stared in shock, unable to believe it, and about to express their emotions with profanity, the flaxen-colored long hair, extending from under Franca's hood, floated up, becoming slightly darker and thicker. This made the vast majority of curly-haired Baboons Research Society members inexplicably alarmed, instinctively lowering their heads as if threads of electricity were coursing through their bodies. This wasn't displaying an incomplete mythical creature form. Franca wouldn't dare do that. She was merely showing a hint of her godhood's aura to make her words more convincing. The entire ancient palace suddenly fell silent. After a moment, when everyone came to their senses, they instinctively wanted to express various opinions and use different tone words, but instantly remembered Hidden Blade's previous display and closed their mouths again. That was the aura of godhood. Hidden Blade was now half god, half human. Franca's deliberate showing off was mainly to strengthen the persuasiveness of her subsequent words. Seeing their reaction, she smoothly continued. We're still brothers and sisters, don't be so formal. After all these years, don't you know what kind of person I am? If you don't curse a bit, don't marvel at how Hidden Blade suddenly became so powerful, don't express your inner shock and admiration, wouldn't my showing off be for nothing? Right. Hidden Blade's heir is back. The Research Society members immediately relaxed considerably and, like those people in the Telegram group, began expressing their shock and admiration. Franca immediately harvested joy from this. She had to admit that a small part of her deliberate showing off was for the showing off itself. When everyone's discussion had somewhat subsided, Franca said in a low voice, The second thing I want to announce is that I've received intelligence that those evil cults across the northern and southern continents and the 5 seas will do something big in the next year or two, which might bring apocalyptic scenes. If you have chances to advance your sequence, try your best to do so. If not, that's fine too. Just enjoy life, and when the time comes, hide in places like the cathedrals in major cities. As long as the true gods can hold on, things won't be too hopeless. If they can't hold on, everyone should first preserve their useful selves and decide what to do based on the specific situation. Personally, I think catastrophe will inevitably come, but it's possible to survive them. The curly-haired Baboons Research Society members looked at each other, both bewildered and confused. If Hidden Blade hadn't become a demigod demoness, they would have thought she was joking, playing a prank. How could the apocalypse come so suddenly? Were there no omens or prophecies? Everyone turned their gazes toward Healer and Gandalf compared to the newly made demigod Hidden Blade. These two had more authority and were more trustworthy. Healer walked to Franca's side and looked around. Members and Trier tried to leave within half a year. This city will be one of the key nodes where problems erupt. Even if you really like life in Trier, you can return after things are over. This indirectly endorsed Franca's previous words. The curly-haired Baboons Research Society members immediately erupted, asking all at once, "What exactly is going to happen? Which places will be safer? Will remote villages be affected?" Franca pressed down with one hand, gesturing for everyone to calm down. "The specifics aren't clear. Just treat it as a prophecy made by a prophet. There might not be only one interpretation." As everyone discussed, she and Hela walked down the steps. Gandalf came to where they had just been standing, showing no surprise or shock about the apocalyptic matter. This president of the curly-haired Baboons Research Society looked at everyone and said, "Let me add one more point. Try to hide in big cities, but not the capitals of various countries." The successive confirmations made the gathering's atmosphere suddenly heavy, though not to the point of freezing or despair. The Academy group's gathering spot had the same atmosphere. Professor, wearing a butterfly bow tie, looked at Lumion and asked, "Muggle, you're quite familiar with Hidden Blade. Have you heard more details?" "No," Lumion added. I only know that the Eternal Blazing Sun Church has placed nearly half its forces in Trier." After periodic table, isotope associate professor and others discussed for a while, Lumion thoughtfully said, "I have something to remind you about. After becoming a warlock, I was infused with quite a bit of knowledge by the Hidden Sage, some of which was about summoning special creatures from the spirit world. This had significant problems. It took me a long time to resolve them, so I have some experience. Have you been infused with knowledge in this area? Something about weak balls of telepathic connections." Chapter 1057, The Key Point. Lumion deliberately spoke very clearly to ensure no one would overlook it. Moreover, he pointed out that this matter was dangerous, and he had experience in how to resolve it. This way, if any of the present warlocks had been infused with mystical knowledge about summoning white papers, and hadn't yet undergone complete personality alteration, they would surely be alarmed, become fearful, and then either openly or secretly seek him out to discuss whether the problem truly existed, and what solutions there might be. Professor, who represented the Academy group's warlocks, thought for a moment, and shook his head. "I've never been infused with knowledge in this area." After the other warlocks gave similar answers, a man who had spoken little in the previous discussion suddenly said, "The weak ball that can telepathically connect with me, right? I received related knowledge." Lumion's heart leaped with joy as he looked at this Academy group member who was also dressed as a warlock, remembering his codename, Condensed Matter. "Yes." Lumion nodded, glancing around before asking Condensed Matter, "May I ask you some questions in private? If you're unsure about me, we can have Madame Hela present." Worried that he might already have hidden problems due to that mystical knowledge, Condensed Matter didn't refuse Lumion's invitation. "Okay." Soon, in a corner of the ancient palace with Hela witnessing, Lumion questioned Condensed Matter. "Have you used those descriptions to summon the corresponding spirit world creature?" "I have." Condensed Matter couldn't help asking, "Is there something wrong with that?" Lumion's brows furrowed slightly beneath his silver-white half-mask, and instead of answering, he asked, "Can you sense anything special about me?" He wanted to see if the other person could detect Almabella's bloodline. "Does being particularly charming count?" Condensed Matter answered honestly. "It does." Lumion smiled behind his silver-white half-mask. "Ah! When did you first summon that spirit world creature?" "Around June or July 2 years ago." Condensed Matter recalled. June or July 2 years ago by then. Madame Pualis and the Padre already had the child. Lumion thought for a moment and asked, "After being infused with this knowledge by the hidden sage, you didn't try it immediately?" Condensed Matter shook his head. "When I received the related knowledge, I was traveling with family, so I couldn't try it. Later, I was infused with more knowledge and also traded for a grimoire, so I forgot about it until remembering much later." "I see." Lumion's tone suddenly carried a hint of sighing. "This wasn't for Condensed Matter, but for Aurora," he then said. "Can you describe what the contracted creature you summoned looks like?" Condensed Matter described his contracted creature's appearance in detail, which was almost identical to the white paper Lumion had summoned. "When you first summoned it, did it have slightly milky and pale yellow clear liquid inside its body? It might have disappeared later." Lumion asked as if confirming something. Condensed Matter thought carefully before saying, "No. No. That's some of the story." Lumion sighed as if he had expected this. He then said to Condensed Matter, "The one you summoned probably doesn't have any problems." That's good. Condensed Matter turned his head with undisguised joy, glancing at Halo as if hoping this lady would endorse this assessment. At this point, Lumion added, "But I can't be completely certain yet. There's still a few questions I need you to answer. This might involve your privacy. You don't need to be too detailed. I just need to grasp the general situation." After hesitating for a few seconds, influenced by multiple factors including his desire for a definitive answer, the other party's extraordinary charm, and Madame Hala's presence as witness, Condensed Matter finally nodded and said, "Ask away." Lumion sincerely said, "Thank you." He then posed his question. "Which deity do you worship? If it's not one of the Orthodox gods, you don't need to answer." Finding the question simpler and less awkward than imagined, Condensed Matter quickly answered, "Eternal Blazing Sun." Eternal Blazing Sun, is this the common point? On the surface they're all casual, believers of the Eternal Blazing Sun. But surely among the warlocks in Trier, like Professor and the others, there must be some who praise the sun daily to conceal their identity. Are they deliberately concealing it, not mentioning it? Also, Condensed Matter is male, or is female, so gender clearly isn't why the hidden sage targeted her. Lumion was initially pleased, but quickly sank into deep thought. "How old were you when you transmigrated, and how old was the body after transmigration?" Lumion further asked. "My last memory was lamenting that I was almost 30 and had achieved nothing," Condensed Matter for a moment before saying, "When I occupied this body, it was just 25. Different from Aurora's body state before and after transmigration." Lumion quickly considered which aspects he should look for common points. While thinking, he casually asked, "Are the current body's parents still alive?" "They passed away long ago," Condensed State answered concisely. "Do you have children?" Lumion continued digging in this direction. "Yes." Condensed Matter clearly didn't want to say more. There really aren't any common points with Aurora at this moment. Lumion recalled something Condensed Matter had said earlier and thought for 2 seconds before asking, "You said when you were infused with the corresponding knowledge, you were traveling with family. Which family members?" Condensed Matter still only spoke generally. "My wife and my elder sister's family." "Elder sister." Lumion's pupils suddenly dilated, as if he'd been struck by lightning. Condensed Matter nodded slightly. "Yes, the sister who raised this body of mine." Lumion stared at Condensed Matter, falling completely silent. He felt he had found that key point, the key point beyond the 3 words. Warlock, Transmigrator, and Grey Fog Aura. Sister and brother, elder sister and younger brother. Lumion began silently talking to himself. He kept repeating 2 names. Omabella, Zedus, Omabella, Zedus. Suddenly, Lumion remembered something else from the past. When Madame Magician mentioned the empty baby cradle, she used the word lost. This meant that in the eyes of this angel who had a relatively deep understanding of the Cordu village incident, according to her spiritual intuition, the cradle was empty because the child was lost, which wasn't exactly equivalent to death. and the subsequent intelligence from Madame Poilus and everyone's deductions indicated that baby Omebella had died early on, killed by her father, her direct relative the Padre. At the time, neither Lumion nor Madame Magician thought there was anything wrong with this. Death was indeed a form of loss. But now, Lumion had a new conjecture. Could it be that Madame Poilus didn't give birth to one child for the Padre, but to twins, a sister and brother? Then, one was killed, one mysteriously disappeared, achieving some purpose through the ritual of the Inevitability believers. The killed baby Omebella has now returned to Madame Poilus's embrace but can't come to reality yet. What about the mysteriously lost child? Thinking of this, Lumion suddenly smiled. He felt this might have something to do with himself. He began to suspect that his selection of the abscessed hand profile from such a large collection of spirit world creature materials, making it the first creature for a contractee to sign with, wasn't coincidental but stemmed from some mystical connection. Similarly, when he first arrived in Trier, his choice of the Market District and the Auberge du Coq Doré wasn't just because that's what the deity worshipped by the Aurora Order arranged, but perhaps also because of the poison spur mob supported by the Night Stalkers there. If this was true, then later meeting Father Montserrat and obtaining Omebella's remaining umbilical cord was destined, an inevitable fate. This also clarified why Madame Poilus had to find him specifically in the Dream City. Ignoring condensed matter's surprised and confused gaze, Lumion half closed his eyes and silently said to himself, "Hand bro, I'll bring Omebella's remains to see you as soon as possible. Trier, 4th level of the catacombs." Lumion held a lit white candle, accompanied by Jenna, who also had yellowish light spreading from her hands, as they walked step by step toward the ancient tomb containing the Samaritan women's spring. Before going to Marora to help Jenna advance to Demoness of Despair, he wanted Jenna to meet with Crismona's shadow to see what changes might occur or what hints they might receive. "Can't Frankie come here anymore?" Jenna asked curiously. Lumion nodded. "After obtaining Godhood, one should visit Trier's underground, especially places like this, as little as possible. Unless absolutely necessary, it's best not to come." "Aren't you a demigod too?" Jenna asked, both amused and concerned. Lumion chuckled. "It's different. For me, entering the catacombs feels as comfortable as returning home. If I weren't worried about making others nervous, I wouldn't even need to light a candle." He raised his right hand, exposing his palm with its pale skin, dark red marks, and black pinhole to the cold air and candlelit dimness. Then he blew out the candle in his hand, suddenly enveloped by darkness with only Jenna's candlelight revealing his silhouette. "Don't take risks." Jenna was startled. Lumion obligingly relit the candle with a smile. "I was right, wasn't I? You scared me to death." Jenna glared at Lumion. As they talked, they finally reached the ancient tomb chamber. Lumion looked at the tomb door for 2 seconds and sighed. "Too bad we didn't encounter Crismona's shadow on the way. I feel she's more friendly outside the Samaritan women's spring, while inside she tends to be more—" Lumion paused, then said in a low voice, "Evil." Chapter 1058, Meeting. In front of the greyish-white fog surrounding the area of the Samaritan women's spring, Lumion and Jenna both lowered their heads, pressed their hands to their chests, and recited Mr. Fool's honorific name. When they raised their heads, they had already arrived on the other side of the grey fog. The two followed the slope downward, and soon heard faint, ethereal splashing sounds. A few steps later, they saw the figure of a beautiful and holy woman in white robes, the child of the primordial demoness, Crismona. Jenna examined the target's pale, transparent face for a few seconds and stepped forward on her own, to see if her special nature would elicit any additional reaction. Suddenly, a gleam of light appeared in Crismona's empty, blank eyes. It was sharp, cold, and extraordinarily vicious. Almost simultaneously, around Lumion and Jenna, from the sloped ground, the grey mist above, and the air in all directions, emerged one thick, slippery black, poisonous snake after another, each with distinct black and white eyeballs rolling on their heads. In less time than it takes to blink, this place had become a forest of black snakes, obscuring the earth and piercing the sky. With these changes, the temperature dropped dramatically, and the area around the Samaritan women's spring instantly became a world ruled by ice and snow. Icicles were interspersed among the dense black snakes, covering them with a layer of crystalline white. Jenna had already frozen stiff, with ice particles and icicles forming on her flaxen hair, face, and all over her clothes. Around Lumion, intense white flames with a blue tinge burned, but these flames were also freezing rapidly, with crystalline ice layers spreading quickly. For Lumion, blocking for this brief moment was enough. He raised his right palm, activating the residual aura of the Blood Emperor in his palm. The splashing sound instantly intensified, and Jenna, who was already nearly frozen and petrified, immediately lost consciousness. Lumion felt the familiar aura of madness and the deathly cold emanating from the underworld Taoist. The water of the Samaritan women's spring receded into its deep source, pulling Crismona's shadow along with it, making it bob up and down. Both the black snake forest that filled this space and the frost world that was cold, enough to be almost unbearable even for a Sequence 3 saint, dissipated. Everything returned to normal. Jenna gradually regained her thoughts, and as the spring water began flowing, again she heard Crismona's fearful, hateful voice filled with intense cursing. Do not advance to Demoness of Unaging. Do not advance to Demoness of Unaging. The high-tiered Demoness's figure lingering near the spring water repeated these words, her voice shrill and terrifying, seeing that the world of ice and snow was about to descend again, and thick hair, like black poisonous snakes, was about to pierce from the ground toward the sky. Lumion pulled Jenna back 2 steps. Crismona's figure no longer showed any abnormality, her eyes once again becoming empty and blank. How do you feel? Lumion had also heard what Crismona was shouting, but he was more interested in knowing if the pure female demoness had any special sensations. Jenna paused for 2 seconds, then recalled. It's different from what I sensed during advancement. The current Lady Crismona is more like the primordial demoness. This isn't about similarities in temperament or feeling, but rather that the malice toward pure female demonesses is almost identical. The kind of malice that would personally strangle the corresponding possibility. Well, there are still subtle differences. Lady Crismona's malice stems more from fear. She seems terrified of seeing a Sequence 3 pure female demoness. Is the Crismona here a remnant of obsession and malice, so it manifests more directly and obviously? Lumion nodded with understanding. Looking at it this way, there shouldn't be much problem with pure female demonesses advancing to Sequence 4. The hidden danger and risk lie in reconciling with the mirror person when becoming Sequence 3. Lumion gazed at Crismona's figure beside the Samaritan women's spring and said thoughtfully, what was her relationship with her mirror person? Enslavement, infatuation, or reconciliation? You suspect something went wrong with Lady Crismona before she perished? Jenna asked, turning her head. After pondering for 2 seconds, Lumion said, the one lingering around the Samaritan women's spring might be fine, but who knows what the one near the Crismona Night Pillar and 4th Epoch Trier is? Jenna nodded sullenly. Let's go. We can't communicate normally anymore. Lumion turned around. He then smiled and said, this isn't necessarily a bad thing. Normal communication might involve instigation and deception, while curse-like shouts based on obsession are more authentic. Through this, we can confirm there are no hidden dangers in advancing to Demoness of Despair. As he spoke, Lumion turned back to look at Crismona's body. Through the thin grey fog, he saw the holy and beautiful high-tier Demoness, continuing to wander beside the spring eye flowing with pale water, day after day, year after year, her face pale and transparent, her gaze empty and blank. Suddenly, Crismona looked toward them. This time, inexplicable fear appeared in her blank eyes. The gleam of fear vanished instantly, completely swallowed by endless emptiness. What did she see? Lumion muttered as he walked back, but with just himself there, Crismona showed no reaction. When Jenna joined, the previous events merely repeated, with no additional information gained. At this point, Lumion and Jenna finally abandoned their desire to continue probing and left the Samaritan women's spring. The next morning, in a new city of silver, at the bottom of the spire, at the end of the mottled stairs, in a room filled with morning light, black hair strands, various plants, and different mushrooms. Under Mr. Sun's watch, Lumion walked to the brownish soil pile and placed both hands on the withered, huge grayish-brown tree trunk. At this moment, Lumion felt as if the human-like patterns on the tree trunk were staring at him intently. 2 huge crimson flowers served as the eyes. Best not to exceed 2 minutes, or random effects will occur? The tall Mr. Sun reminded Lumion. Lumion made a sound of acknowledgement, then exerted force with both hands to forcibly pull up Omabella's remains, known as the gift of the land. The entire new city of silver suddenly shook, as if experiencing a mild earthquake. The morning light in the room grew brighter, and the surrounding black hair strands, plants, and mushrooms began to grow and multiply at a visible rate. Lumion quickly placed the gift of the land into a specially allocated space within the traveler's bag, then teleported to somewhere in the mirror world. Madam Magician, wearing the previous silver-starred black robe along with Jenna and Franca, were already waiting for him in the dark, pitch-black mirror realm. According to the agreement with the Church of Knowledge, Lumion and Jenna couldn't go to the City of Exiles through normal means, but the Church would create a gap in Maurora's seal somehow, allowing them to enter using the power of the mirror world and high-tier beings of the door pathway. I borrowed it, Lumion said extremely concisely about the result. Madam Magician nodded, making all the silver stars on her wizard robe light up. A dream-like starry sky appeared, and endless stars quickly formed a passage. Surrounded by brilliant light, Lumion and Jenna instantly arrived in the City of Exiles Maurora at the square outside the cathedral. Using the authority of 001, Lumion gathered enough serious criminals to meet the ritual requirements, a sea of people. These exiles were already nearby, as if waiting for the Reaper to arrive. Without wasting time, Lumion quickly said to Jenna, "Finally, let me tell you a fact." Jenna had already begun quietly spreading the plague using the Demoness of Despair's Beyonder characteristic and the Sequence 5 level charm given by Franca. "What?" Lumion said seriously. "Even if you really become a Sequence 4 demigod, you won't be able to do much when the apocalypse comes. Whether you can protect your loved ones and friends is another matter entirely." Jenna opened her mouth but couldn't refute. She actually understood this clearly but was unwilling to accept it. "Are you in despair?" Lumion smiled. "If you're in despair, then go ahead and advance. Advance with this despair, with the intense desire to change this reality." Jenna understood Lumion's intention, sighed softly, and said with a laugh, "Damn it. Good thing I'm relatively strong, otherwise I'd definitely lose control during the ritual." "I wouldn't say this to someone who isn't strong." Lumion didn't delay any further, and relying on the mystical connection between himself and 001, directly entered the underground mausoleum. Jenna turned around and looked at the criminals bound by commands in the square. Her gaze was like water, both deep and calm, as if looking at the villains from her past life and their various endings, both good and bad. After a while, Jenna walked through the crowd, heading outside the square. This was to ensure that the serious criminals at the edges also received fair treatment, experiencing the same plague. When thousands of exiles showed symptoms, growing weaker amidst violent coughing, Jenna took out the ingredients and began preparing the potion. As one wave after another of serious criminals fell to the ground, she drank the liquid in one gulp. As soon as she began advancing, Madam Magician used the pre-given mental imprint to transfer her out through the beautiful dreamlike starry sky to an area in the mirror world shrouded in thin grey fog. As long as the ritual was achieved and the time limit hadn't passed, advancement could occur anywhere. It didn't have to be in Maurora. Of course, this assumed the seal's gap still existed and Jenna's connection to the ritual hadn't been severed. This thin grey fog was obtained by Franca through prayer to Mr. Fool, aimed at deceiving the primordial Demoness and preventing her observation. During Jenna's advancement, Lumion also arrived at the mountain peak of corpses, where 001 was planted, next to Hanbro, who patrolled back and forth like the steel puppets and undead soldiers, nearly perfect, like a work of art. With time running short, Lumion directly pulled out the gift of the land from the traveler's bag and planted this withered huge trunk in the wilderness. The abscessed hand, who had been walking, suddenly stopped, his beautiful crystalline crimson eyes looking over. His face, which was almost at the limit of beauty, instantly twisted, with emotions like pain, hatred, malice, pleasure, and mockery overflowing. He opened his mouth and shouted fiercely in the Jotun, "O me bella! I curse you! I curse you to die by the hand of your direct descendant." Chapter 1059. Zedus. Lumion had advanced too quickly and hadn't yet mastered many mystical languages. He had only learned part of Jotun so far, but he had a contractual connection with the abscessed hand, allowing him to directly understand the meaning through the thoughts transmitted by the other party. At that moment he was completely stunned by the abscessed hand's reaction and words. He had originally imagined that after thousands of years, the reunion of brother and sister would be sad yet heartwarming, like when Handbro had just become a Suro 1 soldier and called out the name, Olmabella. With such depth, instead there was not a trace of warmth, only bone-deep hatred. As the abscessed hand's voice echoed, the area around him lit up, as if crimson moonlight was falling from an unknown place onto this wilderness, evil, cold, and bloody. Then within the crimson moonlight one after another illusory and complex doors of summoning split open, connecting to different places, with some indescribable horror growing behind them. On the wilderness ground countless plants sprouted, creeping toward the withered trunk that had evolved from Omabella's remains. The gift of the land, stimulated by this, also reacted, with the soil below splitting, apart, leaving nothing growing. This power, rich with death and return, met the lush scene of new life. Standing between Olmabella's remains and the abscessed hand, Lumion was instantly affected, uncontrollably regressing into a mirror that cracked with a snap. This influence continued to expand rapidly, not giving Lumion, who was trying to redraw his silhouette, a moment's peace. At this moment, streams of invisible flames shot up from various parts of the wilderness, the sky above taking on the color of burning, as a terrifying will that could conquer everything suddenly descended. The flesh in the middle of the abscessed hand's brow writhed, pulling at the skin. The distortion of his face quickly returned to normal, and around him, whether it was the crimson moonlight, the numerous doors of summoning, or the various newly grown plants, all instantly vanished. The sealed artifact gift of the land also returned to silence, the desolation no longer spreading. As the invisible flames extinguished, this blood-stained wilderness before the mountain of corpses was once again shrouded in darkness. Lumion looked toward the peak of the corpse mountain and couldn't help, muttering, "Boss, aren't you being a bit too hasty?" He had wanted to observe for a while longer before using 001's power and authority to suppress the abscessed hand and the gift of the land, but, unexpectedly, 001 had reacted to the stress. This left him quite helpless. However, there was nothing he could do about it. After all, 001 was the boss, and he was just the proxy. And 001 was actually in a state of deep sleep, reacting purely on instinct, not something Lumion could persuade, even if he wanted to. Confirming Handbro's reaction and hearing those words is enough. Some of my previously unclear thoughts and speculations have either been overturned or connected. Hey, Handbro, should I call you Zedus from now on? Lumion muttered for a while, then put away the gift of the land which had been suppressed and become quiet, with no random effects likely to appear for some time, and teleported back to the square in front of the Church of Knowledge. Here, wailing and groaning were everywhere, with many having already lost their lives. Lumion swept his gaze around, quickly left Marora, and appeared back in the area behind the mirror, appearing beside Franca. At this time, Jenna had just completed her advancement, her hair slightly darker and thicker, her eyes an even more beautiful blue. "Where's Madam Magician?" Lumion took his gaze off Jenna and asked Franca. Franca made a tongue-clicking sound and chuckled. After confirming there were no problems with Jenna's advancement, she went back to work on her manuscript. She said if you have any findings or speculations, either summon her messenger or report directly to Mr. Fool. "This time I'll need a signed book." Lumion laughed, then said to Franca and Jenna, "Let's go to the new city of Silver first." After returning the gift of the land to the room at the bottom of the spire, Lumion went to the Church of Fool headquarters and entered the confessional that Mr. Sun had specially prepared for him, and the others. He immediately created a ball of blazing white flame, letting the light fill every inch of space inside the confessional, then began telling Franca, Jenna, and Mr. Sun, who had come specially to listen, about his brother-sister speculation, the names Omabella and Zedus, the abscessed hand's recent reaction, and his spoken words. You mean Omabella and Zedus are both children of the Great Mother, the former being the elder sister who inherited the power of the Earth pathway, and the latter being the brother on the neighboring Moon pathway, and they were possibly twins? Frank had tried to sort out the logic. At this point, Jenna's face showed a grave expression. Zedus was killed by Omabella for unknown reasons. Perhaps with the help of Omabella's husband, the ancient god, giant king Ormir. They were worried about Zedus's resurrection, so they deliberately dismembered him into multiple pieces and sealed them in different places. This is also why the Sanguine never heard of such an Angel of the Moon pathway. Yes, this event probably happened quite early, before that Sanguine ancestor partially regained consciousness in the Second Epoch and became an ancient god. I've been saying it doesn't make sense that there was only a Sanguine ancestor in the Second Epoch. Since one of the sequences in the Beyonder characteristics is called vampire, there should have been vampires as creatures in the early Second Epoch, or even the First Epoch, regardless of whether they had rationality or were completely equivalent to monsters. This doesn't affect the essential definition. Lumion spoke slowly, thinking as he talked. Mr. Sun offered an explanation on behalf of the Sanguine. The Sanguine don't consider such monsters as their kin. So it's Sanguine ancestor, not vampire ancestor? Lumion thought that if Mr. Moon were present, there might be some unpleasant incidents. After one divine assembly and one small gathering, he had gained a preliminary understanding of Mr. Moon's personality and concerns. Mr. Sun answered very fairly. That's what they call it. But you people of the new City of Silver think vampires and the Sanguine are essentially the same. Lumion, Franca, and Jenna, all three demonesses, could hear what Mr. Sun left unsaid. What a considerate person. Lumion sighed inwardly before continuing. Before his death, Zedus cursed his sister Omabella, cursing her to die by the hand of her direct descendant, and this curse came true. At this point, Lumion suddenly paused, and after 2 seconds, said in a low voice, Zedus, as an Angel of the Moon pathway, was killed by Omabella of the Earth pathway, who might have also stolen his identity, while Omabella ultimately died at the hands of the Sanguine ancestor, an ancient god of the Moon pathway, who might no longer have had true god status at the time, and then had her identity stolen. This is an inevitability. Lumion felt profound emotion. When he had stolen the power of inevitability, he had no clear understanding, but the more he learned, the more he felt that inevitability was an issue that even angels, true gods, and great beings couldn't avoid. After discussing for a while longer, Lumion stood up and said, I need to report to Mr. Fool. He might provide new revelations. He began praying right there in the confessional. Suddenly, thin grayish-white fog appeared before his eyes, and his ears seemed to hear terrifying chaotic sounds. In just the blink of an eye, Lumion saw himself sitting at the bronze long table, in the position representing the chariot, while at the head of the long table, in that huge stone chair, Mr. Fool's figure, wearing a top hat and coat, was faintly visible, hidden in the mist. Good morning, Mr. Fool. Lumion immediately stood up and bowed. He had intended to report to Mr. Fool through prayer, but was directly pulled up to the grey fog instead. The Fool nodded slightly, his voice carrying more gentleness than the coldness of the last gathering. You have found the answer. Lumion sat down. I have become a demoness of Unaging, borrowed the gift of the land, and went to see the abscessed hand in the depths of Marora. After repeating Mr. Fool's previous revelation, he shared all the information he had collected and all his speculations, finally asking, Mr. Fool, did Madame Poily deliberately hide the infant Zedus in Cordu to use the ritual that the Inevitability believers would ultimately perform? Was the infant Zedus's mysterious disappearance due to that ritual? The Fool, shrouded in thin grey fog, nodded. Yes. Lumion suddenly smiled, laughing for several seconds. Then he sighed and asked seriously, Mr. Fool, The infant Zedus's soul fragments are within my body, right? Since the one worshipped by the Aurora Order could use that ritual and Mr. Fool's seal to let Amon return within the barrier, undetected, and steal Termiberos's power and identity, the Great Mother could do something similar. The infant Zedus must have also been in the destruction brought by the ritual at that time, like other villagers of Cordu, shattered into pieces, with only fragments of soul remaining, which were then sealed inside my body. That's how he mysteriously disappeared. The fool placed his right hand on the edge of the long table and rapped it gently. Psst, yes. Lumion gave a self-deprecating smile. No wonder I encountered matters related to the Great Mother as soon as I reached Trier, met the priest who had nurtured Omabella as soon as I went to sea, and the first contract creature I selected was the abscessed hand. He sighed softly for a few moments, then looked back at the table before the fool. Mr. Fool, can you help me remove the seal and separate the infant Zedus's soul fragment? The fool said in an even voice. Or, like Ori's soul fragments, he is already merged with you. Lumion was stunned for a moment, shocked yet feeling this was natural. The special quality possessed by Aurora's soul fragment was obviously also possessed by the infant Zedus's soul fragment. The two of them were different from other villagers if one had merged. The other would certainly not be an exception. Will he affect Aurora's resurrection? Lumion asked the question he cared about most. The fool shook his head slightly. He has a different gender from Aurora. He will only replace you in the future. He merged with you when you obtained Omabella's bloodline. Zedus's soul fragment, Omabella's bloodline. Hey. I alone am equivalent to divine twins. Lumion exhaled and sincerely asked, Mr. Fool, is there a way to resolve this issue? The fool looked at Lumion for several seconds, his voice suddenly becoming, somewhat drifting, as if narrating fate. This is a hidden danger, a risk, and also a variable, an opportunity. Chapter No 60, The First Priest. It's both a hidden danger and a risk, as well as a variable and an opportunity. I understand what the hidden danger and risk are, but how is the variable and opportunity manifested? Lumion did not ask further. His spiritual intuition told him. This was a revelation, a scene that Mr. Fool had seen in the River of Fate, something that could not be explained in detail. After a moment's thought, he decided, what should I do next? This was about what to do after clarifying the situation with the infant Omabella in Madame Pualis's arms and understanding what Zedus represented. The fool looked at Lumion, his voice still somewhat drifting. Calamity needs to stay away from the mother. Stay away from the mother. Does this mean avoiding meetings with Madame Pualis and the infant Omabella? I can't even touch the Great Mother unless the barrier fails, and if the barrier does fail, touching the Great Mother would be meaningless. Lumion pondered the true meaning of Mr. Fool's latest revelation. Suddenly he thought of more possibilities. The mother might not only refer to the Great Mother, but also Earth Mother of the Phaenopotic Kingdom. Does this mean I have to stay away from Earth Mother and her proxies, and even avoid touching any sacred objects that could point to her? After all, as the sanguine ancestor and the former ancient god of the Moon Pathway, using the identity of Omabella with the true god status of the Earth Pathway, she has existed for thousands of years. Even now, after removing the theft and abandoning the corresponding identity, there would inevitably be a very strong mystical connection with Omabella. Lumion nodded thoughtfully. Yes, Mr. Fool. Regarding matters related to Omabella, he already had a very deep understanding, long knowing that the sanguine ancestor Lilith, with the help of the ancient sun, God, had killed Omabella, stolen her identity, and then assumed Omabella's name to become Earth Mother, playing a crucial role in the war a few years ago. When Mr. Fool indicated he could leave, Lumion made his final request. Can you help me remove the seal on my chest? Since the soul fragments of Aurora and the infant Zedus had already initially merged with himself, they would not perish whether the seal was protected or not. This would allow the villagers of Cordu to find peace. They had no hope of resurrection and would only exist in the form of Lumions, puppet soldiers, which he was unwilling to do. Okay. The fool agreed to Lumion's request. Before Lumion could speak, this great existence leaned back in his chair, speaking in a calm voice. The seal will be automatically removed in 3 minutes. Praise you, Mr. Fool. Lumion stood up, pressing his hand to his chest in a salute. Returning to the real world, Lumion, accompanied by Franca and Jenna, bid farewell to Mr. Sun and returned to the luxurious villa in Trier. After briefly mentioning Mr. Fool's new revelation and his own understanding, he chose to teleport away alone. His destination, Cordu village, in the Dariedge region of Riston province. Soon, Lumion's figure took shape in that familiar yet strange hometown. Glancing at the blood-red pillar that wasn't particularly high yet had a mountainous feel, and then looking at his family house some distance away, Lumion walked into the buildings surrounding the pillar. He surveyed the house ruins, some completely collapsed, others burned, trying to discern their original appearance. Walking step by step through the broken walls and ruins, a pure and brilliant starlight emerged from Lumion's chest. As the starlight dispersed, fragments of radiance flew out from his body, falling around him and materializing into blurry figures. These were Neferia, Nazalie, and other elderly women, various Pierres and Guillaumes. Some gathered together, basking in the noon sun, chatting about village matters. Others carried farming tools returning home, some playing with children, chasing and frolicking, or herding a group of white geese. The ruins suddenly became lively. Lumion looked around, but no one paid him any attention. Those figures were slowly fading. Lumion smiled, nimbly climbing onto the top of a nearby building's ruins, lying down, letting his black hair pile beside him. It was noon, bright and sunny, almost dazzling. White clouds drifted slowly across the blue sky. The scent of spring grass and building stones, accompanied by sounds of conversation, chasing, and laughter, quickly penetrated Lumion's mind, making him feel warm in the sunlight, drowsy. He closed his eyes, letting his thoughts drift. The surroundings gradually became quiet, returning to silence. In the previously rented apartment in Trier, Lugano, with his handsome features and robust build, was reading the latest medical journal while skewering a piece of sausage to eat. For nearly a month, he had been living quite leisurely, with his salary paid in, advance and nothing much to do. As a genuine doctor, he could easily earn money even without running a clinic. The only issue was that he could still only access the mystical circle he already knew, unable to obtain higher sequence potion formulas or corresponding items. He had recently discovered that the activities of that mystical circle had completely stopped, with the official forces in Trier, unprecedented in their strength. I both want the boss to come back quickly, yet fear his return. Lugano couldn't help but sigh. At that moment he saw the bedroom door open, and his long-awaited employer walked out, as if he had never left. "Good evening, boss." Lugano jumped up, reflexively greeting him. Lumion, who had been secretly observing him for some time, nodded slightly. "I have something for you to do." Lugano, dazzled by his employer's appearance, instinctively asked, "What is it?" "The boss seems even more beautiful, his charm greatly increased." "What happened?" he muttered inwardly. Lumion took out a list. "Visit each person on this list, tell them you are a blasphemous priest of the malady god, and then maintain contact with them, responsible for preaching and conducting mass." "Ah?" Lugano was stunned. "Is this a cult?" Lumion chuckled in response. "Don't worry, the authorities have given the go-ahead. If any of the malady god followers have any illnesses, just treat them. The consultation fee depends on the family's situation, charge normal rates for the wealthy, and nothing for those without means." The people on this list were all malady god followers in Trier. Their previous blessed had recently informed Lumion through prayer that the Beyonders from the 2 major churches were watching closely, and they didn't dare to make contact. Lumion had responded in time, granting them death. Then, through the Church of the Fool, he communicated that a saint from the Church of the Fool had taken over these followers to the eternal blazing sun, church and the god of steam and machinery church, and would be responsible for reforming them, so they no longer needed to keep watch. This matter of openly poaching followers after private communication and promises had finally been tacitly approved. Since Lumion couldn't personally preach and couldn't do everything himself, he thought of Lugano. He was a genuine doctor who could treat illnesses while preaching, truly embodying the authority of the malady god. Lugano suddenly understood. The sick church is going legitimate? Are you now a follower of the malady god? Lumion glanced at Lugano and said with a smile, I am the malady god. Lugano was stunned again. And also the patron saint of the Church of the Fool, Lumion continued. This was something he couldn't hide from Lugano. My boss has become a patron saint? Become the malady god? What am I now? Lugano was bewildered and fearful for 2 seconds. What should I tell these followers? Do I have scriptures to read? A mass to conduct? Lumion took out a stack of documents. The malady god is now split into the god of plague and the god of disease. One is me, the other is Franca. When preaching to these followers, do not mention our real names or the Church of the Fool for now. Follow what's written on these papers. These doctrines are still quite simple, and those followers won't understand anything complex. We'll slowly modify and add to them once they truly believe in me and Franca. Yes, boss, no. Lugano suddenly knelt on one knee, head lowered. Yes, great Lumion Lee. This is also an anchor with potential risks. Lumion nodded, satisfactorily. Several on the list were originally bestowed of the malady god. I've already punished them, and they're now dead. Go to the addresses on the list to collect their bodies and take away their ill-gotten gains. In the name of me and Franca, return these funds to the followers, especially those living in difficult circumstances. The remainder can be used as expenses for your preaching. Afterwards, don't mention donations to the followers, but if they actively donate and the money won't affect their family's life, don't refuse. After completing this task, I'll help you find the potion formula and corresponding beyonder ingredients for the next sequence. Still kneeling on one knee, Lugano's heart leaped, and he blurted out, Praise you, great Lumion Lee. Lumion gestured for him to rise while saying, Franca and I are now Sequence 3 saints. Our honorific names are in these documents. God of Plague is me, God of Disease is her. If you have anything, contact us by reciting the honorific name. I shall obey your will. Lugano quickly responded. As the boss was about to leave, he instinctively asked, How is Ludwig? He must be very busy and have no time to take care of him. If he gets too hungry, he might eat people. Is this the mother pathway? Lumion thought to himself, then said with a smile, Don't worry about him. He can now cook for himself using the ingredients we prepared. Moreover, Ludwig was about to have a big feast. Chapter 1061, Feast. In an apartment with insufficient lighting, the classic clock's hands ticked away. Lumion, Franca, Jenna, and Anthony were gathered around a corpse, watching Ludwig tie a white napkin around his neck. He quite well-mannered. Lumion quipped. The corpse in the room belonged to the remaining Sequence 4 demigod from the 6th church in the Tria region, named Sathipo Ea. Previously controlled by Mr. Fool, he had recently completed the task of making his followers pray to the god of plague and god of disease. Then Lumion received a revelation from Mr. Fool, instructing them to come to this apartment at the current time to handle the subsequent matters. As soon as Lumion and the others knocked on the door, they saw Sathipo Ea collapse and die in front of everyone. Fortunately, Lumion had already pulled this apartment and all its contents into the mirror world, and had Anthony quickly place the winter is coming pistol on the corpse. Thinking about Sathipo Ea, who had been busily helping himself and Franca connect with followers and spread new doctrines, and was essentially Mr. Fool's avatar, Lumion felt something was off. Isn't it strange that the god he believed in would go to such lengths, meticulously and diligently running around to recruit followers, preach doctrines, and spread his honorific name? Would a great existence be so hands-on? Recalling the stories about Ammon that Madam Magician had told him, and the abilities of high-ranking Beyonders from the Marauder and Seer pathways, Lumion thought this seemed somewhat normal, 1,000 avatars, all of which are oneself. Can I eat now? Ludwig raised his head, looking eagerly at Lumion. Shall we first channel the spirit? Lumion turned his head and asked Franca. Although Mr. Fool had certainly grasped all of Sathipo's information through parasitism, Lumion felt that they should still channel the spirit. They couldn't always trouble Mr. Fool with everything. Franca looked at Sathipo's floating spirit and pondered. The decay is slower than expected. Mr. Fool must have done some processing. Let's not rush to channel his spirit. Do we know what to ask? Jenna chimed in. We might as well search the apartment first and see what clues we can find. Then we can channel his spirit, which will help us know exactly what to ask. Okay, Lumion said, seeing many green and yellow light points had settled on Anthony's winter is coming revolver. He smiled at Ludwig. Go ahead. He had previously asked Ludwig if returning to Sequence 4, or Sea Monster, would cause him to transform into a grotesquely sized sea monster, which would make it impossible for him to stay in Trier unless he constantly hid in the mirror world. Ludwig had looked at his hands and body for a few seconds and unexpectedly became sad, crying. Not yet. He was clearly disappointed. He told Lumion that his appearance shouldn't change much, but he would need to be taken to the ocean daily to have a proper feast, something easy for Lumion, who had teleportation abilities. With the Godfather's approval, Ludwig cheered and lunged at the corpse. Franca and Jenna instinctively turned their backs. Amid sounds of tearing, chewing, cracking, and crunching, the two Demonesses began examining every corner of the apartment. Mechanical music boxes, classic clocks, fabric sofas, red desks, brass gas meters, and exquisite small statues passed before Franca and Jenna's eyes. Suddenly Franca walked to the desk and opened a drawer. Inside were various denominations of gold coins, including several 20 louis d'or coins. Franca's hand moved through the coins, picking up a coin with a dark gold, less lustrous color. It was a gold coin, but not of any current legal tender. Franca brought the dark gold coin close to her eyes, noticing a male head profile on the front, with long hair, wearing a crown with rigid lips and sharp facial lines. On either side of the male head were layered doors and a raven with one eye large and one small, surrounded by changing lines, a vertical sword, and an extended hand. Franca had a vague guess. She turned the coin over, finding a number. 7 on the back. Around the 7 were images of gathered soldiers, sharp weapons, and flowing blood. Is this a Tudor coin? Franca spoke aloud. Her spiritual intuition told her so. The Tudor dynasty of the Fourth Epoch had issued its own currency, but perhaps, due to the Blood Emperor's mental state or influence from the original pathway, its value and conversion were perplexing, unlike the normal 1, 5, 10, 20, but with seemingly random values like 2, 7, and 13. These coins had long since disappeared over 1,000 or 2,000 years, either remelted into new coins or gold items, or buried in ancient tombs. Currently, one could only see them in museums or some collectors' vaults. How could there be a Tudor coin? Jenna looked over. I'm also puzzled. You can't even use this thing. Were they planning to sell it as an antique? Franca pondered for a few seconds. We'll ask during the spirit channeling. While the two Demonesses carefully searched the apartment, Lumion suddenly said to Anthony, You can pick up the revolver now. He intuitively believed that Winter is Coming had reached its limit in bearing the bestowed power, and continuing might damage it. Of course, no matter how damaged, it would still be a weapon with Beyonder power, though the negative effects might change and become unbearable. Anthony, who had already quietly cast Placate on himself, squatted down and picked up the artistic Winter is Coming revolver from the bloody, mutilated corpse. The certain death and sure hit charges have been enhanced to 9 times. Even if this revolver shatters, it can be reassembled. No other changes. Lumion used magic mirror divination to inform Anthony about the current state of Winter is Coming. Anthony, who had received a traveler's bag as a bonus from the dream mission, breathed a sigh of relief and placed the revolver inside. At that moment they heard a loud prolonged, "But!" It came from Ludwig. Ludwig had only eaten half the corpse and seemed already full. He sat there with what felt like a mass of air in his stomach occasionally, distending his belly and causing crackling sounds in his chest. Beneath his facial skin, countless insects writhed, creating multiple bumps. At this moment, Lumion and the others distinctly felt that a terrifying beast was about to tear through Ludwig's skin. Ludwig's body alternately stretched tall, causing skin cracks, and then swelled, nearly bursting his clothing. After 10 to 20 seconds, his state finally stabilized, still looking like the same 7 or 8-year-old boy. The Church of Knowledge's seal is indeed of high quality, Lumion thought to himself. Ludwig suddenly looked at him, his eyes filled with blood vessels and desire. I want to go to the sea, I want to eat. Lumion nodded, grabbed Ludwig's shoulder, and disappeared from the room. Somewhere in the fog sea, Lumion's figure took shape in midair, throwing Ludwig toward the blue sea surface. Ludwig didn't mind at all, already opening his mouth while still in the air. That mouth kept opening wider, until eventually his entire head and body seemed to become part of the mouth, with sharp teeth reflecting the brilliant sunlight. With a splash, Ludwig fell into the sea. Then the seawater descended, and an inexplicable whirlpool appeared. The whirlpool gradually expanded, and fish nearby involuntarily rushed over, swimming toward its bottom. These marine creatures numbered in the thousands, streaming endlessly. Splash! The massive whirlpool's appearance triggered changes in this sea area, with water currents becoming turbulent and massive waves rising in the distance. A large steamship was passing near the sea's edge, but appeared tiny beneath the towering waves. The passengers were frightened and scattered, with the captain ordering the crew to change course immediately. Splash! A huge wave approached, but before it could truly arrive, it suddenly froze in midair. It quickly disintegrated, each fragment like a snowflake or ice crystal, beautiful under the sunlight. In Sathipo's apartment, Franca performed the magic mirror spirit channeling spell. Facing Sathipo's mirror image, she directly showed the Tudor coin. Where did this come from? Since Sathipo had been parasitized by Mr. Fool and his faith grafted, she didn't need to worry about any corruption from divining this sick church demigod. Sathipo's pale face responded mechanically. A gift from God. A gift from God, wait. Where did your God get a Tudor coin? This is within the barrier, Franca pressed. Through what method was it given? Sathipo responded at a steady pace. First, the great malady God gave a revelation, telling us to wait before a mirror. Then, the coin fell out from inside the mirror. Look at this. Does this look like a gift from the malady God? If you said it was, from the primordial Demoness, I might believe it. From what we know, the malady God doesn't have authority over the mirror world, Franca asked again. Besides you, who else has one? Mokoxidos, Sathipo answered. We hadn't found it back then. Well, Mokoxidos had used his rotting power to decompose himself into pathogens. Everything on his body should have rotted away and disintegrated. Franca asked several more questions but couldn't get useful answers. Sathipo didn't know what the malady god wanted to do, only that he was instructed to wait patiently in Trier. At this moment Lumion returned with a soaking wet Ludwig. Ate about 10 to 20 tons of fish and shrimp. Can't afford to feed him, can't afford to feed him, Lumion said, clicking his tongue. Having just become a sea monster, his appetite had already instantly changed by orders of magnitude. Franca echoed the sentiment, then told Lumion the spirit channeling results, adding, Since it wasn't directly given by the malady god, we can divine where this Tudor coin came from. Lumion nodded, taking the coin. Being cautious about matters involving great existences, he specially sought Mr. Fool's observation and help before performing magic mirror divination to inquire his own spiritual intuition. Who was the previous owner of this coin? Who was the previous owner of this coin? Soon the mirror's surface rippled with water, becoming profound. In the next second Lumion saw a pair of eyes so dark they were without light. Lumion blurted out, calling a name in a deep voice. Zarathustra. Chapter 1062. Mission. After Lumion called out that name, the image reflected on the mirror's surface, shattered, like a stone thrown into a lake. Zarathustra? No, in the real world, we should call him Zarathul. Franca also recognized who those eyes belonged to. Jenna added. The celestial worthy subordinates are cooperating with the malady gods bestowed? What's the purpose of this Tudor coin? Lumion first shook his head, then said, Mokoxizos only received the Sequence 3 boon after the Vortex event. I suspect that whoever possessed that palm, the cooperation between the celestial worthy subordinates and the malady gods blessed ones, is an aftershock of the Vortex event, or rather, a result of one of its branches. Such a massive event, involving so many great existences, definitely can't be ended just because the one the Aurora Order believes in says so. This might be why he changed his stance, hoping for Mr. Fool to awaken soon. Franca and the others nodded. Ludwig had been taken care of by Jenna while Lumion was performing magic mirror divination, changing out of his wet clothes, and was now once again a clean and fresh little boy. The Tudor coin's purpose involves the schemes of great existences, so we probably can't divine its purpose, Lumion pondered aloud. But we can try to divine who owned the coin before its previous owner, which might yield some insights. He immediately put his words into action, again seeking Mr. Fool's observation to eliminate certain dangers and interference. Who was the owner before the previous owner of this coin? Who was the owner before the previous owner of this coin? Lumion held the dark gold coin, chanting the question several times. The mirror placed before him suddenly became bright, as if there was a light source bursting from within. No, that was formless, colorless flames burning. The entire mirror had caught fire. Thin grey fog descended, preventing the flames from spreading, but the mirror and desk quickly turned to ashes. Seeing this, Franca's first two thoughts were, there really is great danger. Good thing we were careful enough. And good thing Mr. Fool is so powerful. That was scary. Fortunately, I had already collected all the coins from the drawer. After the formless, colorless flames extinguished, Lumion, as the 001 proxy, laughed with a slightly deep voice. I know where this Tudor coin came from. Men. Fourth Epoch Trier. Everyone present, except Ludwig, had been to Fourth Epoch Trier, and this revelation sparked certain associations in their minds. The goal of cooperation between the malady gods bestowed and the celestial worthy subordinates points to Fourth Epoch Trier, Franca said thoughtfully. Will this Tudor coin serve as a medium for some purpose then? Lumion nodded and placed the Tudor coin into the traveler's bag. What we need to do next is search for clues about Zaratul's whereabouts and uncover more of the celestial worthy subordinates and members of the Order of All Extinction. Then, he said to Anthony, we don't know how long we'll have to wait for Madam Justice, so we can first get the manipulator's potion formula and try collecting and preparing the ingredients ourselves. If we run into difficulties, we can ask for their help then. Manipulator was the name of the sequence 4 potion in the spectator pathway, and it was Anthony's next sequence. I have no objections. Anthony agreed, feeling they couldn't pin all their hopes on Madam Justice finding that ancient dragon. Lumion then turned to Jenna. Julian will be back in 2 days. Have you figured out what to do? Jenna was silent for a few seconds before saying, I'll use money and instigation to help create a good position for him in Port Le Sueur, Suhit, or Nouvelle, one of these big cities, with a 3-year term. And then? Jenna paused before continuing, if Julian won't listen to my persuasion and insists on staying, I'll get Anthony to help me convince him with some degree of hypnosis. Franca blurted out in surprise. Wasn't this the approach Jenna had been quite opposed to and unwilling to use? She didn't want to use Beyonder powers to influence Julian or interfere with his personal choices. Jenna gave a self-mocking smile. If this were a choice that would affect Julian's entire life, I definitely wouldn't do this, but for just 3 years I can accept it. The smile gradually disappeared from her face as she muttered to herself. Life is about constantly moving forward while giving up certain principles. At this point, some obsessions with purity can be discarded. Demonesses are meant to bear pain and torment. Whether I become harsh or cold-hearted doesn't matter. What matters is whether Julien can escape his dangerous situation. At this point, Jenna mocked herself again. Let's push the guilt and blame onto divinity. Just consider it the price I pay for obtaining godhood. No, a certain someone will bear all of this sin, Lumion responded in a joking tone. Then he nodded. This is the best solution. It's like moving house. If you have plenty of time, many days ahead, then naturally you can carefully pack and organize, abandon nothing, break nothing. But if you only have a few minutes before the room explodes and you can't prevent it, you can only take what's most important and essential, leaving everything else to be destroyed, no matter how reluctant you are. As they listened, Franca, Jenna, and Anthony suddenly realized that Lumion was actually talking about the conflict between humanity and godhood, about what Beyonders should do as they advance sequence by sequence. Lumion was speaking from experience, thinking of his previous conversation with Mr. Fool. For the sake of more important things, this was the only choice. Was it worth it? It's worth it. Indeed, Franca sighed, then turned to Jenna and said, Actually, have you considered teaching your brother mystical knowledge and collecting corresponding potions for him, letting him become a Beyonder? This way, he could understand why he must leave Trier. Jenna slowly shook her head. No, I know him well. He's a very stubborn person. Once he understands the real reason, if I don't leave, he won't either, and I... At this point, Jenna's gaze swept across Lumion and Franca. Then, after some thought, she said, The hypnosis will still be necessary, but that doesn't conflict with teaching Julien mystical knowledge and guiding him to become a Beyonder. Yes, even just a low sequence would improve his ability to protect himself, but we absolutely cannot tell him about the approaching apocalypse or that major changes will happen in Trier within a year or two. That would make him anxious, and when he's anxious, he tends to go to extremes and take wrong paths. Then we need to choose a good pathway for him, at least not obviously problematic ones like Devil, Prisoner, Earth, Moon, or Assassin. Franca helped think it through. In the end, she still felt that, being Demonesses, flipping a coin and relying on spirituality to choose might yield better accuracy. In the afternoon, since Jenna was taking the slightly taller Ludwig shopping for new clothes with Franca accompanying them, and Anthony had gone out to meet his informant and contact members of the Psychology Alchemists, Lumion was left alone in the large villa. He collapsed onto the sofa, wondering whether he should contract a spirit world, creature specialized in house cleaning. After resting for a while, Lumion contemplated the tasks ahead and his responsibilities as the major arcana, the chariot. First is to consolidate and deepen the faith of the sick church's believers in me and Franca. Second, I need to consider the Sequence 2 issue. I have the Demoness of Catastrophe potion formula, but as a Demoness of Unaging, I still don't know how difficult Demonesses of Catastrophe are to kill. Plus, they have the protection of the Primordial Demoness, and Mr. Fool is only in a preliminary awakened state. The best choice would be the Sequence 2 Weather Warlock from the Hunter pathway. During the previous Divine Assembly, Mr. Fool showed the Red Priest card. I could exchange the potion formula from him. Besides the Sauron family and Einhorn family, where else might there be Weather Warlocks beyond their characteristics? Some grade 0 sealed artifact in a church. If there weren't any other choices, I'd rather not go to the Blue Avengers treasury and face that Alista Tudor inside the mirror. Hey, maybe I have no choice. Among the Tarot Club's missions, I'm not responsible for the Great Mother matters right now, but with my current condition, it's very difficult to truly avoid it. For now, I just need to find Zarathul's whereabouts and members of the Order of All Extinction. The first task isn't easy. Even Mr. Fool, as a supreme being of the Seer pathway, hasn't located Zarathul at this point. Lumion suddenly sensed something and turned his gaze toward the edge of the living room. His messenger, who looked like a charred corpse, Penitent Banefell, appeared, holding a letter. Lumion stared for a few seconds at Bienfeld, whose eye sockets burned with dark flames, before finally speaking. Give me the letter. He then took the letter and opened it, finding the contents were simple. I would like to visit you this evening, if possible. The Hermit. What does Ma'am Hermit want? My previous speculation about the hidden sage state. Lumion nodded thoughtfully and said to Banefell, Please help me reply to the sender. Tell her it's fine. Banefell nodded and disappeared at the edge of the living room. In the evening, just as night fell, Lumion, Franca, Jenna, and the others who had been waiting heard the doorbell ring. Ding dong, ding dong. Ma'am Hermit is so polite. After getting used to Madam Magician's style of suddenly appearing and disappearing and rarely using doors, Lumion felt somewhat unaccustomed to this situation. He personally went to open the door and found it was indeed Ma'am Hermit, wearing thick glasses and a purple-patterned robe. After exchanging greetings, he led his peer, a king of the seas, into the living room and invited her to sit in an armchair. Lumion sat down next to Franca and Jenna, and after just a few moments of small talk, heard Ma'am Hermit say directly, I have something I'd like your help with. What is it? Lumion asked thoughtfully. The hermit looked up toward the ceiling without immediately answering. The next second, thin grey fog spread throughout the living room. Lumion realized things weren't as simple as he had imagined. After everyone sat up straight, the hermit said in a low voice, Mr. Fool is preparing to hunt down the hidden sage. Chapter 263, Helpers. Upon hearing Ma'am Hermit's words, Lumien's eyes suddenly lit up. The corners of his mouth gradually turned upward, his smile becoming quite bright. What can I do to help? Trier, Cathedral District. At the entrance of the Church of Steam and Machinery's patriarchal cathedral, with its towering iron-black chimneys, Lumien, wearing a lady's soft hat and face, covered by a black veil, looked up for 2 seconds before walking through the open doors into the interior. The first thing that caught his eye were thick grayish-white pipes, crisscrossing, everywhere, some attached to walls, some supported by pillars, some winding across the dome. They were components of a giant steam engine, or rather, this cathedral was made up of a giant steam engine and several other large mechanical devices. Currently no heat radiated from these pipes, but come winter, when the giant steam engine would run continuously, the entire patriarchal cathedral would be enveloped in warmth, allowing worshippers to experience the pleasantness of early summer. Lumien then saw many believers walking out, seemingly having just finished listening to a sermon, still immersed in the solemn atmosphere. Lumien passed by them, walking toward the altar area. Many believers, both men and women, suddenly found their gazes following this tall, beautiful figure, unconsciously turning their bodies sideways and looking back. Lumien walked forward naturally, neither fast nor slow. Arriving at the first row of seats before the altar, he gazed at the triangular sacred emblem, representing the god of steam and machinery, his eyes slowly moving between the symbols of steam, gears, and levers within the solid triangle. At this moment he wasn't thinking about how sacred or mechanically beautiful it was, but rather pondering a question: if the god of steam and machinery truly evolved into the god of electric power and information technology, what would this sacred emblem look like? Lumien controlled his blasphemous thoughts and, under the watching eyes of the preaching bishop, sat in the first row near the center aisle, raised his hands, lowered his head, and began to pray. When his spiritual intuition told him that the bishop had looked away, he reached into his traveler's bag. He took out a mobile phone, the one he had used in the Dream City. Of course this wasn't real, but rather woven from his memories by Madame Dreamweaver. It had no functions and couldn't last long. The woven phone's screen was lit, displaying a WeChat dialogue box between Lumien and Stiano. The content of the conversation showed Stiano sending Lumien a mini-program called Information Shredder. Lumien held this false, dream-like phone and began praying again. Great God of steam and machinery, you are the embodiment of essence, the protector of artisans, the glory of technology. Please grant me once again the ability to shred information, effective for 1 week. After praying earnestly, Lumien drew the triangular sacred emblem across his chest with his right hand. At the same time, he felt a subtle change. He lowered his head and looked again at the dream phone in his left hand, finding it seemed more tangible now. Lumien instinctively swiped the screen with his finger, watching the dialogue box retreat to WeChat's main interface. Then, he switched back to the home screen and found all the previously downloaded apps were there. Was a real phone created based on the corresponding information? Is this the glory of technology? A sequence 0 true God? Although Lumien was already a sequence 3 Demoness of Unaging, he was still quite amazed. He studied it for a while, confirming that the phone really worked, just without network connectivity. Of course, the information shredder didn't need an internet connection. In an apartment on Avenue du Boulevard, Professor, Associate Professor, Periodic Table, Isotope, and 2 other warlocks, currently in Trier, sat on the sofa, back chair, and armchair, looking at each other with unease and anxiety. After receiving Hidden Blade's request for an urgent meeting, they contacted each other and, after much consideration, finally decided to meet with her. Of course, they chose the time and place. What urgent matter could Hidden Blade have? Isotope whispered with concern. If it weren't for Hidden Blade's consistently good reputation and character, they would definitely have refused such a hasty meeting request without specific details. Whatever her purpose, I believe she has good intentions. Professor, wearing a black butterfly mask, said, looking around. Besides, don't we also have something to discuss with her? Everyone nodded. At this moment they heard a knock at the door using Morse code. Come in. All the members of the curly-haired Baboons Research Society present straightened their backs. Not only did Hidden Blade enter wearing her assassin outfit, but with hood down, revealing her striking features, but also Hela, dressed as Black Widow. Madam Healer, you're here too? Periodic Table and others stood up, simultaneously. Listen to that. Just listen to that. You've never addressed me as Madame. Though, Franca complained internally, she wasn't actually upset, too many Madames would give her goosebumps. Healer nodded slightly and replied, I'm here to vouch for Hidden Blade and handle the aftermath. Professor and the others immediately turned their gaze toward Franca. This time they were all captivated by the Demoness of Unaging's features, momentarily unable to look away. Franca walked to the fireplace where no charcoal was burning and smiled at Professor and the others. Please sit down. Actually, I'm here today to ask for your help. Look, I've even shown my face to help you trust me more. Professor, who had sat back down, asked puzzledly, Hidden Blade, you're already a demigod, what could we possibly help you with? Franca glanced at Hela, waited for her to nod, waited for the night outside to seem deeper, then said with a smile to Professor, Associate Professor, Isotope, and others, would you like to completely solve the problem of the Hidden Sage force-feeding you knowledge? Completely solve it? Professor was quite a calm woman, but even she couldn't help blurting out. This was something they had never thought possible. No, they had fantasized about it when they were weak and ignorant. How to completely solve it? Can we really help? Periodic Table, who had already clearly told Franca she was a member of the Moses Ascetic Order, asked, repeatedly, although she didn't hold much hope, even if it was just a straw floating on water, she wanted to grasp it. The other warlocks present shared the same mindset. Franca didn't answer immediately, watching as they raised one question after another. Finally, Professor, with pale lips and a somewhat pale complexion, smiled bitterly and said, Hidden Blade, actually, we were preparing to consult you about this matter. Previously, Muggle told us that the small ritual plaza at the entrance of the third level of the catacombs had divine power remnants that could block most external influences. That really helped us tremendously, even saved many of our lives. Otherwise, with the Hidden Sage's increasingly frequent and crazy knowledge infusions, some might barely hang on, but others would probably be gone already. What we wanted to ask you is, after leaving Trier, are there other places that can block the Hidden Sage's infusions, or are there ways to reduce the negative effects? Indeed, while others are reluctant to leave Trier mainly for emotional reasons, Professor and others have a practical need, a life or death need. I was planning to have Lumion ask Ma'am Hermit if she, as a senior on the Warlock pathway, had any good methods to plug ears, then trade for that method and tell all the Warlocks in the Research Society. But now Franca suddenly felt somewhat emotional. Then she smiled and said to Professor and the others, the solution is to kill the Hidden Sage. You're not joking, are you? Associate Professor asked with difficulty. Isotope followed up. Hidden Blade, although you become a demigod, the gap between you and the Hidden Sage might be even bigger than the gap between us and you. It's a fundamental difference. Even the entire Research Society together couldn't handle the Hidden Sage. Professor likewise had no confidence. Franca smiled. I'm not the main force. This matter has some big shots taking the lead. I'm just providing support. Big shots, Professor pondered before asking. How big? Franca pointed to the sky. That big, even bigger than the Hidden Sage. Isotope, Periodic Table, and others looked at Hidden Blade, suddenly remembering that Sequence 4 demigods could already be called saints, and were definitely high-ranking even within Orthodox churches. Their gazes moved back and forth between Franca and Madame Hela several times, gradually understanding that they might be involved in an event worthy of recording in mysticism history. A divine war. Is this what you sought us out for? We're not even demigods, Professor said hesitantly. You won't need to fight the Hidden Sage. Like me, you'll be doing support work. Hidden Blade. Franca thought for a moment before saying, this matter does carry some risk, though not from combat. Other demigods and I will handle intercepting all enemies and monsters. Your danger comes from something else, but it won't be much more dangerous than receiving another knowledge infusion from the hidden sage. I can't tell you the specifics now." The 6 warlocks present again communicated with their eyes, both somewhat tempted by this excellent opportunity to escape the hidden sage's threat, and very nervous and worried. After a few seconds, Associate Professor asked, "Are you confident?" "We wouldn't be planning this hunting operation if we weren't confident. Don't worry, even if we fail, the hidden sage won't discover your betrayal. Trust me, by failure I mean not successfully killing the hidden sage and letting him escape, not that the hidden sage could win." Franca displayed complete confidence. "Why ask for our help? Why us?" Professor asked, as if making a final confirmation. "Warlocks, transmigrators, grey fog aura," Franca answered simply. "Don't ask me what grey fog aura is right now." Periodic Table's face, covered in chemical symbols, frowned. "Maggle also meets these conditions. Why don't you ask her?" Franca immediately smiled. "In this operation, she has a more important task." Chapter 10064, Headquarters. After Professor communicated with their eyes with her husband, Periodic Table and others for a while, she finally nodded and said, "Hidden Blade, we're willing to join." Making this decision and speaking these words made her suddenly relax, no longer so tense. At this current crossroads, whether for good or ill, whichever path they chose, they had to move forward. They couldn't stop or retreat anymore. If they didn't seize this opportunity to completely eliminate the hidden sage, they would either be forced to stay in Trier to face the possible coming apocalypse, or lose control and go mad in another big city, becoming monsters and even endangering their families. Franca breathed a sigh of relief, stating, "Would you like to sign a notarized document to ensure I fulfill all my promises?" "Don't worry, this notarized document was created by another saint and is watched over by a true god. It has strong binding power over me as well." Professor shook her head and said with a smile, "No need. We trust you and Madame Hela." She paused, then hesitantly asked, "How long will this operation last? We have children at home who need care. Though we have servants, we're not entirely at ease." Franca had already prepared for this. "For those of you who are married couples with children, only one person needs to go. Those who are single parents or have other relatives needing special care can opt out of this operation. However, those who stay behind need to bring their children or other dependents to live together in one place, under Madame Hela's watch and protection." This was to prevent secrets from leaking. The relevant personnel had to be placed under secrecy or sworn to secrecy. Phew. Professor noticeably relaxed and turned to Associate Professor, saying, I'll go. Associate Professor rejected her proposal without hesitation. The two argued until Professor made the final decision. "My sequence is higher than yours and my condition is better. It'll be safer if I go." "Fine." Associate Professor regretted for the first time spending too much time on unrelated research. After some discussion, those participating in this operation would be Professor, Periodic Table, and another male warlock called Prototype. "Prototype! Let's go." Franca tossed out a mirror. Under the influence of phantasms, the mirror grew larger and larger, fixing itself as a crystalline entrance. Franca led the three warlocks of different sequences across the solid mirror, surface into the dark void of the mirror realm. They plummeted through an illusory dark tunnel, with light and shadows rapidly shifting around them, as if other mirrors were projecting their reflected images into it. Thus, after an unknown period, perhaps very short, perhaps very long, Professor and the others finally saw the exit. Led by Hidden Blade Franca, they whooshed out of the mirror, stepping onto a wooden floor that creaked under their feet. Periodic Table instinctively looked around and found they were aboard an ancient three-masted sailing ship. The grey-white mainsails billowed in the fierce wind, and only one or two sailors were on deck, making it feel quite eerie and quiet. Outside the ship, dark blue waves rose and fell, with thin fog permeating the entire sea area. When Professor, Periodic Table, and Prototype all looked at her, Franca raised her right hand, pointing in one direction, and said with a smile, "Our destination, west." Splash! A low wave crashed over. An ice blue wave crashed against Future's bow, producing numerous white sprays. The hermit, wearing a purple-patterned robe and thick glasses, stood at the bow, glanced at the changing weather above and the brewing snowstorm, then raised her right hand, signaling the ship to slow down and circle this small area of sea. The sailors performed their duties, some adjusting the sail direction, others lowering one of the sails, until Future's condition finally satisfied the captain, Queen of Stars Catleya's requirements. Catleya removed the thick glasses from her nose bridge, revealing a pair of deep purple, almost black eyes. She immediately began speaking numbers with a mysterious aura. Tekat, Brals. 1, 5, 4, 3, 7, 8. These numbers materialized one after another, becoming entangled in mid-air, numbering several hundred. They were the entry password to the Moses Ascetic Order headquarters. The Moses Ascetic Order headquarters was created by one of the 10 pillars, the respected chairman Toriope, using mystical reenactment, and named Avalon. Avalon existed neither in reality nor in the spirit realm, but was completely hidden, somewhere in the North Sea. Only those invited or qualified could enter, and they must also grasp a corresponding string of numbers numbering 365 digits. For the Moses Ascetic Order, everything was numbers. Each number had spirituality, symbolism, and special meaning. When combined, these numbers naturally possessed mystical power. As the hermit Catleya spoke the correct spiritual numbers, which materialized and became entangled in mid-air, the numbers suddenly vanished, as if sinking into somewhere. Within seconds, it was as if an invisible curtain was drawn aside in front of Future, and a small boat sailed out unhurriedly, unmanned. Starlight quickly lit up, extending from Future's bow to fall upon that small boat. The hermit Catleya stepped across the brilliant bridge formed by starlight and boarded the small boat in just a few steps. As one of the 10 pillars of the Moses Ascetic Order, she naturally had the qualifications to enter Avalon, and currently barely qualified as part of the core team. The small boat carrying Catleya turned around and headed back in the direction it came from. The Queen of Stars' silhouette gradually faded until it disappeared from the view of Future's crew. After passing through layers of transparent curtains, the hermit Catleya saw an island. The island was shrouded in mist, lined with trees bearing golden apples, with music faintly drifting from the distance, peaceful, tranquil, and abundant. The small boat stopped at the dock, and the hermit walked toward the depths of the apple grove, where there stood a Warlock spire as if stepped out of a story. Along the way, she encountered over a dozen humans dressed as Warlocks. These people stopped in succession, greeting the 10 pillars with nods. They were all members of the Moses Ascetic Order, raised in Avalon since childhood, receiving corresponding teachings, most trusted. Currently, they were all in their period of silence to increase focus, enhance spirituality, and deeply master various morals and precepts. Only Warlocks who grew up this way could eventually compete for the positions of chairman and vice chairman of the Moses Ascetic Order. Outsiders, like the Queen of Stars, who joined later, could at most become one of the pillars, and would need to undergo years of testing and observation before having any hope of entering the core team. The hermit likewise responded to these silent Warlocks with nods, and soon passed through the trees laden with golden apples to reach the tall black spire. Inside the spire, the wall protrusions, floor tiles, statues on both sides, and the elevator pulled by invisible servants were all composed of numbers. They looked normal at first glance, but upon closer inspection, one would find that even a small bump was formed by multiple intertwined numbers. Hundreds of millions, billions of numbers were densely distributed throughout the spire, settling into different objects. Walking among them, the hermit felt surrounded by countless numbers. In her eyes, there were no walls, no bricks, no statues, no elevators, only numbers. At this time, some Warlocks who had finished their period of silence were moving about in the spire. They either conversed quietly, went about their business, or huddled in corners, letting the strange eyes within the cracks on their faces observe their surroundings. These latter ones were members approaching loss of control, after the hidden sage's knowledge infusions became increasingly crazy and frequent. Even the Moses Ascetic Order, which had mastered safe listening methods, inevitably had Warlocks moving toward loss of control far more than in previous years. What was once safe was no longer safe. If not for this problem, with the Moses ascetic order's accumulation plus the initial spiritual decline as the apocalypse approached, they certainly had more than 10 demigods. But unfortunately, they still only had 10 pillars. The hermit's gaze withdrew from these warlocks' faces as she entered the elevator. Pulled by invisible servants, she went all the way up to the spire's top floor. Here, the chairman and one of the two vice-chairmen were always on duty. Among them, Chairman Toriope and Vice-Chairman Retia Austin were pillars that the hermit couldn't quite get a read on. Before arriving today, the hermit Catleya had already confirmed that Chairman Toriope, an angel on the mystery prior pathway, was on duty in Avalon. As soon as the elevator steadied, Catleya walked forward. This was a hall larger than the spire's top floor itself. On the black walls, floor, and ceiling were eyes, each different, strangely shaped, and all cold eyes. They all seemed to be watching the Queen of Stars. At the end of the room, against the windowless wall, stood 3 dark gold statues, one wearing a mask, one resembling a lion, and one like an eagle. Chairman Toriope seemed not to be present. Just then, the masked dark gold statue's mouth moved, issuing a grand but hollow voice. "I have foreseen your betrayal." Hearing these words, Queen of Stars Catleya wasn't surprised, only somewhat sighing. Indeed, it was impossible to truly hide from a high-sequence clairvoyant. Once there was action, they would prophesy certain scenes or fragments. One could only try to delay when such perceptions appeared, or make the corresponding prophecies difficult to interpret. A card suddenly appeared in Catleya's hand. On its face was depicted a lonely old man with a cane, carrying a glass lamp. The Hermit card. Chapter 1065, Forced Entry. As soon as the Hermit card appeared in Catleya's hand, it seemed to emit a glossy light. At the same time, outside the Warlock's tower, in the mist shrouding Avalon's sky, a star began to shine in broad daylight, growing brighter and brighter until it was dazzling to the eye. In an instant, a figure emerged from that star. It was Madam Magician, wearing a deep black warlock's robe embroidered with twinkling silver stars. Using the mystical connection provided by the hermit, she forcibly located and tore open a gate to Avalon. After the hermit Catleya gained free access to Avalon, the magician could actually have broken in using a Grade 0 sealed artifact from the Abraham family. After all, this place was merely created by Toriope using mystical reenactment, not granted by the hidden sage. How could it stop a high-sequence door, pathway beyonder who could enter with or without doors? But the Moses ascetic order was an ancient organization with at least 2 angels, and multiple Grade 0 and Grade 1 sealed artifacts. At that time, even with the combined strength of the Tarot Club, the Church of the Fool, the New City of Silver, and New Moon City, they could at best fight them to a draw. Moreover, the enemy had the hidden sage's protection while the Fool was not yet awake, so the Major Arcana card holders didn't act rashly but waited patiently. Today the opportunity had come. Mr. Fool and the other deities were responsible for dealing with the hidden sage. The most difficult part was how to find and lock onto the target without letting him escape. Meanwhile, the Tarot Club and friendly forces were tasked with attacking the Moses Ascetic Order headquarters to eliminate all the Beyonders, who had been deeply influenced or even corrupted by the hidden sage. Of course, the Tarot Club and the Church of the Fool hadn't deployed all their high-sequence Beyonders. They needed to guard against enemy forces and evil god cults taking advantage of Mr. Fool's personal hunt to launch surprise attacks on places like the New City of Silver. For angels like Sua of the Rose School of Thought, winning wasn't important. What mattered was whether they could cause damage, which would shake the Fool's anchors. Miss Messenger and Mr. Palles must remain in the Rorsted Archipelago. Will and Mr. Ezek won't participate in this kind of thing. Only I can take action, but fortunately, allies will provide help. In a flash, numerous thoughts crossed the magician's mind, finally converging into one. But I still have manuscripts to submit. Her sigh didn't affect her actions as she stepped to the hermit's side in one motion. The fact that only she had appeared so far didn't mean she was the only angel arriving. She was just faster, the first to reach here. In Madam Magician's eyes, starlight suddenly gathered, seeming to condense into a book. Immediately after, a giant sword composed of orange-red twilight light materialized out of thin air, piercing through the void to strike the masked, dark gold statue. The twilight sword then shattered, transforming into countless orange-red shards of light that tore apart everything around them, cutting all objects to pieces, causing them to decay until they collapsed. The 3 dark gold statues were the first to be affected. In the storm of twilight light, they quickly broke into tiny fragments, each piece dim and rusty, as if washed by the passage of endless time or having reached its twilight years. In the hall, the walls, floor, and ceiling covered in strange cold eyes dissolved in the orange-red storm, sliding down inch by inch before shattering. This void also collapsed. But Madame Magician had already switched positions, flashing multiple images of herself, surrounding herself and Ma'am Hermit with layer after layer of protection. There were cages bearing a sense of holiness and glory, and darkness curved into spheres. By the time they shattered, the orange-red hurricane of light had completely subsided. As the hall atop the Warlock's tower collapsed in ruins, another scene entered the Hermit Cattleya's eyes. This was a long, deep tunnel leading to an unknown destination. The tunnel was wide, seemingly composed of connected rooms. In the current room, more than a dozen high-sequence Warlocks were busy with their own tasks. This space seemed to be a reflection of the Warlock's tower, another side of Avalon, a secret area the Hermit had no way to enter. It had been forcibly opened by the Magician using the hurricane of light created by the Twilight Sword and the positioning ability of the Grade 0 sealed artifact. Madame Magician didn't delay, dropping a mirror before disappearing from the spot with Ma'am Hermit flashing toward the depths of this dark tunnel. Before the thrown mirror could hit the ground, Lumion and Jenna, wearing black Warlock robes but with their hoods down, emerged from it. 10:37. The Warlocks in this room had just awakened from their previous concentration, all turning their gazes toward them. Some were consuming dead infants, some were using infants to make potions, some were extracting infant fat to apply to objects, various such activities, all utilizing newborns to complete witchcraft potions or mystical items. Well, Lumion raised an eyebrow. Although in folk tales, Warlocks were often associated with killing infants and children, and some strange, inhumanly cruel witchcraft preparations, Lumion knew this wasn't actually mainstream for the Warlock pathway. Were there Warlocks who did such things? Were there similar witchcraft practices? Of course there were, but definitely not many. Who would have thought that within the Moses ascetic order, which emphasized morals and precepts, emphasizing the maxim, do as you wish, but do no harm, there would be so many Warlocks doing such things in Avalon's dark side? Of course, what surprised Lumion wasn't the Moses ascetic order's fall from grace that had been confirmed long ago, otherwise the Moses ascetic order wouldn't have transformed from a respected society with good relations with various churches into an evil, shadowy secret organization. What astonished him was how deeply ingrained the practice of utilizing infant corpses had become in the Moses ascetic order. This couldn't have developed in just a year or two. And infants inevitably made him think of birth, of mothers. Was the hidden sage's mutation really related to the Great Mother? Had this practice started when she brought evil and corruption to the Moses ascetic order, utilizing birth and death? Lumion tilted his head, looking at Jenna, whose expression changed from shock to anger, and quickly said, "This place is yours." He then flashed toward the depths of the wide, dark tunnel. His mission wasn't here. The reason Jenna participated in this operation was because Lumion believed the role of a Demoness of despair could also be fulfilled through combat, through killing, through destruction. A Demoness who brought despair. Jenna wouldn't participate in the battles deep within Avalon, mainly focusing on clearing out the corrupt low and mid-sequence Warlocks, bringing them despair. In this process, if she encountered a saint, or even 2 or 3 saints, with a Demoness of Despair's survival abilities, she might not win, but death was unlikely. The Warlocks in the current room had already realized enemies had invaded, some preparing to cast spells, some taking advantage of their materials, some trying to bring out their mystical items, none retreated. What excellent materials! Their eyes burned with madness and greed as they looked at Jenna. The angry Jenna suddenly smiled, as if light had entered this somewhat dark world. All those Warlocks of different sequences were stunned for a moment, unable to carry out their intended actions in time. Almost simultaneously, they felt the cold. A layer of frost formed on the surface of their bodies, their hair, and the tables themselves where infant corpses and various materials were laid out. They began to shiver, their joints stiffening, their movements becoming obviously labored and difficult. Then, one crystalline ice spear after another shot out from in front of Jenna, accurately piercing each Warlock's body, pinning them to the walls or floor, their blood seeping out and freezing. The Warlocks tried to resist, but not only were their bodies frozen, they were also bound and affected by invisible spider silk, making it difficult to take effective action. Jenna didn't kill them immediately, letting the mystical plague spread simultaneously with her charm freely erode these fallen ones, making them clearly feel their lungs tightening, their heads burning, and their life slipping away. They began to despair. The magician pursued in a wandering manner, leaving even the hermit behind. Finally, ignoring other enemies along the way, she reached a desolate, boundless plain. Toriope, wearing a black hood and Warlock's robe, seemed to be in the depths of the wilderness. He gazed into the distance at Madam Magician and raised his right palm. An illusory figure was quickly sketched in the endless wilderness. This was a spell derived from mystical reenactment. As an angel who advanced in the middle to late Fourth Epoch, although Toriope wasn't a founding member who established the Moses ascetic order, he had lived for over 1,000 years, witnessed many mystical events, mastered much mystical knowledge, and through this created several powerful spells. With the core ability of mystical reenactment, beyond us of the mystery prior, Pathway could indeed potentially live longer and grow stronger. However, because too many people knew about major events like the War of the Four Emperors and the Pale Disaster, Toriope couldn't draw power from them to create spells that would be considered terrifying even at the angel level, and could only choose second-rate ones. As soon as that illusory figure in the wilderness solidified, bloody chunks of flesh began falling continuously from its body. Each piece of bloody flesh turned into a cold, emotionless eye, and they quickly looked toward Madam Magician, emanating an aura of chaos, madness, and evil. This was a spell Toriope created from the strange death of one of the Moses ascetic order's founders. Loss of control gaze. Chapter 1066, Deep in the Fog Sea. Loss of control gaze was a spell that could cause even angels to show obvious signs of losing control, with better effects the more unstable the target's mental state. However, just as Toriope cast this spell, the magician vanished from the entrance to the wilderness. She didn't appear anywhere else in this area, seemingly having left entirely. Toriope's gaze focused as he watched the horrifying figure created by loss of control gaze gradually dissipate. He didn't take this chance to escape. It wasn't that he didn't want to, but it was too late. Only when Queen of Stars, Catlia, entered the Warlock's tower did he receive the revelation and make the corresponding prophecy, spending some time to interpret it. He had no time left to escape. He could only come to the depths of this wilderness and wait patiently, wait for an opportunity. This approach wasn't just interpreted from his own prophecy, but also came from his understanding of this wilderness on the dark side of the Warlock's tower, and his knowledge of the Moses ascetic order's past events. In just a second or two, the loss of control gaze spell completely ended. At the same time, Toriope once again saw that young lady wearing the black robe embroidered with silver stars. She had returned. On the Blue Avenger, struggling to navigate through the fog and sea, Professor, Periodic Table, and Prototype were all at sea for the first time, and they all walked to the ship's rail to gaze into the distance where the light was quite dim, and the waves seemed to roar. Westward, is this the depths of the fog sea? Professor made her judgment based on Franca's earlier words and the surrounding environment. Yes. The person who answered wasn't Franca, but a middle-aged man who walked out from the cabin. This man was of medium build with rough skin and messy deep blue hair, wearing a linen shirt, brownish jacket, and darker pantaloons. His bearing was rather dignified, giving the impression of someone long accustomed to authority. This is the captain, Franca said, not introducing him as the hanged man of the Tarot Club, only telling Periodic Table and the others that he was the owner of this three-masted sailing ship. After a courtesy bow, Professor asked with some curiosity, I've heard the Western Fog Sea is extremely dangerous, often with fierce winds and huge waves. Even official exploration fleets can't continue deep into it, and can only advance one section of waterway at a time by establishing forward bases. Actually, the weather here isn't as changeable and intense as the Berserk Sea, Captain the Hanged Man said in a slightly low magnetic voice. What's dangerous here is the fog. Most beyonders of the Warlock pathway had strong curiosity. Prototype repeated, the captain's words, fog? What's dangerous about fog? Does it make fleets lose their way, unable to find supplies or retreat? The Hanged Man smiled slightly. Do you know why this ocean is called the Fog Sea? Why fog often rises in the archipelago waters too, completely different from the weather in the Sonya Sea? Recalling various meteorologists' explanations from newspapers and magazines, Periodic Table touched the chemical symbols on her face and suddenly realized. It spreads from here? The Hanged Man nodded gently. The fog in this area sometimes contracts, sometimes expands. When it expands, the fog spreads eastward, affecting the weather. The closer you get to here, the more foggy weather there is, and the slower the fog disperses. By the time you reach the archipelago waters, the fog here needs to expand very dramatically to affect that area. So it's actually due to mystical reasons, Professor murmured to herself. The Hanged Man continued. Similarly, the deeper you go into this area, the further west you sail, the thicker the fog becomes and the harder it is to disperse. Eventually, you can't see anything but grey-white dense fog, making it impossible to determine your coordinates and the correct waterway based on any external conditions. Who knows how many explorers and adventurers have vanished forever here? Perhaps their ships will only return from history much later in the form of unmanned ghost ships. Franca beside them listened with great interest. So this is the true origin of the Fog Sea's name. Did this fog come from the celestial worthy seal on the western continent? What about us? Professor asked with some concern. We're also heading deep into these waters. Unlike Prototype, who only had to worry about feeding himself, she and Periodic Table had strong attachments, naturally making them more anxious and worried. The Hanged Man looked around and said, Don't worry, I've entered and left these waters many times and have some understanding of the waterways here. We won't lose our way before reaching our destination. Of course you're a top seafarer, Franca muttered internally. The Hanged Man added, This experience was bought with lives. I've lost my way here before, encountered dangers, and nearly disappeared with the entire ship several times. Fortunately, with divine protection, I prayed in time and received accurate positioning, which helped me successfully find my way back. Seeing how the captain introduced his experiences exploring these waters without arrogance, boasting, fear, or trepidation, Professor and the others gradually settled their hearts. This was indeed a safe waterway explored through countless hardships plus divine guidance, worthy of trust. At this moment they all felt the captain was very steady and reliable. Periodic Table looked at the sailors who were clearly not enough to operate such a three-masted sailing ship, and asked with an investigative spirit, Is this a ghost ship? Yes. The Hanged Man didn't deny it. Just then, the entire ship was thrown up by a wave, flying through the air. With a splash, a giant sea fish 20 to 30 meters long emerged from beneath the surface. Its body was covered in silver-white metal scales that flickered with dawn's light, and from the blowhole on its head spurted a water stream that seemed composed of early morning twilight. This water stream was like a giant sword wielded by a deity, slashing fiercely toward the Blue Avenger. This scene was visually stunning, leaving Professor Periodic Table and Prototype, who were used to fighting in cities and small environments, momentarily unsure how to respond. Silently, a grey-white color spread from the ship's rail, colliding with that deity-like dawn sword. The dawn's light on the giant sword immediately dimmed, taking on a grey-white color. It failed to create a hurricane of light, quickly turning into a stone sword that broke into sections falling toward the sea surface. At the same time, the Hanged Man flew into the air, his deep blue hair spreading wildly like tentacles. Bam, bam, bam! The Hanged Man clenched his fists, throwing out bolts of lightning. These silver-white lightning bolts pierced through sky and sea, striking the sea fish covered in silver-white scales. Boom! Only now did the thunder echo out, Just as Professor and others watched dumbfounded as the captain brought down divine punishment like a deity to discipline the sea monster, the area where the Blue Avenger was about to fall began bubbling. Countless rotting creatures emerged along with the rising and bursting bubbles, cramming densely together. A horrifying, strange summoning from the realm of death's destination came from beneath the sea surface, pulling the Blue Avenger off course directly toward it. The grey-white color fell before the ship, turning all the rotting, undead creatures instantly into stone sculptures. Even the azure seawater became like a cement ground, uneven with highs and lows. The grey-white continued to penetrate beneath the sea surface, and everything fell, silent. The Blue Avenger landed steadily on the water beside it, and the Professor and others saw large patches of grey-white stone being shattered by the incoming water flow, some sinking, some floating. A Sequence 5 sea monster? A gatekeeper? Franca muttered questioningly as she prepared to collect her spoils. Isn't this display of ability a bit exaggerated? The first creature to attack the Blue Avenger should have been a whale that had consumed a Sequence 5 Guardian beyond a characteristic of the warrior pathway. Different species and environments can lead to different manifestations of abilities. The Hanged Man landed back on deck, ordering the sailors to quickly harvest the whale sea monsters beyond a characteristic and valuable parts. Besides, he forgot that Sequence 5 at sea qualifies one to compete for the title of Admiral. Listening to their exchange, Professor and others finally realized. The captain was the other demigod Hidden Blade had mentioned. The power of a demigod was mind-shaking. As Franca used Demoness spider silk to drag up the Keeper sea monster Hidden, beneath the surface, it was a flat, human-sized, spiky, deep black mutated sea urchin. She casually asked, "The deeper we sail into these waters, the more monsters like this we'll encounter." "No." The Hanged Man shook his head. "The most dangerous things are the environment itself, and our companions. Of course, as long as we stay on the predetermined waterway, there won't be much risk. These sea monsters have only appeared in recent years, possibly related to that war back then." Seeing Professor and others clearly confused, the Hanged Man briefly explained. After the god of combat's defeat, many beyond the characteristics fell from the astral world onto the earth and into the oceans. His divine kingdom also experienced some collapse, with many items falling into reality. "I see the backstabbing armor. No, the pride armor came from that? That whale sea monster just now should also be gatekeeper is Sequence 5 of the death pathway, adjacent to the warrior pathway, so it's normal for the god of combat's divine kingdom to have some related items." As Franca came to this realization, she waited for the pale and black mixed beyond their characteristic to gradually precipitate out. She and Lumion would need to gain more believers in the future, which required priests to spread their teachings, so they needed to prepare some beyond their characteristics for their subordinates. After collecting the spoils, the Blue Avenger continued forward. As they sailed deeper, the grey-white fog around them grew increasingly dense, making it impossible to see clearly beyond several dozen meters. During this process, Professor and others occasionally discovered things floating through the fog. There were faintly visible peaks, indistinct islands and giant figures that seemed to hold up the sky. The Hanged Man didn't explain, only telling them. They seem close but are actually far away, unreachable. After another half-day, when the grey-white fog reached a certain density, the Hanged Man suddenly said to Franca, "We're almost at our destination. Notify Ma'am Hermit that she can enter the Moses Ascetic Order's headquarters now." In the dark side tunnel of the Warlock's tower, Ma'am Hermit continued to advance deeper. Her responsibility was to hold back the Moses Ascetic Order's upper echelons as much as possible until Allied forces arrived. Suddenly she stopped in an area filled with many broken stone pillars. She saw a familiar figure. It was the Moses Ascetic Order's vice-chairman, another pillar who she couldn't get a read on, Retia Austin. Chapter 1067, Grade 0 Sealed Artifact. Retia was a quiet, taciturn person who made the hermit feel like there was something strange about her as a warlock, though she had never explicitly said so, and Catleya believed she had already become an angel. And in the intelligence Catleya had obtained in advance, the current high-level members of the Moses Ascetic Order guarding Avalon were only Toriope and 2 other pillars who had been doing research there for years, so Retia should have already left. Unexpectedly, she appeared again. She was on the dark side of Avalon, except for when there were real matters that needed to be handled. Every time she said she was leaving Avalon, she was actually just taking a detour and entering. The dark side, was she guarding against something, or doing some secret thing? Queen of Stars Cattleya was surprised but not panicked. Retia being at the Moses Ascetic Order's headquarters was a good thing, so she wouldn't have to go looking for her everywhere to eliminate her. At this time, Retia, in a loose robe with wavy wine-red hair, stood on top of a broken giant stone pillar, looking towards the traitor foretold in the prophecy, her voice echoing in the current area. "I see you turning into a swan." As she spoke, Retia's body rapidly expanded, the loose black robe quickly tearing apart, transforming into a mass of cloth fragments that drifted down below the stone pillar. In the blink of an eye, this vice-chairman of the Moses Ascetic Order had her neck elongated, covered in magenta scales, her entire body the same. She was now 5 or 6 meters tall, her tailbone extending and becoming very long, filled with joints and barbs. Retia had actually transformed into a giant dragon, powerful and exuding an evil beauty, her head still human-like in the magenta color. Her amber vertical pupils immediately locked onto the hermit Cattleya. The sequence 2 of the Mystery Prior pathway was called Sage, with the core ability being the mastery and utilization of information, including but not limited to the informatization of one's own self. In such a situation, if one had enough self-understanding, without disrupting the overall information balance, one could add appropriate, non-conflicting, and already fully grasped mysticism knowledge in the form of information into the corresponding information flow, and delete the unnecessary parts, thereby completing the transformation of one's own body and the fixation and acceleration of certain spells. Retia chose to gradually transform herself into a giant dragon at the information level in order to gain a huge boost in physical strength and vitality. For this, she spent hundreds of years researching the remains of various dragons, and was also known as a dragon scholar. Within the Moses Ascetic Order, Queen of Stars Cattleya originally thought this title meant Retia's research on the dragons was very in-depth, making her a true expert in the field, until Queen Mystic also became a sage did they guess there was another layer of meaning, a scholar like a dragon. Immediately, countless cold eyelashless eyes opened in the cracks between Retia's magenta scales. The mythical creature form of the Mystery Prior pathway. At the same time, countless fragments flashed in the hermit Cattleya's mind. There was the warning from Queen Mystic when she chose the Mystery Prior pathway on the dawn, the constant pursuit of knowledge and the repeated indoctrination of the hidden sage, the painful episodes of almost losing control, several times, the protection provided by Mr. Fool, the ostracism and suspicion she had suffered since becoming one of the pillars, and all the scenes of evil and corruption she had seen along the way into the dark side. All of this is finally about to come to an end. With a sigh, Cattleya's back arched slightly, and pure white illusory feathers sprouted. Fairy tale magic, ugly duckling. Even an ugly duckling could transform into a swan. A sequence 3 could also manifest an incomplete mythical creature form, supporting it for a short time under the impact of an angel. As these swan feathers grew out, cracks also appeared on Cattleya's surface, with blood and flesh congealing in each crack to form stark black and white eyeballs. These eyeballs swept around, meeting the countless eyes on the magenta dragon's body. Mam Hermit and the draconized Retia both became somewhat ethereal, one seeming to have become an abstract black shadow, the other's body dimming, no longer exuding an evil beauty. Although Lumion had teleportation, considering the many dangers lurking in the dark side of Avalon, he didn't dare make a direct advance like Madam Magician, but blinked in stages instead. After 3 or 4 jumps, he arrived at what seemed like a palace rooftop. It was paved with large slabs of water-black stone, surrounded by walls and towers, the night sky above dark and deep, with clusters of dazzling stars dotting it, blinking on and off as if countless unknown existences were watching this area, those stars being their eyes. A tall, thin man dressed as a warlock stood at the top of the nearest tower, carefully cradling a long-necked silver flask. The surface of the flask was covered in dense bumps, each with a deep crack, within which countless black and white eyes slowly rotated. This was an unnumbered Grade 0 sealed artifact, because it was not from the Orthodox churches, and sometimes it was an angel, sometimes a sealed artifact, its form unable to be fixed. It originated from a founding member of the Moses ascetic order, that angel's bizarre and uncontrolled death leaving behind this sealed artifact, and in the long years that followed, 3 of the order's saints had successively used this artifact to become angels, but ultimately all went mad and died or became monsters within 300 years, bringing great disaster to the Moses ascetic order. In the last 1,000 years, no one had dared to use this Grade 0 sealed artifact to advance, and thus it has earned a name: Destined Madness. As a long-standing secret organization, the Moses ascetic order was at its peak, possessing 6 Grade 0 sealed artifacts besides angels. Later, some were lost in internal strife, some were offered to the hidden sage, and some became the foundation of angels. Now only 3 remained, and Destined Madness was one of them. The Warlock holding this cursed flask was Sides, one of the pillars, who had been stationed in Avalon for years, researching mysticism knowledge. As a Sequence 3 clairvoyant of the Mystery Prior pathway, he chose Destined Madness over the other 2 Grade 0 sealed artifacts because, for him, the current negative effects were still bearable, and he could endure for some time. The countless eyes on the slender silver flask brought with them a flood of illusions. There were diverse fragments of knowledge, some turning into human shapes, eyes bursting, clutching their chests, or heads exploding, some resembling writhing, masses of snakes, slick and repulsive, some grotesque and indescribable, all racing madly toward Lumion. Knowledge was in pursuit. A swath of grey-white surged before Lumion, rolling forward like waves toward the embodied knowledge. Wherever the grey-white wave passed, the stone slabs grew denser, and even the air thickened. When the petrifying force met the knowledge entities, those apparitions donned a grey-white veil. However, in the next second, knowledge of stone, rigidity, slowness, and lifelessness seeped into the apparitions, becoming part of them. The knowledge pursuing Lumion didn't stop. They merely transformed into heavy, yet swift knowledge statues, on the azure sea thick with grey fog. Because the area was so disorienting, Franca couldn't use conventional methods to contact Ma'am Hermit. She had to resort to praying to Mr. Fool to inform that Major Arcana cardholder that they could start their operation. After she finished, Mr. Hanged Man began advising Professor Periodic Table and Prototype. Next, you may experience some hallucinations, see some illusions, but under no circumstances should you believe them, or the harm will extend beyond you to your companions as well. Even if you see me turn into a monster or see a nearby companion attack you, you must neither evade nor retaliate. Trust that it's all false. Goals? It might not even be that intense. Professor and the others exchanged glances, eventually choosing to trust the experienced, powerful captain. Besides, Hidden Blade was there too. Then, the Blue Avenger continued deeper into the sea along the murky course. After a moment, Professor sensed an unnatural silence around her. Though it was a ghost ship with few people on board, it had never been so silent that not a single sound, save for the waves, could be heard. Professor looked slowly toward the captain, Hidden Blade, and the distant sailors, only to see them moving in jerky slow motion, as if controlled by strings. Professor was startled and instinctively looked at Periodic Table and Prototype. Both members of the curly-haired Baboons Research Society were smirking, identical chilling grins on their faces. Their smiles matched in every detail. Shuddering, Professor remembered the captain's warning and quickly shut her eyes, repeating silently, "It's not real. It's all fake." At that moment, it seemed as though tentacles were reaching out from the water, this slick sensation drawing closer and closer, while Professor's thoughts grew sluggish and even a bit muddled. "It's not real. It's all fake," she muttered to herself, braving her terror. It was unclear how much time passed before all abnormalities abruptly vanished, as though they had never been there. Professor opened her eyes and saw that the captain was back to normal. Both, Hidden Blade and the others, Periodic Table and Prototype, were expressions tinged with confusion and fear. Professor and the others were about to ask questions when they all furrowed their brows simultaneously. They felt knowledge pursuing them, surging from the dense grey-white fog. Of course, it wasn't as extreme as the Hidden Sage's indoctrination, more like a manageable pressure. Mr. Hanged Man saw this and quickly said to Franca, "We've reached the target area." Franca nodded, pulling out several pieces of yellow paper etched with intricate patterns from the traveler's bag. Chapter 1068, Connection. Petrification did nothing to stop the advancing knowledge. Instead, petrification became a part of them, and they surged forward toward Lumion like an army of puppets. At that moment a strange thought crossed Lumion's mind. If I were in Marora, could I use the authority of 001 to turn these knowledge statues into my soldiers and then redirect their assault on Zedus? The Moses ascetic orders brass holding the Grade 0 sealed artifact. Unfortunately, there was no is. The knowledge statues collided with Lumion, producing a cracking sound. Lumion had activated his mirror substitution in advance. In the next instant, he used teleportation, outlining his figure mid-air, positioned behind Zedus and slightly above the tower. Despite his fear of the Grade 0 sealed artifact, it was being wielded by a person, not the artifact itself wielding the person. This naturally left vulnerabilities to exploit. For example, Zedus' body was blocking the dense bumps and stark black and white eyes on the surface of the silver flask, obscuring his view of what was behind him. Lumion's lake-like eyes quickly locked onto Zedus' back, preparing to cast a curse. Just then, the back of Zedus' head, uncovered by a hood, began to writhe with flesh. Black and white emotionless eyes sprouted from the dark grey hair. The saint seemed to become one with the silver flask, an extension of its power. Pop, pop, black and white eyes spread across Zedus' back, his hair parting, and clothes tearing as they all turned to gaze at Lumion. Lumion froze. Sequence names and fragments of relevant knowledge surged into his mind all at once. Mystery Prior, Melee Scholar, Warlock, Scrolls Professor, Constellations, Master Mysticologist, Clairvoyant, Sage, Knowledge Emperor, Hermit, Savant, Archaeologist, Black Knight, the Hanged Man, White Angel, the Sun, and more. It wasn't enough to overwhelm his mind and spirit, but it did disrupt his thoughts, making them sluggish and chaotic. The knowledge even vaguely coalesced into a scene with an ancient worn stone, slate. Lumion's consciousness grew foggy. Simultaneously from within the silver flask, covered with eyes and bumps, streams of blazing golden pure sunlight poured forth. They illuminated the palace rooftop area, lifting a miniature, fiercely burning sun. That sun expanded rapidly, purifying and igniting everything around it. Mystical reenactment. Lumion, riddled with countless issues, was immediately engulfed in searing pain, as though his skin were forcibly peeled away to expose raw flesh beneath. The lingering aura of the Blood Emperor in his palm, the underworld Taoist seal, and the black pinhole all activated in response, flaring into prominence. This brought a sliver of clarity amidst the fog of confusion. Crack! He used mirror substitution again. As shards of glass fell toward the base of the tower, he shifted positions, appearing at the edge of the palace rooftop that led deeper into the dark side of Avalon. But sunlight was everywhere, leaving no shadows behind. Lumion abruptly ignited golden flames bursting from him. His body began to melt. A sudden chill struck him from behind as if a ghostly, sticky shadow clung to his back, coiling around him in layers, trying to invade. How could there still be shadows in such blazing, pure, holy sunlight? Where is the absence of darkness? What sort of spell is this both holy and sinister? Lumion, though resilient to flames, feared the purifying force. He activated the black mark on his right shoulder without hesitation. Teleport. He disappeared from his position, instantly reappearing in the next area. His mission was not to kill or stall Zedus or seize the Grade 0 sealed artifact. Witnessing the terror of such an artifact, he knew there was no point in lingering. It would only interfere with his main objective. The reason he had fought Zedus earlier was due to his reluctance to advance too quickly, fearing he might stumble into an angel's battleground, which was likely even more dangerous than staying here. It was better to see if he could handle an opponent wielding a Grade 0 sealed artifact. As he emerged in the next area, he quickly used mirror substitution again, leaving the golden flames and chilling shadow to the mirror image. Glancing back, he saw the golden flames indeed melting the mirror, within which a patch of deep black writhed and struggled. Both vanished simultaneously. In the palace rooftop-like area, Side's entire form seemed amiss. The mass of black and white eyes on his back did not retract quickly. He strained to pursue the Demoness of unaging holding Destined madness. Suddenly, from the entrance of the dark side of Avalon, a thick mist of pale steam flowed into the area, coalescing mid-air into a figure. This figure was clad in a monk's grey robe, wearing an apron like that of ancient stonemasons, with chestnut hair, blue eyes, a handsome youthful face, and a tall, slender build. Under the influence of various spells, broken stone pillars were either completely shattered, collapsed entirely, sprouted eyes, or became a part of knowledge, bearing no resemblance to their original form. Using the ugly duckling magic to reveal an incomplete mythical creature form, the hermit Cadleia was held in a crushing grip by Retia, now a magenta dragon. Her attacks, her magic, all became ineffective once absorbed into Retia's informatized body. 10 seconds had passed, and the effects of the ugly duckling magic were nearing their end. Cadleia, unwavering and resolute, prepared to cast Ugly Duckling for the second and final time, according to plan. Only by relying on the incomplete mythical creature form could she hold her ground against Retia. At that moment, streams of transparent, intangible information cascaded into the area, reforming into the figure of Queen Mystic Bernadette, with chestnut hair, straight brows, and eyes as deep as the ocean. In a boundless wilderness, translucent ethereal information coalesced into the figure of Toriope, chairman of the Moses Ascetic Order. He had evaded Madam Magician's first round of multi-directional attacks using informatization to dodge from various directions with diverse abilities. Now reformed, Toriope still wore his hood, but his upper body was bare. His torso no longer appeared human, resembling a fusion of 5 or 6 things. There was a menacing wolf's head with black fur, a blazing throne of fire, a pale face with strange eyes, a writhing mass of maggots, and multiple asymmetrical black symbols. These were the mystical reenactment spells Toriope had added to his information body over the years, making them truly a part of him. In this form, the corresponding magic would immediately trigger and strike any target. As for the loss of control gaze spell, Toriope deemed it too dangerous and hadn't fully deciphered its secrets. He feared adding it would destabilize the overall information structure, resulting in a loss of control. Clang! Just as Toriope completed his reformation, preparing to unleash numerous spells simultaneously, an ancient ethereal chime echoed, and he glimpsed a massive weathered bell in shades of blackish green and grey-white. For an instant, he was dazed, but then he quickly cast the 5 or 6 spells all at once. They missed every target and had no impact on any life form. Madam Magician had vanished from the wilderness. A pulse of information flickered in the corner of Toriope's brow. His emotions became slightly unstable. He knew his enemy would be back any moment, striking but never hitting, fleeing but never escaping. Then Toriope saw the ground deep within the wilderness silently cave in. A vast pit opened, leading to a hazy, misty, obscure place. Toriope's spirits lifted again, his mood brightening. The great hidden sage had finally responded. That hazy, foggy area was actually a hidden escape route, granted by the hidden sage when Toriope had established Avalon. Once he escaped through there, his enemies would be unable to track or locate him. Based on the hidden sage's namesake, he naturally wielded powers of concealment. That was also why he was still alive from the 4th epoch to the present. Joyfully, Toriope dissolved into a flood of information again, rushing toward the large, collapsed pit. Madam Magician reappeared in the skies above the wilderness. On the blue Avenger, Franca handed out 3 pieces of yellow paper, covered with fine patterns, tiny writing, and strange symbols to Professor Periodic Table and Prototype. Burn them, by rubbing them with your spirituality. Franca instructed solemnly. Taking the yellow paper, Prototype quickly glanced over it, noting a resemblance to, yet significant difference from, the entries in Razel's diary. He faintly discerned 2 characters. Celestial Master. We Professor and the others hesitated for a second before setting their yellow papers aflame. The blue smoke from the burning paper didn't dissipate, but instead coalesced into a column, rising into the grey-white mist above. In the next second, Professor and the others seemed to see a wilderness filled with countless figures wandering and screaming. The knowledge pursuing them surged, becoming fiercer. They once again experienced the intense agony of the hidden sage's relentless indoctrination. Then, a hazy silhouette began to emerge before them. The figure sat cross-legged, his face as smooth as jade, dressed in a blue robe with a high crown atop his head. He held something known as a whisk. In an unknown, mysterious realm, a light composed of complex information concealed itself in the surrounding area. It was none other than the hidden sage who had foreseen the danger. Suddenly he trembled violently, his form twisting like a massive serpent pierced by an unseen force. He had predicted the danger, but he hadn't foreseen that it would come from the wilderness. Enduring the pain, he attempted to sever the connection, hoping to conceal this part of his information. At that moment, a figure clad in a black trench coat followed the trace of the connection, descending from above and landing in front of him, at the edge of the unknown land. The figure used his right hand, gloved in black, to press down on the half-hide silk top hat atop his head, gradually straightening his posture. Chapter 1069, Nemesis. The hidden sage felt he must respond, but he couldn't decide which plan to choose. Should he quickly repel the invading enemy, or destroy this unknown realm of his creation to create chaos, escape detection, and hide once again? He had never hesitated like this before, unable to make a decision, as if affected by some beyonder power. Then he heard the clang of a bell. It seemed to come from ancient times, crossing vast ages. A weathered, mottled clock's phantom appeared, and a black-gloved left hand held the hands of the clock, that had been ticking between grey-white and blue-black. In this moment of stillness, the fool raised his right palm, thrusting forward his firmly gripped cane. The cane, inlaid with countless stardust, caused the void to collapse layer by layer, where it passed, surging toward the hidden sage. As the fool's cane thrust forward, in the astral world full of various concepts, distorted abstractions and chaos, a hazy light began to glow, as if about to bring scenes of profound, magnificent scrolls down to the unknown realm where that battle was taking place. Just then, in the high skies of daylight, the crimson moon suddenly became prominent. It grew brighter and rounder, its color deepening until it seemed stained with fresh blood. The blood moon descended. The blood moon's crimson light shone upon the invisible barrier in the astral world, illuminating all the distorted concepts here, preventing any deity from escaping, and making that hazy clear light afraid to fall to its intended destination. On the wilderness, Toriope, who was rushing toward the misty hazy place in the form of an information flood, suddenly discovered that the remaining few dozen meters had become winding and tortuous, twisting back and forth, as if one had to navigate a maze to reach the destination. Outside the maze lay ethereal darkness filled with brilliant stars, without any paths. Once entered, one would likely become lost immediately, unable to find an exit, let alone reach the intended destination. This was the control over journey and space wielded by High Sequence, beyonders of the door pathway. Though there must be a door and a destination, they could set the exit at the farthest point and turn the journey between into a maze that couldn't be quickly traversed. This was also a kind of seal, a seal with time constraints. After restricting Toriope's movement, Madame Magician, floating in mid-air, wearing her silver-starred black robe, suddenly split into 9. Behind each figure, differently colored planets hazily appeared. A terrifying, immense gravitational force emanated from these 9 figures, instantly tearing apart the maze that had trapped Toriope, seeming to slow the flow of time itself, causing the light in this area to flow toward different ethereal planets, unable to shine along its intended path. Toriope, who had just reformed his body and planned to immediately release multiple spells using previously added information to force back the enemy again, felt 9 invisible hands grab different parts of his body, his head, neck, left ribs, right leg, and other places, pulling madly outward. He was about to be dismembered. He had no choice but to informatize again, becoming an ethereal, transparent, complex flood. This information flood was also being torn apart, pulled outward stream by stream, but the main structure remained undamaged. When Lumion teleported into this wilderness, he saw the scene of 9 Madame Magicians surrounding an area ravaged by a space-time storm. All 9 figures were flickering, constantly switching between false and real at a speed that made them indistinguishable from each other. Seeing this, Lumion unhesitatingly took out the phone manufactured by the god of steam and machinery and tossed it into the air. The 9 figures suddenly merged into one, no longer flickering. Madame Magician's fixed position was exactly where Lumion had thrown the phone. She caught the phone with one hand and skillfully opened the corresponding mini-program. At this moment, from within the space-time storm being torn apart, from that danger-filled dark area, streams of ethereal, transparent information surged forth, reforming into Toriop's figure. He was only wounded. The overall structure of his information flow hadn't collapsed or been compressed under the terrifying gravitational force. Compared to before, Toriop seemed slightly shorter. The fierce wolf's head that should have been on his right chest had moved to near his neck. Both hands appeared at his navel, and his legs were of uneven length. These were all caused by information misalignment, but the overall balance remained. Madame Magician's figure vanished again from mid-air, and seeing this, Lumion quietly retreated from the edge of the wilderness. Having achieved his wish, Toriop immediately transformed into a complex transparent information flood, rushing toward the collapsed pit just dozens of meters away, toward that misty, hazy place. In an instant, he again saw the pass become twisted, full of misleading directions. He was trapped in the maze. Again, Madame Magician had returned once again. Just then, Toriop's information flood within the maze instantly dispersed, quickly vanishing. This was false information that Toriop had specially prepared for the enemy. Meanwhile, his concealed true information had quietly reached the entrance of the secret passage, still rushing toward that haziness in the form of an ethereal, transparent flood. Madame Magician, wearing her silver-starred black robe, suddenly blinked to the edge of the exit, blinking right in front of Toriop. Toriop had anticipated this, and his information flood immediately dispersed into multiple intertwining streams, preparing to bypass the enemy from above her head, both sides, and below her feet to enter the exit. During this process, even if some parts were intercepted, as long as the overall structure and balance remained, Toriop wouldn't die. At worst, he would be missing limbs and some spells after reforming, which could be researched and added back later. Seeing the streams of transparent information about to scatter and escape, Madame Magician raised the phone in her palm and pressed the activation button for the information shredder. The previously lit phone screen suddenly grew dark, as if all light had been absorbed into the running mini-program. This emitted an overwhelming, terrifying gravitational force, specifically targeting information. The streams of information Toriop had broken into uncontrollably changed their destination, rushing toward the dark phone screen. Madame Magician's face and back of her hands also showed signs of writhing flesh. Essentially, these were also a form of information, as were the surrounding wilderness and the haziness behind. However, they existed in a very stable physical form, effectively resisting the overwhelming gravitational force emanating from within the phone screen. As stream after stream of information entered Madame Magician's phone, a scream suddenly erupted from the depths of the dark screen. The screen was extremely panicked, extremely terrified, as if encountering a nemesis, encountering the most terrifying thing in the world. The scream was also information. The scream abruptly ceased. After all of Toriop's dispersed information had entered the information shredder, the phone screen quickly regained its brightness, and one after another, crystals formed from seemingly transparent information were spat out, like a monster spitting out bones after devouring humans. This was the beyonder characteristic of a Sequence 2 sage of the Mystery Prior pathway. An angel had perished. Seeing all the crystals had been spat out, Madame Magician threw the phone back to Lumion, who had re-entered the wilderness. "Hurry," she urged, then disappeared from her spot. She planned to teleport back, change her robe, then return to help. This would only take a second or two, as she wore 2 layers of robes and only needed to remove the outer one. Lumion caught the phone imbued with the god of steam and machinery's divine power and latest research results, and immediately activated the teleport mark on his right shoulder. His destination was deep in the wilderness, at the entrance to the secret passage, filled with haziness. In the library with its messy shelves but numerous books. O'Hays, another of the 10 pillars guarding Avalon, had just come from where the mystical items were sealed. He held a mask that seemed forged from black gold. The mask was asymmetrical from left to right, and not even in a regular pattern of one side being smaller than the other, but rather chaotic. The left eye socket was large and hollow, the right small, the left nasal bridge collapsed, the right prominent, the left cheekbone protruding, the right drooping downward, the whole giving an indescribable sense of madness and majesty. This was one of the 3 Grade 0 sealed artifacts currently possessed by the Moses Ascetic Order, obtained during the chaos of the War of 4 Emperors, and named Solomon's Mask. O'Hays had chosen it from among the remaining 2 Grade 0 sealed artifacts, preparing to go support Vice Chairman Retier or his peer Sides. Unfortunately, there were only 3 demigods currently guarding Avalon, the 3 of them plus Chairman Toriope, and they couldn't even find another saint to use the last Grade 0 sealed artifact. The negative effects of that sealed artifact were too lethal for any Beyonder. Without Godhood to bear, I can only hope the chairman or vice chairman can return to take the post-apocalyptic scripture, then either repel the invaders or lead everyone in escape. O'Hays looked back at the sealed location, praying that the mid-sequence warlocks in the dark side would find their way here. With Solomon's Mask, he could no longer use those Grade 1 sealed artifacts. And if these sealed artifacts couldn't be put to use, then Moses' ascetic order's chances of victory would decrease further, and if they had to retreat later, they would have to abandon them, suffering heavy losses. At this crucial moment, regardless of whether one was Sequence 5 or not, those who could use Grade 1 sealed artifacts should quickly take control of them, making them easier to take away. Glancing at the asymmetrical black gold mask, O'Hays gritted his teeth and put it on his face. The black gold mask suddenly writhed, as if trying to merge with his flesh. O'Hays let out a muffled groan of pain, his entire body instantly growing much larger. At this moment, a figure reflected in his eyes. That figure was barefoot, wearing a simple robe with a tree bark belt tied around. The waist, black hair gently swaying behind. Chapter No 70, Onward. In the sea of greyish-white fog all around, Professor, Periodic Table, and Prototype were either leaning against the ship's railings, their faces flushed and throbbing, or crouching down covering their ears, curled up or constantly grabbing and pulling their own hair, as if trying to rip off their skulls to relieve the pressure their brains were bearing. Seeing their reactions, Franca couldn't help but look over at Mr. Hanged Man. Is there a way to alleviate this situation? This was a problem that even a spectator's placate could not solve, as it was not mental confusion or an emotional outburst, but simply that their brains could not withstand being flooded with so much knowledge in such a short time, not even able to activate their self-protection mechanisms and pass out. So Madam Justice had not participated in the actions on the Blue Avenger, nor had she provided corresponding charms. Of course, to bear the power of a demigod, the materials for the charms had more special requirements than before, not something that could be made just by wanting to, unless the power level was deliberately suppressed, making the completed charms only at Sequence 6 or 5 standards. Mr. Hanged Man thought for a moment and said, "Knock them out, make them lose consciousness." This Major Arcana card holder added tentatively, "This might help." "Makes sense." Franca turned her gaze back to Professor and the others, eager to try. Just then, the condition of Professor and the others eased, the blue veins on their faces no longer protruding, and the hair they pulled out gradually diminished. Phew, Franca secretly let out a sigh of relief. After another dozen or so seconds, Professor, Periodic Table, and Prototype gradually recovered to normal, although some still looked rather pale, and some were still slightly trembling. No wonder you compared the danger we might encounter to the hidden sage, forcibly infusing knowledge. It's about the same. Professor sighed, saying in a puzzled tone, "Those knowledge really came alive, rushing towards us, as if they would tear us into pieces if we didn't study them earnestly." This was significantly different from the hidden sage's indoctrination, as Professor and the others had actually had a similar experience before, but the corresponding amount was small and did not cause such severe pain. Prototype glanced at Franca and Mr. Hanged Man and asked thoughtfully, "Who is the Celestial Master?" Franca let out a hollow laugh. "I'll tell you later." She then smiled at Professor and the others. "Your mission is accomplished." "Really? We don't have to do it again?" "Did it succeed?" Professor and the others asked respectively. They were clearly more relaxed, with a barely disguised joy in their tone. Franco exchanged a glance with Mr. Hanged Man and said, "Our part is done, but results from the other side remain unknown." Mr. Hanged Man nodded in agreement, raising his right hand towards the Blue Avenger. "Return to port." In the dark side of Avalon, the hermit Cat Lear had left the area with the broken stone pillars, escaping the battle with Dragon Scholar Retia. She was now in a pitch-black corridor, with light seeping in at the end, leading not to a room, but to an open wilderness. As she walked, Cat Lear couldn't help but look back. She had actually wanted to stay and help Queen Mystic deal with Retia, but ultimately decided to leave. This was because, first, she had seen the Queen take out a black crown inlaid with many dark gems. Second, she herself was not yet an angel, an ugly duckling, could only be used one more time, the brief 10+ seconds could not turn the tide of battle, and might even affect Queen Mystic's performance. And third, she had other things to do. Cat Lear turned her gaze forward, continuing to fly through the pitch-black corridor with a faint light at the end. She felt that the remaining filth of Avalon was hidden in the darkness that could not be illuminated on the sides, the fallen state of the remaining warlocks, the pain of beyonders of the same sequence being forcibly infused with knowledge by the hidden sage, and the last screams of those who had lost control and gone mad. She too had once experienced similar pain, teetering on the edge of losing control, relying on Mr. Fool. She had initially guaranteed her own safety, and her withdrawal from the battle between Queen Mystic and Retia was to ensure that there were no accidents on the Chariot Lumian's side, to ensure that all the Beyonders of the Mystery Prior pathway were rid of this hidden danger, and never had to worry about knowledge infusion day and night. Of course, knowledge would still spread to individuals, just not as frequently, or terribly. The hermit Cat Lear flew faster and more resolutely, for there were important martyrs waiting for her ahead. Finally, she passed through the light at the end of the corridor and arrived in a boundless wilderness. At this moment the crimson moon shone from above, casting a faint blood-red hue over the entire wilderness, but without any substantial effect. Cat Lear looked, and saw Mr. Chariot Lumian standing by the sunken pit in the depths of the wilderness, and Madam Magician Fours now in a purple-black robe. "Is Toriop dead?" The hermit Cat Lear blurted out. Madam Magician smiled slightly. At a true god's own hand, and with a restraining tool, how could Toriop not die? "I've sealed all his Beyonder characteristics, and will distribute them according to Mr. Fool's wishes after the operation is over." As she spoke, the wilderness began to tremble slightly, with soil, weeds, and stones continuously peeling off into the void, though not much. Avalon was created by Toriop, and now that he was dead, it would naturally wither away. The hermit nodded slightly, walking over to Lumian under the not-so-dense crimson moonlight. She and the magician stood on the left and right, one in front and one behind, guarding against unexpected occurrences. The crimson full moon hung high in the sky, outshining the sun and making all the continents, oceans, and islands seem to be draped in a faintly sinister red veil. In the capital of the Roasted Archipelago, the city of Generosity Biome, at an outdoor cafe, Mr. Star Leonard sipped a cup of Fermo coffee with milk and sugar, glancing at the hurrying pedestrians rushing home. Most people in this world knew that the blood moon brought misfortune, a sign of bad things to come. "Old man, Sue and his brothers have been really patient not making a move yet, and those angels secretly serving the Great Mother haven't made a sound either," Mr. Star murmured, setting down his bone coffee cup. An aged voice then sounded in his ear. "If they really attempt to rescue the hidden sage, and really come to destroy the Roasted Archipelago, then it's not a big problem. The fact that there's not a stir means trouble." Mr. Star immediately understood what the old man meant. This meant that the existence of the hidden sage was no longer of great importance to the evil gods or the Great Mother's subsequent plans. This was troubling. Didn't the Great Mother also intervene and suppress the orthodox gods? Mr. Star thought aloud. Since the existence of the hidden sage would weaken the resistance forces within the barrier and reduce the chances of new gods being born, they should certainly try to save him, but it's no longer a key issue, something they can choose to do or not do. The aged voice responded simply. The Star Leonard picked up his coffee again, chuckling. Indeed, there's a sense that the situation is gradually worsening, that the apocalypse is coming and there's nothing that could be done to change it. After taking a sip of coffee, this demigod of the Church of Evernite, a major arcana card holder, sobered his expression and said in a low voice, "But no matter what, we have to save ourselves. No matter what, getting rid of the hidden sage is a good thing and can increase the hope of resisting the apocalypse." With that he raised his head, gazing at the sinister crimson moon. The moonlight seemed to drip with blood. In the mysterious unknown realm, compared to before, several mountain peaks had now emerged, a vast sea appeared, and countless crevices formed. The hidden sage's location was also composed of information, and with the fooling, the information would naturally undergo various changes, creating the current environment. After nearly 20 seconds of battle, the hidden sage, who had still not recovered from the surprise attack, was finally pierced by the star-studded cane. The ethereal glow of the complex information, like a giant serpent, suddenly collapsed towards the tip of the cane, towards a certain point within. The dissolved glow crumbled inch by inch, the countless information squeezed together, compressed into a dark spherical ball, and with the withdrawal of the star-studded cane, it exploded outward with a thunderous sound. The overall structure of the information was thus destroyed. Stream after stream of information fell and dissipated, and from among them emerged a faint crimson. These crimsons grew rapidly, about to coalesce together, bringing new life. With a gesture of the fool's star-studded cane, the surrounding void bent down, herding all the crimsons together, sealing them within a small ethereal dark sphere. The ethereal sphere, along with the gathered crimsons, instantly vanished. However, after the disintegrating information and crimson light completely disappeared, no Beyonder characteristics were extracted, nor did a uniqueness emerge. The fool in the black coat suddenly turned his gaze to the other side of the unknown realm, towards the end of the sea. An ethereal glow resembling a giant serpent suddenly emerged there, then turned into a shadowy mass with countless black and white distinct eyes. Backup and hidden information. The hidden sage still had more than one such hidden backup information. The countless distinct black and white eyes spun rapidly, each coalescing into ethereal and complex symbols, flooding the fool's mind with a terrifying amount of useless knowledge. Chapter Row 771, Fooling. The figure of the fool, inundated with countless pieces of knowledge, suddenly froze, his head exploding into a mass of warped maggots. These maggots rapidly disappeared, leaving behind only a pair of black gloves and a cane inlaid with many star fragments. Amidst the thin mist that permeated the mountain peaks, another figure descended. Once again the fool, dressed in a black coat and wearing a half-top hat. The black gloves and star-studded cane immediately returned to his control. Just now? That was just a historical projection. On the black shadow that the hidden sage had transformed into, the protruding black and white distinct eyes each rotated, reflecting the figure of the fool once more. At this moment, he wanted to escape. This is not to say that he lacked the courage to destroy his current body and revive using the backup, hidden information from other locations for a being of such a living uniqueness. This would not be too painful. The reason restraining him from making this choice was for the designated backup information to receive the uniqueness. The hidden sage had to, before death, actively choose and activate it himself, and this activation could potentially be traced and located. As the embodiment of mysticism, knowledge, the hidden sage naturally knew the specialties of his current enemies, and what role the dark barrier that had sealed off the entire unknown realm and the permeating grey fog within it could play. If he did not activate it, the uniqueness would naturally transfer to the nearest backup information, following the proximity principle, and the hidden sage had hidden another backup within this unknown realm. When he had initially made these arrangements, his idea was that if a powerful enemy arrived, he could try to drive them away or outright kill them and claim the spoils by reviving twice, and if the two revivals failed, it would mean he could not win, so he would let himself be killed the third time and revive from the backup information hidden elsewhere, fully escaping the entanglement. In other words, the hidden sage was not panicked now. After dying twice more, he could truly flee this unknown realm without being tracked, and return to a state of hiding. His current plan was to try counterattacking, and if that didn't work, just wait to be killed, rather than self-destruct. Information underwent loss, degradation, errors and chaos in the process of constant backups. This was a fundamental rule of the entire world, a manifestation of error, decay, and increasing entropy. The more times the overall information was backed up, the higher the probability of problems arising, and the greater the latent chaos. If the hidden sage were to revive using the fourth set of information, some hidden errors might emerge, and the enemy before him symbolized error. In this matter, self-destruction would lead to more significant degradation and amplification of chaos in the information, because it started from an internal, self-conscious negation rather than being killed by others. In the black and white distinct eyes that reflected the fool's figure, new ethereal symbols emerged, not complex, just simple numbers. One was 0, the other 1. In the cognition of the Moses ascetic order, each number had spirituality and its own symbolic meaning. Of course, numbers did not directly possess power, but they could bring corresponding occult implications. And one of the hidden sage's core abilities was to imbue numbers with power, giving them truly different, somewhat diminished symbolic force compared to the original. Among them, Pa represented chaos, the unknown, what existed before, everything, while 1 represented the beginning, the oldest one, the creator who made this world. The Te and On within those black and white eyes suddenly underwent a change. They connected end to end, rapidly flowing through the transparent tunnel formed by the eye orbs, shifting from 2 to 1, then from 1 back to 0, from non-existence to existence, and then back again, accompanying the appearance and flow of these I and 1. The unknown realm rapidly became transparent. Whether it was the realm itself, the shrouding dark barrier, or the diffused grey fog, all were now composed of countless 0 and 1. They were clusters formed by just these two numbers. The figure of the fool also underwent similar changes, crawling over his face. His gloves were countless small worms, transparent or brilliant or segmented, all woven from intertwined strings of band. 1. Under the hidden sage's influence, vast numbers of 1 were turning into DK, sender, and when D day dominated the majority, this numeric world would completely collapse and disappear into nothingness. Unable to impede the hidden sage's escape any longer, even the fool himself would be affected, unable to locate and track in time. Suddenly the fool's figure vanished. He appeared in the sky filled with digital fog, thrusting the star-studded cane downward from afar. Silently, the dark barrier confining the unknown realm imploded inward, causing the diffuse grey fog and the unknown realm itself to crumble inch by inch, generating a series of terrifying spatial temporal storms. The fool had proactively plunged this numeric world into destruction. The raging spatial temporal storm swept towards the hidden sage, the surrounding disintegration and collapse also spreading to this evil god. The hidden sage was not alarmed, but delighted. This destruction not only caused the last backup information hidden in the unknown realm to be destroyed, allowing him to truly escape the fool's pursuit after just one more death, but also lifted the barrier, throwing the situation into chaos, even if he fled directly or activated the corresponding backup information. In advance, he wouldn't have to worry about being tracked. The hidden sage, with his countless black and white distinct eyes, let the world's collapse and the spatial temporal storm's tearing ravage fall upon himself. He was immediately reduced to stream after stream of transparent, ethereal information. This information was tinged with an imperceptible crimson. Just as the hidden sage was about to fade away and revive from the hidden backup information, the left hand of the fool in the sky, not holding the star-studded cane, suddenly reached forward. Clang! The ancient tolling of a bell echoed through the world on the verge of total collapse, and the hands of the massive illusory stone clock were pressed down by the black palm. The raging dark storms, the collapsing mountains, chasms and seas, all were frozen, as if turned into a photograph. In this scene, the only ones still able to move were the fool and the hidden sage, which had already collapsed into multiple streams of information, but not yet completely vanished. Mr. Fool had not included the hidden sage within the time freeze. The black coat behind him billowed, and the face under the black hat became dim and obscure. Fooled. In the wilderness, Lumion, having received the cue, jumped into the fog, completely filling the sunken pit with the phone in hand. This secret passage had long been grafted to the unknown realm where the hidden sage was. As Lumion's figure appeared within this destruction scene paused in time, the hidden sage fragmented into multiple streams of information, and instinctively wanting to flee, suddenly sensed something. He sensed the presence of a child of God. No, that is the aura of the Great Mother. The Great Mother has come to save me. The streams of the hidden sage's information rushed towards the uncloaked Lumion, whose radiant countenance was now revealed. Not only did he feel he had been saved, but he also believed there was a chance to turn the tide. If the Great Mother had personally intervened, what else could not happen? Lumion raised his right hand, holding the phone displaying a small program screen towards the front. At this moment the freezing had reached its limit, and the destruction resumed its progress. The hidden sage's information surged even more frantically. Affected by this evil god's aura, personage, and current state, Lumion's fair, smooth skin began peeling away, with chunks of flesh writhing, about to sprout distinct black and white eyes. This was both corruption and impact. Lumion did not flee or abandon the phone, standing still and savoring the physical pain and spiritual ecstasy. The residual aura of the Blood Emperor, the seal of the underworld Taoist, and the pitch-black pinhole in his palm had all been activated. His mind was descending into chaos, as if he had gained knowledge he should not have. His mouth curled up, with two distinct black and white eyes. Looking at the frantically surging transparent information of the hidden sage, he smiled brilliantly. "I've come to find you. I told you I would come find you." Piece by piece, the flesh on Lumion's body began falling off, each bearing distinct black and white eyes. But he remained motionless, still firmly gripping the phone, made by the god of steam and machinery. Finally, the hidden sage's information reached its destination. Lumion immediately pressed the information shredder app's run button. The phone's surface suddenly turned dark, drawing in the remaining light and the disembodied information around it. The hidden sage abruptly became lucid, but it was too late. The phone had transformed into a massive vortex, sweeping in all the transparent, ethereal information it had fragmented into. Seeing this, Lumion no longer held back, igniting the corrupted himself with the fire of destruction. Amid the violent burning of the black flames restraining his frenzy and repression, he turned to ash with a brilliant yet horrifying smile. The real him had died. The corruption spread to the mirror, and the him in the mirror also died. Only the dormant mirror, hidden away beforehand by concealment powers, remained unaffected. The phone's barrier lit up again, the portion of ethereal glow composed of complex information, desperately trying to break free, escaping control. The fool in the black coat and half-high hat descended in front of the phone and Lumion's traveler's bag, with the collapsing and disintegrating unknown realm behind him. The hidden sage cried out in despair and fear. "Spare me! I will pledge loyalty to you." "Spare me!" The fool's voice was coldly incisive yet somewhat gentle. "You have harmed too many people." He raised the star-studded cane, pushing the struggling hidden sage back into the phone screen. From the depths of the phone, a chilling sound, like a monster gnawing on human bones, echoed out. Chapter Low 7072 Distribution. The indescribable sound of chewing came from the phone. The fool raised his head, casting his gaze upwards towards the blood-red moon that was illuminating everything. The huge round moon gradually returned to normal, its radiance fading until only a crimson hue remained. At this moment the previously dark phone screen lit up again, with countless ethereal and complex pieces of information emerging, weaving into a peculiar, intricate symbol. This symbol was projected out, carried by the power contained within the information shredder, hidden in the phone by the god of steam and machinery, and it quickly scanned every continent, island, and ocean. One by one, the backup information hidden by the hidden sage was located, the overall structure destroyed, and the information rapidly dissipated. When the special symbol returned to the phone screen, the hidden sage transmitted its final burst of information, a desperate scream. Aboard the Blue Avenger sailing back through the grayish-white fog, Professor, periodic table, and prototype were all startled for a moment. They exchanged glances, and finally Professor asked Franca and the captain, "Did you hear a wail or a scream?" "No." Franca shook her head. The hangman also said, "I didn't hear anything." "We all heard it." Professor's brow furrowed beneath the butterfly mask. "But it was faint, as if it came from far away." "Yes." Periodic table and prototype also indicated they had heard a similar sound. Franca thought for a moment and then said, "Don't worry about it. Hearing strange sounds in these waters is normal. Just ignore it and don't take it seriously." With that, Franca smiled. "Think on the bright side. Maybe it was the scream of the hidden sage before his death?" The professor and the others looked at each other. The hanged man had a pensive expression and after a few seconds said, "Maybe that's the case." Even Franca was taken aback. "Already?" The hidden sage's wail had pierced the ears of every warlock, alarming the 10 pillars of the Moses ascetic order who were not in Avalon. They either made prophecies based on it or, through spiritual intuition, discovered that something was amiss and quickly relocated and concealed themselves. Ritia, the dragon scholar within Avalon, and Sides and Ohias, who wielded the Grade 0 sealed artifacts, were also affected, rapidly falling into a disadvantaged position and subsequently perishing. The completely destroyed unknown realm had become a rapidly shrinking dark vortex. The fool holding Lumien's traveler's bag watched as the floating phone continuously erupted with various luminous fragments. Spraying and spraying, the phone began expanding as if about to be ruptured by something. Bang! It did explode and a dull, apathetic, eyelashless ethereal eye was ejected, falling into the fool's palm. The scattered phone components, tinged with a faint crimson, wriggled as if about to give birth to new parts. They were blocked by the suddenly darkened void and retracted inward, quickly converging within the ethereal sphere, dissipating along with it. The fool, along with the beyonder characteristics that had been expelled earlier, also vanished. Lumien felt as if he had slept a long, dreamless sleep, his entire being calm and peaceful within the embrace of darkness. After an unknown period of time, he finally opened his eyes to find himself in the void and shadowy realm behind the mirror. He stood up and stepped out of the glass surface, his eyes reflecting the ancient, dilapidated palace used for the curly-haired baboons' research society's gatherings. Behind him was the giant stone chair, on which sat the sleeping mirror he had made for himself, its surface marked with dark red patterns, as if inscribed in fresh blood. This was a pre-arranged preparation. With Madame Hela's help, he had placed the sleeping mirror in the nation of the Evernite to isolate it from potential corruption. As for why he didn't choose the area above the grey fog or place the sleeping mirror next to the fool's throne, it was because that would have isolated not only the corruption, but also Lumien's own resurrection. Unless it was the fool himself, or he responded in time above the grey fog, Lumien's beyonder characteristics could not be transferred to the area near the fool's throne, and the consciousness and spirit within the sleeping mirror would not be restored. Moreover, this kind of resurrection required passing through the greyish-white fog, and there was a high probability of encountering other forms of corruption, as the fool was only in the preliminary stages of awakening, not fully awake. Lumien recalled the previous events, confirming that the hidden sage had voluntarily entered the effective range of the information shredder. He picked up the large stone chair-mounted mirror and brought it up to his face. The mirror, the size of a head, reflected a beautiful face with shallow blue and clear eyes. Lumien spoke to the mirror. "The hidden sage is dead. All the warlocks no longer need to worry about being forcibly indoctrinated by him." The mirror's gorgeous face broke into a relieved and radiant smile. After a few seconds, Lumien, as usual, recited the corresponding incantation to leave the ancient dilapidated palace and return to the luxurious villa. Jenna, who was responsible for the cleanup, had just returned home and released Ludwig from behind one of her mirrors. This was a precaution in case Jenna's luck was too poor, and she directly encountered the Moses Ascetic Order's saint holding a Grade 0 sealed artifact. Ludwig licked his lips, a little glum. So much delicious food, and he didn't get to eat any of it. Are you two okay? Franca, who had already returned, asked the two companions with concern. Lumion chuckled. Whether I'm okay or not doesn't matter. The important thing is that something must have happened to the hidden sage. Jenna took the opportunity to say, Madam Magician said the spoils will be distributed by Mr. Fool. She then asked a little anxiously, But Madam Magician didn't take these from me. These were the gains from her cleanup of the fallen warlocks. I will help you ask Mr. Fool, Lumion then asked. Have all the warlocks in Avalon been eliminated? Jenna shook her head. I've cleaned up those who have fallen and become evil and are still in their period of silence, but I don't know about the hidden aspects of Avalon. I handed them over to Ma'am Hermit, who said she would select a batch to send to the Church of the Fool for reform, and the remaining ones are still on the ship, for her to reform. With a pleasant mood, Lumion curiously asked, Have you discovered any secrets in the hidden aspects of Avalon? I don't know. While Jenna shook her head, Lumion suddenly paused. Then he told Franca and Jenna, Mr. Fool has called for an emergency meeting. Above the grey fog within the majestic palace, several figures emerged, slightly blurred, on either side of an ancient bronze table. These were the major arcana card holders involved in the hunt for the hidden sage. Good afternoon, Mr. Fool. Madam Justice was the first to stand and bow. Seemingly due to the death of the hidden sage, many warlocks had been saved, and her tone was more lively and energetic. After all the major arcana card holders had finished their greetings and reseated themselves, Mr. Fool at the head rapped the edge of the bronze table lightly. Dragon Scholar Ratier was killed, but she did not fully die. There is a spell related to resurrection and concealment within the mystical reenactment she created. However, this is not important, as our main purpose has been achieved. Hearing Mr. Fool's announcement of the result, Lumion's hanging heart settled. The hidden sage was truly dead, dead beyond death. At this moment he was so joyful that he wanted to dance with Franca or Jenna. The Fool looked at each participant and said in a low voice, The uniqueness of the hidden sage belongs to the god of steam and machinery, the knowledge emperor Beyonder. Characteristics containing sequence 9 to sequence 1 will go to Bernadette, including the assistance she provided in the dream. The Church of Ebonite will receive the Destined Madness Grade 0 sealed artifact, and the Beyond the Characteristics of Seeds, who was corrupted by this sealed artifact. In addition to these, they also obtain several Grade 1 sealed artifacts. The rest are ours. After hearing Mr. Fool's explanation, Lumion, who had fought against the Destined Madness Grade 0 sealed artifact, was suddenly stirred and asked, Why did the Church of Ebonite choose Destined Madness? It conceals a secret that needs to be excavated. Mr. Fool answered Lumion's question in a gentle tone. He continued, Our main gains include the Sage Beyond a Characteristic from Toriopi, the Grade 0 sealed artifacts, Solomon's Mask and Post-Apocalyptic Scripture, as well as 9 Grade 1 sealed artifacts, including 2 related to Clairvoyant, 3 related to Mysticologist, 1 to Manipulator, 1 to Pallbearer, 1 to Alchemist, 1 to Arcane Scholar, and various mid and low sequence Beyond the Characteristics, as well as some Grade 2 and 3 sealed artifacts. Mr. Fool turned his gaze to the Hermit Catalia. This was a continuation of your mission, the result of your previous efforts. You can choose first. The Hermit Catalia did not show any false modesty. Mr. Fool, I want the Sage Beyond the Characteristic. The Fool then looked at Lumion. Your role was crucial, the key to the complete demise of the hidden sage. You can choose second. Lumion had already decided the answer. Mr. Fool, I want the potion formula of Weather Warlock. Whether he had spoils or not actually didn't matter to him. This is a bonus, Mr. Fool said calmly. Hi! You can also choose 1 Grade 0 sealed artifact. As since the deity has said so, Lumion was no longer polite and after thinking for a moment said, I choose the Post-Apocalyptic Scripture. He felt that, according to Ma'am Hermit's previous explanation, the Solomon's Mask must correspond to the angelic level beyond a characteristic of the Black Emperor pathway, and the Black Emperor pathway and the Justiciar pathway were neighboring and could be switched. Madam Judgment was also a friend of the Madam Magician. The post-apocalyptic scripture is related to the fate pathway, Mr. Fool simply said, then turned to Madam Magician. The Solomon's Mask is yours. Madam Magician was momentarily taken aback. And you? You're the main force, yet you don't keep the angelic level beyond the characteristics or the grade 0 sealed artifacts. Leaning back in his chair, the Fool's voice, amidst its usual warmth, contained a touch of joy and nostalgia. I don't need them. The death of the hidden sage is the result I wanted the most. Chapter 1073, Post-Apocalyptic. Scripture. Hearing Mr. Fool's words, Madam Justice suddenly felt a bit happier. She felt that Mr. Fool's state had improved a bit. Madam Magician, upon hearing this, no longer said much, lightly nodding and saying, I will. I defer to your will. If she were really allowed to choose the spoils, she would also have chosen the Solomon's Mask. The ability of this grade 0 sealed artifact would be a great supplement and enhancement for her, as well as for Madam Judgment, and in the future, it could also become a choice for her transition to the angelic pathway through the Justicia pathway. As for the potion formula of the Sequence 2 Entropy Duke of the Black Emperor pathway, Mr. Fool had it he possessed the Black Emperor card from the Cards of Blasphemy. The chaos of these years, the spread of the evil god's faith, the frequent occurrence of various events have made Zio, the Chaos Hunter, digest her potions quickly, and she is about to complete her advancement to an angel. The high sequence beyonders of the Black Emperor pathway seem to have the trait of body gigantification, same for Nest. It would be very suitable for Shio to switch over to that path. Madam Magician's thoughts gradually drifted away. Mr. Fool then turned his gaze to the Hanged Man. And your choice? Esteemed Mr. Fool, I would like the grade 1 sealed artifact formed by the mysticologist, Beyonder characteristic. The Hanged Man had already decided on his choice when Mr. Fool was introducing the spoils. His ability characteristics and the sealed artifacts of the Hunter pathway he had obtained from the Blue Avenger's treasury were already quite overpowering, and he lacked the stealthy means to achieve his goals. All right, Murumu's spellbook is yours. The Fool turned his gaze to Justice. Although Justice had not directly participated in the action, she had woven the phone from the dream for Lumion, and was always prepared to provide spiritual and mental healing for the participants in the hunt. Additionally, she had made a substantial contribution to awakening Mr. Fool in the Dream City, and so far had only obtained the revelation related to the ancient dragon. Madam Justice smiled and said, Mr. Fool, I want the grade 1 sealed artifact formed by the manipulator. Beyond the characteristic, as I owe someone a favor. The Fool nodded lightly, then turned to Madam Temperance Sharon. Protecting the new city of Silver and the Rostered Archipelago was also a contribution. You, representing the Temperance faction, can take a share of the spoils. Madam Temperance Sharon, wearing a small black soft hat, manifested a piece of paper. On it wrote, Grade 1, sealed artifact formed by the mysticologist, beyond a characteristic. Just as I thought, the chariot Lumion muttered to himself. This was based on two reasons. First, as the representative of the Temperance faction. She would certainly feel that her faction's contribution was relatively small, and she should not choose a sealed artifact formed from a Sequence 3 Beyonder characteristic formed. Second, between mysticologist and alchemist, the prisoner pathway Beyonder would most likely choose the former. Lumion had collaborated with Madam Temperance Sharon and Knight of Swords before, and knew their fighting styles. Alchemist, on the other hand, was known in the Savant pathway for creating wondrous items and alchemy puppets, which did not quite match the style of the Temperance faction. This was not to say they were incompatible in terms of ability. In fact, they complemented each other very well. It was mainly that the aesthetic was not quite in sync, and Lumion could not imagine Madam Temperance Sharon possessing a giant robot, wielding various postmodern weapons, and blowing up enemies with a barrage of gunfire. All right, the Eye of Omniscience will belong to the Temperance faction. Mr. Fool nodded lightly. The last to make a choice was Mr. Starr Leonard. He said in a dazed manner, Alchemist, I want to make a self-playing piano. What kind of wish is this? Is Mr. Starr still an artsy youth? Lumion was somewhat puzzled. Mr. Fool only spoke a few seconds later. Okay, the Creator's hammer is yours. Seeing that all the participating major arcana had chosen their spoils, Lumion asked on behalf of Jenna, "Mr. Fool, how will the mid and low sequence beyond the characteristics and mystical items obtained by the Seven of Cups be distributed?" The voice of the Fool, shrouded in the grey fog, returned to its previous state. "The mysticologist beyond the characteristic and related materials formed by Ohio's death will be given to the 3 warlocks who went into the depths of the fog sea. After pulverizing and recomposing them, this will be able to help each of them advance 1 sequence." This was a decision made even before the emergency meeting. The mysticologist beyond a characteristic formed by Ohio's death was not on the list of available options just mentioned. Now, Professor was a Sequence 5 Constellations Master, and Periodic Table and Prototype were Sequence 6 Scrolls Professors. Mr. Fool continued, "The mid and low sequence beyond the characteristics and mystical items in 7 of Cups' possession will be divided into 3 parts, 1 part for her to keep, 1 part for the 2 of Cups, and 1 part to be handed over to the church. If they wish, they can use one of the 2 parts they keep to exchange for a Grade 1 sealed artifact." "Yes, Mr. Fool." The Chariot Lumion felt this distribution plan was very good and had no objections. This not only addressed Jenna's lack of same sequence items, but also left room for the 3 Demonesses to develop their followers and spread the faith. Mr. Fool then turned to Madame Temperance Sharon. "The remaining items are to be entrusted to the church for safekeeping and use." "Do church mention those words referred to the Church of the Fool?" "Yes, Mr. Fool." Madame Temperance Sharon held up another sheet of paper with writing on it. As soon as she finished responding, beams of light flew out from the greyish-white fog behind Mr. Fool, each landing in front of the various major arcana. Madame Magician's was an asymmetrical black and gold mask, so extreme in its appearance that it was distressing to look at, yet also possessed a peculiar majesty. Mum Hermit's was a fist-sized, sparkling diamond of sacred and wise light, with dull, apathetic eyes reflected from each of its facets. Madame Justice's was an object covered in grey wrinkles, resembling both a brain and a heart. The Hanged Man's was a thin book bound in human skin, with many mysterious patterns and symbols on the cover. Madame Temperance's was a transparent, pure gemstone eye, with different brilliance flashing from each facet. Mr. Star's was a complex grey and white metal hammer, seemingly having multiple functions and exuding a mechanical aesthetic. In addition to the Weather Warlock potion formula in his mind and O'Haze's, mysticologist beyond a characteristic and related materials in front of him, the Chariot Lumion also received an old yellowish-brown book. This book was made of tough, thick sheepskin parchment, with no symbols or words on the surface, only a bit of mercury-colored light fluttering beneath the texture of the paper, sometimes emerging, sometimes receding. At the same time, information about the post-apocalyptic scripture suddenly emerged in Lumion's mind in a form different from the official sealed artifact records. Perhaps an item formed by the soothsayer of the fate pathway foreseeing some future event to losing control, or it may come from an even more ancient era. 1. The external form is an ancient book made of sheepskin parchment with mercury-colored specks of light and a rough texture. 2. This book is no text, but will randomly display some prophecies, some of which are true and some are false. If one believes the false prophecies and prepares to avoid or welcome them, they will become real. One can use mental intention to write in this book about how different results would occur for certain people or events, due to good or bad luck, and they have a high probability of becoming real. Even if the final outcome does not match the prophecy, it will be similar. If the situation is chaotic, with many choices and only a few paths leading to a good ending, one can open this book, and it will provide a revelation. If this revelation can be correctly interpreted, it will guide the inquirer to the best outcome, otherwise it is extremely dangerous. 3. If a non-Godhood wielder holds this book, they will immediately be plagued by misfortune and die miserably or turn into a monster controlled by the book within an extremely short time. If a Godhood wielder holds this book, they will suffer misfortune within an hour of using it, the degree of which is randomly determined, but it will not lead to death in a short time. This book will randomly select some living beings within a 30-kilometer radius and bestow misfortune upon them. This book will intermittently display various prophecies related to the holder, most of which are bad. Some are true, some are false, and if the false ones are believed and acted upon, they will become true. 4. The method of sealing is to create a space with no living beings, with a radius of at least 30 kilometers. Place this book in the center and press a 20-sided die on the surface. Knowing this information about the post-apocalyptic scripture came from Mr. Fool, Lumion calmly considered how he should use this Grade 0 sealed artifact. The misfortune after using it can be resolved through a luck enhancement ritual or the exchange of fate fragments, gifting the transferred misfortune to lucky pirates. As for the intermittent prophecies, I'll just pretend I didn't see them, whether true or false. I've been living just fine without any prophetic abilities before. Hunters and demonesses should believe more in their own minds and abilities. Regarding the problem of randomly bestowing large-scale misfortune, I'll need to ask Mr. Fool or Madam Magician for help. Either deceive the post-apocalyptic scripture into thinking there are no living beings within a 30-kilometer radius, or expand the traveler's bag to the size of a city. But then the materials for making the traveler's bag would have to be very special and high grade. As Lumion was pondering, the post-apocalyptic scripture suddenly flipped a page. Amid the rustling sound, the book stopped on one page, and a line of mercury-colored text quickly appeared. In the year 1368, as July fades to its final days, crimson shall rain from the heavens. Immediately, the leading numbers changed, the mercury shifting to form new text. In the year 1360, as July fades to its final days, crimson shall rain from the heavens. Lumion's eyes narrowed. It was currently the spring of the year 1359, chapter 1074, The Weather Warlocks. Ritual. Remembering the information about the post-apocalyptic scripture, Lumion decided to pretend he hadn't seen the current prophecy. Regardless, he would still have to move forward at his own pace. Just then, the post-apocalyptic scripture flipped another page, revealing new content. I see, Lumion Lee going crazy. These mercury-colored words were written in ancient Hermes. Lumion raised an eyebrow, snapped the ancient leather-bound book shut, and pressed down on it forcefully. He then looked up towards the head of the bronze long table. Mr. Fool, how should I seal the post-apocalyptic scripture? Can you provide assistance? Shrouded in the grayish-white fog, Mr. Fool gestured with his hand, and Lumion's traveler's bag, which had been left on the battlefield, flew from behind a massive stone chair to its owner. As Lumion caught it, he found that a vast space had been isolated within the traveler's bag, enough to contain an entire city. In the center of this space sat an ordinary 20-sided die. I thought the materials for this traveler's bag wouldn't be able to support a city-sized space required to seal the post-apocalyptic scripture, so I'd need to order a custom one. Has Mr. Fool remodeled it? Lumion placed a hand on his chest and bowed slightly. Thank you, Mr. Fool. When he raised his head, he saw that Ohio's Beyonder characteristic had been pulverized and recomposed, divided into one sequence 4 Mysticologist Beyonder characteristic and 2 sequence 5 Constellations Master Beyonder characteristics, all neatly sealed. Seeing this, Ma'am Hermit across from him immediately said, I will provide the potion recipes for Mysticologist and Constellations Master. Madam Magician sighed and added, I will provide a drop of a mythical creature blood. This is truly a comprehensive service, aiming to help Professor and the others each advance one sequence. Lumion thanked on behalf of the members of the Curly Baboon Research Society in his mind. He then pondered the Weather Warlock potion formula that Mr. Fool had just provided. Name, Weather Warlock sequence. 2. Main ingredients, skull of a weather giant, core of a mist jellyfish. Supplementary ingredients, 30 milliliters of blood each from 3 deceased individuals who died in different extreme weather conditions, 500 strands of a weather giant's hair, 5 weather giant crystals, a segment of a tree branch struck by lightning, 20 milliliters of the first snow melt of a region each year. Advancement ritual, forcefully change the weather of a region without external aid in a very short time. Note, after the 4th epoch, weather giants and mist jellyfish no longer exist. So weather warlocks now exist in the form of angels or sealed artifacts. Lumion wasn't too surprised by this. Hunter was the pathway of war, so the corresponding mystical creatures or beyonder species were hard to fully conceal and were likely to incite conflicts and disasters, making them easily noticed. Furthermore, after the clashes of the previous 4 epochs, even if there were still mystical creatures corresponding to weather warlocks, they would be true, subsidiary gods with complete beyonder characteristics, in other words, angels. Lumion then focused his attention on the ritual. Without external aid, this ritual is a bit difficult. It would need to be a region the size of the Trier area, relying on the Demoness of Unaging's frost abilities to affect the city of Trier would still take some time, and no one can interfere with external aid. It would be very simple. Could the core of this ritual be about allowing me to master the secrets of weather changes, using a small force to leverage a large-scale change? Like a hurricane at sea, it starts off not that terrifying, just a cyclone, then gradually strengthens, slowly sweeping across a stretch of ocean and one region after another. I can consider going in that direction, but it doesn't satisfy the very short time condition, so I need to find a way to accelerate it myself. Time to study again. As they say in the Dream City, those who lead wars must know both astronomy and geography. Actually, there is a shortcut for this ritual. Like the Sequence 3 Sea King and the Sailor Pathway, they can completely change the weather of a region. If I kill one of them during a big storm, wouldn't the weather change? That wouldn't involve external aid or anyone's help. I can't use items during the battle, or that would count as external aid, hehe. A hunter's advancement does indeed have a hidden shortcut: hunting, fighting, war. As the chariot Lumion was pondering, Mr. Fool answered some questions from Mam Hermit and other major arcana. After pondering for a moment, Lumion asked, "Mr. Fool, why was the hidden sage made to come to life by the Great Mother?" It was not that the Great Mother looked down on the hidden sage, but how was this accomplished? From the mysticism knowledge taught by Madame Magician during the 4th epoch, the world's defenses against the evil gods were still very strong. Mr. Fool's calm voice replied, "The problem lies in the Western continent." The Western continent? Isn't there still a layer of the celestial worthies seals beyond the barrier? Before Lumion could ask the question on his mind, Mr. Fool continued, "The hidden sage's way of addressing that entity is Great Mother, not her true honorific name." What does that mean? Right, with the hidden sage's level he should be qualified to know the Great Mother's full honorific name and not fear deep corruption. So, why would he still use an epithet? It can't be that he was afraid of affecting Mr. Fool, right? Lumion felt that Mr. Fool's sentence contained very important information, but he couldn't quite decipher it. Mr. Fool did not provide any further explanation, simply nodding lightly and saying, "This gathering shall now conclude. Your will is our will." The major arcana present all stood up at the same time. In Trier, inside that luxurious villa, seeing Lumion come downstairs into the living room, Franca asked curiously, "How did it go?" Although her main tasks were liaison, persuasion, and protecting key personnel, so her contributions were not too significant, this did not prevent her from being interested in the gains from the Divine War and their specific distribution. Lumion recounted everything he could tell them, and finally asked, "Do you want to exchange for a Grade 1 sealed artifact?" "Of course we do," Franca said without hesitation. "Even if we only keep 1/3 of those mid and low sequence beyonder characteristics and mystical items, it will be enough for us to develop followers in the Trier region, maintain believers, and even be quite prosperous." She didn't dare say spread the faith out loud, because in the Trier region, the Church of the Fool could not actively spread the faith. This area belonged to the Church of the Eternal Blazing Sun and the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery. Franca was thinking that afterwards they would focus on seeking out and striking against hidden cults, developing the salvageable believers to their side as well as Lumions and the future Jenners. "Which one do you want to exchange for?" Lumion asked, inquiring about his 2 companions' preferences. Franca and Jenna exchanged glances. Jenna considered her words carefully. Demonesses are already quite adept in the mystical arts, and choosing the sealed artifacts formed by a mysticologist or clairvoyant beyonder characteristic wouldn't be able to fill in gaps or enhance our strengths. As for clairvoyance, we have spiritual intuition, magic mirror divination, and even the post-apocalyptic scripture, so we don't urgently need it. That's right, Franca agreed. If it was a living mysticologist or clairvoyant, I could teach them ancient myths and hidden knowledge, and as long as some of it is true, it could help them create powerful fairy tale or mythological magic. But sealed artifacts can't listen to me or accept my guidance. The magical effects they produce will be fixed to what they originally had. Franca hesitated a bit before continuing. Of the remaining two, I'm more inclined towards the pallbearer. The name alone tells me it must have powers in the domain of death, which can make up for Jenna's and my weaknesses. Our single-target attacks aren't deadly or explosive enough, aside from curses and mighty blow. Plus, as it's from the planter pathway, it must have healing abilities, which can be used to respond to believers, drive away afflictions. With its assistance, the progress of my creating mystical bacterial pathogens will also be greatly accelerated. But the problem is, this is an item with Godhood from the planter pathway. The planter pathway was also called the Earth pathway, the Mother pathway. Franca looked at Lumion. Mr. Fool said you need to keep away from the Mother. Didn't you previously tell Lugano to minimize contact with you and only contact through prayer? It's not that you need to keep away, but that Calamity needs to keep away from the Mother. Jenna and I are also on the Calamity pathways. Lumion thought for a moment and said, since Mr. Fool didn't say you can't choose this sealed artifact, there shouldn't be any major problems. In that case, you can petition Mr. Fool, expressing your willingness to exchange 1/3 of the mid and low sequence beyond the characteristics and mystical items for a grade 1 sealed artifact, and directly ask if the Calamity pathway beyonders can choose the one corresponding to the pallbearer. If that's not possible, we'll have to choose Arcane Scholar. Franca's eyes gradually lit up. That works too, right? This is a sequence 3 from the Savant pathway. I can find the Doctor beyond a characteristic and handcraft a fully automated healing machine to respond to those prayers for curing afflictions, with the mirror responsible for autonomous distribution. Who knows, maybe I'll even be able to drive a Gundam in the future. With this settled, Lumion was about to have either Jenna or Franca pray to Mr. Fool, but Franca stood up with a beaming smile. Time to distribute the spoils to Professor and the others. Happiness shared is greater than happiness alone. Professor and the others had already been brought back to Trier by Franca and were currently gathered as instructed in a villa with a garden rented by Hela. Their families and the previously assembled curly-haired baboons research society, warlocks, were all here. Seeing Hidden Blade and the hooded, masked muggle emerge from the mirror and rest in the living room, Professor, periodic table, and prototype simultaneously stood up. When can we go home? Before they could finish speaking, they suddenly saw 3 items floating before Hidden Blade and Muggle. One was a vague gem-like orb emanating a gloomy aura, as if a gaze peered out from within to scrutinize everything. The other 2 were luminous, rather illusory-looking crystal spheres. Professor and the others' gazes suddenly froze. Chapter 1075, Persuasion. What is this? Professor could sense the terrifying aura emanating from the vague, gem-like orb, drawing her towards it. Franca smiled and said, "This is your reward. I didn't mention it beforehand, but once the operation is successful, we would help you each advance 1 sequence." Professor was stunned for a moment, instinctively looking towards periodic table and prototype and finding them equally surprised. After a few seconds of contemplation, Professor said sincerely, "We don't need a reward. Being free from the forced indoctrination of the hidden sage is the best reward for us." Yes, periodic table and prototype both expressed agreement. After hearing Professor's words, Lumion suddenly recalled his own thoughts, as well as the sentence Mr. Fool had said at the temporary gathering. Uniqueness, grade 0 sealed artifacts or beyonder characteristics, none of that mattered. The important thing was that the hidden sage was dead. Thinking about it this way, the hidden sage's death is not in vain. From a god to a common warlock, there were so many volunteers who had the urge to destroy him. The masked Lumion couldn't help but smile. Franca could understand the perspective of Professor and the others. After all, they had a role model right beside them. She smiled and said, "You may not want it, but we must give it to you anyway. Otherwise others will say we are stingy, miserly, and ungenerous. Don't worry, all participants will receive a generous share of the spoils." As a secret organization, with over 2,000 years of history, the Moses Ascetic Order have accumulated abundant resources. Professor was perplexed for 2 seconds. "You have destroyed the Moses Ascetic Order." "We warlocks are also members of the Moses Ascetic Order. This operation was not only targeting the hidden sage, but also wiping out the Moses ascetic order. Franca nodded. We have destroyed Avalon, as you all know. That was the headquarters of the Moses ascetic order. The Moses ascetic order's chairman Torio perished on the spot. 2 of the 10 pillars, Sides and O'Hays, have died. Retia fled in defeat, and the remaining 10 pillars either betrayed or in hiding. In essence, the Moses ascetic order have effectively been annihilated. You are no longer members of the Moses ascetic order, because the Moses ascetic order no longer exists. From now on, you don't need to complete the corresponding tasks, nor report to anyone. The only one who can protect you is yourselves. And as I mentioned at the gathering, the apocalypse is likely to come within 1 or 2 years. So won't you take this opportunity to advance your sequences? Professor Periodic Table and Prototype fell silent. They had all been convinced. Franca smiled and said, the reward of helping the participants advance one sequence is actually not very fair. Why should Professor become a demigod? Well, we are only at sequence 5, right? This is where you, Professor, must take on greater responsibility. If you truly become a mysticologist and a demigod, you'll need to help Periodic Table and Prototype afterward, providing them with the necessary protection. Also, before leaving Tria, if you encounter trouble that you can't resolve on your own, you can recite my honorific name. As long as I'm not caught up in other accidents, I'll definitely come to your aid. My honorific name is the One Who Never Ages, Keeper of Diseases and Plagues, the Demoness accompanied by strife and catastrophe, the cup-bearing joy and pain, the great Franca Roland. Lumion realized that Franca wanted to develop Professor and the others, who had lost the protection of the Moses ascetic order, into her own anchors. Anchors didn't necessarily come only from faith, but also from solid, stable interpersonal relationships, though they couldn't be passed down from generation to generation like faith. Now Professor and the others were at a stage where their future was uncertain, no longer having an organization to rely on and provide resources. The curly-haired baboons research society's gathering, which was more like a trading platform, was very suitable for Franca to extend an olive branch to them. Even if Professor and the others later left Trier, Franca could give them self-locating mirrors to communicate remotely, and use them to spread the faith of Saint Franca Roland, the patron saint of the Church of the Fool. However, Franca was still too self-conscious, considering Professor and the others as friends and fellow transmigrators without thinking of developing them into believers, let alone recruiting them as archbishops or bishops in the sick church. Lumion did not take the opportunity to introduce his own honorific name. Honorific name, are you already a Sequence 3 patron saint? Professor and the others had quite extensive knowledge of mysticism. Isn't this advancement too fast? 2 gatherings ago, Hidden Blade was still a Sequence 5 Demoness. Previously, when Franca said she had already become a demigod, Professor and the others were more envious and slightly surprised, feeling that it was still somewhat normal. But now, they had a sense of their understanding being overturned. Franca concurred succinctly, coincidence combined with the uniqueness of being a transmigrator. In fact, Muggle is also Sequence 3 now. As she spoke, she glanced at Lumion. She could probably understand why Lumion didn't take this opportunity to reveal his own honorific name and develop anchors based on interpersonal relationships. He hoped Muggle would still be Aurora, with Professor Periodic Table and Prototype looked at the silent Muggle, standing beside them in amazement. She is also a Sequence 3 patron saint. What is wrong with this world? The hooded, half-masked Lumion chuckled. Yes, I'll forgo telling you my honorific name. Anyway, Hidden Blade and I have been staying together recently, so asking her for help is the same as asking me. The reason we were able to advance so quickly while remaining normal is because transmigrators have special qualities. Professor, if you can become a mysticologist, you can try drawing power from the fairy tales, myths, and urban legends you heard before you transmigrated. Some of them should be real. Lumion's suggestion would lead to a certain degree of exposure of the secret to transmigration, but as long as Professor became a mysticologist with the core ability of mystical reenactment, she would eventually discover the issue. Professor and the others looked at each other with puzzlement, able to sense the discomfort of Hidden Blade and Muggle in not wanting to elaborate. They then asked Franca, "Where is the cathedral that you are the patron saint of?" "It's in the Lavinia Docks area of the Square District, the St. Franca Cathedral of the Church of the Fool." Franca provided a simple introduction. Professor had a realization. So you are from the Church of the Fool. This operation targeting the hidden sage was led by the Church of the Fool. Franca suddenly looked a bit proud. Yes, Mr. Fool himself lent a hand, and the god of steam and machinery provided necessary assistance. At this point she smiled and looked at Lumion. Muggle assisted from the sidelines. Huh? Professor and the others were stunned once again. A Sequence 3 saint can participate in divine wars. Franca quickly added, her task was to serve as bait. Professor and the others were speechless for a moment. Okay, keep these beyond the characteristics and corresponding ingredients. Potion formulas safe. They've all been sealed. You don't need to rush. Adjust your condition first before holding the ritual. Franca distributed the spoils. This is a drop of mythical creature blood, to be used in the ritual. Finally she took out a drop of blood, shimmering with brilliant starlight, locked within a dim spherical orb from her traveler's bag. After celebrating the death of the hidden sage with Professor and the others with champagne, Franca and Lumion returned to the luxurious villa, with the former volunteering to pray to Mr. Fool. He was a fellow countryman. Franca set up the altar and performed the ritual, fluently reciting the corresponding honorific name. A faint grey fog vaguely emerged before her. Esteemed Mr. Fool, I would like to exchange the mid and low sequence beyonder characteristics and mystical items placed before me for a grade 1, sealed artifact. As a beyonder on the Demoness pathway and a close friend of the chariot, do you think I am suitable to choose the one corresponding to the pallbearer? Franca expressed her intent in one go. Soon, she heard Mr. Fool's gentle voice. There is some risk, but it can be borne. In that case, it's better to let it go. It's not an urgent need. Franca immediately said, Esteemed Mr. Fool, I'll exchange for the one corresponding to Arcane Scholar. As soon as she finished speaking, she saw all the items she had placed on the altar disappear completely, vanishing into thin air. Immediately, an object flew out from the enlarged candle flame, landing on the altar. It was half a mask, the left side. It was composed of numerous gears, rivets, bearings, springs, and small steel tubes, mechanical parts. The eye position was left empty, covered by a lens that looked like glass or crystal, the overall complexity giving it a strange beauty. At the same time, Franca received a rush of information. Name, face of the Arcane Zero, originated from the death of an arcane scholar in the 4th epoch. 1. The exterior is a left-faced mask made of machinery, possessing a living characteristic. 2. After donning this mask it can emit a beam of light from the eye guard, capable of destroying the structures of most objects, thoroughly disintegrating the target. The wearer of this mask will possess extraordinary manufacturing abilities, able to create mystical items or complex mechanical devices, or combine the two. Remember, the mask is the master when doing these things, not the wearer. It always leaves one or two hilariously terrible negative effects on its own products. Wearing this mask can allow one to truly extract environmental information and work backwards to deduce what has happened. The mask's wearer can quickly grasp the relevant information when using other mystical items, effectively avoiding negative effects, except for those brought by the mask itself. The wearer of the mask can imbue the items they create with souls, giving them a certain degree of vitality. But remember, these are not created out of thin air. They come from fragments of spirits from the spirit world, extracted from the lives around them. Chapter 1076, Savant. 3. Every 3 minutes, this mask drains life force from its wearer. When the mask's life force drops below a certain threshold, it will drain life force from living beings within a 5-kilometer radius to replenish itself. The rate at which the mask's life force decreases depends on frequency of use. If left unused, it can last up to 7 days. If used frequently and unable to replenish life force from the wearer, it can only last 45 minutes. The mask possesses living characteristics. Even when in use, it must be closely monitored, otherwise it will attack the wearer and their companions. The mask yearns for a complete body. It will entice the wearer and those around them to gradually replace their bodies with mechanical constructs. Those enticed by it will not have their life force drained, nor will they be attacked by it. 4. The method of sealing is to let it sleep, replenishing its life force at regular intervals with specific timing depending on usage conditions. It can be persuaded. A sealed artifact that can be persuaded and possesses living characteristics? After hearing Franca's relay of information, Lumion extended his right hand toward the face of the arcane that she was holding. During this process, he had already activated the residual aura of the Blood Emperor in his palm, along with the underworld Taoist seal and that terrifying black pinhole appearing. On the mechanical mask that only covered the left half of the face, the springs, mainsprings, rivets, gears and other components suddenly appeared to lose their elasticity, gradually relaxing. It was like watching a snarling puppy quickly lying down, legs up in the air, exposing its belly. Lumion stroked it a couple of times with his finger and said with a smile, "It can indeed be persuaded." At this moment Ludwig came over, staring eagerly at the face of the arcane, and asked, "Can I eat it?" He wasn't asking if the mechanical mask was edible, but rather if he himself was allowed to eat it. On the face of the arcane, whether springs, mainsprings, gears or bearings, everything suddenly tightened with a swoosh, making the sound of machinery starting up. "No?" Lumion answered Ludwig's question. After becoming a sea monster, Ludwig seemed able to directly consume beyonder characteristics and mystical items, then use their corresponding powers through some method. He wouldn't lose control from this, but it would accumulate madness and appetite. Disappointed, Ludwig pulled out a lollipop, comforting himself with the sweet treat. Being able to be persuaded means it can be reasoned with. "Isn't sleeping once a day a normal living habit?" Lumion said with a smile as he withdrew his finger. "Before long, Anthony should be able to become a Sequence 4 manipulator. When that time comes, if the child doesn't want to sleep, we can hypnotize it to sleep. Children who don't sleep will be eaten by Ludwig." As for the requirement of regularly replenishing life force, Lumion thought it was easily solved. He now had to take Ludwig out to sea for a feast every day. After confirming that the face of the arcane had lulled itself to sleep, Franca handed this Grade 1 sealed artifact to Jenna. "You keep it safe. Whoever needs it between us can use it." Jenna didn't refuse, and while placing the face of the arcane into the traveler's bag, she thoughtfully said, "I know which pathway Julian should take." "Pie!" "Which one?" Franca had a vague guess at the answer. Jenna let out a sigh and explained, "Savant, geesh." She explained earnestly, seemingly trying to convince herself. The Savant pathway primarily focuses on mastering scientific knowledge, enhancing memory, intelligence, and logical reasoning abilities. Unlike the Mystery Prior and many other pathways, it doesn't involve high spirituality, seeing things that shouldn't be seen, or hearing voices that shouldn't be heard. It also doesn't attract disasters, making it relatively safe for daily life. Moreover, Julian is already a technical worker who loves machinery. With just 1 or 2 months of additional knowledge, he should be able to fully digest the potion. The subsequent archaeologist sequence is equally straightforward. We can find relatively safe ruins for him to explore, provide him with carefully selected historical artifacts and corresponding documentation to guide his research. Given these conditions, plus the approaching apocalypse as a prerequisite, he could become a Sequence 7 appraiser in a short time. While an appraiser isn't particularly strong on their own, they can identify mystical items and maximize risk avoidance when using them. At that point, by giving him Sequence 5 sealed artifacts, we can provide him with basic self-protection abilities, essentially making him equivalent to a quickly molded Sequence 5 Beyonder. Additionally, among the mid to low Sequence Beyonder characteristics and potion formulas I obtained from the Moses Ascetic Order this time, the Savant pathway ingredients are the most numerous after the Warlock pathway. There was no shortage of ingredients and formulas. When you think about it, the Savant pathway is indeed the most suitable. It can effectively leverage external power without reckless archaeology, while avoiding too deep an involvement in the mystical world. Franca agreed with Jenna's reasoning. Lumion then said to Jenna, "You can modify your previous plan now. The key is how to naturally and reasonably get your brother to encounter and choose the Savant pathway." "Yes," Jenna nodded seriously. Thursday afternoon, Northern Trier train station. Julian, wearing a grey-blue worker's uniform, a flat cap, and carrying a suitcase, stood in the crowded second-class carriage aisle, slowly moving forward amid the whistling arrival announcement. Standing nearly 1.75 meters tall, with flaxen hair and regular features, his half-year exchange study had greatly boosted his confidence in his technical abilities. His entire demeanor, from temperament to behavior, exuded ambition. He believed he would soon be valued highly, receive promotions in rank and salary, and before long become the kind of senior worker who could take on apprentices. Once my salary increases, we can move away from Rue Pasteur to a better neighborhood, and Celia wouldn't need to work part-time anymore. She could focus on studying dramatic performance. Thinking of the bright future, Julien walked with straight posture, each step in his gait firm and steady. Following the flow of people, Julien exited the steam train and the relatively clean platform, entered the northern train station, and passed through the turnstiles. He looked around, searching for his sister who had promised to meet him. As he searched, he noticed many travelers unconsciously gazing toward one corner, reluctant to look away, with some even walking in that direction. Though curious, Julien didn't go to see what the commotion was about. Meeting up with Celia was the most important thing right now. After walking several more steps, he finally spotted the familiar figure. She was also the person drawing all those gazes. Julien saw that his sister Celia Bellow's flaxen hair had darkened considerably and was tied in a simple bun. Her face wore no makeup yet appeared fresh and clean, like a flower newly washed by rain. Celia seems to have grown even prettier, more beautiful than Mom's photos when she was young. Julien quickly squeezed through, blocking a man who was trying to chat up his sister. "Welcome home." Jenna gave her brother a hug. Meanwhile, she grumbled inwardly, "It's really inconvenient for a demoness to go out without concealing her appearance. Even with using lye to adjust my features to look more like before and having suppressed my charm, I still draw attention, though not as drastically. Let's go." Julien glanced at the eager men around them and protectively guided his sister quickly out of the northern train station. Jenna pointed to a double-decker public horse carriage. "This one's already full, let's wait for the next one." Julien looked around and pointed to the rental carriage lane. "Let's take one of those back. I've saved some money during this time." He had expected his frugal sister to object and need convincing, but to his surprise, Jenna immediately nodded in agreement. Julien felt that his sister must have changed quite a bit over these 6 months. After settling into the two-wheeled, two-seater rental carriage, Jenna asked with a smile, "How did your studies go? Your letters weren't very detailed." About Julien instinctively straightened his back. "I think I'm about at the same level as the master who taught me before." He went on to explain many technical details, though Jenna couldn't understand them. Jenna offered some complimentary remarks before changing the subject. "I recently met an outstanding technical expert. She says she's a technical expert. I don't understand much about it, but when she repairs machines, she's really incredible, the kind of incredible that even I can recognize. She said, when you return, everyone could get together to exchange ideas." "She?" Julien relaxed. With a smile, he said, "Sure, you can arrange a time with her." He was very confident in his technical skills now. "Let's go right after you put away your luggage. We'll have dinner together." Jenna quickly decided, as if her previous words had been leading up to this. Julien gave his sister a suspicious look, suspecting she was trying to set him up. However, after their long separation, he didn't want to refuse. After dropping off his luggage at their rental place on Rue Pasteur, Jenna led Julien to a newly built factory on the south side of Quartier du Jardin Botanique. Inside the factory, a young woman with short hair and goggles was using a hammer, pliers and other tools to work on a giant machine, continuously installing rivets, levers, bearings and other components. Her movements were fluid and unassuming, but every detail was perfect, not a fraction off, without the slightest error. As Julien watched, he became transfixed, his previously high confidence gradually crumbling. Is this even humanly possible? Even manufacturing machines can't achieve this level of precision. Could this be the blessing of the god of technology that the Church of Steam preaches about? When the woman finished her work, Jenna stepped forward and called out with a smile, "Good afternoon, Miss Bella." Bella's body instinctively trembled slightly. Then she turned around and said with a smile, "Celia, is this your brother?" "Yes, my brother Julien." Jenna made the introduction. Julien nodded bewilderedly, his previous confidence completely gone. Chapter 1077. Worship and Humility. Bella took off her goggles, revealing a face with soft features and beautiful eyes, unlike the more masculine female mechanical workers in Julien's stereotypical impression. "I heard you just returned from an exchange study?" Bella asked curiously. "Yes." Julien no longer had any enthusiasm to share this experience. "What did you study?" Bella eagerly pointed at the mechanical parts scattered on the factory floor. "Why don't we exchange ideas? Try assembling a machine with the remaining parts. A qualified artisan must have their own judgment and possess sufficient creativity." Julien instinctively wanted to refuse, clearly knowing there was an unbridgeable gap between himself and this approachable lady, but at this moment his sister Jenna encouraged, "Give it a try. This will be your first creation since completing your studies. It's okay if there are flaws. Miss Bella will guide you and help correct any issues." Guide. Julien's heart suddenly stirred. He first spoke at length about how ordinary he was and how his skills were barely passing, then walked among the scattered parts, observing and contemplating. When he picked up the pliers, Bella walked over and nodded slightly. "Your hand position has a small flaw." She quickly pointed out the problem, correcting the mistakes in Julien's posture, from past bad habits. During the subsequent assembly, Bella occasionally offered similar guidance, and her teaching either led to sudden insights for Julien or made him strangely discover that many things he originally found difficult suddenly became simple. While teaching, Bella seemed to radiate an indescribable light, no longer just the girl next door from before. Every word she spoke gave Julien the feeling that she had absolute confidence. People who were confident and had the ability to support that confidence were always charismatic, unconsciously inspiring worship. Gradually, Julien's gaze toward Bella became like a student looking at their most respected teacher, and his behavior began to show signs of imitation. This was a truly top-tier artisan, a top-tier artisan that ordinary people rarely got to meet. Thus, Julien completed his assembly, creating an ab machine for precise metal cutting. He couldn't believe this was his own work. It was the kind that had to be purchased from the Church of Steam factories. His gaze toward Bella grew even more admiring. Jenna sincerely praised the machine for a while, then took Julien home to change clothes, arranging to meet Bella at a restaurant near the botanical garden. The three of them enjoyed a pleasant atmosphere with engaging conversation. "Excuse me, I need to use the restroom." Jenna stood up, putting down her napkin. After watching his sister's figure disappear into the restroom corridor entrance, Julien turned back to see Bella lift her red wine glass, taking a small sip, smiling kindly yet with a hint of superiority. "You truly have some talent in mechanics." "No, compared to you, this can't be called talent," Julien responded, embarrassed, and somewhat inferior. Bella put down her wine glass and shook her head. "I mean it. Would you be interested in becoming my apprentice?" "Apprentice?" Julien was stunned. Bella nodded gently. "Yes, like the ancient apprenticeships, following me to learn, growing with my help, and after completing your training, serving me for a period without pay." "What, such a young top-tier artisan would take apprentices? Why would she value me?" Julien was surprised, delighted, yet puzzled. Am I qualified?" "I said you truly have some talent." Bella, who appeared like the girl next door, showed some authority when discussing this matter. "Can an ordinary person like me reach your level?" Julien asked anxiously. "I can only say there's a good chance, though it ultimately depends on you," Bella said thoughtfully. "If all goes well, you could approach my level within half a year, though not quite reach it. Afterward, you'd serve me without pay for a year and a half." Julien's mind buzzed, feeling as if this windfall was too big, making him dizzy. At this moment, Jenna emerged from the restroom corridor. Julien immediately lowered his voice. "May I have a few days to consider?" It wasn't that he didn't want this opportunity, but rather that he was suspicious of Miss Bella's true intentions. How could such good fortune fall to someone like me? Could this be some new type of scam? Did Miss Bella have connections with those islanders? Of course. Bella didn't press him. After enjoying dinner, back at their rental place on Rue Pasteur, Julien casually asked his sister, Celia, who exactly is Miss Bella? How is she such a top-tier artisan at such a young age? So, she really is an amazing technical expert? Jenna asked excitedly. After Julien confirmed this, she recalled. Miss Bella often watches performances at the Théâtre de l'Ancienne Cage of Pigeons. She's a believer in the god of steam and machinery, and seems to have deep connections with the monks at the Deep Valley Cloister. Her title as technical expert should be certified by the Church of Steam. I can help you inquire if it's true. Hearing that Miss Bella was a true God believer, and had close ties with the Church of Steam's monastery monks, Julian's doubts gradually dispersed. Someone like that shouldn't be a con artist, but we still need to confirm her identity with the Church of Steam clergy. Julien slowly regained his confidence. If I could learn Miss Bella's techniques, even at 80% of her level, I could become a technical director sought after by all factories in Trier, and might even hope to open my own factory in the future. After chatting with his sister until nearly dawn, Julien lay in bed, tossing and turning, too excited to sleep. His mind was filled with images of Miss Bella, focused, serious, knowledgeable, technically profound, someone who unconsciously inspired admiration and worship. In the newly built factory south of Quartier du Jardin Botanique, Bella watched Jenna, dressed as a witch, walk out from the mirror, and said, trembling, Madame, I have said everything as you instructed. In her mind, this was death itself, bringing destruction and despair. She had watched helplessly as many of her companions died one by one, coughing blood everywhere. Jenna nodded expressionlessly. He will accept your proposal. For the next 2 years, you'll be responsible for taking him to major cities like Suhit, guiding him to encounter mystical knowledge, becoming a savant, and helping him digest potions until he advances to appraiser. I will ask the Church of Steam clergy in the corresponding regions to help, making Julien believe you have divine blessing and are trustworthy. After 2 years, if nothing goes wrong with Julien and his development meets expectations, you will regain your freedom. With one prerequisite, you must convert to a true god and complete the corresponding prayers. Before Bella could respond, Jenna took out a palm-sized doll seemingly stained with dark blood from her traveler's bag and said with a slight smile, If you try to escape or do anything harmful to Julien, I can easily find you with this. Don't worry, I won't kill you, I'll just send you back to the future. Hearing the last half of the sentence, Bella's face suddenly turned pale, as if recalling something she never wanted to remember again. That was worse than nightmares. She hurriedly responded with extreme humility. Madam, I will wholeheartedly complete the task you've given me. A week later, in the apartment that Franca and Jenna had originally rented, which hadn't yet expired, Julien sat across from the dining table. He looked at his sister and hesitantly said, Celia, there's something I want to discuss with you. What is it? Jenna looked puzzled. Julien chose his words carefully. Miss Bella wants me to become her apprentice like in ancient times. Such good fortune. If you could learn some real skills from her, you could become a top technical expert in the future. Jenna was delighted for her brother, her eyes full of expectation. But Miss Bella is going to serve as technical director at a factory run by the Steam Cloister in Suhit. If I become her apprentice, I'll have to go with her and stay there for at least 2 years, Julien said somewhat embarrassedly. It's only 2 years, you're still young. With real skills, you'll have plenty of opportunities to make money, big money, in Trier, Jenna encouraged her brother. But you, Julien suddenly fell silent. I still need to study dramatic performance for another year, then spend a year playing supporting roles at the Théâtre de l'Ancienne Cage of Pigeons. That was agreed upon when I became an acting apprentice, remember? Jenna comforted and persuaded her brother. For the next 2 years, my life will be very regular, nothing requiring help. Julien made a sound of agreement, and suddenly pulled out a stack of bills and coins from his pocket. Celia, take these. Focus on studying dramatic performance these 2 years. Don't worry about making money. Jenna looked at her brother for a few seconds, then smiled and accepted the cash. By the time you return, I might be a famous theatre actress. And I'll be an outstanding technical expert. Julien suddenly recalled their childhood aspirations, and they shared a smile. He seemed to have shed a heavy burden. After Julien left, Franca walked out from the master bedroom, exclaiming joyfully, How wonderful, no hypnosis needed. Actually, there's not much difference. When I made the decision to hypnotize Julien, this matter was essentially already settled. Jenna smiled self-mockingly. Franca consoled her. Whatever the case, this matter has been initially resolved. Next, our main tasks are to consolidate the cult's followers, secretly spread the faith, and devise convincing explanations to include you. Also, help Anthony prepare for his advancement ceremony and track down the Order of All Extinction and Zaratul. Jenna made a sound of agreement and sincerely sighed. A rare period of peace. Thus, as Lumion and others remained relatively stable without bringing any catastrophes, time flew by, and several months passed in the blink of an eye. Chapter 1078, near August. At the Auberge du Coq Doré's basement bar, Leon, wearing a light blue shirt, walked in, and every patron he passed greeted him warmly from the bottom of their hearts. Leon sat at the bar and smiled at the owner and bartender, Pavard Neeson. On la fée verte. Pavard Neeson, who wore a ponytail and had an artistic air about him, asked curiously while pouring the drink, "Why do you always order la fée verte?" "It has sacred meaning for me," Leon said, resting his elbow on the bar counter while surveying the other patrons. Pavard didn't ask further. This Monsieur Leon, who looked more like a scholar than a laborer, had become the most respected figure in Rue Anarchy over the past few months. He arrived in April and gained widespread support in just over 3 months. He would help those who were bullied get justice, prepare medicines and treat serious illnesses for free, tell stories to the children of the Rue Anarchy, help willing vagrants, dancers and streetwalkers find jobs that met their basic needs. He never looked down on the residents here and didn't dress flashily. And somehow both the Market District gangs and police seemed to ignore him. How could such a person not be beloved? Leon paid for his drink, took the dreamlike green-colored glass, and took a small sip. At that moment he saw a young man in a white shirt and open black vest, holding a beer, jump onto a small round table. "Everyone, look at me." I announced that Madame Fours has published The Great Adventurer, 82 volumes in less than half a year. How incredible. And by the way, I'm getting promoted with a raise. This will be my last time drinking here for the next 2 years. Can you believe it? I've truly mastered ancient Fasak, the language that only truly civilized people understand. What excellent talent. I passed the exam and got assigned overseas. I'm going to take up an important position in Suhit. Congratulate me. The Auberge du Coq Doré is about to produce a truly civilized person. Leon watched with a smile, enjoying the chaotic yet strangely harmonious atmosphere. He stayed until 10 p.m., when he finally left the bar amid everyone's farewells, went up to the 3rd floor, and entered room 302. Someone was already waiting for him there. It was Lugano, a man with thick eyebrows, large eyes, and a very upright bearing. "Your Grace, what brings you here?" Leon asked, both surprised and delighted yet somewhat fearful. Lugano glanced at his subordinate and raised both hands, making an outward pushing gesture. "Disease be gone!" Leon finally understood and returned the same gesture. "Disease be gone! Praise the great god of plague! Praise the great god of disease!" Lugano finally showed a satisfied expression. "How many followers have you developed recently?" Leon respectfully answered, "Oh, following the revelations and your instructions, I haven't preached directly. Instead, by helping the residents here and utilizing their fear of disease, I've gradually developed a group of willing followers, forming the embryo of a congregation. Next, I will share my faith with the followers, speak of the greatness of the 2 malady gods, and of your Grace's mercy and grace." Lugano nodded. "Well done. I've walked around Rue Anarchy and several nearby streets, hearing about your deeds from many people. Remember, you must follow the Church's precepts. First, no public preaching. Second, followers are allowed to also believe in the eternal blazing sun, or the god of steam and machinery, or other orthodox gods." "Yes, Your Grace." Leon bowed his head and sincerely responded. Lugano took out a small jewelry box inlaid with silver patterns and what appeared to be an ordinary vanity mirror, saying with a smile, No need to address me as Your Grace anymore. From today on, you will become the bishop of this area, reporting directly to Her Holiness the Pope and receiving orders from him. I. Leon's eyes lit up, unsure how to react in front of Bishop Lugano. You deserve this. Lugano handed the small jewelry box and mirror to Leon. The mirror is for communicating with Her Holiness. The jewelry box contains the Warlock sequence's potion formula and all ingredients. This is a blessing from the god of plague and the god of disease. Once you're ready, you can consume the potion and advance to Warlock. Thinking of the beyonder powers and miraculous spells he had witnessed from Bishop Lugano and other bishops, Leon became excited and hastily thrust out his right palm. Praise the god of plague! Praise the god of disease! Lugano joined in praising the two malady gods, then said, The jewelry box also contains some spell documents that will let you master several spells for treatment and medicine preparation without needing help from me and other bishops. These can be used to treat common illnesses. For truly serious cases, recite the honorific names of the god of plague or god of disease. Understood. Leon accepted the small jewelry box and mirror, thinking about how he would soon become a Sequence 7 Warlock and master true supernatural powers. He trembled with excitement, believing even more devoutly in the two malady gods and revering Her Holiness the Pope. Just over 3 months ago, he had been a pitiful man who was scanned by Elanders, impoverished, desperate about life, and wanting to end his own existence. After leaving room 302 of the Auberge du Coq d'Oreille, Lugano returned to his previously rented apartment. Then he took out a mirror and placed it solemnly and ceremoniously on the table. The lady more ancient than the times, servant of calamity, child of plague and disease, destroyer who walks in shadows, guide of all lost lambs and trier, the great god of plague, I beseech your gaze. After saying his prayers, Lugano placed the already organized church affairs documents before the mirror, on the table, watching them pass through the veil and disappear into the mirror's surface like ripples in water. Soon, text appeared on the mirror's surface. Before long, you will become an archbishop, overseeing multiple dioceses. This message came from the Pope of the Sick Church. After receiving the reply, Lugano became elated once again, although he regretted no longer being a blessed who could report directly to the great god of plague Lumian Li, and could only follow Her Holiness the Pope's instructions. Over these past few months, he had not only acquired the acting method, but also obtained the Sequence 6 biologist potion formula and corresponding ingredients from the plantar pathway, and was now already a Sequence 6 beyonder. From Her Holiness the Pope's words just now, after accumulating achievements, for another year or so, he would have the chance to advance another sequence, becoming a druid and an archbishop. With anticipation, Lugano looked at the mirror and respectfully bowed his head. Yes, Your Holiness. Da! In the luxurious villa where Lumian and others resided, Her Holiness the Pope of the Sick Church, Jenna, sat on a long sofa leaning against the great god of disease Franca Roland, reviewing Lugano's work report. After discussion, Lumian and Franca decided to let Jenna first be recognized by the Sick Church followers as Pope, which could also obtain anchors and well-explained changes in doctrine. In the future, if Jenna could advance to Sequence 3, they could use the method of both the god of plague and god of disease jointly issuing divine edicts to promote the meritorious Pope to a subsidiary god. Her related deeds would naturally become part of the church catechism, and no one would question it. After that, they would gradually elevate her status. After hearing Jenna's narration, Franca looked toward Lumian, who was curled up, reading on another sofa. I think our anchors are sufficient to support our advancement to Sequence 2. Besides, we can't preach on a large scale in Trier anyway. Not preaching publicly, but being able to develop some followers was the tacit understanding between Lumian's group and the god of steam and machinery, church. In this aspect, the god of steam and machinery was quite accommodating to them. Previously, during the Holy Day in May, the Church of Steam held a large mass, attended by tens of thousands in front of Trier's patriarchal cathedral. The participants' emotions were exceptionally high, becoming very devout and fervent as they were influenced by the Mass itself and the surrounding atmosphere during the ritual. Anthony, as a believer of the god of steam and machinery, also attended this mass and secretly consumed the potion amid the emotional resonance of tens of thousands, becoming a sequence 4 manipulator. This was using the Church of Steam's Grand Mass to simplify the ritual's execution. Other spectators didn't do this because it would be considered blasphemy, and would be noticed by the corresponding true god due to the influence of the Mass, ritual and fervent emotions, bringing down terrible divine punishment. But the god of steam and machinery allowed Anthony to do this. Lumion and Anthony had prayed at the Church of Steam's patriarchal cathedral in Tri beforehand, and received a permissive revelation. Lumion put down his book and said with a smile, "The current problem is that we cannot obtain the beyonder characteristics of either Weather Warlock or Demoness of Catastrophe." According to information Franca gathered from within the Demoness sect, they could confirm that the Demoness sect possessed at least 5 Demoness of Catastrophe beyonder characteristics, 4 angels, grey, yellow, blue, purple, and 1 grade 0 sealed artifact. Lumion's group had further learned that if a pathway had 3 sequence 1 angels, the corresponding sequence 2 angels could only number 6 to 8, with the specific amount varying by pathway. In other words, with the existence of the true god, the primordial Demoness, there were only 1 to 3 Demoness of Catastrophe beyonder characteristics outside the Demoness sect, all currently unaccounted for, at least not among the Church of the Fool's allied forces. Similarly, the distribution of Weather Warlock beyonder characteristics was: the Einhorn family had 2 sequence 2 angels, the Sauron family had 1 sequence 2 angel, the Intis military had 1 sequence 2 angel. This seemed to come from the outflow of beyonder characteristics after the Sauron family's decline. The Iron and Blood Cross Order had at least 1 sequence 2 angel, and there was 1 corresponding beyonder characteristic in the Blue Avenger Vault. In other words, at most 2 Weather Warlock beyonder characteristics remained unaccounted for, perhaps none at all, and Lumion currently had no leads. Before Franca and Jenna could respond, Lumion thoughtfully said, "I plan to make a trip to Banzi Harbor soon." Chapter 1079. The Stele. At Banzi Harbor by the Sonia Sea, after Lumion, Franca, and Jenna arrived, they saw endless ruins. Every building here had collapsed, with many blackened marks. Wild animals now inhabited the area, occasionally letting out caw-caw calls of crows. Lumion had heard from Madame Magician about Banzi Harbor's destruction, but this was his first time actually coming here. From the information gathered, this used to be the territory of the Medici family, who believed in the god of weather. There's a chance that the Weather Warlock beyonder characteristic could be found here, but they were likely taken by that Red Angel, Franca said as she looked around. Staring at the ruins of Banzi before him, Lumion felt like he was back in the disaster-stricken Cordu. He stood there dazed for a few seconds before speaking. "This is one purpose: to search around won't cost us much. The other purpose is to find that special location Madame Magician mentioned, use the corpse wax candle, and complete the ritual contract." Chuckling, Lumion continued, "Since the Celestial Master was able to use Professor and company as a medium to locate the hidden sage and help Mr. Fool lock onto the target, the Blood Emperor ritual contract should also be able to find where the remaining Weather Warlock beyonder characteristic is. As someone who is barely counted as his blessed, is it too much to ask him for this small favor? In theory it's possible, but it's too dangerous. It would be better to accumulate contributions and seek revelations from Mr. Fool. He is the greatest existence at the top of the seer pathway, and should be able to divine clues about the remaining Weather Warlock beyonder characteristic." Franca was not too fond of Lumion taking unnecessary risks. Though this is his style, one just can't avoid being defiled from constantly touching pitch. He should try to control the number of risky ventures. Jenna nodded in agreement with Franca's words. "You think I haven't sought revelations from Mr. Fool? Guess what his revelation was?" Lumion smiled. "Banzi." "All right then," Franca grumbled. "You two help me guard against any accidents," Lumion said, placing his hand on his chest and bowing his head to pray to Mr. Fool. After the prayer, he activated the remnant aura of the Blood Emperor, the underworld Taoist seal, and the dark pinhole in his right palm. Guided solely by his spiritual intuition, he began to delve deeper into the ruins. Franca and Jenna followed several tens of meters behind him, one on each side. They had walked for nearly a quarter of an hour when Lumion stopped in front of a collapsed building. The walls of the building were shattered and only a few charred wooden pieces remained of the entrance. On the ground, which was scorched as if by lightning, were two vivid blood-red human silhouettes. In the corner next to these two shadows was a simple drawing depicting a tentacled monster. According to the intel provided by Mr. Hanged Man, this was the Banshee Harbor Telegraph Office. So it's here after all. Muttering, Lumion walked up to the two blood-colored human imprints and took out a pale yellow-red semi-solidified candle in a glass jar. He then placed the corpse wax candle on the piled-up collapsed walls and ignited it using friction of his spirituality. Seeing this, Jenna and Franca stopped in their tracks, not advancing further. They were worried that they too would be affected by the candle's scent and be passively drawn into the ritual contract, unable to monitor the situation. Lumion sat down cross-legged and began cogitation. The sweet-scented incense diffused in the stillness, gradually penetrating his nostrils, causing his bones to itch and his blood vessels to swell. Suddenly, a veil of dark mist appeared before his eyes. Unlike previous contract rituals, Lumion's drifting soul was immediately seized by an invisible force and yanked into the depths of the mist the next moment, spinning, turning. Lumion quickly regained his wits and found himself standing in a spacious, bright house, with rows of seats on both sides, occupied by several people who seemed to be waiting. Some of these people were dressed normally, while others had very strange attire. Lumion had not yet had a chance to examine them closely when a shout rang out. Beside him, "Ilhap, make way." Lumion did not understand and turned around with a bewildered look, facing a man who had just entered through the door. The man was wearing a white shirt, a black vest, and a top hat, a look that matched the Eastern style Franca had described. He was holding a piece of paper in his hand. Lumion stepped aside to let the man pass, watching him run towards the front of the hall without looking back. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of telegraphing echoed from that direction. Lumion then realized this was a telegraph office, and the people were waiting for responses. Many of the waiting individuals had already turned their gaze towards him. Lumion pulled up his hood to obscure his face. Compared to a demoness's allure, wearing strange clothes was not a big problem. Outside the telegraph office, the scene suddenly became lively. There were multi-story buildings of various styles, wide streets, and occasionally black automobiles, and the yellow rickshaws Franca had mentioned passing by. Among the bustling people, some wore shirts, suits, and hats. Others wore long robes and skullcaps, some in white shirts and black gowns with baggy pants and high-top cloth shoes, their waists bulging as if they were hiding pistols, and some with their heads wrapped in red cloth and holding short batons, while others wore lace-trimmed and ruffled long dresses or close-fitting skirts with slits on the sides. Lumion suddenly felt this was as prosperous as Trier. Ding-ding. The clear sound echoed as a two-car tram supported by overhead tracks raced by. This scene was very familiar to Lumion. He already knew this was called a trolley. However, unlike what he had seen before, the passengers on the trolley were all quite normal, their attire indistinguishable from the pedestrians on the streets, and none of them had just a head, dragging a bloody, bony spine. The location I've entered is different from the previous street, or maybe that street was originally hidden and requires special methods to see or enter. My various special attributes, combined with the issues in Banshee, have brought me more directly to this metropolis. Lumion muttered as he looked around. Even among the people being pulled in rickshaws, there were no ladies with pus-filled, bruised faces concealing them with fans. Aside from not understanding the language around him and the scarcity of people who resembled his own appearance, Lumion didn't see any problems with the bustling city before him. In terms of the effects of the ritual contract, this could be considered a failure, as he had gained nothing and not touched upon any mysteries. After contemplating for a while, with a feeling of being thrown into a foreign land without a good translator, Lumion followed the guidance of his own spirituality and gradually moved away from the prosperous downtown, entering narrower alleys. The architectural styles on both sides became more peculiar: stone doorframes, thick black wooden doors, and tall walls with deep courtyards. Lumion tried extending his right hand to touch a wooden utility pole, only to see his palm pass through it. Am I in a soul-body state now? No, it should be a pure spiritual and mental state, but I can still be seen by the people around me. Lumion analyzed as he continued walking, navigating through the tangled wires, laundry lines, and haphazardly piled debris, until he reached an area with many residences. The first thing that caught his eye was a strangely shaped wooden tower. It was very similar to the fog core he had seen in previous ritual contracts, but in the sunlight, the wooden tower had lost its indescribable sense of terror and gloom. In front of the brown tower were large houses and green trees, all enclosed by a yellow wall preventing anyone from scaling it. The open wooden double doors at the main entrance saw a constant flow of people going in and out, all appearing to be ordinary citizens. Is this what Frank had called a temple? Lumion pondered for a moment, then followed the crowd into the area enclosed by the yellow wall. He pretended to be sightseeing as he gradually approached the wooden tower. Along the way, he noticed that the monks of this temple were divided into several categories, with vastly different attire, and they did not seem to interact much with each other. The two most numerous groups were, one wearing blue robes and tall hats, resembling the Celestial Master style, and the other with shaved heads, wearing either dull grey robes or yellow inner robes, with red outer garments. When Lumion reached a point near the wooden tower, two types of monks blocked his path in succession. Although he did not understand what the monks were saying, he got the message. Stop. Lumion did not argue and turned back towards the building he had just passed. During this process he discreetly observed the environment, noticing that many monks were dispersed along the path leading to the wooden tower, some openly, some secretly, showing signs of using Beyonder powers. They are guarding the wooden tower, not allowing outsiders to enter. As Lumion made this judgment, he abandoned the idea of trying to teleport there or use the mirror world. If the wooden tower was indeed the core location indicated by the ritual contract, the guards would be prepared against such methods. Thinking about how he had previously entered the tower through a mental contract, Lumion found a hidden spot and tried to replicate that state. As soon as he completed the cogitation, he suddenly levitated, floating towards the wooden tower through the suddenly spreading dark mist without any obstruction. Soon, Lumion reached his destination but was blocked by an invisible force, only able to descend downwards, preparing to enter through the door. The floating sensation quickly faded, and the enveloping dark mist dissipated. This time, Lumion clearly saw the situation at the wooden tower's entrance. There stood a weathered stone stele. Lumion could not decipher the text on the stele, but he understood its meaning as, if through spiritual communication. The inscription read, "Gathered the world's might, halved the ranks of the brave, binding the malevolent dragon here, quelling the calamity it gave. Erected by the fifth celestial master." Chapter 1080. Destined. Binding the malevolent dragon here, erected by the fifth celestial master. Lumion recalled what he had seen in the previous ritual contract, vaguely, understanding something. He did not stop there, passing by the weathered stone stele and entering the wooden tower. The tower had no gas lamps or lit candles, relying only on the dim sunlight filtering through the thin paper windows to provide some illumination. This did not hinder Lumion's examination of the surroundings. He found the first floor of the tower to be unusually spacious, with towering and intersecting beams and columns, and a stone staircase leading down to the lower area. Familiar with the situation, Lumion confidently approached the staircase, seemingly shrouded in shadow. After a few steps, he suddenly looked up towards the side, and in the exceptionally dark environment, he saw a young man in dark clothing crouching quietly on a round wooden crossbeam. The man had a thin face, a slightly broader forehead, and reasonably good features overall. His black eyes were bright and lively, his figure seemingly merged with the darkness. As Lumion was looking up, their gazes met, and his hood lost its concealing effect. The man immediately muttered something Lumion did not understand, with a disdainful expression, and scurried up the higher floors, disappearing from sight. Another outsider? He was able to bypass the monks and infiltrate this strange wooden tower? Although he did not use any Beyonder powers just now, his capabilities are still impressive. Lumion, with his night vision, was not hindered by the darkness above and tried to track down the man, but could not find any trace of him. Vaguely feeling that the other person was still observing him, Lumion smiled, brightly up at the ceiling. Charm! A charm directed at all present beings. With a thud, the young man suddenly fell from somewhere, crashing onto a horizontal beam. He cursed in a language Lumion did not understand and scurried up the tower, like a lizard, completely escaping the lower floors, as if avoiding a snake or scorpion. Lumion did not understand his cursing, but felt it sounded similar to the phrase he had heard shouted at him in the telegraph office. "Damn it." Confirming that the young man was no longer watching him, Lumion descended the grey stone steps, disappearing into the shadowed stairwell. After an unknown period, he finally reached the very bottom of the wooden tower, seeing the ancient well hidden in the darkness, the moss-covered stone blocks, and the iron chains extending from the blocks into the depths of the well. Numerous bas-reliefs were carved onto these chains, depicting countless grotesque and distorted faces, like evil spirits. It's similar to Chen Tu's armor. Was the underworld Taoist also involved in this, binding the malevolent dragon matter? Or his teacher, his teacher's teacher? Lumion already knew that the Celestial Master corresponded to the Mystery Prior and Savant pathways, and these dark iron chains did not seem to be his handiwork. Peeking out, Lumion's gaze descended to the bottom of the well, seeing a surface of what appeared to be the combined blood of thousands upon thousands of people. The liquid was thick, bizarre, and emanated a strong stench of blood and rust. Instinctively, Lumion raised his right hand to his nose, but found that he was not bleeding as he had during the previous ritual, and his condition was even quite good. Is it because I have already accepted the boon of calamity and obtained the power of the War Bishop, so I'm essentially one of them? Lumion thought, looking at the dense bloody water that did not reflect his head or face, and spoke in ancient Hermes. "O mighty and great existence at the pinnacle of calamity, your humble blessed wishes to ask where I can obtain a beyond a characteristic that can help me advance further." Lumion had always been thick-skinned, so these words came easily to him. However, he was not sure if the so-called malevolent dragon locked at the bottom of the well would be able to understand his speech. To facilitate the other's understanding, he did not even use terms like weather, warlock, sequence 2, or mythical creature. The people of the Western continent probably hadn't seen the blasphemy slate. After a brief, indescribable silence, the surface of the blood-colored water revealed a scene. It was a rotting, pus-oozing arm in broken armor, propping itself up on the ground, higher than the crumbled stone pillars. Pus continuously dripped from the cracks, mixed with invisible flames that ignited the ground, the air, and everything around, burning endlessly. Lumion hastily retreated a few steps, not daring to look directly. The residual aura of the Blood Emperor in his palm told him that the scene corresponded to the fallen divine corpse of Alista Tudor in the depths of 4th Epoch Trier. Is there a weather warlock beyond a characteristic there? Lumion nodded slightly, returning to the edge of the well and looking at the dense blood water. The surface of the blood had changed. It was now filled with darkness, and a tall, silent figure seemed to be observing Lumion from within. Relying on his spiritual intuition, Lumion deduced that this was the mirrored Blood Emperor on the Blue Avenger's vault. Can I not obtain the weather warlock beyond a characteristic without avoiding Alista Tudor? Wouldn't getting it from the Iron and Blood Cross Order's president be fine? Lumion had just furrowed his brow when a tremendous suction force suddenly emanated from the bottom of the well. Lumion was unable to resist, as this was both the instinctive pull of a high level beyond a characteristic and the boon he had received, given his current pure spiritual or mental state. He was dragged and fell into the well, sinking deeper. In the blink of an eye, as he tried to activate the black mark on his right shoulder, to teleport away, his body touched the surface of the dense bloody liquid. He passed through it without creating the slightest ripple, just as a high-sequence Demoness would enter the mirror world. Lumion suddenly realized, water surfaces are also mirrors, and not entering the place where the malevolent dragon is bound, but the corresponding mirror world. His vision darkened, then turned red, and his entire being was completely submerged in the bloody water. The stench of blood and rust permeated his nostrils, trying to fill his lungs and body. Lumion did not feel any pain, but rather a sense of comfort, as if he had returned to his source, to the homeland he had longed for. This sea of blood seemed to have no surface, and no matter how he tried to float up, he could not escape it or breathe fresh air. He saw countless corpses drifting past him, some headless, some with only a head, dragging a bony, spine-like tail. Lumion followed these bodies, wanting to see where they would drift. Floating along with the corpses, he moved with the flow of the dark blood current. The headless bodies and those heads with their dangling spines became increasingly dense, gradually forming a blockage. It was as if there was an exit nearby, but the influx of corpses had clogged it. Lumion chose to bypass the congested area and approach the destination from the side. While he could not squeeze through, he just wanted to see what the situation was, up ahead. After swimming for a while, Lumion finally saw the target location, a dark, gaping hole blocked by thousands of corpses, with an endless school of fish surging behind. The bodies jammed in the hole were already bloated, with patches of blackish-blue decay on their surfaces. Lumion immediately associated this with the lady riding the rickshaw, using a fan to cover her pus-filled, bruised face. Did she escape from here? Or is she the controller of these corpses? Lumion shook his head, doubting he had any chance of squeezing through the blocked hole. There were simply too many bodies jammed there, and he did not know what changes burning them down might bring. It would most likely make the situation worse. At that moment, the blocked hole shook violently, as if someone on the other side was trying to break through the tunnel. Splash! A large number of the corpses blocking the hole were suddenly swallowed in, allowing those behind them to finally approach. This also caused some of the dark, lightless water to ripple outwards. Affected by the disturbance, Lumion was pushed away, and the blood-red scene before him quickly faded into an illusion. In the illusion, he saw a huge, coiled black shadow. The shadow was lying at the bottom of the sea of blood, occupying an area comparable to the size of Trier. Lumion was drawn towards it, but could not truly approach or clearly see the black shadow. One was in the mirror, the other in reality. In front of the black shadow was a square several tens of kilometers wide and long, paved with grayish-white stones, with towering pillars of black, blood-red, and grey-white supporting an invisible barrier, preventing the blood-red sea from invading. Lumion found himself standing on this square, and before him was a full-length mirror made of pure silver mixed with other metals, its ornate frame in a classic style. Seeing this mirror, Lumion's mind suddenly tensed. Isn't this the same mirror from the Blue Avenger's treasure vault, the one concealing the mirrored Aleister Tudor? Why is there also one here? Or rather, does the one in the Blue Avenger's treasure vault lead to this one? Are they the results of Aleister Tudor's various crazy experiments as the Blood Emperor? Lumion instinctively wanted to move away from the silver full-length mirror, to avoid having his own image reflected in it, but a figure trapped within the mirror had already become visible on its surface. The figure was clad in blood-stained black armor, with flowing hair faintly, glowing with a reddish light. His facial features were sharp, as if carved by a knife, his lips tightly pursed, exuding a resolute and unyielding aura. His blue eyes were filled with cruelty and madness. The next moment, this mirror-bound figure extended his armored right hand through the cold, hard mirror surface. He stepped out of the full-length mirror, as if completely unconcerned about Lumion seizing the opportunity to attack. Chapter 10,081. Trapped. The Mirrored Blood Emperor. Lumion was not unfamiliar with the figure before him. He did not seize the opportunity to attack, not because he did not want to, but because he was stunned for a moment by the assault of the mad psyche before breaking free. The burning heat and stinging pain in his right palm became more pronounced, as if wanting to collaborate, to fuse the current vessel with the version of himself in the mirror. The mirrored Aleister Tudor stood nearly 3 meters tall, gripping a just-formed gigantic flaming sword. The giant sword burned with a bluish-purple hue. The blood-stained black-armored mirror Aleister, with eyes filled with madness and cruelty, looked at the blood-soaked Lumion and said in an icy voice, "Where is your sword?" As soon as the words left his mouth, he took a stride forward to stand before Lumion, raising the bluish-purple flaming sword high and bringing it down towards his target. Lumion finally recovered from his previous shock and instantly drew the iron-black sword of courage, blocking the strike from above. Clang! Amidst the clash of metal, streams of bluish-purple flames scattered, and Lumion was knocked flying, his body set alight. Crack! He proactively used mirror substitution, escaping the flames of the mirrored Aleister. The mirrored Aleister, dragging the flaming sword, evaluated dispassionately. Too weak. As he spoke, the city-sized square was already engulfed in flames, with transparent, almost invisible spider web-like strands being revealed, all burning, violently, no longer able to restrict or affect the mirrored Alastair. The mystical pathogens Lumion had secretly spread earlier were also quickly dissipating in the intense heat and burning, with only the heat-resistant ones still barely hanging on. Facing this fiery hell, Lumion actually created a wall of crystalline, transparent frost around himself. Sizzling, these frost walls were immediately vaporized under the assault of the bluish-purple flames and terrifying heat, turning into white mist. The white mist obscured Lumion's figure, making him disappear from the mirrored Alastair's sight. Behind the mirrored Blood Emperor, Lumion's figure rapidly took shape, his clear blue eyes deepening slightly, reflecting the blood-stained black-armored figure. He wanted to curse the opponent. This was one of the few effective ways he currently had to harm the other. Just then, thick fog rose up, immediately shrouding the mirrored Alastair Tudor, preventing Lumion's spiritual perception from extending beyond 10 meters, making it difficult to lock onto the target. True fog of war. Within the fog enveloping the entire fiery hell, Lumion threw out a mirror, which transformed into his double and gained projection power. Lumion's main body then concealed its form. Suddenly Alastair's scornful voice sounded in Lumion's ear. Flashy, but useless. Accompanied by this remark, thunderous explosions took over the square. Indiscriminate, large-scale explosions, the fog of war thinned as a result. Lumion's mirrored projection shattered, and even his main body had to use mirror substitution repeatedly to endure the aftermath of the explosions. The entire square's ground was left in ruins, only the ornate silver full-length mirror remaining intact. As Lumion stabilized himself, he saw the mirrored Blood Emperor rushing towards him with the force of a mountain, slashing down with the bluish-purple flaming sword. A sudden grey-white surge burst forth from Lumion. Wherever it passed, the flames were frozen and turned to stone. As the overwhelming grey-white wave approached the mirrored Alastair's figure, this Blood Emperor with only remnants of power was set ablaze, decomposing into streams of bluish-purple flames. These flames flew out to the sides and upwards, avoiding Lumion's petrification power. They quickly converged behind Lumion, reforming the nearly 3-meter-tall Alastair Tudor with blood-red hair. Crack! With a sweeping motion of the flaming sword, Lumion's body shattered and dissolved into mirrors once more. This time, he used teleportation in conjunction. His destination was behind the silver full-length mirror. He swung his sword of courage ablaze with scorching blue-tinged flames towards the mirror. He felt this full-length mirror and the mirrored Alastair Tudor were closely connected, and destroying it might prevent the powerful enemy from maintaining. His form, the earlier large-scale explosion where the mirrored Alastair deliberately controlled the direction and provided necessary protection, not allowing this silver full-length mirror to be damaged, was evidence of this. Even if I can't beat you, can't I at least beat this mirror? In Lumion's eyes, the mirrored Blood Emperor transformed into a bluish-purple flaming spear, rapidly thrusting towards him. He did not retreat, still letting the sword of courage descend. Bang! The silver full-length mirror suffered a tremendous explosion. Without even a cracking sound, it completely disintegrated, its shards scattered outwards. At the same time, the bluish-purple flaming spear pierced through Lumion's body, instantly igniting him, trying to burn him to ashes. The flaming spear fell behind Lumion, reforming into the mirrored Alastair Tudor. His sharp-featured face bore unconcealed mockery, his figure not showing any instability or illusion from the destruction of the silver full-length mirror. It was an intentionally displayed weakness, a trap. On the fog sea, in the starlight-condensed treasure vault on the Blue Avenger, the silver full-length mirror at the end of the corridor suddenly split open without a sound, cracks forming across its surface. Splash! Shattered glass slid downwards. On the deck of the Blue Avenger, Mr. Hanged Man and the few sailors felt the ship suddenly rocking violently, as if caught in a raging storm. High in the sky, the fog rapidly spread, clouds piling up, a downpour imminent. Within a square shielded from thick blood water, from a black coin bag, a mirror flew up, and Lumion leapt out, retrieving the sword of courage and the traveller's bag, specially made by Mr. Fool. He showed no retreat or fear, power surging from the dark pinhole in his palm. His strikingly handsome face suddenly took on a more heroic masculine air, his chest slightly narrower, his body a bit taller. He was utilizing the power of the War Bishop obtained through the boon. Of course, a Demoness of Unaging combined with War Bishop still should not be a match for the mirrored Alistair Tudor, even if the latter did not use much of his Weather Warlock abilities. He still displayed overwhelming superiority. Lumien's true purpose was not the War Bishop itself. He wanted to leverage the unique origin of this power. It originated from the boon of the corpse wax candle ritual's target, from the depths of the well, most likely related to the massive black shadow coiled near the square, in reality. In this case, Lumien was effectively the bestowed of the other party, and the current battlefield was within the mirror world at the bottom of the well. In other words, Lumien might be able to invoke angelic-level powers by appealing to this special environment. Furthermore, with the War Bishop boon, he was now truly half male, half female, yin nurturing yang, yang containing yin, extremely close to higher powers. Seeing this, the mirrored Alistair Tudor did not frown, the madness in his blue eyes intensifying, seemingly wanting to use actual battle to tell Lumien this was meaningless. Failure will be your destined end. At this moment, a dark shadow from the coiled black mass expanded outwards. It penetrated the invisible barrier, surging behind the Mirror Blood Emperor. This dark, illusory, and transparent shadow seemed to lead to an unknown world. Lumien's thoughts suddenly became hazy, as if hearing layer upon layer of faint, ethereal voices. He then saw the mirrored Alistair put away the bluish-purple flaming sword, scornfully glancing at him. This blood-soaked black-armored mirror person harumphed, no longer attacking, turning and walking into the dark shadow, disappearing from Lumien's sight. That's it? Lumien paused. Of course, he did not think the mirrored Alistair Tudor gave up, because he feared. The aid Lumien had invoked, it was more likely someone had dissuaded him. Who could dissuade the half-crazed mirrored Blood Emperor? As Lumien pondered, he felt his mind beginning to grow weary, his consciousness significantly weakened. The ritual contract was nearing its end. Lumien looked around, choosing to enter cogitation, proactively disconnecting from the contract state, in Banzi Harbor, within the ruins of the telegraph office. Lumien opened his eyes, checking his condition. The power of the War Bishop was receding. What happened? Franca in the distance asked curiously. Lumien had actually used the War Bishop power from the boon during the ritual. Lumien was about to respond, but suddenly had a premonition, turning his gaze towards the western sky. On the fog sea, aboard the Blue Avenger, inside the violently shaking, nearly shattering ship, a deep purple, hurricane-like light suddenly surged. It rapidly headed eastward. Seeing this, Mr. Hanged Man furrowed his brow. On a sunny coastline, unarmored, simply wearing a shirt and pants, now more human-like Red Angel, Medici comfortably lay in a beach chair, legs crossed, casually watching the deep purple light fly overhead. Then he smiled at Albus beside him, saying, "Why didn't I attack Lumien Lee in the Dream City? Of course, it's because I'm waiting for him to trigger all the problems left behind by that crazy Tudor. The path to be taken, someone must help us take it. The traps to be stepped on, someone must help us step on them." Chapter 1082. Open Stratagem. In St. Millum of the Faesac Empire, on the coast of Mid-Sessia, Snana Einhorn, with his flamboyant golden earrings and deep red hair, was originally toying with some jewelry when he suddenly raised his head and looked towards the southern sky. He was first surprised, then a look of confusion crossed his face, and he remained in the room, doing nothing. Far in the distance, in the coastal regions of the Phaenopotter Kingdom, the deep purple light was flying faster and faster, already having escaped the encompassing hurricane, leaving behind horrifying rumbles. In a certain location in the Intis Republic, the grizzled, blue-uniformed leader of the Iron and Blood Cross Order, Dest, with his neatly combed deep red hair, black iron eyes, and prominent wrinkles, withdrew his gaze from a brass chess set and looked up towards the sky. He almost instinctively transformed into a deep purple iridescent rainbow and shot up, but ultimately controlled himself. He murmured softly, "The disturbance is so great the deities must all be watching. Will the angels of the Orthodox churches try to seize it?" Under the observation of numerous gazes, the deep purple light crossed over the Faina Potter kingdom. Curiously, no one came to stop it, nor did anyone attempt to obtain it. In Bansi Harbour, when Lumion turned his gaze westward, Franca and Jenna followed his line of sight, but saw nothing. "What are you looking at?" Franca asked, puzzledly. Lumion mused aloud. "I feel that the full-length mirror in the Boo Avenger's treasury has shattered, and the Weather Warlock, beyond the characteristic hidden behind it, is now rapidly crossing the northern continent, flying from the fog sea towards me." Jenna was a bit stunned to hear this. Franca also exclaimed in amazement. "Such a thing can happen. A classic trope, where a treasured item comes to seek you out on its own." They had come to Bansi to seek clues about the remaining Weather Warlock, beyond a characteristic, and now one such beyond a characteristic was crossing thousands of miles to come to them. Lumion estimated the time and said calmly, "We'll need to start with my recent secret deed ritual experience." Franca's eyes lit up, full of interest in the story Lumion was about to tell. Jenna was the same, but considered things more carefully. She reminded Lumion, "Aren't you going to prepare? What if that Weather Warlock beyond a characteristic isn't coming to join you, but to kill you? You can recount your previous experiences and the reasons behind things after everything is over. There's no need to waste time now. We should hurry up and make the necessary preparations, like appealing to Mr. Fool to watch over us, or summoning a messenger from Madam Magician and promising to exchange the post-apocalyptic scripture for one round of assistance." In any case, they needed to prepare for a potential battle with the item manifested by the Weather Warlock beyonder characteristic. Smiling, Lumion replied, "No need to rush, it may be flying fast, but it will still take just over an hour to reach here." Shaking his head, Lumion continued, "Can't teleport. Can't use mirror traversal either, just so troublesome and slow-moving." Jenna was momentarily at a loss for words. Franca then raised another question. "Want to get intercepted halfway? If the Orthodox churches take it, we can negotiate later, and can use the post-apocalyptic scripture to make a trade. After all, this thing speaks in riddles and is not very useful, just a hassle. But if it's the evil god-worshippers trying to ambush it midway, with such a commotion, wouldn't they just be exposing themselves?" Lumion laughed. Although the post-apocalyptic scripture was quite useful for responding to believers, there were few wishes it couldn't fulfill through bestowing good fortune. But as a fate appropriator, Lumion could also handle such matters himself. It would just be more troublesome and less effective. "That's true." Franca thought seriously for a moment, then jokingly suggested, "Why don't you go out to welcome that beyonder characteristic? It's come all this way, you should show it how much you value it, be enthusiastic." "We'll see." Lumion wasn't actually sure what that beyonder characteristic or the Grade 0 sealed artifact wanted to do, so it was better to just wait in Bansi Harbour. This place had been devastated by the Church of Storms with no human habitation, left only the occasional adventurer or pirate coming to explore and uncover treasures others had missed. And earlier today, Lumion had confirmed that aside from the three of them, only wild animals remained on this island. This was very suitable for demigods to battle without worrying about accidentally killing anyone. Franca glanced around, gaining a general understanding of Lumion's intentions. Jenna then said, "Still, do the preparations first, then tell us about your secret deed experience in case some unexpected thing happens midway. Who knows, maybe some high-ranking being will kindly help shorten the distance for that beyonder characteristic, letting it arrive early." Lumion accepted Jenna's suggestion, praying or summoning messengers, going through a round of preparations. Then he began recounting from when his consciousness manifested in that Eastern City's telegraph office, up to the point where the mirrored Alista Tudor, despite having a clear advantage and filled with fighting spirit, voluntarily withdrew into the darkness and disappeared. Before Franca and Jenna could respond, Lumion asked curiously and puzzledly, "What did that person who also infiltrated the wooden tower mean when they muttered those words after seeing me?" He then mimicked the other party's pronunciation. Franca pondered for a moment, then suddenly laughed. He was cursing bad luck. "Meaning, it's bad luck to run into you." "Did I interfere with his actions?" Lumion mused aloud. Or had he been previously deceived by a Beyonder from the Demoness pathway? In the West Continent, Demonesses don't have a very good reputation. You think Demonesses have a good reputation in the Northern and Southern continents too? Franca said, amused. I think he's really been scammed by a Demoness before, otherwise a normal person wouldn't immediately curse bad lucks just from seeing your face. He's got PTSD. Jenna chuckled as well, looking at Lumion. Judging from this, that Weather Warlock Beyonder characteristic coming may not necessarily be a good thing. I can already smell the scent of conspiracy. Kill you? It's neither an ambush nor a hidden environment, so it's almost impossible to kill Mr. Fool Saint unless someone holds back Mr. Fool. However, that's unless the evil gods have completed their invasion and the apocalypse has come early. Otherwise, anyone able to stop Mr. Fool wouldn't have any underlying motivation. Pondering for a few seconds, Franca looked at Lumion and continued. Actively becoming your potion ingredient, letting you consume it to advance, then linking with the residual Blood Emperor aura in you to resurrect and occupy your body? Even for a plot that straightforward, normal people should be able to think of it, right? Yes, Lumion nodded. I can also ask Mr. Fool to help shatter the characteristic, remove the remnant Blood Emperor psyche. Even if I can't completely purge it, at least Alistair Tudor won't be able to resurrect inside me. Then this is... Franca and Jenna exchanged a puzzled glance. Lumion suddenly smiled. This should be an open stratagem. Alistair Tudor wants me to become an angel. Then the resurrection preparations he left behind will truly manifest. Red Angel Medici previously said he would give me a chance, but it's likely not, because I was too weak for him to bother with at the time, nor out of deep empathy for my experiences. That may be a factor, but not the main reason. He too is waiting for me to ascend to Sequence 2. Jenna's brow furrowed slightly. So you mean Alistair Tudor's current goal is to help you advance to angelhood, and it doesn't matter whether you choose to become a Weather Warlock or a Demoness of Catastrophe, using that Beyonder characteristic or something else, the end result will be the same? Probably, Lumion nodded, with a wry smile. That's why the mirrored Alistair Tudor was able to restrain his madness and killing intent. Franca and Jenna fell silent, not knowing what to say. After all, they couldn't really advise Lumion not to ascend to angelhood, right? Lifting his chin slightly, Lumion chuckled nonchalantly. What's meant to come, will come. I also want to see what awaits me. Hopefully it won't disappoint. Hearing this, Franca sighed. Chaos, chaos. With the apocalypse looming, a bit of chaos is good. There's a chance to win amidst the chaos. An hour passed quickly, and the weakened and fatigued Lumion from the secret deed ritual had fully recovered. Suddenly a deep purple light shot across the western sky. As it drew nearer, it grew larger and larger, eventually becoming clearly visible to Lumion, Franca, and Jenna. It was a violently burning mass of deep purple flames, with flashes of pure blue at its core. Interwoven within the flames were jet black metal rods, forming a massive skeletal frame. The deep purple-blue flames flowed along the metal bones, trailing long feathers, giving the whole the appearance of a colossal bird with a wingspan spanning dozens of meters. The intensely burning deep purple-blue giant bird had not even fully approached Banzi Harbor, but the weeds, trees at the edges of the ruins, and remaining walls all spontaneously ignited. Cracking sounds rang out as Banzi was enveloped in flames. At the same time, a disdainful yet condescending booming voice reverberated in Lumion's ear. "Dare you face me?" It was spoken in ancient Hermes. Lumion suddenly gained an epiphany. There were several layers of meaning to this. Facing. Dare you withstand my attack alone and endure? Dare you ascend to Weather Warlock using the Beyonder characteristic I extracted? Do you have the courage and bravery for this? His mind made up, Lumion turned to Franca and Jenna. You two should leave this area. Franca and Jenna exchanged a glance, not saying much. In a critical moment, they unhesitatingly believed in Lumion's judgment and choice. Franca's eyes immediately reflected layers of darkness, then she grabbed Jenna's hand and departed Bansi Harbor through the mirror world. Lumion shifted his gaze back, looking up at the purple-flamed giant bird blotting out the sky, and reached into the traveler's bag, withdrawing the parchment-bound post-apocalyptic scripture. Chapter 1083, Sparring. The moment the post-apocalyptic scripture was withdrawn, it began to turn pages on its own, arriving at one of the pages. On it was a prophecy, written by Lumian's thoughts. Lumian Li will ultimately emerge victorious in this battle thanks to his exceptional good fortune. As the mercury-colored text shimmered, the purple-flamed giant bird up in the sky began circling, trailing its long feathers. It had not yet revealed its complete mythical creature form, for if it did, Lumian would not continue playing with it, and would immediately summon assistance. Dark clouds amassed rapidly, looming low over the ground. In the blink of an eye, a torrential downpour plummeted as if the sky had split open like a lake. The deluge quickly formed into a massive water column poured down towards Lumian, but he did not move an inch, simply drawing upon the war Bishop Boone's power to become both male and female, with a more androgynous beauty, his chest still pronounced. The descending downpour slowed down more and more, soon freezing in midair, reflecting the sunlight to reveal a crystalline, translucent appearance. The layer of ice continued growing upwards from above Lumian, drawing in the abundant rain into its frigid domain, creating an illusion of a rainbow arching across. With a clattering sound, the subsequent rainfall was blocked by the solid ice sheet, sliding off towards the other areas of Bansi Harbor, combining with the earlier deluge and the already damaged drainage system, rapidly flooding the ruins. Sheltered by the layers of ice, Lumian calmly surveyed his surroundings, puzzled by the current manifestation of the purple-flamed giant bird's abilities. This truly has the might of the heavens and earth. If it keeps raining for another 2 to 3 hours, combined with the seawater rushing in, the entire Bansi Harbor will be submerged. But in the realm of angelic combat, this is utterly useless. What angel would drown in this? And there's ample time to escape the scene. Unless it keeps raining until the mountainsides collapse, there may be a chance to pose a threat to angels. However, this is excellent for slaughtering ordinary people and low sequence, beyonders, truly befitting the path of war and calamity. Just as Lumian was pondering this, the purple-flamed giant bird pierced through the thick clouds, extending his head. Amid the dark clouds, silver-white lightning snakes flashed, converging into a long, lashing bolt. The lightning struck the crystalline ice, unable to conduct through, shattering and spraying outwards. Boom! The thunderous sound reverberated as countless electric snakes plunged into the pooled water of Bansi Harbor, rapidly darting to form a vast silver web covering the entire ruined area. Crackling sounds rang out endlessly, and Lumian finally understood the purpose of the earlier downpour: to make the subsequent lightning strikes more destructive and far-reaching. But Lumian himself stood on dry soil surrounded by the near-insulating layers of ice, largely unaffected. In the next moment, new lightning formed, more magnificent and colossal, like a silver-white divine tree connecting the sky and earth. It struck the thick ice sheet, shattering the barrier as if carrying horrific kinetic energy or releasing stored power, causing an impact. Rumbling, the thunder wave spread as the terrifying lightning cracked through, the layers of frost reaching the top of Lumian's head. Lumian's body cracked and shattered, like all fragile mirrors. Yet his silhouette remained within the area once protected by the ice, still discernible among the collapsed ruins. Plummeting from the sky, the purple-flamed giant bird spread his burning wings like a meteor, crashing towards Lumian's location. The nearby rainwater suddenly vaporized, diffusing as mist to welcome the giant bird's descent. The ground was set ablaze, the remaining walls ignited, and Lumian's body was set on fire. Boom! The giant bird struck the ground, kicking up a mushroom cloud of dust. Lumian's body shattered once more, the original ruins either reduced to ashes or blown away. At the bottom of the crater formed by the explosion and melting, two blood-stained silhouettes resembling human pulp appeared, slightly dimmer. Lumian's androgynous figure manifested in the air opposite, his pale blue eyes, reflecting the image of the purple-flamed giant bird as he prepared to unleash the Demoness's curse. The surrounding mist instantly thickened. Transforming from scalding steam into true fog of war, Lumian lost his lock-on, unable to effectively apply the curse. Immediately after, a tremendous piercing howl arose, and a horrifying hurricane formed over the sea, sweeping in towering azure waves over 10 meters high towards Bansi Harbor, a tsunami driven by the hurricane. Lumien's body was slammed to the ground, shattering. The remaining building ruins in Bansi Harbor that had managed to retain some height were all flattened, and the purple-flamed giant bird took to the skies, seemingly circling to search for the vanished target. At that moment, Lumien's silhouette emerged at the bottom of the crater with the two blood-stained human-like imprints, the ashen white rushing upwards towards the hovering purple-flamed giant bird. Stones of solidified air fell one by one. The purple-flamed giant bird suddenly let out a shrill cry. Lumien's body and mind trembled as if hearing the incessant drumbeats of an ancient battlefield. Purple-blue fireballs rapidly materialized in the air, densely packed to block out the sunlight in this area. They plummeted with a roar, crashing into the advancing ashen white. Thunderous explosions rang out ceaselessly, the shattered ashen white flame, statues flung in all directions. Lumien's created ashen white kept breaking and retreating until it finally disintegrated, leaving the remaining purple-blue fireballs to pummel Lumien's body. This time, the shattered mirror fragments quickly dissolved into liquid. At this stage of the battle, the good fortune Lumien had gained from the post-apocalyptic scripture had not manifested neither his attacks on the purple-flamed giant bird, nor the giant bird's strikes on him developed into any unexpected success or failure. Lumien's silhouette reappeared in an even deeper, larger crater. The purple-flamed giant bird did not relent, continuing to assault with various beyonder abilities. Lumien struggled to endure, relying on his mirror substitutions to repeatedly evade fatal blows. As the entire elevation of Bansi Harbor lowered by several meters, about to be completely subsumed by the azure seawater, Lumien's mirror substitution reached its limit. From then on, he could only afford the death of his real and mirror self. Circling high above, blocking the sky, the purple-flamed giant bird let out a soul-shaking, chilling cry once more. He locked onto Lumien's figure, about to plummet like a meteor, carrying his violently burning purple-blue flames. Almost simultaneously, his body strangely stiffened. The purple flames on his surface dispersed outwards, the jet-black metal forming, his neck stretched impossibly long, as if about to be torn apart by an invisible force. The purple-flamed giant bird writhed in agony mid-air, the flames continually showering down, adding new blazes to the already raging inferno of Bansi Harbor. This change was so sudden and bizarre, not caused by any of Lumien's attacks. Lumien had been on the defensive the entire time, unable to find an opportunity to curse the opponent, and the mystical pathogens he had secretly spread were also succumbing to the indiscriminate purple flames and terrifying heat, unable to propagate and spread. However, Lumien was not at all surprised by the giant bird's predicament, a distinct smile appearing on his lips. He watched until the purple-flamed giant bird, driven to madness by the agony, manifested his complete mythical creature form. Lumien averted his gaze. The fiery giant up above, bearing avian features, seemed to harbor deep, unfathomable knowledge. It materialized phenomena like lightning, hail, and hurricanes, causing the weather in this area to undergo violent changes. Soon the fiery giant receded back into the giant purple bird, plummeting earthwards. Lifting his head, Lumien looked at the giant bird's eyes, fixed with pain and bewilderment, and said with a smile, "Do you know what place you've been attacking this whole time?" "It's the Bansi Harbor Telegraph Office." Pausing for a moment, Lumien took out the fully burned corpse wax candle from the traveler's bag, his smile growing brighter as he said, "And you are an angel of the hunter pathway, while I am a bestowed of the two apex powers of calamity." This was why Lumien chose to face the purple-flamed giant bird directly, not seeking assistance from Madam Magician or other major arcana cardholders, and remained within the fixed area, never fleeing far away. The Bansi Harbor Telegraph Office should be a leakage point, connected to a metropolis in the western continent, linked to the malevolent dragon. Locked within the ancient well but still able to influence the entire city. Using the corpse wax candle here could grant him a different, more advanced secret deed experience. In this context, attacking the Banzi Harbor telegraph ruins, assaulting the Lumion who had already extracted the War Bishop Boone's power, and being an angel of the Hunter pathway, then personally crashing into the leakage point, had a significant probability of triggering anomalies and being subjected to unseen influences. Of course, the anomaly was not a 100% certainty, and the purple-flamed giant bird did not necessarily have to enter the telegraph ruins directly, bombarding it as a flaming meteor. That's why Lumion had used the post-apocalyptic scripture to add sufficient good fortune. Now the prophesied outcome had arrived. Boom! The purple-flamed giant bird landed nearby, kicking up more dust and flames. His blazing purple wings folded in, his body gradually shrinking, as if coalescing into a physical form. Then his final words reached Lumion's ear. "I acknowledge you are qualified. This has nothing to do with Tudor's arrangement." The purple-flamed giant bird grew smaller and smaller until only points of light remained. Ultimately, the main body transformed into a palm-sized, crystalline, and porous pillar. The various holes in the pillar contained mists, hail, rainwater, lightning, and other meteorological phenomena, sometimes diffusing outwards, sometimes receding back inside. The scattered purple feathers and iron bone crystals littered the ground around it. Chapter 1084, Hidden Conditions. Within the raging inferno of Banzi Harbor, Lumion's smile gradually faded. A blood-red bulge suddenly rose on his brow, the androgynous hues of his features rapidly fading. The bulge then retracted, crawling and slithering across his forehead and face, finally descending slowly down his neck, shoulders and arms, merging with the altered remnants of the Blood Emperor and the War Bishop Boone powers, through the black pinhole, still covered by the pallid skin from the underworld Taoist ceiling. The pinhole expanded slightly, the abysmal, lifeless darkness within seemingly brewing some kind of violent force. Lumion exhaled slowly, then collected the purple-blue porous crystal pillar, along with the purple feathers and iron bone crystals, and placed them in a mirror inside, the traveler's bag a temporary ceiling measure. Plop. A raindrop fell on Lumion's hand, leaving a damp feeling. 1 drop, 2 drops, 3 drops. The raindrops grew more and more numerous, rapidly turning into a downpour. Influenced by the widespread burning and the residual powers of the weather, Warlock, the sky over Banzi Harbor and the surrounding sea had darkened, producing vast gloomy clouds, the rain pouring down. Lumion did not seek shelter or obstruct the rain, allowing it to soak his hood, his hair, his face, his clothes. As it fell, the rain grew colder, congealing into ice crystals and snowflakes. Thick, heavy snowflakes drifted over Banzi Harbor, blanketing the scorched earth, collapsed bricks, and other signs of destruction in a pristine white. Lumion's body was covered in frost and icicles. He finally composed himself. The help of the higher beings was not easily obtained, even if this was not something he had actively provoked, but brought about by the purple giant bird. The ice fell away, Lumion's hood and black robe drying rapidly. He pressed a hand to his chest, thanking Mr. Fool for his gaze, then turned his gaze to the sky. Beyond the swirling snowflakes, Lumion saw the ever-ready-to-assist Madam Magician. The renowned author's expression was rather complex, as if seeing her past self, forced to rapidly advance with the abundance of high-level ingredients. However, she could pause and take an extended rest, later considering whether to ascend to Sequence 1, while Lumion could not, neither he nor the forces driving. Him here would allow him to stop. Lumion nodded in greeting, then teleported back to the luxurious villa in Trier. Franca and Jenna were pacing in the living room, while Ludwig was enjoying a double-layer cream cake. "Done?" Franca looked at Lumion, asking excitedly. "An item that can't reveal its complete mythical creature form is nothing to be afraid of. If it really uses its full power, I'll just call for help," Lumion said with a smile. "Why didn't you just call for help in the first place?" Jenna couldn't understand. Lumion thought for a moment and explained. "The higher the sequence in the Hunter pathway, the more courage and boldness one needs. I skipped the Iron-Blooded Knight and War Bishop sequences without the corresponding Beyond the characteristics to provide a boost. I can no longer retreat and must face the difficulties, challenge myself. This may be the implicit, hidden ritual condition for me to advance to Weather Warlock, or an additional ritual." Jenna suddenly understood. For a normal advancement, it is unnecessary for a Beyonder progressing step by step along the Hunter pathway to Sequence 3. The previous sequences have already provided the corresponding enhancements. But a Sequence 3 Demoness wanting to make the jump must not shy away and be filled with courage. It seems that to switch pathways at the higher sequences, there are hidden conditions to some degree, stemming from the lack of previous sequence elements, Franca also realized. Then, she asked Lumion with a smile, "Did you rely on the special qualities of the Banzi Harbor Telegraph Office to defeat that purple phoenix? Or rather, the purple giant bird? You figured it out?" Lumion raised an eyebrow at Franca. Franca chuckled and explained, "What other abilities and items of yours do we not know about?" A simple analysis can lead to one conclusion: relying on the post-apocalyptic scripture and the Demoness's traits can only delay things, hoping the purple giant bird would acknowledge your strength, but victory is unlikely. Yet the way you acted clearly showed you achieved the final win. Unable to do it alone, yet you didn't call for help, so you must have utilized the environmental conditions. You do have some talent when it comes to combat. Lumion smiled, praising her. He summarized the key points of the battle, the core idea being to, with the target, unable to reveal its complete mythical creature form, leverage the Demoness. Pathway's self-preservation abilities to guide the opponent to attack the Banzi Harbor Telegraph Office as much as possible, while delaying until the anomaly was triggered. Jenna listened quietly, then asked, "So the core supplementary ingredients are in place. Are you planning to advance soon?" Lumion's unaging potion had been completely digested in just a short time, thanks to Aurora's special trait. "Why not?" Lumion understood Jenna's and Franca's concerns, smiling as he said, "Setting aside the matter of reviving Aura, do you think if I hold back and don't descend, Alistitude's preparations won't erupt? With the apocalypse looming and the situation becoming chaotic, when Mr. Fool and the other true gods are preoccupied, they may seize the opportunity to forcibly help me ascend. I have no choice but to advance." Lumion's gaze swept over Franca and Jenna, pausing as he continued. "Since that's the case, it's better to take advantage of the relatively stable situation now, while Mr. Fool's awakening has deepened a bit, and advance without external interference. With the status and power of an angel, even if I encounter Alistitude's arrangements in the future, I'll at least be able to struggle a bit, buying more time, and perhaps help will arrive." Franca and Jenna were only expressing their own concerns, not trying to prevent Lumion from becoming an angel. Seeing that Lumion had thought it through thoroughly, his analysis of the pros and cons sound, they both nodded, urging Lumion to prepare the ritual and pray to Mr. Fool, asking this great being to help shatter the Beyonder characteristic and remove Alistitude's imprint. Although this might not have much impact on the subsequent arrangements of the Blood Emperor, it would at least reduce a hidden danger. Lumion did not delay, busying himself in the specially prepared room for the ritual and prayer to Mr. Fool. After dripping the oil and offering the appeasing sacrament, the purple crystal pillar placed on the altar was suddenly enveloped by the murky darkness emerging from the candle flame, rapidly disintegrating into points of light in various colors: purple, blue, white, red. These light points, as they settled and coalesced, released threads of frenzied aura, occasionally condensing into distorted faces or emitting terrifying roars until finally dissipating. The reconstituted purple crystal pillar appeared purer. "Praise be to you, Mr. Fool." Lumion pressed a hand to his chest, bowing. After putting away the Weather Warlock Beyonder characteristic and dispelling the wall of spirituality, Franca asked concernedly, "How do you plan to complete the ritual?" "I have a clever plan," Lumion replied with a smile. Jenna then asked curiously, "Based on the books you've been reading these past few months?" Lumion scratched his face, chuckling self-deprecatingly. "That was my original plan, and I had corresponding arrangements. But after factoring in my own Beyonder abilities, I found that a Demoness of Unaging, who was once a Reaper, has a simpler and more effective handling method. Perhaps the truth of the Calamity pathways is that one must transfer back and forth to get closer to the apex existences. So those who keep switching can take shortcuts when it comes to the ritual." "What method?" Franca asked curiously. Lumion chuckled. "I'll tell you after I succeed. If I say it now and then fail, won't you mock me forever?" Do you think you won't be mopped even like this? Franca and Jenna chorused. On this topic, the three exchanged playful banter for a while. As the laughter faded, Jenna asked, "When will you perform the ritual?" Lumion responded with a smile. "First, I need to gather the remaining ingredients. Then, I'll wait for a typhoon or hurricane." The countries of the northern continent typically referred to such extreme weather as hurricanes, while the Intisians, influenced by Emperor Roselle, often called them typhoons. In a thunderstorm, the residents staying indoors watched as a silver-white lightning bolt struck the treetops, knocking down the people taking shelter under the trees. Boom, 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 one lightning strike after another rampaged, even those in safe places shivering. After a while, some residents saw a figure next to the charred, smoking trees. The figure was cloaked in black, hooded, like the legendary witch. She took a blackened tree branch, causing dark red drops of blood to fly out from the fallen corpses. A witch indeed, the witnessing residents frightened, retreating from the window area. In the southern part of the Hargenti kingdom, the first snowfall of the year came in an exaggerated fashion, killing many livestock and piling up snow in front of people's homes, blocking the doors. The people inside, struggling against the bitter cold, suddenly saw a hooded figure in black robes, seemingly a witch, walking on the snow-blanketed ground, heading towards the bridge underpass. There were several frozen-to-death vagrants there. The heat-induced drought had left many humans dehydrated, some unfortunately dying, their bodies dragged to the street. A tall, hooded woman dressed as a sorceress approached, stopping in front of a freshly deceased corpse. The surrounding people fled in fear. The Post-Apocalyptic kingdom on the Berserk Sea coast. Many experienced fishermen and captains began returning their ships to the harbor. The sky in the distance had somehow turned gloomy, the waves surging in. The wind had picked up, thanks to the users. Typhoon, I still be myself. Tempest Juno for the chapters provided. Chapter 1085, Typhoon. Ooh, the howling winds rampaged, slamming the windows and doors, the trees trembling, and their branches bending to one side. The residents along the Berserk Sea coast had rich experience dealing with hurricane weather. They had all tightly shut their doors and windows, crossed tape over them, and taken shelter away from the balconies and doors. Yet despite this, as they heard the roaring shrill winds outside and felt their houses shuddering, they couldn't help but feel anxious and afraid. The vagrants had taken refuge in the cathedrals or poorhouses. Amid the towering, crashing waves that sometimes reached the sky, the hooded, black-robed figure of Lumion could be seen. His clothes were flapping loudly, his hood nearly blowing off. Without the ability to fly or levitate, he surveyed the layered cloud walls surrounding the Typhoon's eye, unable to find the final coordinates of the spiritual realm in the chaotic environment. He could only go where his eyes led. Then, he activated the black mark on his right shoulder and teleported into the heart of the Typhoon. Simultaneously, the water droplets violently swirling in the area he had just left, rapidly condensed into ice, the temperature plummeting. In the Typhoon's core, Lumion's figure barely materialized before the gale-driven waves, roaring like a speeding steam train, crashed into him ferociously. Lumion was blown away, but he teleported deeper into the Typhoon, again relying on the see and take method in this gloomy, apocalyptic environment. Wherever he went, the rain froze into a thick layer of ice. After a few such jumps, he finally reached his destination, the Typhoon's eye. The howling winds seemed to vanish, and the high altitude even revealed a clear, azure sky. Lumion didn't have time to admire this special place. His pale blue eyes suddenly turned a deep iron black. As he plummeted, he quickly observed the surrounding cloud walls and the core structure of the Typhoon. Weakness investigation. A Typhoon had weaknesses too. In just a few seconds, the falling Lumion spotted several large, pallid areas. The Typhoon's weak points weren't just one. Lumion teleported again, arriving near the largest pallid spot, looking down on it from above. At this point, if he were a pure Sequence 3 hunter, completing the next steps would be quite difficult, even if he could skillfully use explosives and cull by targeting the weak points and disrupting the core structure. The Typhoon might not necessarily dissipate, but could instead reorganize and strengthen, and the weather wouldn't change in the short term. But for a Demoness of unaging, why use such a brutal method? Besides, the effect might not even be good. As Lumion continued falling, he took out a mirror, reflecting the pallid area above the cloud walls and hurricane. This wasn't to curse the weak point and complete the cull. Of course, a Demoness's curses couldn't target soulless objects. What Lumion wanted to do was forcibly transfer the Typhoon's weak points and structural flaws into the mirror world. This was also a form of destruction, and it could be repeated multiple times. Quickly, Lumion raised his right hand, rapidly brushing across the mirror's surface as he fell. A crack sounded. The makeup mirror seemed to be unable to withstand the strain, about to shatter. Lumion unhesitatingly poured in a large amount of spirituality, forcibly dragging that cloud wall and hurricane area into the mirror world. With that section suddenly gone, cracks spread across the mirror in Lumion's hand. Simultaneously, the Typhoon's core structure began to disintegrate, the cloud walls dissipating piece by piece. Lumion used teleportation and the ability to drag things into the mirror world to continue destroying other structural weak points, not giving the Typhoon a chance to reorganize. In the end, more and more of the cloud walls and the hurricane were pulled into the mirror world. On the coastline nearest to the Typhoon, some people observing the sea from their rooms suddenly noticed the winds dying down and the waves subsiding. In the distance, the surrounding clouds and fierce winds were pouring into a funnel, an impressive sight. As the onlookers blinked, they found that another section of the hurricane swept. Clouds had mysteriously vanished. Piece by piece they disappeared. Bang, bang, bang. Some mirrors in their room abruptly shattered, with a gust of wind blowing out, but not particularly strong. These were the random remnant winds that had escaped the mirror world after a long journey. After another dozen seconds or so, the sky in the affected area gradually cleared. Gazing at the cloudless, azure sky, Lumion plummeted rapidly toward the sea surface. With a teleport, he appeared directly over the sapphire waters, a thick sheet of ice forming beneath his feet. Under the deft pull of invisible spider silk, the violet-blue crystal pillar, violet feathers, iron bone crystals, blood of varying shades, charred tree branches, and seemingly unremarkable clear water all flew out of the traveler's bag, leaving their original containers to converge in a glass cup. Silently, the slightly violet liquid that formed ignited, melting the glass and dripping downward. Cupping the burning liquid, Lumion brought it to his lips and drank. His entire being, including his mirror self, was instantly set ablaze. Rumble. Dense, dark clouds gathered in the sky, real lightning and hail coalescing, and drawn to Lumion's state, striking him. At this moment the spirit world's information of this area had not yet fully changed, still partially corresponding to the Typhoon. There was a rapid influx of information of Lumion relying on his own abilities to change the weather, creating an extremely strong connection between him, this area, and the corresponding spirit world. Rumble. Lightning struck, sharp hail pelted down. Various extreme weather phenomena assaulted the still burning Lumion in small bursts, tearing and ravaging him. Lumion felt excruciating pain in body, mind and spirit, his thoughts growing, increasingly hazy, as if about to dissipate into this area, this spirit world. This area, this spirit world, resisted the fusion of Lumion's spirit and consciousness. Because he was the destroyer, the changer, he would inevitably be rejected in the short term. At this moment, Lumion's blurred mind heard voices, Auroras, Francas, Jennas, and countless other anchors. His body tore apart, shattered, turning to ash, including his mirror self and the him, slumbering within the mirror. The next moment, a wavering violet-tinged blue flame ignited amidst the remnant ashes. This flame rapidly expanded and intensified, forging within it black iron bones, an indescribable tangle of complex symbols and patterns. They gradually formed a towering 5 to 6 meter figure, like the legendary fire giant come to life. Immediately, Lumion's face coalesced, its iron-black hue gleaming with a metallic luster, yet still clearly handsome and masculine in appearance. Blood-red hair also sprouted, each strand as thick as a python, some rotating black and white eyeballs at the top, others opening jaws with venomous fangs. A complete mythical creature form. A mythical creature form blended with demoness traits. In this moment Lumion dimly sensed the banner like 001 and the massive shrouded black shadow lurking in the ancient well-existences closely connected to him, at the pinnacles of the pathways, the former relatively clearer, the latter extremely hazy, as if cloaked in layers of grey fog. Additionally, 3 more gazes were cast upon him from afar, but he couldn't discern who they belonged to or where they came from. This hallucination-like sensing vanished in an instant, and Lumion's body rapidly shrank, the violet-tinged blue flames on its surface dissipating. A second later, he returned to a human male form, exuding a powerful masculine aura. Over 2 meters tall, bronze-skinned, his muscles were not only vivid and full of explosive strength, but also flowing in graceful lines like the finest sculptural masterpiece. His features had become even more handsome and sharp, his pale blue eyes deepening slightly, the refined details softening some of the aggressive edge. Lumion turned his gaze forward. The sea had already frozen into a thick, crystalline sheet, the azure currents visible raging beneath. The traveler's bag was in the distance, beyond the ice layer, or else even the one specially made by Mr. Fool would have been damaged in the previous blazing inferno and calamitous weather. With an invisible spider silk tug, the traveler's bag flew back into Lumion's hand. He took out a change of clothes, awkwardly putting them on, as if an adult trying to squeeze into a child's garments. His figure then vanished, leaving only scattered broken ice floes. In a drought-stricken hot area, the onlookers, fearful yet curious, watched from a distance as the witch took the dead's blood, some believers even going to find a priest. Suddenly, a dull thunder rumbled. They instinctively looked up, finding the sky had somehow become heavily overcast. Plop! A raindrop splashed on the cracked lips of one of the observers. He exclaimed joyfully, raising his hands. "It's raining! It's going to rain!" In the southern Hargenti kingdom, the residents worried about the snowstorm, continuing to the point of collapsing their roofs, considered braving the risks to clear some of it. Just then they saw rays of clear sunlight shining through the windows, into the house. The residents rushed to the window, looking outside. The lead-grey clouds dominating the sky had all dissipated, the not-so-warm sun shining upon the land once more. The thick, fluffy snowflakes falling from mid-air gradually grew smaller, until they disappeared. Rumble. In a thunderstorm few dared to go out, the children huddling fearfully beside their parents, unable to sleep. Their parents worried about subsequent heavy rain and flooding. Amid these emotions they suddenly realized the lightning had stopped flashing. Across the sky for some time, the rumbling thunder vanished. Tria inside the luxurious villa, a swirl of violet-tinged blue flames coalesced before Franca, Jenna, Anthony and Ludwig, forming the tall, handsome Lumion. "You've grown taller again." Franca looked up, studying him for a few seconds. Chapter 1086, War Machine. Lumion shrugged his shoulders. "This is the result of my best efforts to compress it." Of course, if he didn't consider body balance, he could shrink down to 1.9 meters, as he was essentially a mythical creature now, Jenna said with a suppressed smile. "Let's get you changed into some proper clothes first." The way he looked now was really awkward, giving the impression of intentionally wearing undersized clothing to perform as a clown. After Franca used the mirror world to go to the new city of Silver and buy clothes suitable for Lumion's current stature, and had him change into them, the group took their seats. Franca looked at Lumion's face and muttered, "Oh no, he's too handsome, I'm starting to feel a bit flustered." Jenna did not speak, but her gaze seemed to echo Franca's words. The experienced Anthony didn't show any obvious reaction. Lumion leaned back on the sofa. "This change is the result of the Demoness of Unaging and the Weather Warlock's charms merging. A normal sequence too. Beyonder in the Hunter Path mainly possess a charisma that makes people want to follow and be loyal to them, and may cause women to develop feelings of admiration, but there is no active charm. Now, it's not just admiration, and not just towards the opposite sex. As long as I don't use charm, it's still somewhat controllable." "Oh," Franca looked curious. "What abilities and traits does the Weather Warlock have?" Lumion considered carefully before saying, "This beyond the characteristic contains sequence 9 to sequence 2. The abilities I was missing before, like the Iron-Blooded Knight and the War Bishop, have now been filled." I'm always full of courage and will be significantly affected by emotions like fear and terror, but I'm not reckless or blind because of it. In fact, I still feel fear and terror, it's just that my courage overcomes them. The Sword of Courage is the extreme version. Franca nodded in understanding. Lumion took out the iron-black longsword from the traveler's bag and tossed it to Franca. It's no longer of much use to me. Between you and Jenna, use it if need be. Franca caught it and gave a simple, Then as she was putting the Sword of Courage back into the traveler's bag, she stood up and walked towards Lumion and Jenna. After stowing the Sword of Courage, she suddenly found herself awkwardly standing in the middle of the living room. After a brief silence, she chuckled nervously at Lumion. This sword has given me the courage to beat you up. Lumion scoffed, dividing the bundle of long swords used to seal the Sword of Courage into 2 parts, and using invisible spider silk to pass 1 part to Jenna and 1 to Franca. He continued thoughtfully. I can also galvanize and flame my body. At the Sequence 2 level, the former is no longer just ordinary steel, but closer to the symbolism of steel, able to withstand attacks that would normally destroy or melt real steel. The latter allows me to disperse into multiple flames, each of which I can control precisely, then coalesce back into my body. Even if most of the dispersed flames are extinguished by the enemy, it doesn't affect the integrity of my physical form. It just weakens my vitality and spirituality proportionally. The angelic level flame transformation can also turn me into a stream of flame, a huge flaming spear, and a terrifying flaming meteor to attack enemies or travel quickly. Combined with hurricane-like winds, I can reach speeds over 4,000–5,000 kilometers per hour, and once the magic potion is fully digested, I can enhance it further. The most powerful flames controlled by the Iron-Blooded Knight and the War Bishop are azure. But the Iron-Blooded Knight is not pure in this regard, having a tinge of dazzling white. At the angelic level, the flames become violet. The Weather Warlocks are a violet. Tinged azure to an azure-tinged violet, the specific hue depending on the digestion of the potion. In the subsequent Sequence 1, the flame should be a pure violet. If I borrow the power of 01, the violet will become paler and more transparent. If I draw on the force from the depths of the ancient well, the violet will be tinged with a deep red, not the scarlet of a pyromaniac, but a blood-red hue. My control over the flames has also greatly improved. Compared to before, I can now cover a battlefield of tens of kilometers, directly raining down meteor shower or summoning flocks of fire ravens. The explosive power of compressed fireballs now far surpasses that of a fleet's main guns, by quite a margin. The Iron-Blooded Knight can establish a mystical connection with their team, concentrating the entire group's strength on themselves and sharing their teammates' vision, distributing the damage they receive. However, this concentration only applies to power and spirituality, not the beyond the powers of the members. At the War Bishop stage, not only can they use the beyond the powers of team members within a 3 km range, but they can also share their own abilities and power with them. In this regard, a Weather Warlock's range is 10 km, and there is no longer a restriction on sharing abilities. Simply put, while a War Bishop can only let one member use their ability at a time after sharing it, a Weather Warlock can allow every team member to use it simultaneously, lending them the corresponding spirituality. Of course, the team's overall spirituality doesn't increase. From the War Bishop stage onwards, the team's mental resonance becomes direct telepathy, and the War Bishop can selectively shield and modify certain information in the communication. A War Bishop can also create fog of war, significantly reducing the visual range, hearing, and smell of all living beings within, and enveloping the corresponding spirit world as well, suppressing the interaction between spirit entities and the spirit world, dulling spiritual warnings and intuitions. At the Weather Warlock level, the Fog of War range initially expands to 20 km, continuing to increase as the potion is digested. Additionally, the Fog of War will also have the ability to interfere with outside divination and prophecy. At even higher levels, it may affect the astral world. Within the Fog of War, I am unaffected by anything. This trait can be shared with team members after becoming a Weather Warlock. A war bishop also has abilities like War Cry and War Song that can be used to boost the team's morale, temporarily enhance strength, influence the enemy's mentality, and suppress the target's performance. After offering sufficient sacrifices, each war bishop can petition the essence of war or the symbolic war for assistance once per battle, while a weather warlock can do so every 7 days. Hearing this, Franca clicked her tongue. It's practically a war machine, a scythe reaping lives. That's why the true god of this path is titled things like God of War and War Overlord, Lumion replied with a smile. He then said, a weather warlock has the partial authority to change regional weather and create extreme weather conditions such as thunderstorms, hurricanes, heavy rain, hail, blizzards, and dense fog. I call this weather manipulation. In the Western continent, it might be called to call the wind and summon the rain, being completely influential. No, that doesn't cover it comprehensively enough, Franca said excitedly. Lumion gave a sound of agreement. A weather warlock mainly controls the weather, while things like meteors, tsunamis, and earthquakes are not under our purview, though some can be indirectly induced, like using a hurricane to trigger a tsunami. My weakness investigation has also been enhanced. The targets I see will be in the overall sense, including substitutes, avatars, and manifestations. Then I can find the weak points in this whole. If combined with Cull and Mighty Blow, and the target doesn't have enough substitutes or avatars, I can wipe them all out at once. Even Demonesses can't withstand a few such culls. Sounds like it's aimed at Demonesses, Franca muttered. Is that how the neighboring paths are? Jenna said thoughtfully. With a nod, Lumion said, my weapons will be extensions of my body. Ordinary objects can serve this role, they'll just be destroyed afterward. There are corresponding qualitative changes in strength, stamina, spirituality, intuition, tracking, and target pursuit. I can also fly by the wind and levitate in the air. At this, Lumion smiled. And the last thing is that I've reverted to a male. Jenna's eyes moved slightly, and she muttered, what about the fusion of Hunter and Demoness abilities? Sitting in the armchair, Lumion raised his right hand, a black flame of madness and destruction igniting in his palm. Immediately, he stretched the black flame into a deep, oppressive, flaming greatsword. Seeing this black flaming greatsword, Franca, Jenna, and Anthony all had their hair stand on end, their bodies growing cold, as if the apocalypse had arrived prematurely. The eating Ludwig instinctively scooted 2 spaces further into the other end of the sofa. If I ever encounter a spatial seal again, I can directly cleave a fissure in the barrier with the Sword of Destruction without needing to do any further attacks. Lumion flicked his wrist, causing the quietly burning black flaming greatsword to dissipate. He continued, I can also insert extreme weather or lethal attacks into mirrors, guiding them through the mirror world to precisely target locations, attacking people and environments outside the mirrors. Oh, and as long as the title conditions are met, I can respond to prayers worldwide. I can also hide petrification powers within fireballs. After they explode, the effect is released, affecting the surroundings without needing to spread it inch by inch. My mystical pathogens are more heat-resistant now and can spread through rain, gales, and snowflakes, influencing a large area in the shortest time, breaking the limitations of my own abilities. My mythical creature form, aside from igniting those who witness or approach me and creating various weather phenomena, can also petrify them, induce extreme euphoria, immediately sicken them, curse them, or make them deeply infatuated with me. After describing his abilities, Lumion concluded, if I don't suppress and restrain my psyche, the weather in the areas I'm in will gradually become more volatile and extreme, and the likelihood of war or massacre events occurring will continually increase. Listening to Lumion's account, the word that flashed through the minds of Franca and the others was calamity, disasters of all kinds, both natural and man-made. Chapter 1087, Something Else Special. After a while, Jenna recalled Lumion's previous introduction. At the angelic level, do you still have to fly to get around? Each pathway is different. At least the hunter pathway doesn't have those more mystical methods. By sequence 1, maybe my speed will let me fly out of the current planet, or even faster. Lumion thought for a bit. Actually, I can already use the explosive force of flames to continually accelerate, reaching a terrifying speed, but my body would be unable to withstand it long before then. A human rocket, huh? Franca joked. Lumion continued. I can also directly descend through the prayers of believers and enter the spirit world without relying on other abilities. But I can't discern directions or complete the pinpointing. I can only go to the markers I've already set up in the real world. I see. So, the higher-level hunters rely on their team members to gain diverse capabilities. Franca was quite satisfied with acquiring this knowledge. Lumion nodded slightly with a smile. Yes. As he spoke, his azure eyes vertically slit, tinged with gold. Seeing this, Anthony sat up a little straighter unconsciously. Lumion then explained, Now, you are all my team members, within a 10-kilometer range. I can use your Beyonder powers without your consent, but you need my permission to use mine. Just like that, we're team members? Franca blurted out in surprise. No ritual needed? With mental resonance, and no subconscious resistance within the range, you can be integrated into my team. Lumion's voice sounded in the minds of Franca, Jenna, Anthony, and Ludwig, without his mouth moving. Then can't I also get a taste of being an angel? Borrowing your Beyonder abilities and traits? Franca's excited remark was suddenly cut off. She realized something. The fact that Sequence 2 hunters must be male was also considered a trait. Lumion saw through her thoughts and chuckled. The self-modification during advancement cannot be shared, just like you can't use my mythical creature form. All right, Franca felt a bit disappointed. She then inquired, You mentioned before that when you transfer back to the hunter pathway, being closer to the subject of the secret deed ritual, you should be able to complete the secret deed without needing the corpse wax candle, performing a ritual, or being in a special environment. Is that the case now? Yes, Lumion nodded. This is combined with the ability to petition the essence of war, or the war symbolism, and has been further refined. Ordinary weather warlocks can do this once a week. I can do it once a day. The real limit is my body and mind, not the frequency. Also, ordinary weather warlocks only get corresponding, somewhat distorted assistance when they petition, but I can also gain secret deed experiences. How deep the secret deed can be depends on whether I'm petitioning 0-1 or the dark presence in the ancient well, and what I'm petitioning for, as well as the state of the secret deed subject. Other weather warlocks need to prepare sacrifices and perform rituals to petition. I don't. Of course, having sacrifices would yield better results, and always skipping them might anger the secret deed subject. So powerful. Is this the true value of a war proxy, a son of calamity? Franca hissed in awe. All prices have already been exacted for what fate bestowed. I just haven't reached a point where I must pay yet. Lumion responded calmly. At that moment, a voice suddenly sounded in everyone's minds. I'm so hungry. Instantly, Lumion and the others turned their gaze towards Ludwig. I'll take him to the sea. Lumion stood up. Franca pondered for a moment and asked, While you're at it, bring some food for the face of the arcane. Lowering her voice so Ludwig couldn't hear, she continued, Can you block Ludwig out of the mental channel? Only lifting it if there's an emergency. Otherwise, we'll never get a good night's sleep, hearing, I'm so hungry, I'm really hungry, every little while. Okay. Lumion also felt this was a problem. When Lumion returned with a well-fed Ludwig from the sea, Jenna was the only one left in the living room. Where are the others? Lumion asked casually. Sitting on the sofa, Jenna smiled and said, Franca is continuing to work on the kind of robot she wants, and you know how Anthony has been busy lately, digesting the manipulator potion and searching for clues about the hidden cults. I was also planning to contact the bishops, have some of them go to other provinces, other regions, even other countries, to preach in remote villages where the church's presence is weak. Now that you can respond to prayers worldwide as an angel, we need more believers. It's time to expand our evangelism, but what? Lumion asked. Jenna stood up. You haven't designed a qualifying title yet. Additionally, Jenna eyed Lumion's face with her shimmering blue eyes. I feel like you're not very happy after your advancement. Your mood has been low, smiling, Lumion replied. Actually, I'm very happy. Becoming an angel means I'm substantially closer to reviving Aurora and have stronger power to protect those I want to protect, and the latent problems will most likely erupt before the apocalypse, without needing to worry about interference from most evil gods. Pausing momentarily, he added, "It's mainly that just after the advancement, with my godhood enhanced, my condition is unstable, and I have to devote a large part of my energy to maintaining and suppressing it, so my everyday demeanor will naturally be more muted. After some time, when I've adapted and begun to digest it, I'll be a lot more normal." Jenna pursed her lips and nodded slightly. "I see." She was silent for 2 seconds, then suddenly walked up to Lumion. She stopped in front of him, spreading her arms and her face blooming with a clear smile. Then she proactively hugged Lumion, her voice coming from the embrace. "Long time no see, Lumion Lee." Lumion slowly raised his hands and hugged Jenna back. His expression gradually softened, and his body seemed to relax a bit as well. After hugging for a while, Jenna and Lumion suddenly felt something was off. They straightened up and turned their gaze to the side. Ludwig was eating a lollipop, looking slightly puzzled at them. "I'll go contact the bishops and have them prepared to preach in other regions." Jenna gestured towards a room on the first floor. That was the exclusive papal office, which the two deities did not have. "Does not have. I also need to pray to Mr. Fool. He gave me a revelation just as I completed my advancement, telling me to go above the grey fog after stabilizing my condition." Lumion nodded in response. "There should be something I can understand at the angelic level." Separating from Jenna and heading upstairs, Lumion heard clanging sounds, coming from the end of the second-floor hallway. He went over and found Franca's workshop door slightly ajar, making quite a commotion. Pushing open the door, Lumion saw Franca with the left side of her face covered by a mask made of rivets, springs, gears, and various mechanical parts, trying to assemble a mechanical arm. She had already invented her fully automatic healing machine, and in the process, she had also created her own unique mystical pathogen. Now, the machine she had infused with soul fragments and brought to life using the face of the arcane had been moved to the mirror world, staying with her mirrored self, fully automatically responding. This required no further operation from her mirrored self, just categorizing the requests, as it was a truly autonomous machine with living properties and basic intelligence. Franca stood up, removing the face of the arcane, and came to the door, jokingly handing it to Lumion. "It's Master Arcane's mealtime." Lumion took out a mirror and put the face of the arcane into it. Behind the mirror, there was seawater and a large number of marine creatures. Franca looked down the hallway and asked, "Where's Jenna?" "She went to assign the bishops to preach in other regions," Lumion briefly answered. "Oh, it's time to preach in other regions," Franca replied, and then fell silent. Looking at her, Lumion suddenly smiled and said, "You said before that you occasionally still want to see Lumion Lee, to hug Lumion Lee, right? Now you can hug him." Franca was suddenly dumbfounded. "Me saying it is fine, but you saying it. Shameless." She snorted a couple of times, but still stepped forward and hugged Lumion, muttering, "I'm starting to miss Lumina and Aurora." Pausing for a moment, she then said in a muffled voice, "Welcome back, Lumion Lee." Lumion returned Franca's hug, embracing her in silence. After a while, Lumion released his arms. "I need to go above the grey fog." He took the well-fed face of the arcane out from behind the mirror. I'll keep going, I'm sure I can make it." Franca excitedly took back the face of the arcane. Above the grey fog within the majestic palace, Lumion's figure appeared by the bronze long table, seeing only Mr. Fool and Madam Magician present. As expected, the upcoming topic is something only angels can engage with. Lumion stood up and greeted Mr. Fool. Ma'am Hermit and Madam Judgment were still unable to become angels due to the level of their potion digestion and the required rituals. Sitting at the head of the bronze long table, Mr. Fool looked at Lumion and asked, in a gentle voice, "How are you feeling now?" Lumion didn't hold back any information. "I'm full of the urge to kill and destroy, and also have a strong desire for copulation, especially towards the Demonesses, wanting to merge with them body and mind until I devour and swallow them, truly becoming one. Additionally, I also want to conquer everything around me." Mr. Fool nodded slightly and said, "This is the manifestation of Godhood." Madam Magician, sitting diagonally opposite Lumion, quickly asked, "Mr. Fool, can you explain the difference between Godhood and humanity in more detail? I'm not too clear on it myself." She didn't have this dilemma before, and Mr. Fool hadn't specifically discussed it. By the time she became an angel, Mr. Fool had already entered his slumber, unable to answer her questions. Enveloped by the grey fog, Mr. Fool glanced at the chariot Lumion and the magician Forwards and said, "Okay." Chapter 1088, Godhood and Humanity. Mr. Fool tapped the edge of the bronze table a few times with his finger. To understand the difference between Godhood and humanity, we must first understand what Godhood is and what humanity is. What is Godhood? Hearing Mr. Fool's question, Madam Magician contemplatively answered, "The Godhood of all things possess Godhood? A crazed, chaotic spirit filled with destructive desires?" Lumion also tried to answer, based on his own situation. Mr. Fool let out a chuckle. "This can be divided into true Godhood, apparent Godhood, and the vague conception of Godhood that many people have. True Godhood naturally comes from true deities. In a narrow sense, only the oldest one, the original creator, the different personas split from him, his direct offspring, and the first beings nurtured by the Great Mother can be called gods. The indestructible spirit left in their Sephiroth and corresponding beyond the characteristics is the Godhood that every later arrival must contend with. The essential Godhood. Sephiroth split off different personas. Lumion had too many questions he wanted to ask, but ultimately chose the most important one at that moment. The Godhood that we who have consumed potions and advanced on the path of the divine must contend with is the indestructible, indelible spirit left in the beyond the characteristics by the original creator. For most paths of the divine, that is the case, at least for you, for her, and for me too." Mr. Fool glanced at Madam Magician, his words tinged with a touch of amusement. "But not entirely." Without giving the chariot Lumion and the magician Forwards a chance to ask further questions, the Mr. Fool enveloped in grey fog said with a touch of sentiment, "The original creator is the collective of all. He is crazy, but also rational. He is confused, but also lucid. He created everything, and he destroyed everything. He loves all things, and he also hates all things. He has the most intense of all desires, yet he is indifferent and unaffected by anything. All his actions are random, even he himself cannot predict them. He created the entire world, created all things, and finally split into 6 Sephiroth, 16 uniquenesses, and countless beyond the characteristics. From this perspective, all things possess Godhood. The extreme loss of control for most Beyonders is when Godhood gains absolute dominance, transforming them into the state I just described, completely losing their sense of self. But this is not the full extent of the Godhood we must contend with. Recalling his conversation with Mr. Fool in the Dream City, Lumion had a rough understanding of what else they had to contend with. The different personas split off from the original creator, who are also true deities, have left their psyche in the corresponding beyond the characteristics. Uniqueness is, Sephiroth, and that is also the Godhood we need to contend with, such as that of the celestial worthy? Mr. Fool nodded slightly and said, "Yes, after the original creator awakened, he naturally disintegrated, and before that, his mind and consciousness had already completely split, with different spirits controlling different Sephiroth uniquenesses and beyond the characteristics. Among them, the seer, apprentice, and marauder pathways belong to the celestial worthy, the spectator, sailor, reader, seeker, suppliant, and bard pathways belong to the primordial God Almighty. They are all personas of the original creator. As with the great existences corresponding to the other personas, I do not know their names. I can only tell you that the celestial worthy is the embodiment of Saphira Castle, the primordial God Almighty is the symbol of the Chaos Sea, and the other Sephiroth include the City of Calamity of the Hunter and Demoness pathways, the River of Eternal Darkness of the Sleepless, Warrior and Corpse Collector pathways, the Knowledge Moor of the Mystery Prior and Savant pathways, and the Key of light of the fate pathway, all of these originate from the original creator. In other words, the godhood that Beyonders on the seer pathway must contend with is a combination of the primordial creator's residual psyche and the celestial worthy's residual psyche and spirit. Similarly, the godhood that Beyonders belonging to different Sephiroth must contend with varies, with different focuses, reflecting the characteristics of their own pathways and corresponding Sephira. The City of Calamity. Why is it an ancient well and a malevolent dragon? And Mr. Fool only mentioned 6 Sephiroth and 16 pathways. Hearing this, Lumion suppressed his doubts and asked to confirm. The godhood I need to contend with has crazed, chaotic overtones, leaning towards destruction, conquest, and yin-yang coupling. The Beyonders under the Great Mother may need to contend with the crazed aspects of fertility. I see. Madam Magician also largely grasped her own situation. Mr. Fool nodded and answered Lumion's question. Yes. This is the general outline, but there are still some details to be addressed. For example, the Beyonders of the River of Eternal Darkness pathways actually need to contend with a mixture of the celestial worthy's mental imprint, because in the ancient era, in the first epoch, the celestial worthy had accommodated both the River of Eternal Darkness and the Nation of Disorder. Can one accommodate multiple Sephiroth? The newly advanced Lumion, weaker in emotional self-control, blurted out in surprise. For the celestial worthy, obviously not. Mr. Fool seemed to have thought of something amusing. I'll explain that knowledge later. Yes, Mr. Fool? Lumion restrained himself. I can't see who else has accommodated the other Sephiroth, but I can speculate that the City of Calamity was once accommodated by the primordial God Almighty, Mr. Fool continued. The godhood you need to contend with will also include a portion of his psyche. The City of Calamity was once accommodated by the primordial God Almighty. Lumion suddenly recalled the images of Grisha and Peng Deng in the Dream City, the arrangement he saw through the magic mirror arrows, the fact that the Blood Emperor and the primordial Demoness were created through the guidance of the Angel of Imagination Adam, and that he himself was also arranged by Adam, whose current godhood was obviously dominated by the primordial God, Almighty's residual consciousness and psyche. Thinking about this, Lumion suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. This feeling was quickly suppressed by the courage of a weather warlock. Mr. Fool's voice returned to a gentle tone. What I just talked about was true godhood. When we have to use the vast majority of our energy, emotions, and feelings to contend with and suppress true godhood, the external manifestation will be different. Some are indifferent, some are gentle, some steadfastly execute a single intent and eliminate any obstacles. Of course, there are other manifestations as well. This is what I call apparent godhood. Apparent godhood. Lumion suddenly felt a sense of emptiness in his heart, like a fist that had been cocked and was waiting to be thrown out, very likely to land on empty space. Then, what is the vague conception of godhood in the general public? Madam, Magician asked curiously. She seemed quite accustomed to this kind of conversation and exchange with Mr. Fool. Mr. Fool sighed and said, Let me first explain what humanity is. This has something to do with the vague conception of godhood. The chariot Lumion guessed silently. Mr. Fool continued, In my understanding, humanity has 2 layers. The first layer is the most basic, the self-awareness of a living being's core and various instincts, selfishness, greed, survival, indifference, only caring about oneself, only doing things beneficial to oneself, not influenced or constrained by group morals, group interactions, or group perceptions. This layer, in fact, the great existences like the celestial worthy also possess, but since we define them as true deities, we don't need to include them here. Innate mythical creatures like Amon the Hidden Sage and Red Angel Medici also possess humanity, which is the first layer of humanity. If they didn't even have self-awareness, how could they contend with true godhood? They would have long ago become confused, crazed, and extreme, their bodies hotbeds for the revival of great existences like the celestial worthy, allowing them to be completely occupied. The vague conception of godhood that many people have is just this first layer of humanity, indifferent, selfish, utilitarian, with the main goal of one's own continuation and empowerment. When true deities have resided at sequence so for long enough, weathered by the passage of time, seeing the anchors of their past strong emotions and important experiences gradually disappear, their humanity will also gradually degrade to this layer. In a sense, this is also the godhood we need to contend with. And high-level beings with only this layer of humanity will likely become passive in contending with true godhood until they are defeated. This is an inevitable outcome in the long run. In this regard, innate mythical creatures like Ammon and Red Angel Medici, due to their mode of birth, growth experience, strong relational interactions, and the team requirements and conquest desires brought by their own beyonder characteristics, may have some aspects that go beyond the first layer of humanity, such as the Red Angel's pride and unyielding side. In contrast, the hidden sage suddenly came to life, and his interactions with other beings were just about imparting knowledge and accepting supplications, so he has mostly remained at the first layer of humanity. He didn't feel that begging for mercy is shameful. He didn't even have the concept of dignity and pride, which is something that human or human-like groups and societies have. He only had the instinct of survival and continuation. Because we often battle and contend with innate mythical creatures and high-level beings who have degraded to the first layer of humanity, we will vaguely perceive this as godhood. The chariot Lumion and the magician Fours both understood and agreed with what Mr. Fool had just said. Mr. Fool let out another laugh, his tone seeming a bit lighter. The second layer of humanity is the widely recognized humanity, the love, benevolence, courage, sacrifice, compassion, justice, and concern for others that we learned in our brief lifetimes. Of course, there are also negative aspects of humanity at this layer. I understand, Mr. Fool. Madam Magician and the chariot Lumion responded in unison. Mr. Fool leaned back in his chair and then turned to the chariot Lumion. Are you still wanting to ask what Sephiroth are? And why I only mentioned 16 paths of the divine just now? Yes, Mr. Fool, please enlighten me. Lumion intuitively felt that what was about to be discussed was the purpose for which Mr. Fool had summoned him above the grey fog. Chapter 1089, Above the Sequences. Mr. Fool directed his gaze toward Madam Magician Fours. She habitually cleared her throat and said to the chariot Lumion, "You must have already guessed that there's another level above Sequence 0, right?" "Those great existences?" Lumion asked, without any surprise. "Yes, the great existences above the sequences." Madam Magician nodded. "They have accommodated a Sephira and all corresponding uniquenesses, plus one Sequence 1 beyonder characteristic from each corresponding pathway. They are also known as Great Old Dominators and Outer Deities, with indestructible psyches. Great Old Dominators, Outer Deities." Lumion mulled over these terms. Madam Magician said with a smile, "This is how I understand it. All current great existences above the sequences are true deities as defined by Mr. Fool. They are either personas split from the original creator, his direct offspring, or the first, beings born from the Great Mother. They had essentially appeared in this universe before the original creator awakened and completely self-destructed, their status originating from the old era. These are conditions that subsequent advancers can never achieve. Even if they truly become great existences, they would only be newly born above the sequences." As she spoke, Madam Magician felt like she was discussing Mr. Fool right in front of him, and her voice gradually became quieter. She paused before continuing. "Therefore those great existences like to call themselves Great Old Dominators, and some true gods refer to them as the Great Old Ones. And the currently living Great Old Dominators are all outside the barrier. Some want to invade our world, thus they are also called Outer Deities. I see uniquenesses correspond to Sequence 0 true gods. Sephiroth correspond to those above the sequences." Lumion summarized in his own way. Madam Magician quickly glanced at Mr. Fool, and seeing no particular reaction from this great existence, she continued, "Sephiroth are collections of symbols, sources of authority, and origins of power. Back then, when the original creator awakened, causing the destruction of the old era, he split into 6 Sephiroth, 16 uniquenesses, and all the beyonder characteristics of 16 paths of the divine. The destruction of the old era, did Mr. Fool, Aurora, Franca, and other transmigrators come from the old era that was destroyed when the original creator awakened? Lumion nodded imperceptibly. Madam Magician Fours carefully said, "But currently, there are not just 6 Sephiroth in our world, but 9. 9. Lumion asked in surprise, did they originally exist? Besides Saphira Castle, Chaos Sea, City of Calamity, River of Eternal Darkness, Knowledge Moor and Key of Light, there were 3 more Sephiroth. Madam Magician shook her head. No, they are extraterrestrial in nature. The awakening and self-destruction of the original creator was a catastrophe for the entire universe. During this process, his 3 direct offspring, the Mother Goddess of Depravity, that is, the Great Mother, along with the Mother Tree of Desire and Child of Chaos, were most affected. Their Sephiroth were each torn in half, with one half being drawn to the site of the original creator's self-destruction, along with their corresponding uniquenesses and beyonder characteristics that is, to our world, or rather, our planet. Since then there have been 9 Sephiroth, 22 uniquenesses, and 22 divine pathways within the barrier. Why specifically 9 and 22? Perhaps it can be explained by the Moses, ascetic order's theory that all things are numbers and numbers have spirituality. 9 and 22 have special mystical significance. When Madam Magician mentioned terms like Mother Goddess of Depravity, Lumion suddenly felt as if numerous gazes were directed at him, though they couldn't penetrate the greyish-white fog. At this point, Mr. Fool lightly tapped the edge of the bronze long table, and added, normally, like uniquenesses, Sephiroth cannot be divided, copied or destroyed. Only one situation can cause them to be torn apart, encountering the original creator. He is the exception, the inconceivable, the incomprehensible, the indescribable. All things that shouldn't happen might happen when encountering him, unknowable, undiscussable, unnameable. And it was this single instance of Sephiroth being torn apart that led the great old dominators to discover that torn Sephiroth could self-complete. The Sephiroth of the Mother Goddess of Depravity that was torn into our planet self-completed into the brood hive. The Mother Tree of Desire lost titles such as Father of Devils and Source of Curses, and they perfected themselves into the tenebrous world. Among them, the Child of Chaos had a somewhat different experience. Whether his main consciousness was on the torn Sephiroth and followed it inside the barrier, or he later used his special symbolism to project his main consciousness inside, to try to reclaim the torn Sephiroth, ultimately, his main consciousness was either defeated or deceived by the celestial worthy and sealed within a magic lamp, formed from a miracle invoker beyonder characteristic. This is the origin of the Grade 0 sealed artifact, 05. The main consciousness of the Child of Chaos became Genie, the Sephiroth torn inside the barrier self-completed into the Nation of Disorder, while what remained outside the barrier was called the Uncertain Mist, that is, the one worshipped by the brokers, and the Uncertain Mist has some consciousness. After hearing Mr. Fool's account of the Child of Chaos's experience, Lumion suddenly found the School of Truth's broker's search for sealed artifact 05 somewhat amusing. It was like saying our God's brain is lost, please help us find it. Beyond the humor, Lumion was more concerned about another matter. The brood hive, it's in the Western continent. What you didn't explicitly say before, Mr. Fool, is that it was possibly the brood hive that brought the hidden sage to life. Yes, these matters are dangerous and corruptive for those without an angel status difficult to bear. Mr. Fool nodded slightly and said, in the middle to late period of the first epoch, before the celestial worthy's fall, he sealed 7, Sephiroth, the brood hive, Nation of Disorder, Tenebrous World, City of Calamity, River of Eternal Darkness, Knowledge Moor, and Key of Light in the Western continent, to be guarded by Penglai. As a result, faced with the approaching apocalypse, all true gods who wanted to exceed the sequence limitations to deal with the outer deities' invasion had only one choice to support the emergence of a Lord of Mysteries to lift the seal, and the celestial worthy could then be revived within the body of the new Lord of Mysteries. So Mr. Fool and I had similar experiences. He was nurtured by the gods who were forced by the celestial worthy to ensure his revival, while I was forcibly created by the Blood Emperor revival efforts, and to achieve some goal for the Aurora Order's deity. Lumion felt somewhat emotional and reflective. Mr. Fool continued, The celestial worthies' fall came from that primordial God Almighty, who had also accommodated multiple Sephiroth. They nearly perished together. Some of the celestial worthies' arrangements were for his own revival, while others were meant to interfere with the primordial God Almighty's revival, and vice versa. In short, there are many reasons why I was able to suppress the celestial worthy this time. First, the help of the primordial God Almighty. Second, the mother goddess of depravity had other plans and didn't exert her power. And third, the celestial worthy's arrangement of sealing most Sephiroth in the Western continent, developed in ways he hadn't prophesied. The Beyonders of the Western continent, through generations of sacrifice, managed to carve out a new path and grow stronger without a potion system, and with few Beyonder characteristics. For example, the Celestial Master and the Underworld Taoist, they all have status and power approaching that of deities, and could be even stronger if they fought without regard for themselves. Penglathus remained hidden. How could such high-level beings stand by and watch the Celestial Worthy's revival and allow Penglai to play its role? I see, the Celestial Worthy's backup plan was held back by the Celestial Master. And others? His arrangement to force everyone to cultivate a Lord of Mysteries actually hindered his revival. Fate is truly wonderful indeed. Everyone only wants a Lord of Mysteries. Whether the Lord of Mysteries is the Celestial Worthy of heaven and earth for blessings doesn't matter. Lumion looked at the bronze, long table in front of Mr. Fool, knowing this great existence hadn't finished speaking. Mr. Fool looked at him and Madam Magician, and said, "After my initial awakening, although I still can't lift the Western continent's seal, I can communicate somewhat with the Celestial Master through it. The Celestial Master told me that their sect's ancestral court had once been breached and occupied by the Luo sect, and many historical Celestial Masters had romantic entanglements with Luo sect holy maidens and had children with them. Luo sect, both the Chariot Lumion and Madam Magician Fours were somewhat confused. Mr. Fool smiled. The Luo sect has a saying, "Unborn ancient mother, true void, homeland. Unborn ancient mother, true void homeland. True void homeland parameter?" Lumion suddenly understood. This is a sect that worships the brood hive. Unborn ancient mother is a title for the brood hive? Mr. Fool nodded. Combined with the events described by the Celestial Master, there's reason to believe the knowledge more was once corrupted and influenced by the brood hive at some point in the past. This might be why the hidden sage came to life. I see the Chariot Lumion finally connected all the pieces. He raised another question. Do the Mother Goddess of Depravity, Mother Tree of Desire, and Uncertain Mist want to invade our world to reclaim their torn Sephiroth? What other great old dominators are outside the barrier? What are their goals? Madam Magician said with a slight headache. Besides those three, others wanting to invade our world include the Monarch of Decay, originally worshipped by the Sick Church, the primordial hunger that Ludwig once served, the inextinguishable ravings worshipped by the First Philosophy, Supernova Dominator, who was the original owner of that spaceship from the Sea Prayer, Ritual, the Circle of Inevitability that you're most familiar with, the high-dimensional overseer of the Painter Pathway, and the Goddess of Fate worshipped by General Philip. Isn't that a little too many? They even outnumber the true gods within the barrier, and they're a level higher, having transcended the sequences themselves. Lumion was somewhat shocked, fear briefly surfacing before being suppressed by courage. Chapter 1090, Pillars. Madam Magician seemed to understand the Chariot Lumion's current feelings, and chuckled. When the original creator split himself, he also wanted to reunite and complete his revival. For this purpose, he left behind a barrier to protect the planet we live on. Without this barrier, those great old dominators would have destroyed us along with the entire world long ago. By the way, try not to mention the cosmos to people without an angel status, or rather, don't let them understand the true situation of the cosmos. The outer deities come from there. Well, the original creator's will is gradually fading with time, and power and psyche without will become chaotic and problematic. The barrier formed from this will end up increasingly unable to resist the great existences until it reaches a critical point and completely shatters under the horrifying pressure. According to different prophecies and previous patterns, this critical point will arrive in 1368. This is the essence of the apocalypse. However, from the current situation, the apocalypse may not wait until the critical point appears. Problems within the barrier might cause the passageways to open prematurely. The chariot Lumion nodded slightly, finally understanding completely why there would be an apocalypse, and what the main dangers would be when it arrived. When the barrier shatters, even if Mr. Fool fully awakens and replaces the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings to become a great existence, their planet would only have one above the sequences being who could fight against the great old ones, while there were a full 10 outer deities in outer space. In the Vortex incident, the deity worshipped by the Aurora Order, with the help of Ammon-consuming Termiboros and the genie's special nature and other arrangements, severely wounded the Uncertain Mist and killed all the brokers. This is a good thing. Madam Magician suddenly smiled. The great old ones waiting to invade from different planets in the solar system have lost one of their number, and the remaining ones can no longer be effectively united. The bad news is that after such careful planning and great effort, there are still 9 outer deities left. Lumion already had some understanding of the final outcome and general development of the Vortex incident, but it wasn't entirely clear. Now, he finally understood what all those arrangements were for. He remained silent for a few seconds before repeating one of his previous questions. Besides the Mother Goddess of Depravity and Mother Tree of Desire, what are the other 7 great old ones trying to achieve? Mr. Fool had mentioned earlier that accommodating multiple Sephiroth was impossible for the celestial worthy, although he had indeed done so. From the subsequent narrative, it seemed that the celestial worthy's ultimate fall was somehow related to this. Madam Magician glanced at the bronze long table in front of Mr. Fool, and seeing no objection from this great existence, she carefully said, "There are actually different levels for above the sequences. The Mother Tree of Desire, Monarch of Decay, and other great old dominators are at the first level. Besides them, there are some other outer deities in the depths of cosmos, but they are either weaker in strength or have no desire for the symbolic meanings of the Sephiroth within the barrier, so they aren't involved in this matter. The original creator is at the 3rd level, representing the ultimate, representing chaos, beginning and end, representing the unknowable and undiscussable. No existence can surpass this level, and this level can only have one being, and is very unstable because both aggregation and division are his instincts. Between the 1st and 3rd levels, there's another level, the 2nd level. The great existences at the 2nd level are much more powerful than the strongest 1st level great old ones, like the Mother Tree of Desire, Child of Chaos, and Monarch of Decay, but they possess special symbolism. They are the foundation for the universe's maintenance and development, each supporting a realm, and are known as pillars. Pillars. Lumion thought of the 10 pillars of the Moses ascetic order. Madam Magician Fours said with undisguised amusement. This is a case of knowing the term pillars, but not understanding its true symbolic meaning. They thought it sounded sophisticated and misused it. In the eyes of those who truly understand the weight of pillars, it's simply foolish. It was the brood hive that brought the hidden sage to life and secretly corrupted him. If I'm not mistaken, the Mother Goddess of Depravity, who split off the brood hive, is one of the true pillars, right? Ah, yes, Madam Magician Fours was stunned again. Bait is truly wonderful. The chariot Lumion glanced at the head of the bronze long table, then withdrew his gaze and asked Madam Magician, "Are there only 3 pillars?" Madam Magician Fours nodded. From a realistic perspective, there are countless planets in the universe, each planet equivalent to a world, and simultaneously, there exist numerous alternate dimensions, too many to count. But in mysticism, there are only 3 layers of worlds: the physical world, the spirit world, and the astral world. Many schools of mysticism might have different interpretations of this, but the final division of worlds still comes down to just 3 layers. Returning to conventional concepts, the primordial God Almighty is the dominator of the astral world, Mr. Fool is the lord of the spirit world, and the Mother Goddess of Depravity is the sovereign of the physical world. Well, although she had part of her Sephiroth torn away, she still possesses the symbolism and status of a pillar. You should know that besides the Mother Goddess of Depravity herself, the Mother Tree of Desire, and the Child of Chaos being directly born from the original creator, the remaining Great Old Ones were all born from the union of the Mother Goddess of Depravity and the original Creator. They're the first batch of beings she created. She is literally the mother of the Monarch of Decay, Supernova Dominator, and other Great Old Ones, the true mother of all things. Each controls a realm, but not completely. Their authorities overlap with each other. That's what pillars are. Complete pillars are at the second level of above the sequences, with a status higher than other Great Old Ones and slightly stronger in power, but not fundamentally different. A complete pillar can defeat a Great Old One, but cannot truly kill them, and at most can simultaneously fight against two Great Old Ones, probably. Mr. Fool, shrouded in greyish-white fog, neither confirmed nor denied her statement. Madam Magician withdrew her gaze and said to Lumion, "If a complete pillar accommodates one more Sephiroth, they will lose control over their aggregation instinct and will actively consume more Sephiroth until they aggregate into the original Creator, causing his revival. Once this process begins, it can only be interrupted by their complete fall and division. As for the first level above the sequences, Great Old Dominators, they can still accommodate another Sephiroth that has similar, close, or adjacent symbolism to their own. This would make them equal in power to the pillars, though they still wouldn't possess the symbolism of pillars. It seems the apocalypse is inevitable and unavoidable because the contradictions cannot be reconciled." Madam Magician reminded him. "Don't think that sending away the Sephiroth would prevent the apocalypse. Let's not even discuss whether the current owners of the Sephiroth are willing, but those outer deities would need all the uniquenesses of the corresponding pathways and one sequence one beyond a characteristic from each pathway while accommodating the corresponding Sephiroth. Should we have those true gods and archangels commit suicide or find ways to lower their status?" Sequence 1 was often referred to as archangels. Hearing Madam Magician's words, Lumion suddenly had some thoughts. Madam Magician continued, "Even if we overcome all difficulties and reach an agreement on similar matters, and this world doesn't destroy itself through internal strife, the apocalypse would still come. You should know that Godhood's tone is fundamentally madness, chaos, filled with desires for destruction and creation. Those outer deities have waited for thousands or tens of thousands of years. They won't spare our planet. Once the barrier is damaged, even if their attention is focused on the Sephiroth, uniquenesses, and Sequence 1 Beyonder characteristics, it would still be unbearable for other Beyonders, ordinary people, and our planet. They are the manifestation of such symbolism. For example, the Monarch of Decay would naturally cause the entire planet and all living beings to start decaying, eventually either rotting to death or becoming disgusting creatures loyal to him, and without necessary resistance, the mere approach of the Supernova Dominator would tear the planet apart. At that time, those above Sequence 2 will be watched, and below Sequence 2, not many Beyonders have the ability to survive in space. Sequence 2 is probably the sequence most likely to survive the apocalypse, but for most Sequence 2 angels, it would be extremely difficult to cross space, resist various dangers, and find a suitable planet for subsequent survival. Madam Magician was telling Lumion that once a house collapsed, most people inside will die. Escape couldn't solve the problem. The chariot Lumion thoughtfully said, "Is it possible to find common desires among multiple outer deities, throw out the Sephira that would satisfy the most outer deities' needs outside the barrier, incite internal strife among that portion of outer deities, let them severely wound each other first, make the wounded ones retreat to deep space, and thus reduce the number of invading outer deities when the apocalypse comes?" As he spoke, Lumion furrowed his brow. But the victorious outer deity would become more powerful. It's impossible to assess whether this would be equivalent to the outer deities who were driven away, as he was muttering to himself. Mr. Fool, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly spoke. "Actually, there is a hidden fourth pillar. Chapter 91, Chaos's Future. A hidden fourth pillar?" Madam Magician exclaimed in shock. She clearly had never heard of this before. The chariot Lumion was equally surprised. He couldn't help but glance at Madam Magician, muttering internally, her humanity is well preserved. Mr. Fool, shrouded in greyish-white fog, explained in a calm tone. This world was born from chaos. Besides the astral world's dominator, the spirit world's lord, and reality's sovereign, there is another important symbolism. One that represents the endpoint of destiny, the universe's destruction, and the finale of all things. Under such a symbolism, even the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings and the mother goddess of depravity would completely perish, their spirits no longer existing, everything returning to chaos. Of course, the hidden fourth pillar would meet the same fate, not much later than us. Or rather, its self-destruction brings about all termination. Mr. Fool, which Sephirah does this correspond to? Madam Magician curiously asked, beating the chariot Lumion to the question. Mr. Fool's fingers lightly tapped the edge of the bronze long table. Formed by the convergence of two Sephiroth, one is the City of Calamity, the other, the River of Eternal Darkness. Madam Magician immediately looked across at the chariot Lumion. The chariot Lumion's heart stirred, raising his right hand and gazing at the pitch-black, lifeless pinhole in his palm. Mr. Fool continued. The best way to transcend the sequences is first to become a sequence 0, true god of one pathway, then accommodate the corresponding Sephirah, followed by the uniquenesses of other pathways under the Sephirah, and sequence 1. Beyond the characteristics, with no ritual to assist. This is the general approach, though some pathways have their own unique details, like the Demoness and Hunter pathways. But ultimately, one must first become a sequence 0, true god of a pathway to accommodate the Sephirah, not become a dual pathway true god before attempting. The latter has hope of success, but not a great chance. When the Red Priest or the primordial Demoness accommodates the City of Calamity and continues to occupy the neighboring pathway's uniqueness, and one sequence 1, beyond the characteristic, becoming the origins of disaster or calamity of destruction, and then accommodates the River of Eternal Darkness along with its pathway's uniquenesses and sequence 1, beyond the characteristics, they can become the hidden fourth pillar, becoming the endpoint of destiny and the universe's destroyer. Conversely, the sequence 0 true gods of darkness, death, and twilight giant pathways can also become the hidden fourth pillar, starting from accommodating the River of Eternal Darkness. Now, the Ebonite goddess has already obtained the uniquenesses of the Twilight Giant and Death pathways and grasped all the required sequence 1 beyond the characteristics. She is deepening her connection with that Sephirah by using the tributary leaked from the seal through the Underworld Taoist and the River of Eternal Darkness. Through the Underworld Taoist, Lumion suddenly understood the value the Church of Ebonite's emphasis had with Amandina. In the past half year they hadn't had much contact with her, but they knew her general situation. The Church of Ebonite Goddess had directly established contact with this Underworld Taoist student, personally managed by Mr. Starr. The current Amandina had obtained the Sequence 5 spirit medium beyond her ingredients, was digesting the spirit Warlock potion, preparing for her advancement ritual, and waiting to receive a new round of boons at the end-of-year Dream Festival. Her relationship with the Church of Ebonite Goddess had become very close. Just as Lumion was suddenly worried, Mr. Fool continued. You should have realized that the hidden fourth pillar is related to the universe's destruction and the termination of all things, and would not normally appear. As for whether we will need to wait until the universe reaches the end of life before the City of Calamity and River of Eternal Darkness can merge and give birth to the fourth pillar, or if the fourth pillar can be forcibly born through congregation but would bring about the universe and all things destruction, unless he immediately falls into slumber or passively splits, everything will perish. I can't see clearly yet, but the deity worshipped by the Aurora Order currently leans more towards the latter scenario. In other words, the hidden fourth pillar will either be unable to be born for a very long time, or can only be used as a final option of mutual destruction or intimidating enemies. The chariot Lumion gradually felt relieved. Then he pondered the purpose and implications of Mr. Fool's explanation about the hidden fourth pillar. For me, this knowledge is currently meaningless, or perhaps I can first jump to sequence 1 of Death or Twilight Giant to better, Borrow the power of 001, narrowing the gap between myself and Red Angel. Medici? If I could defeat this King of Angels, obtain 2 Sequence 1 Beyonder characteristics of the Hunter pathway from him, then find a way to lower my status, expel the original Sequence 1 Beyonder characteristic, return to the Weather Warlock level, and then re-advance, becoming a King of Angels of the Hunter pathway, accommodating 001, lowering my status and re-advancing, has significant risks and potential hidden dangers. But it's much better than competing with Red Angel Medici at Sequence 2. However, I won't challenge the Red Angel one-on-one. I'm a Major Arcana of the Tarot Club, a patron saint, no, a patron angel of the Church of the Fool. Hunters are about collective strength, so why would I fight alone? After Franco and Jenna's advancement, if the ritual is difficult or Beyonder characteristics are unavailable, they could also consider switching to one of the Darkness, Death, or Twilight Giant pathways. While the Chariot Lumion was contemplating, Mr. Fool looked at him and said, "After switching to a hidden neighboring pathway, if you don't expel the corresponding Beyonder characteristics, you'll be unable to accommodate the Sephira in the future and will be rejected by the belonging Sephira. Also, after becoming a Weather Warlock, your destiny has become chaotic and full of change. I am not omniscient nor omnipotent. I can no longer see things as clearly and can only remind you to be extremely careful going forward." When he advanced to Weather Warlock, Lumion had already confirmed that the remaining spiritual imprint of Blood Emperor Alistair Tudor had not been strengthened or revived within him. From that point, he knew the Blood Emperor's resurrection arrangement would emerge and erupt in subsequent events, which were currently unforeseeable. Mr. Fool's warning deepened his vigilance in this aspect. An arrangement that even this great existence cannot provide effective guidance must be extraordinarily complex. Madam Magician Fours, who had chatted with Mr. Fool many times, knew from his last statement that today's small gathering, or the common knowledge lesson for the Tarot Club's new angel, should conclude. She looked at the Chariot Lumion and said, "You should now understand the current situation and the source of the apocalypse. Analyzing things afterward will allow you to directly see their essence. As an angel more senior than you by several years, let me share 3 final experiences. First, previous sequences must be acted upon again because the potion you consumed contains Beyonder characteristics from all previous sequences. Most importantly, you need to make up for the acting of Iron-Blooded Knight in War, Bishop, Hunter, Provoker, Pyromaniac, Conspirer, and Reaper can all be naturally and effectively digested in your future battles or wars. Second, travel to different regions to improve local weather and leave behind legends. This is not only necessary for digesting the Weather Warlock potion, but also a must-do to spread faith and obtain more anchors. Third, Mr. Fool has already explained the difference between Godhood and humanity very clearly. Combining my own experience, I have one insight: distinguish between the normal desires brought by the second layer of humanity and the abnormal desires created by first layer humanity and Godhood. Resist the latter, guide the former. Don't be too suppressed and restrained, nor can you be greedy and indulgent. The Chariot Lumion listened carefully and thoughtfully said, "Thank you, Madam Magician." Madam Magician Fours smiled self-deprecatingly. "If you have any new insights in this area later, you can tell me too. I need to prepare for my Sequence 1 advancement." "Sequence 1 of the door pathway?" the Chariot Lumion asked with slight surprise. In his view, the Sequence 2 Planeswalker of the door pathway was the sequence most likely to survive the apocalypse without question. First, before reaching Sequence 1, they wouldn't be specifically targeted by the outer deities. Second, they possessed the ability for space travel and could carry a group of people. Afterward, they could completely find a planet in a remote area of the universe with relatively suitable conditions and use their recording abilities or the Beyonder characteristics of different pathways to make it habitable and redevelop civilization. Madam Magician nodded. Yes, the Key of Stars. The Beyonder characteristics and supplementary ingredients are not lacking. The Abraham family has long wanted to give them to me. The price is to protect their clan, prevent the Abraham name from going extinct, ensure at least one Sequence 1 angel is born among them. Afterward, if the apocalypse comes, my first task would be to transfer them away. The good news is, they now have several saints. The bad news is, they are far from digestion. The Sequence 3 Wanderer still needs to travel in space to digest quickly. The ritual itself isn't complicated. Find a continuously rotating, signal-emitting heavy planet, approach it, land on it, and then find a way to establish sufficient mystical connections with it. The first part of the ritual is very dangerous, the latter part extremely difficult. But with Mr. Fool's help, these aren't major problems. He can directly graft me onto the corresponding planet to satisfy the conditions, though the premise is that I can withstand such pressure. The current trouble is that my Planeswalker potion hasn't been completely digested. These years, I've been going everywhere. The number of times is enough, and the term walker is satisfied, but none of it counts as planeswalking. At this point, Madam Magician suddenly closed her mouth. She felt like she was complaining about work, and her direct superior who could easily crush her was sitting at the head of the long table. Listening to Madam Magician's words, Lumion suddenly discovered a problem. Mr. Fool doesn't actually have to deal with the subsequent planetary apocalypse, because no outer deity would compete for Saphira Castle, accommodating this. Saphira with a pillar symbolism would only lead them to self-destruction. Chapter 292, Just Wishing to Save. Humanity. Madam Magician forcibly changed the topic. If the apocalypse truly arrives in 1368 as predicted, I won't need to rush my advancement. In a few years Mr. Fool should be completely awake, then unlock the seal on the western continent, allowing more above the sequences to be born. At that time, even if we're still at a disadvantage when the apocalypse arrives, we'll at least have the power to protect ourselves. Without the uncertain mist mediating, those outer deities won't be able to cooperate well, and they must guard against becoming other outer deities' prey, after being wounded. Unfortunately, there's not much time left. I can only quickly advance to Sequence 1. As a Sequence 1 Angel of the Door pathway, my chances of survival during the apocalypse will be much higher than other pathways. After all, those outer deities probably haven't set their target on Saphira Castle. Do they want self-destruction to happen even faster? Her thoughts were similar to Lumion's, believing that Saphira Castle and its 3 subordinate pathways were most likely not the outer deities' targets. Even if she became a Sequence 1 Key of Stars, she wouldn't be specifically targeted. Lumion detected the insincerity in Madam Magician's words. No matter what, if purely for self-preservation and protecting the closest few people, a Sequence 2 Planeswalker would definitely be better than a Sequence 1 Key of Stars, less likely to be noticed, able to sneak away during the chaos. Choosing to quickly digest the potion and advance to Sequence 1 is to do more during the apocalypse? The Chariot Lumion could vaguely grasp that mentality, and thought. At this moment the Fool shrouded in grey fog said to Madam Magician Fours, the Key of Stars will also become a target. Before I fully awaken, if the apocalypse arrives, no outer deity will want to see a Lord of Mysteries truly born. They will seal the Saphira, take away the corresponding uniquenesses and Sequence 1 beyond the characteristics, eliminating the possibility of the spirit world's Lord returning. Although they can't further accommodate Saphira Castle occupying 1 or 2, uniquenesses and the corresponding Sequence 1 beyond the characteristics is not a problem. Their power will increase slightly, and their abilities will become more diverse. Besides, just because they can't accommodate Saphira Castle doesn't mean there's no suitable way for them to use it. Madam Magician fell silent. She didn't say she would reconsider, nor did she immediately state her position of becoming an archangel before the apocalypse. Lumion was thinking about something else. Even if only 1 or 2 years remains before the apocalypse, with the major arcana cardholder's efforts and Mr. Fool's current awakening speed by then, even if he hasn't fully awakened, it shouldn't be far off. As long as he doesn't actively prevent the outer deities' invasion, those outer deities would probably not intentionally provoke him. But he is clearly preparing to confront the apocalypse. The Chariot Lumion glanced at Mr. Fool at the head of the bronze long table, and asked no further questions. Trier, inside the luxurious villa, Lumion, lying in the armchair, opened his eyes. He reached out and touched his blood-red long hair, preparing to cut it short. But after thinking, he abandoned that plan. Lumion stood up and paced the room, his mind filled with knowledge obtained, above the grey fog. He now understood that his goal of becoming a Sequence Zero true god, and attempting to accommodate the City of Calamity was not only necessary for Aurora's resurrection, but also a requirement to transcend sequences and face the apocalypse. Just 1 or 2 years to digest the Weather Warlock potion, become a Sequence 1, Archangel, then digest the corresponding Sequence 1 potion, find a way to defeat Red Angel Medici, perform the apotheosis ritual, and finally suppress the City of Calamity's consciousness to accommodate it, and possibly contest with the primordial Demoness in between. Isn't this timeline too pressing? If luck is bad, I might not even complete the first step of digesting the Weather Warlock potion. Lumion merely imagined the upcoming tasks, and felt his scalp go numb, believing there was almost no hope of success. Not to mention whether those steps could succeed, there simply wasn't enough time. Digesting a demigod-level potion itself required a very long time. Lumion's previous rapid digestion of the Despair and Unaging potions was due to 2 factors. First, the deity worshipped by the Aurora Order had actively exposed himself, converting all previous arrangements into despair. Second, leveraging Aurora's special status as a transmigrator from the past, with her soul fragments, maintaining a certain activity sealed inside him, an arrangement by the deity worshipped by the Aurora Order. Now, Lumion couldn't see any opportunity for quickly digesting the Weather Warlock potion, and that deity seemed to have made no arrangements in this regard. As an angel of the Hunter pathway, Lumion already possessed steel-like willpower and fire-like courage. He quickly suppressed his instinctive retreat and fear, first considering the first step of digesting the Weather Warlock potion. Based on my previous experience, there are 2 main approaches to quickly digest a potion. First, through special encounters that adjust one's mental and spiritual state to closely align with the potion's true meaning. Second, by using a higher level Beyonder as the object of acting, obtaining better digestion speed. The first approach is no longer possible. Those higher than my level are archangels, true gods, and great existences, and a Weather Warlock isn't meant to be acted out by people. Ask them to be spectators, observing me change the weather and provide feedback. Taking it a step further, change the weather in a true god's divine kingdom. At the next gathering, seek Mr. Fool's consent to add special effects to the Major Arcana's discussion. Change the weather in Sephira Castle. I wonder if this would be effective. I'll seek Mr. Fool's guidance during the next prayer. Lumion, with his initial thoughts taking shape, suddenly smiled self-deprecatingly. There was a method that could help him digest the Weather Warlock potion in the shortest time possible. Let Blood Emperor Alista Tudor resurrect within him, after which he would no longer need to digest other potions. The only problem was that he would die, and Aurora would not be resurrected. I wonder what arrangements Alista Tudor has made, if there's a way to use these arrangements to quickly digest the Weather Warlock potion. Lumion thought for a while, but found no insights. He then considered Madam Magician's suggestion. Strengthen humanity, resist godhood, distinguish between normal and abnormal emotions, desires, and behaviors. Anchors bring others' perceptions, and everyone's perception of me differs from my true self to some extent. This is also a form of corruption that can easily make my thoughts, spirit, and humanity chaotic, but it can be used to balance and resist godhood, giving my true self and humanity a chance to breathe. If these are normal emotional responses that would arise from one's own humanity, even if overlapping with godhood, they don't need to be too suppressed and can be expressed normally. Is this a kind of fusion? Mr. Fool said in the Dream City, to both resist and merge. At the angel stage, fusion is superficial, not obvious, mainly about resistance and suppression. Lumion examined himself, sorting through different emotions and desires. After a while he roughly knew what he could do, to what extent, what must be strictly controlled, and what signs required immediate restraint. Of course, having just advanced and not yet adapted to the potion, his state was unstable. Many things he could do now might be difficult to control, potentially, being driven by godhood into terrible developments. So he needed to initially digest the potion. Thinking this, Lumion immediately used the Hunter Pathway's mental communication to speak to Franca, Jenna, Ludwig and Anthony, who had not yet left the 10-kilometer range. After becoming a weather warlock, Alita Tudor's arrangements might start to manifest. You must be more vigilant and attentive, especially regarding matters involving the Demoness sect. Mental communication would not transmit all inner thoughts or fleeting ideas to companions. There must be an intention to speak out for the information to resonate in everyone's minds. If Lumion were to share a manipulator's beyonder powers and attach it to mental communication, he could achieve a weakened version of the Hall of Truth effect. After speaking, Lumion took out a mirror to divine which region was experiencing extreme weather. After obtaining the answer, he was about to teleport there. Before activating the black mark on his right shoulder, he suddenly had a new idea. Some ways to maintain and strengthen humanity can be done right now. A wind rose, blowing open the bedroom window. Then Lumion sensed the spirit world coordinates of the target area while picking up the coat rack in the room and suddenly hurling it toward the sky. The coat rack quickly ignited with a purplish-blue flame, speedily racing toward the horizon. Lumion leaped lightly, jumping out the window and landing precisely on the burning coat rack. Then, with his feet slightly apart and hands clasped behind his back, his coat fluttering, he rode the flame-engulfed coat rack, which was now faster than the speed of sound and still accelerating toward the target area. In the second-floor studio, Franca, momentarily distracted from her creation by Lumion's warning, heard a booming sound from high in the sky. Wearing the face of the arcane, she stepped to the window and looked at the azure sky, just in time to see Lumion standing on a flaming great sword, hands behind his back, rapidly disappearing from her field of view, leaving behind a new sonic boom. Franca's expression revealed envy. At the same time, she quietly sighed in relief. In the first-floor papal office, Jenna had been worried about the negative effects of Franca's fully automatic healing machine, which would make every healed person, upon recovery, filled with a desire to reproduce and want to have a child. Her solution was to have padres and bishops treat common illnesses, pray to the great god of disease for serious conditions, and subsequently, for those with families and partners, have the sick church handle the economic losses from childbirth. For those without partners, consider matchmaking, and if that failed, have Anthony handle it, making them feel that it was completely fine having had a child. Hearing the sonic boom, she also came to the window, looking outside and seeing Lumion traveling in his peculiar and arrogant manner. Jenna's face gradually broke into a smile. She felt Lumion's state had improved somewhat. Chapter 93, Key Points of Acting. High in the cloud layers, the wooden coat rack beneath Lumion's feet, burning with a violet-blue flame, did not quickly turn to ash. It was like a truly heat-resistant, miraculous metal maintaining its basic hard state. This was an ability hunters possessed since the iron-bloated night stage. Weaponizing ordinary objects, temporarily transforming them into lethal tools. At the angelic level, Lumion could now make wood, paper, and similar materials, temporarily reach the strength of the Sword of Courage, ensuring they would not instantly dissolve under the added flames and internal explosions, maintaining their most fundamental stability. This allowed a hunter's fireball to have a carrier and divert some power to constantly accelerate, ultimately bombing the target area from a distance at several times the speed of sound. At the iron-blooded night stage, this remote range was 5 to 10 kilometers. For a weather warlock, it became hundreds, or even thousands of kilometers. However, this was not very useful in actual combat. Even if the weapon carrying the fireball flew quickly, adding an extremely long distance would still require a certain time to reach the target area, not to mention angels and saints. Even mid-sequence beyonders with strong spiritual intuition could detect it in advance and escape the potentially covered area in time. The current level of the fog of war could not be attached and follow along. Lumion could divert a small portion of his psyche to merge into the fireball or weapon, allowing them to change direction. But such an operation, when done from too far away, would always lack precision and thus could not strike enemies. Beyond a certain level, the greatest use of such an attack was only to destroy fixed targets. For Lumion, it was completely incomparable to the mystical long-range attacks delivered through the mirror world. But Lumion looked down at the coat rack beneath his feet, burning brilliantly like a giant sword, then glanced at the blown-open white clouds in the city below that looked like specks of dust, and listened to the sonic boom that could not catch up to him. He laughed inwardly. How cool! Without considering conspiracies, a hunter must be arrogant. Otherwise, how would one provoke others? Boom! A violet blue light, with a human figure standing atop it, rapidly traversed the sky, leaving behind a blast that made houses and glass violently tremble, beside a mountainside village where rain was pouring down. The river had already overflowed with yellowish water, surging toward the not-so-large city in the distance. The city's residents were anxious, worried that mountain floods would erupt and affect their living spaces. Many villagers had already climbed to the second floor or onto their roofs because the rising water had gone beyond their knees and was trying to break down their doors. Looking at the increasingly yellow floodwaters, experienced villagers grew more worried and had nowhere to escape. Suddenly they heard a loud bang and instinctively looked up, casting their gaze toward the sky. They then saw a light, bluish-violet like a fire meteor, hovering and stopping among the layered dark clouds, with what seemed to be a person standing on top, a tall figure with blood-red long hair, though far away. This person riding a flaming sword began moving amidst rising white water vapor and dense surrounding rain, with powerful high-strung and frenzied movements, with a twisted, mysterious posture, a divine being dancing in the sky. Villagers nearby and city dwellers in the distance all suddenly had the same thought. This is a ritual of praying to some existence. The ritual dance became increasingly intense, and everyone who saw this scene seemed to hear thumping drum beats. As the divine being's dance progressed, the rain gradually diminished, and dark clouds in the high sky dispersed one by one. In the end, the rainstorm completely stopped, and rays of brilliant sunlight shone upon villagers hiding on the second floor and rooftops, and upon the worried citizens looking toward the mountain's edge. The divine being stopped the ritual dance, and the flaming sword beneath their feet disappeared. With a magnificent layered voice they proclaimed to the humans below, "My name? Family, to the king of yellow and black, priest of weather and plague, the dual-bodied one who spreads war and chaos." Among those born and raised in religious societies, a large portion instinctively bowed their heads and shouted in unison, "Praise be to you, priest of weather and plague. Praise be to you for sending away the calamity." By the time these people raised their heads, the divine being had vanished. Trier inside the luxurious villa. Lumien's figure quickly traced itself in his room. He distinctly felt that his weather warlock potion had been digested a bit. The effect of this act was much stronger than changing the extreme weather of 3 regions immediately after his advancement. Previously, I was doing good deeds quietly, unknown, lacking clear directional feedback. A weather warlock must let people know they are a warlock, must be seen, or understood, otherwise it's not a successful act. The people in those 3 regions would probably think it was the local faith's god's protection, praising those gods, not me. Only a small portion might connect the weather changes with the previous appearance of a witch. It can't be too simple to change the weather, even if it doesn't substantially take effect. The ritual must be there. The audience must feel I used great effort to change the weather, otherwise I'd be performing as a god of weather instead of a weather warlock. Positioning the weather warlock as a priest of weather should be fine. Also, hunter represents the initial masculine side, robust, highly aggressive, often associated with being flamboyant. Looking at it this way, a hunter's arrogance and conspicuousness are sometimes a conspiracy, sometimes an acting requirement. Combining the feedback from 2 different performances, Lumien vaguely grasped the key point. A weather warlock's performance cannot be low-key. Hiding behind the scenes doing good deeds is not a hunter's style. Moreover, although the sequence name, weather warlocks had no clear good or bad orientation based on the fact that the hunter pathway represented war and was one of the 2 components of calamity, and drawing from previous sequence acting experiences, Lumien suspected that the hidden acting principle might be bringing disaster by changing the weather. Bringing disaster to enemies by changing the weather will be a key focus of future acts. Lumien nodded thoughtfully, feeling slightly disappointed. He murmured to himself, "No accidents, no anomalies." His extremely flamboyant travel this time was partly to satisfy his normal inner desires, maintain and expand his humanity, and partly to provoke hidden arrangements by Blood Emperor Alista Tudor or that Red Angel Medici. Unfortunately, under Mr. Fool's gaze and with the situation not being chaotic, nothing happened. Every successful hunter was a qualified schemer and wouldn't be so easily trapped. Feeling disappointed but in much better condition, Lumion left the bedroom, intending to pour himself a glass of absinthe downstairs. Franca heard the movement and walked out of her workshop. She had let the face of the arcane fall back into slumber, returning to the traveller's bag. Glancing at Lumion, Franca asked with unusual anticipation, Oh, can your previous sword-riding ability be shared? Sword-riding? Although Lumion had been in the Dream City for half a month, his exposure to information couldn't be too comprehensive, so he wasn't familiar with this somewhat niche term. However, he quickly associated it with his coat rack flying based on the literal meaning, and said with a smile, Got it. It can be shared. It's formed by combining the ability to weaponize any object and the ability to manipulate fireballs. Although I can only share one ability with you at a time, they don't need to be used simultaneously to complete the combination. Franca's eyes became increasingly bright. Can I try now? Lumion couldn't help but chuckle. Of course, but remember, only within a 10-kilometer range. Weaponized items won't quickly return to normal and get damaged, but once you exceed the team's effective distance, you'll lose control of the attached flame. Franca was a bit disappointed, but found it acceptable. Fine, 10 kilometers it is. She thought for a moment and added, To go beyond 10 kilometers you'd have to stay with me, not creating distance. Well, you can stand on the back half of my flying sword. The leader of a hunter team must necessarily be a hunter with the 10-kilometer range calculated from their center. If a team has more than one hunter, only one led, the highest sequence won. If there was more than one highest sequence member, they determined superiority through combat. That's right. Lumion confirmed Franca's statement. Franca's face immediately lit up. Let's start. First, have a quick spin within the 10-kilometer range. Then we'll ride swords through the sky? Let's bring Jenna along. Just as she was saying this, Franca suddenly sensed something and took out a makeup mirror from her clothing's hidden pocket. She took it out while telling Lumion, My only subordinate sent a message. Although the sick church had multiple priests and bishops, and the market district had gang leaders at Franca's disposal, the one who actually led them, assigned tasks, and received reports was mainly Jenna. Franca's true subordinate was only one person, her subordinate in the Demoness sect, the witch Nicaea, who was a mole in the Emperor party. Of course, Nicaea was now a Demoness of pleasure. Stay alert, Lumion cautioned. This involved the Demoness sect and the special mirror world, so they had to be extra careful from now on. Franca nodded while seeing a light on the mirror's surface unfold into Intision. Louis Gustave has mysteriously disappeared. Louis Gustave has mysteriously disappeared. Franca's eyes narrowed. The leader of the Emperor party, the man secretly planning to overthrow the current government, with some connection to the mirror world's Roselle, Louis Gustave, had mysteriously disappeared. Chapter 94, Trapped. In the Maison de Para district on Rue du Chapeau Noir, inside an apartment with drawn curtains, Nicaea, with her curly brown hair pulled up, wearing an off-shoulder black dress and a thin gauze shawl, placed the makeup mirror given by her immediate superior on the cabinet in front of her and patiently waited for feedback. After about 20 to 30 seconds, she saw a human figure quickly traced within the mirror, stepping out. The person had slightly blackened, somewhat flaxen-colored long hair, tied into a spirited ponytail, eyebrows extending dynamically into the temples, and lake blue eyes that were slightly deeper than before, with an added soul-attracting depth, amid their bright and crystal-clear appearance. When did Louis Gustave disappear? Franca's red and pretty lips moved. Although she had become a demoness of pleasure, Nicaea was still dazzled by her. Superior's beauty, temperament, and charm, her heart involuntarily stirring. She unconsciously compared Madame Franca with the demoness of black she had seen before, discovering that she didn't like to change her temperament much, always trying to find the most attractive side for her conversation partner, remaining straightforward and natural. It was precisely this casual and natural state that made Madame Franca uniquely charming. Combined with her nonchalant expression and high-ranking status, Nicaea occasionally felt she wanted to prostrate herself at her feet, body and soul. After spending some time controlling the ripples in her heart, Nicaea reported in detail. Louis Gustave arranged to meet several core members of the Emperor Party, including Gruz, in a secret mine in underground Trier yesterday to discuss discreetly developing members within the army. As a result, everyone arrived, but he did not appear. From yesterday until now, Gruz and others have tried various methods to contact him, but have received no response. Nicaea was now not only Gru's mistress, but had also gradually become a person close to the core of the Emperor Party due to her talent in instigation, provocation, and seduction. It seems Louis Gustave had truly met with an accident, not just being delayed, but considered missing. Franca thought and asked, "Has anything unusual happened within the Emperor Party recently?" Nicaea shook her head. In recent months, whether it's the Eternal Blazing Sun Church, the God of Steam and Machinery Church, Bureau 8, or the military, they have significantly increased the number of official Beyonders stationed in Trier. Madame, you might find it hard to believe, but the patrols in underground Trier are now led by Sequence 5 Beyonders, team after team. In the first 2 months, the Emperor Party was still making small moves, resulting in many secret members being exposed, suffering significant losses. Recently, they have been well behaved, only covertly developing and expanding. Previously, Louis Gustave and Gruez often met, knew each other's residences, and would occasionally discuss matters at fixed cafes. But after nearly being caught by official Beyonders from the Bureau 8, Louis Gustave moved from his original residence and carefully commanded core members remotely. So that's how it is. No wonder it sounds different from before, when Gruez and others used to know Louis Gustave's daily routine. Franca slightly nodded and told Nicaea, "This matter is significant. I will first report to the Demoness of Black. Stand by for new orders at any time." "Yes, Madame Franca." As soon as Nicaea finished speaking, she saw her superior's figure gradually fade, transforming from solid to virtual, quickly disappearing as if never having been present. Only the lingering faint fragrance in the air and a hint of what seemed like machine oil indicated someone had been there. In the luxurious villa, Franca ended her mirror projection maintenance and turned to Lumion. "Ever since you advanced to Weather Warlock, I now see everything as a trap. Nicaea's report could be a trap from the Demoness sect. The Louis Gustave disappearance might be a trap from the Mirror people. Never mind. I'll report to the Demoness of Black, saying the matter is significant and requesting her personal handling. If I don't get involved, I won't fall into the trap." In the Demoness sect, Franca was still nominally a Demoness of Despair and a subordinate of the Demoness of Black, though of course the truth couldn't be hidden from the primordial Demoness. "Is this what you call upward management?" Lumion chuckled. "If it's a trap, the Demoness of Black certainly won't let you shirk responsibility. If it's not a trap, she should still have you conduct a concurrent investigation." "Sigh, I know," Franca sighed. "Oh, just venting my emotions. What if the Demoness of Black actually goes to investigate herself? People, after all, must live with hope and anticipation." Lumion glanced at Franca. "I feel that you'll maintain your humanity quite well in the future." "Why suddenly talk about humanity? Are you troubled by Godhood?" Franca keenly countered. After speaking, she took out a makeup mirror and verbally formed the information about Louis Gustave's disappearance and Nicaea's detailed report, transmitting it through the mirror world to the mirror designated by the Demoness of Black. She would avoid meeting the Demoness of Black whenever possible to prevent stepping into a trap. After Franca finished this matter, Lumion briefly explained Mr. Fool's interpretation of Godhood and humanity and his own state of being. Franca was enlightened. "So that's why you suddenly proposed hugging. You were somewhat unable to control the aggregation instinct and destruction desire." "No, because I had already hugged Jenna, I felt it should be fair," Lumion said in a low laugh. Franca's mouth twitched slightly. Lumion casually added another sentence. "What you said also had some influence." Franca hummed in response and suddenly burst into laughter. "What's so funny?" Lumion found it strange. Franca cleared her throat and replied, "As a fellow hometown native, I've always supported your sister's creative work and read many of her novels. Some descriptions are really cringy. There's one line that goes something like, "He hugged me tightly, very forcefully, as if afraid of losing me, wanting to crush me and tuck me into his body." My goodness, this isn't a cringy description. It's clearly a horror description, so realistic. Seeing Franca wasn't too frightened and even joking, Lumien's inner pressure seemed to diminish. He naturally discussed his sister's works. Aurora deliberately intensified the cringe. She says, "Intisians love this style." By the way, did those works exist in the old era? Franca gently shook her head in response. You could say the story concepts and ideas are similar, but without being a savant, how could one exactly reproduce them? Moreover, your sister integrated current social trends and folk culture, making it an entirely different work. It's not like just because someone previously wrote about transmigration, me writing about transmigration makes it plagiarism. I see. Lumien was very satisfied with this answer. At this moment, the Demoness of Black responded to Franca through the mirror. Find effective clues as soon as possible. Yes, madame. Franca responded, making a face at Lumien. After pondering for a few seconds, she sent a new order to Nicaea. Search for clues, try to find Louis Gustave's current residence. Preferably obtain some items closely related to Louis Gustave, and bring them to me. This way, Franca could perform magic mirror divination, and even seek guidance from Mr. Fool. After she finished issuing the command, Lumien laughed and asked, "Still doing that sword-riding thing?" Franca's spirits lifted. "Of course." She then seemed to have a moment of reflection, muttering to herself, "The apocalypse is near. We must cherish daily happiness and satisfaction. We can't abandon today's life because of some dangerous things we'll have to do later." Lumien slowly nodded. 1 week later at midnight, Nicaea silently slid off the bed, stood upright and merged into the darkness. She glanced at the muscular middle-aged man on the bed, naked and only partially covered by a blanket, for a few seconds before leaving the bedroom soundlessly and entering the room in the furthest corner of the second floor. Then, she took out a special makeup mirror, used the spell given by her superior, and sent information to the designated mirror. She knew reporting at this hour would disturb Madame Franca's rest, but the situation was urgent. If she waited until dawn, Gruez would take back those 2 items, so she had no choice. Shortly after, Franca's figure was projected from the makeup mirror. She wore a silk nightgown with a thin outer jacket for cover, her slightly black flaxen-colored long hair cascading down, her expression unabashedly lazy and drowsy, her lake-colored eyes slightly deeper and hazy. Nicaea was stunned, only awakening when Franca spoke. "What is it?" Nicaea came to her senses. "Madame, I've obtained 2 items closely related to Louis Gustave. These were found in one of his previous secret hideouts." As she spoke, Nicaea raised her hands. In one hand she held a silver brooch made of 2 intertwined snakes. In the other, she held a dark gold coin. Seeing the latter, Franca suddenly became alert. She used invisible spider silk to pull the coin before her. One side of the gold coin was quite simple, with raised patterns forming a chariot, bearing the number 2. The other side had a considerably complex pattern. The main body was a crowned figure with a hanging cloak. To the left of the crown was a sketched, layered gate. To the right was a clock face with only one hand, its grid sizes unequal, with light and dark intertwining. Parallel to the crown on the layer below were tiny flower pattern elements, a vertical pupil, 5 fingers of varying lengths, and a door split by a vertical long sword. A Tudor coin. Franca's pupils slightly dilated as she recognized the item. It was very similar to the Tudor coin they had obtained from the sick church, but with a face value of 2. The patterns and details were essentially the same between the 2 coins, but their expressions differed significantly. Chapter 1095, Convergence. After confirming the dark gold coin was indeed a Tudor coin with a 2 denomination, Franca inwardly cursed the Blood Emperor's persecution of those with obsessive-compulsive disorder. Why such a significant difference in patterns when it's just a different denomination? They're essentially expressing almost the same symbolic meaning. Nicaea, unaware of her superior's peculiarity, continued to describe the origins of the two items. This brooch is a Gustave family item, made according to their family crest. It's one of Louis Gustave's most valued possessions and a symbol of his identity. Normally, he carries this brooch with him, but this time, he left it in his original hideout. This ancient gold coin and the brooch were kept together and seemed equally important. Under the pull of invisible spider silk, the brooch formed by intertwined snakes flew towards Franca. Franca was not unfamiliar with the Gustave family crest. After a quick glance, she confirmed its authenticity and chuckled inwardly. A DNA double helix structure, right? Clearly, the current Gustave family crest originated from a masterpiece during the late period of Emperor Roselle, not from earlier ancestors. Nicaea looked up at her beautiful, elegant and natural superior, pleading, "Madame, after you complete the magic mirror divination, can you return these two items to me? I stole them from Gruz. If I don't return them promptly, I'll definitely be suspected." "No problem." Franca's mirror projection took the brooch and coin, retracting into the makeup mirror. Nicaea patiently waited in the current room. Louis Gustave's mysterious disappearance is related to the Tudor coin. After taking the Gustave family brooch and Tudor coin out of the mirror, Franca conveyed this information to Lumion, who was presumably still asleep, through the mental link team communication channel. A few seconds later, Lumion opened his bedroom door and walked into Franca's room. Everyone residing in this luxurious villa was a demigod, possessing strong spiritual intuition. They noticed the commotion and threw on outer garments, heading to Franca's room. The only one who didn't react was Ludwig, who was preparing his second midnight snack in the annex kitchen. After Franca briefly explained Nicaea's feedback, she spoke with considerable gravity. "I plan to first pray to Mr. Fool, then perform magic mirror divination to see if I can determine Louis Gustave's current whereabouts using these two items as a medium." "I'll do it." Lumion reached out and took the brooch and coin. "I'll first seek Mr. Fool's consent, then use him as the subject for magic mirror divination. This will help eliminate most interference and danger." "That's best." Jenna agreed with Lumion's choice. Lumion pressed his hand to his chest and began praying, communicating his request to Mr. Fool. After receiving consent, he immediately took out a mirror and placed the Gustave family brooch and Tudor coin on the glass surface. Then, he gently caressed the mirror's surface, reciting the spell in Hermes. "The fool that doesn't belong to this era. The mysterious ruler above the gray fog. The king of yellow and black who wields good luck." Lumion recited the entire spell at a steady pace, posed the question about Louis Gustave's current whereabouts, and patiently waited for Mr. Fool's guidance. Within seconds the mirror's surface rippled, revealing a figure. The figure was tall, mimicking Emperor Roselle with chestnut-colored long hair, sporting two beautiful mustaches, azure eyes and thin lips. The leader of the Emperor party, Louis Gustave. This man, claimed to have Gustave family bloodline, stood in what seemed to be an abandoned mine, walking towards a darkness-shrouded exit. The image suddenly blurred with Louis Gustave instantly enveloped by darkness, surrounded by shadowy figures hidden in the depths, casting observant gazes. Louis Gustave walked forward without averting his eyes or stopping, completely indifferent to the gazes from the darkness. The deeper he walked, the more profound the darkness became. Later, a slight light appeared on the forward side, and the image became extremely blurry. Louis Gustave did not approach the light, continuing to move straight ahead. After an indeterminate time, a door composed of pure light appeared in the distance, resembling an oval mirror. Louis Gustave approached the door of light and extended his right hand, pressing against it. He penetrated the door of light, arriving in an area with dense fog visibility under 10 meters, with surrounding collapsed buildings, either asymmetrical or stained with blood. This is Fourth Epoch Trier. Lumion, Franca, Jenna, and Anthony had all been to Fourth Epoch Trier and were familiar with such scenes. The only difference they noticed was the excessively dense fog, which felt extremely oppressive. Is this the depth of Fourth Epoch Trier? Is the Blood Emperor's divine corpse affecting this place, bringing widespread fog of war? Lumion quickly speculated. Franca recalled, But when we were there, we could see the collapsed palace with the Blood Emperor's divine corpse, and the fog wasn't this dense. Did something change in Fourth Epoch Trier after the hostile incident, or is this triggered by Louis Gustave's approach? Jenna proposed possible explanations. At that moment, Louis Gustave in the mirror stopped. Before him, less than 10 meters away, a human shadow was cast on the blood-splattered street stones. The black shadow was stretched long by the light, seemingly cradling an infant. Almost simultaneously, the image suddenly collapsed, rippling like water, with Mr. Fool's guidance ending. Lumion furrowed his brow, muttering to himself. Madame Puellis and the infant Omabella. Are they in Fourth Epoch Trier? Did Louis Gustave enter Fourth Epoch Trier to meet them? Did Louis Gustave enter Fourth Epoch Trier through the special mirror world? Were the mirror people covertly watching him? Is the slightly lit area he didn't approach hiding a great terror of the special mirror world? No one could answer Lumion's questions. After a few seconds, Jenna organized her thoughts. We cannot handle this matter. Since it potentially involves Madame Puellis and infant Amabella, we must strictly follow Mr. Fool's guidance. Calamity needs to keep away from the mother. I'll report the conclusion to the Demoness of Black and let them investigate. No matter how much she urges me, I won't budge. I'll just say I'm not capable, Franca mumbled. And I'll notify W07 too. Such a matter is best handled by official Beyonders. They hold many secrets of Fourth Epoch Trier and might be able to send strong individuals to enter there without using the special mirror world, eliminating Louis Gustave, Madame Puelli, and infant Olmabella. Lumion nodded. Okay. He then reminded Franca, the operation to eliminate targets in Fourth Epoch Trier should not be led by Eternal Blazing Sun, Church Beyonders. Have you forgotten? The mystical father of infant Olmabella is the Eternal Blazing Sun. How could we possibly forget something like that? Franca signaled Lumion and the others to leave her bedroom. Then she took out a mirror. Sending the results of the magic mirror divination along with the brooch and coin to the mirror corresponding to the Demoness of Black, and reminded her to return the mediums, otherwise Nicaea would be in trouble. Shortly after, the Demoness of Black responded to Franca. If Louis Gustave returns, inform me immediately. Accompanying the response were the brooch and coin, which flew out of the mirror surface by themselves. Not letting me investigate deeply, just waiting for Louis Gustave's return. How strange. Isn't this unrelated to the Demoness sect? Is this not their trap? Franca was puzzled, and again projected herself through the mirror world to Nicaea's room. She relayed the Demoness of Black's words to Nicaea and returned the Gustave family brooch and Tudor coin. Nicaea quietly sighed in relief. She then had the mood for casual conversation. Madam, I visited the Lavinier docks recently and found that the Church of the Fool there now has a patron saint named Franca Roland. Her name is the same as yours. Nicaea originally didn't think this was related to her superior. Throughout Trier there were hundreds of women named Franca, but the patron saint's honorific title included the Demoness, accompanied by strife and catastrophe. Franca was slightly embarrassed, not because her subordinate knew the honorific title, but because her sidejaw in another organization was discovered. She responded with an air of profundity. In this world, everyone has multiple identities for certain purposes. In other words, neither denying nor confirming. Nicaea didn't dare ask further, seriously considering whether she should openly convert to Mr. Fool to get closer to her superior. Privately, everyone was still the Primordial One's children. After Franca's mirror projection disappeared, Nicaea packed away the makeup. Mirror, brooch, and coin merged into the darkness and silently returned to the master bedroom. She didn't rush to lie back in bed, first placing the brooch and coin in a hidden compartment of the desk. After completing this task, she glided back to the bed like a shadow in the night, lying down without making a sound, pulling the blanket over herself. Suddenly, a low voice sounded near her ear. Where did you just go? Nicaea instinctively turned her head, seeing Gruez, who had been soundly asleep, now had his eyes open, his blue eyes deeply and darkly fixed on her. Chapter 1096, Surveillance. Nicaea's heart tightened, but she remained calm on the surface. When she had sneaked out, she had already prepared to handle similar situations. She patted her chest and complained, "Are you trying to scare me to death?" Suddenly blurting out a sentence. "After." Calming down. For a few seconds, Nicaea casually answered Gruez's question. Couldn't sleep, felt a bit stuffy, and went to the balcony to get some air. Not giving Gruez a chance to ask further questions, she pursed her lips, revealing her inner suppression. "You don't think something might have happened to Louis, right?" As the leader of the Emperor Party, his mysterious disappearance would naturally bring anxiety, tension, and stress to his subordinates, making insomnia completely normal. Gruez stared at Nicaea for a few seconds, then softened his expression. "Who knows? Maybe he'll suddenly appear in a couple of days." In Franca's workshop in a luxurious villa, multiple mirrors floated before Lumion and the others, each reflecting different scenes. Several mirrors captured Nicaea and Gruez from various angles. When Franca had previously projected herself through the mirror world, she had casually marked all the mirrored items in that house. This was to ensure the safety of her only subordinate, making sure she wouldn't be attacked or have her identity exposed for stealing the Gustav family brooch and Tudor coin. Subsequent developments proved Franca's wisdom and intuition. Gruez had, indeed, noticed Nicaea's quiet departure from the room. During their conversation, Franca was prepared to project her power through the mirror world. After a while, Franca's expression suddenly became a bit strange. "Wait, why are they suddenly kissing? There are so many people watching." Her purpose was only to add an extra layer of insurance to Nicaea's safety. She hadn't expected the suspicion harboring Gruez and a scheming Nicaea to start kissing while talking. Is this about to become a scene not suitable for minors? If only Franca was watching the surveillance. She would have found this, unexpected yet understandable, not a big deal, and even quite entertaining with the thrill of secretly peeping. But now, Jenna was sitting beside her with Anthony and Ludwig, who was eating a midnight snack behind her. She started to feel embarrassed. At this moment, Anthony, focused on the mirror scenes, said, "Both of their body languages show a certain level of resistance. The kiss is deceptive and perfunctory." "Professional," Franca muttered internally. As Anthony predicted, Nicaea and Gruez kissed for a moment before saying good night again and going back to sleep. Franca sighed in relief and told her companions, "Just leave one person to watch the surveillance. The rest can get some sleep. Jenna, come replace me in an hour and a half. Lumion, replace Jenna 3 hours later. Anthony, you and Ludwig don't need to stay up." The surveillance required support from a demigod Demoness. Moreover, if anything went wrong, only the Demonesses could first project or traverse over to provide help. "Okay." Anthony made no objections. After Ludwig finished his midnight snack, he left the room with Anthony. After giving Franca a few instructions, Lumion and Jenna also went to rest. Franca completely relaxed, leisurely watching the surveillance. As time slowly passed, while she was reading a novel leaning against a pile of pillows, her spiritual intuition suddenly gave her a premonition. She raised her head and looked at one of the surveillance mirrors. Gruez silently got out of bed and went to the desk, opening a hidden compartment. After confirming that the Gustav family brooch and Tudor coin were still there, this core member of the Emperor Party went to the master bedrooms attached. Bathroom, letting the toilet flush with a whoosh. Seeing Gruez return to bed after leaving the bathroom, Franca pursed her lips. That's it? She had expected him to suddenly attack and kill Nicaea, or use one of the brooch or coin to contact Louis Gustav, or someone else. As a result, Gruez was so well behaved that it disappointed her. And so, during the rotation of surveillance, the sky gradually brightened, with bright sunlight cascading from above. Franca, now wearing a lace-flowered lady's shirt and cream-colored loose long pants, covered her mouth while yawning and walked into the workshop, asking Lumion, who was seriously watching the surveillance. "Nothing unusual, right?" There is something. Lumion had one leg raised, the other naturally extended, leaning back against the pile of pillows. "What's unusual?" Franca instantly became alert. Lumion chuckled. After waking up in the same bed as a demoness of pleasure, Gruez didn't have a morning round. This shows his attention is completely elsewhere, he's hiding something in his heart, and might do something later. Makes sense? Franca was quite aware of a Demoness of Pleasure's charm. She sat next to Lumion and recalled, I've also marked some of Gru's clothing metal buttons. As long as our luck isn't bad, we should be able to see where he goes and what he does. Luck? Our luck definitely won't be bad. Lumion laughed and patted his traveler's bag, which contained the sealed post-apocalyptic scripture. This Grade 0 sealed artifact ultimately wasn't used. The formal suit Gru's changed into after breakfast had two shiny, mirror-like metal buttons marked by Franca. The surveillance image immediately changed, mainly showing the scene in front of Gru's, swaying back and forth. In the following time, Gru's kissed Nicaea goodbye, took a two-wheeled, two-seat carriage to a certain street in the prison district, Quartier 4. He walked to a dark red door and rang the doorbell. The door opened by itself. Just as Gru's passed through the doorway, the surveillance image suddenly blurred, displaying numerous white noise points. These noise points lasted only 2 seconds before disappearing. The mirrors before Lumion and Franca no longer showed any image. Were we discovered? Or does the house itself have an abnormality affecting the mirror world? Franca turned her head to look at Lumion. Let's wait a bit, Lumion said calmly. About 3 to 4 minutes later, the mirror showed an image again. Gru's was leaving the house. Franca nodded thoughtfully. Throughout the morning, Gru's, as a deputy manager of an armaments factory, visited numerous military camps in the Quartier Eraste and returned to his office during lunch. Lumion, who had already rested, stood up. Nothing worth watching anymore. Yeah. Franca stood up too. She looked at Lumion and suddenly looked puzzled. Why do I feel like you've gotten shorter? My weather warlock potion has been partially digested, my state is completely stabilized, and I have better control over my body. I can control my height to around 1.95 meters. As the digestion deepens, I can continue to compress. Once the potion is fully digested, I should normally maintain 1.85 meters. During battle, even without revealing my mythical creature form, I can expand to 2.7 and 2.8 meters, like a small giant, Lumion answered in good spirits. You've already partially digested it? Franca asked in surprise. Lumion chuckled. Because I found the key points to acting as a weather warlock. A few days ago, I discovered a tribe in a primitive jungle of the southern continent that maintained blood sacrifice traditions. I brought them different extreme weather conditions. After persisting for 3 days, they were broken by fear, submitting to me and completely abandoning their blood sacrifice habits. This helped me summarize an acting principle, and the potion was thus significantly digested. Franca thought for a few seconds and asked curiously, controlling weather is to bring about a catastrophe and make the target submit. This was consistent with the inner meaning of the hunter pathway. More or less. Lumion glanced at the floating mirrors and smiled. Time to visit that house with abnormalities. You're going? Franca frowned. Just leave it to the Demoness sect or official Beyonders. I feel like there might be a trap in front of everything you do now. Smiling, Lumion replied. This is on the ground, not underground, under the watch of Mr. Fool and the true gods. If I'm afraid to handle abnormal events under these circumstances, how can I act as an iron-blooded knight? That's true, Franca responded tersely. She hesitated for 2 seconds. Then take Jenna with you. Lumion smiled and invited Franca. Come with us. Okay. Franca readily agreed. At the door of the house at 20 Rue Saint-Frédéric in the prison district, Lumion, wearing a half-high silk hat, a white shirt, black vest and long pants, opened the dark red door. He walked in, detecting no abnormalities. Franca and Jenna outside saw the interior through the makeup mirror in his hand. Sofas and cabinets were covered with white cloth to prevent dust accumulation, and the floor was cleaned very thoroughly. No problems, no interference. Jenna also entered and told Lumion. Lumion looked around and said, This place hasn't been lived in for a long time, but maids come regularly to clean. This was a weather warlock's extraction and restoration of environmental information. Just as Lumion finished speaking, Franca, who had also entered the house, saw a figure slowly walking down the stairs. The figure was very thin, seeming like it would fall with a gust of wind. His hair was mostly grey, clearly aged, with a brown beard that looked like it hadn't been trimmed in a long time, wearing a crumpled black formal suit. Before his appearance, Lumion, as an angel, had not detected him and still couldn't smell his presence. Based on this, Lumion believed the person didn't actually exist. The old man looked at Lumion and smiled. "You've finally come to collect the letter." "Letter?" Lumion raised an eyebrow. The old man smiled and answered, "I am the messenger of God, and one of my functions is to deliver letters for great existences." "There's a letter here for you." Chapter 097, a letter destined to be. "Received? A letter from a great existence." Lumion suddenly laughed, interrupting the old man's words. "I feel that you don't actually exist in this house." As Lumion spoke, Franca stepped sideways, moving close to Jenna, with layers of phantom images appearing in her eyes. The old man in a crumpled formal suit and thin frame seemed eager to express himself, and actually explained his current state to Lumion. "If I believe I exist, and you believe I exist, then I am existing. The reverse is also true." Franca felt a bit of a headache, muttering, "Are you talking philosophy?" The old man's eyes brightened. "How did you know that my previous, in your terms, sequence was called philosopher?" Seriously, a Demoness's spiritual intuition is no joke. Franca was momentarily stunned. Philosopher. Lumion suddenly thought of a secretive organization, an evil god cult. First philosophy. The mental patient who was once disguised as his substitute by I know someone was also described as being like a philosopher. Lumion thoughtfully said to the old man, "Midoro's worship? Do you know about the heavenly domains, the formless door?" The old man responded happily. "Have you also experienced immortality?" Lumion shook his head, speaking in a flat tone. "No. I've just killed a few initiates." He was provoking, also displaying the arrogance of a hunter to better act as an iron-blooded knight. Moreover, discussing immortality and a formless door with a philosopher would likely draw him into his realm, and imperceptibly cause severe problems. The expression on the old man's face instantly disappeared. He looked at Lumion, speaking in a hollow voice. "A great existence wants me to deliver you a letter." "Which one?" Before Lumion could ask, he glanced at Franca and Jenna. The two Demonesses had silently disappeared from the house, leaving only two make-up mirrors placed on the ground at some point. When Lumion first diverted the conversation, Franca had used their proximity to transfer their true bodies through the mirror world via their eyes, leaving only mirror projections. Now, they weren't even maintaining the mirror projections. They had learned from Lumion that deeply understanding the names and information of great existences would severely corrupt oneself, something mirror projections couldn't block, and even hidden, sleeping mirrors would be affected. The old man didn't mind Franca and Jenna's departure, looking at Lumion and saying, "The mighty circle of inevitability. Circle of inevitability. He should hate Amon more than me now. What letter is he sending me? Is he trying to carry out counter-espionage against me? Why would such a great existence value me? Or is this letter just a medium to harvest my life?" Lumion asked the old man with interest. "You're not an angel, are you? Except for a few, other great existences haven't yet been able to send angelic-level power through the barrier. Can you understand the true names of great existences?" In Lumion's view, this old man was at most sequence 3. The old man smiled and replied, "This is the unique characteristic and source of pain for messengers of God, but also our most powerful ability. Corruption grants us power." Sounds quite philosophical, but this ability is indeed special. The Beyonders from the first philosophy I've encountered were skilled at injecting voices into others' ears or minds. If what they inject are the true names of great existences, who, below the angelic level, could withstand that? Lumion suddenly felt lucky that he hadn't encountered a messenger of God before becoming an angel. Otherwise, with the various hidden issues in his body, he would absolutely explode at the slightest provocation. Or maybe it wasn't luck, but arrangement. As this thought flashed, Lumion self-deprecatingly mused internally. With this realization, his blue eyes instantly turned iron black. He didn't want to receive the Circle of Inevitability's letter. He wanted to find a mystical connection between the old man before him and his true body by investigating overall weaknesses, then blow them both up. At that moment, the old man's body suddenly became ethereal. A silver white with black color rose from within him. His hollow voice rang out. "Please receive the letter." He suddenly condensed, transforming into a silver white and black light, shooting directly at Lumion. In this house, he was the letter, and the letter was him. Lumion activated a black mark on his right shoulder and quickly disappeared. From the spot, he directly teleported to the fog sea, far from Trier. But the silver white and black light was still ahead of him, still approaching, not shaken off. Lumion didn't hesitate, making layers of phantom images appear in his blue eyes. He entered the mirror world. The silver white and black light was still before him in the illusory dark tunnel, seeming destined to be received by him. This was a fate that couldn't be escaped. Lumion flashed into another mirror tunnel, and the silver white and black light once again approached from the front. This time Lumion didn't flee. His eyes quickly turned silver black, Eye of Calamity. Although his inevitability power hadn't further improved, thanks to his weakness, investigation ability now reaching angelic level, the Eye of Calamity formed by merging this ability with inevitability power naturally had some enhancement. Since he couldn't escape, he tried to eliminate this letter from the destiny plane. Soon Lumion saw the quietly surging mercury-colored illusory long river and saw the scene of himself catching the silver white and black light. It existed in almost all destiny branches. In other words, Lumion saw his future of receiving the letter. A destiny that was bound to unfold. The only variable was a branch that didn't include this future, extremely marginal and chaotic, very difficult to push with his current abilities, lacking necessary preconditions. In the blink of an eye, Lumion saw another scene. In the image, the recipient of the letter was not only himself, but also Amon, wearing a black robe, monocle, and a pointed soft hat. Clang! Lumion suddenly heard an ethereal clang crossing through thick history. A scene naturally emerged in his mind. The thin-faced Amon, wearing a monocle, stood in the bell tower, pushing the bell hammer to strike the great bell. With this sound, an ancient, mottled, massive stone clock appeared. It was a phantom, its face divided into unequal 12 sections by intersecting dark blue and grey-white, each section with different symbols representing different times. 3 jointed, semi-transparent small worms formed the clock's hands. As they stopped moving, an indescribable invisible torrent surged out, seemingly freezing the silver white and black light within. Lumion, not within the affected range, heard a familiar voice with a hint of laughter. "Do you know the main ability of a sufferer?" Before Lumion could respond, the voice answered itself, reproducing the suffering one has experienced onto the target. As the words fell, the silver white and black light frozen in time broke through its restraints, again flying towards Lumion. But waiting for it was an extraordinarily intense, unimaginable sea of light. A supernova seemed to have erupting on a small scale. This mirror world instantly collapsed, accompanied by the silent shattering of numerous mirrors. Of course, this was far from a true supernova explosion, merely a kind of simulated reproduction. Although Lumion was outside the range, his body also shattered, reforming outside the mirror world. At this moment in his Eye of Calamity, the preconditions for pushing destiny to the marginal branch were satisfied. Lumion didn't hesitate to release nearly half his spirituality from his left palm, letting the mercury-colored river of fate's water flow into the corresponding branch. Everything calmed down. Lumion was about to turn his head and look at Amon, who had appeared beside him at some point, when tiny silver white and black lights suddenly emerged in the void, forming a paragraph of text. Though the Circle of Inevitability's letter couldn't be directly delivered to him, and Amon, it inevitably revealed itself. The text was very complex, but it didn't prevent Lumion from directly deciphering its meaning. "Stay away from special mirror worlds, or you're destined to lose control and go mad." Huh? Lumion was somewhat stunned. Is this a warning? The Circle of Inevitability didn't try to corrupt or smite me, but instead warned me? Is he trying to betray the other outer deities? Surprised, Lumion focused on the phrase, lose control and go mad. He then recalled the prophecy of the post-apocalyptic scripture and the future self he seemed to have seen during the hostile incident. Do all prophecies about my future revolve around the words going crazy? Lumion silently muttered to himself. Amon, standing mid-air in some inexplicable manner, slightly disappointedly, shook his head. If it's not a letter for me, why ask me to receive it? Perhaps you'll also lose control and go mad by entering the special mirror world. Lumion tried to interpret the hidden meaning of the Circle of Inevitability's words. Saying this, he stopped. He remembered the young man beside him wearing a monocle was once a top cryptologist. Ammon smiled in agreement. That's possible, but I can indeed avoid entering special mirror worlds, can you? Lumion wanted to answer yes, but given the entanglement of destiny, his unique pathway, and various other prerequisites, he felt he would inevitably enter the special mirror world, enter the depths of Fourth Epoch Tria, and could only hope to delay this as much as possible until fully prepared. Why would the Circle of Inevitability want to warn me? Lumion asked habitually. Ammon adjusted his monocle, laughing. Did that old fellow also designate me as a recipient to help you decrypt? He continued, his tone laced with laughter. The interpretation is that entering a special mirror world indeed poses a risk of you losing control and going mad, and this might bring unknown risks to those old fellows. Chapter 1098. Him. Would the terror of the special mirror world possibly bring trouble to the outer deities' invasion? Lumion, treading on a wild wind, turned his head to look at Ammon. What exactly is in the depths of the special mirror world? This was a direct participant who might know something. Lumion had no expectation that Ammon would certainly answer him, but asking wouldn't cost anything. Ammon stood steadily in the air, laughing with his usual tone. The embryonic form of the special mirror world was constructed by Bethel to create a secret, spacious environment unknown to other gods for Tudors and Cheek's meeting. Tudor wouldn't care whether this matter was seen, but cared about whether it would be known by those who shouldn't know. This is the style of His Imperial Majesty the Blood Emperor. And then, Lumion asked cooperatively, including the Termiboros period, he and Aemon had already chatted casually, several times. Aemon pressed the monocle in his right eye socket. Later, the special mirror world underwent strange changes. Not only me but Bethel and the others were no longer allowed to enter. His Majesty was fully capable of killing angels. Afterward, His Majesty became even crazier. Cheek began to claim herself as the true heir of the original creator, the first person born in chaos. In the Pale Disaster, Cheek suffered severe damage. For thousands of years, her condition has been poor. But as a demoness of unaging, you should clearly know that for high-ranking demonesses, this is unlikely to happen. They can quickly resurrect even when met with death, let alone just being severely wounded. Lumion could tell that Amon was intentionally saying these words. His arrival today was certainly not just for receiving the Circle of Inevitability's letter. The true heir of the original creator, Lumion recalled the various concepts of the Demoness sect that Franca had told him, and suddenly made certain associations. Shouldn't it be the personas the oldest one initially split off? And among them, only two are most important and qualified to say this. The celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings, and the original God, Almighty. Lumion paused, muttering to himself, I'm aware that the combination of Tudor and Cheek was actually an arrangement left by the original God Almighty. The one believed in by the Aurora Order was also an object of arrangement, which will bring a destined accident. Moreover, the Demoness of Black said that the primordial Demoness has 5 lines of honorific names, of which 2 are unknown to outsiders. Lumion's current thinking was that if he wanted to obtain more intelligence from Ammon, he would have to trade some of his own information. Who gets something for free? The one in front of him was the expert at free acquisitions, once the top marauder. Before Ammon could respond, Lumion added another sentence. The city of Calamity at the top of the Hunter and Demoness pathways was once contained by the original God Almighty. He began to suspect that the great terror of the special mirror world was related to the resurrection of the original God Almighty. Ammon glanced at him, smiling and saying, for such matters no one dares to confirm without seeing it personally. Initially, when the special mirror world first had anomalies, that zealot already knew something was wrong. The occurrence of the War of the Four Emperors was also him pushing it from the shadows. He re-established contact with the Chaos Sea more than 7 years ago. Although forcibly using the Chaos Sea's power would cause the accommodation progress to regress, compared to those who still have to wait for the Western continent's seal to be lifted, he shouldn't still be incapable of accomplishing an initial accommodation until today. Guess why he hasn't truly accommodated the Chaos Sea? Are the concerns about the problems hidden in the depths of the special mirror world stopping him? Does he want a Beyonder qualified to become the origins of disaster and calamity of destruction, not only to cultivate power against the apocalypse, but also because the path to the origins of disaster must necessarily pass through the depths of the special mirror world, triggering that great terror and presenting it before his eyes? Is part of the previous bestowment's cost to be paid here? Lumion thoughtfully said to Amon, "What else does that individual know about the special mirror world?" Amon laughed and shook his head, answering off-topic. Cheek's remaining 2 honorific names are extremely secretive. Even color-titled, high-ranking demonesses don't all know them. Only those with close connections to Cheek that might trigger divine descent when attacked truly grasp them. Otherwise, why do you think those 2 honorific names could remain secret, unknown even to all current sequence Oz? Medici could intimidate the Demoness of White, let alone those more powerful than her. But that zealot might know something after all. Even the thoughts in one's mind might not be hidden from him. Is the Demoness of Black one of those with close connections to the primordial Demoness? She indeed seems special. Lumion glanced at Aemon and suddenly laughed. Using a true god's honorific name in Intisian won't incur divine punishment. Only using Hermes or ancient Hermes languages counts as blasphemy. After all, Cheek wasn't an uncommon name. You only mentioned Hermes and ancient Hermes because you only mastered them. Aemon laughed. Using ordinary language to recite a sequence O's true name will attract attention, but not necessarily divine punishment. As for me, guess why my title includes the description blasphemer. Here, Aemon adjusted the monocle in his right eye and looked Lumion up and down for a few seconds. He said with an obvious smile, "Actually, I'm quite looking forward to you entering the depths of the special mirror world. Something interesting and unknown will definitely happen, and it's not something that will affect me. Why not give it a shot? Maybe I'll consider it sometime in the future." Lumion took on an unconcerned posture. "Goodbye, my unacknowledged goddaughter. I hope when I see you next you haven't truly lost control and gone mad." Aemon waved like a human. His figure suddenly disappeared. Lumion lowered his head and gazed at the azure ocean shrouded in faint mist, activated the black mark on his right shoulder, and returned to the luxurious villa in Trier. "How did it go?" Franca and Jenna, who had been waiting, asked in unison. The one called Inevitability sent a message through a messenger of God. Lumion told his 2 companions about the letter's content. The one called Inevitability warned you not to go to the depths of the special mirror world. "It feels like a weasel giving its well wishes to a chicken. There's definitely no good intention," Franca muttered. "Could this be a misdirection?" Jenna frowned. "But the secrets of the special mirror world's depths related to the primordial Demoness are indeed dangerous." "Probably not a misdirection." Lumion recounted his conversation with Amon that he could speak about, then laughed self-mockingly. "Maybe the one who will save the end times is me. Mr. Fool will hold the fort, preventing those great existences from interfering with me. And when I reach the entrance of the special mirror world, I'll shout to the sky, 'Go back,' or I'll face that great terror." Like the deterrence era, Franca couldn't help but quip. Jenna didn't quite agree with Lumion's words. Maybe it would only bring trouble to the one called Inevitability without affecting other great existences. Do I look like an idiot? Before figuring out what exactly the great terror in the special mirror world's depths is, and whether it can deter those great existences, I would never do such a thing, Lumion teased Jenna. After chatting for a while, he took out the special mirror world fragment obtained from the Demoness of Despair Panatia from the traveler's bag and handed it to Franca. "From now on, I must try to avoid direct contact with items related to the special mirror world. Cautious." Franca gave a thumbs up and praised Lumion. She thought for a moment and took out her own special mirror world fragment, handing it to Jenna along with Lumion's. "I have the primordial Demoness's figurine." At critical moments, I must also avoid keeping it together with the special mirror world fragments. I was just about to remind you. Jenna smiled and collected the 2 special mirror world fragments. Franca returned the smile and turned to Lumion. We'll put this matter aside for now. She was referring to Louis Gustave's matter. After some time, if this Emperor Party leader returned from 4th Epoch Tria and the special mirror world, they would leave it to official Beyonders to handle, and notify the Demoness sect on the side, not getting involved. Yeah. Lumion nodded. In the coming days, besides finding other cultists hidden in Tria and Zaratul's clues, I'll focus on digesting the potion. I might seek Mr. Fool's permission to attempt the acting in a specific scenario for Weather Warlock. Also, I've communicated with Mr. Star and Mr. Moon. If they discover a base of the Rose School of Thought or an armed force belonging to them, they'll immediately notify me. I'll take you to the southern continent and launch a small war. The acting of a war bishop must be completed in a war, okay. Franca pointed upstairs. So there's nothing else for now. She wanted to continue manufacturing giant robots. Lumion didn't respond directly, but turned to Jenna and Franca with a smile. I heard a very famous circus is touring in Trier. Want to go see it together? Sure. Jenna looked at Franca. Franca hesitated for 2 seconds. All right. More than a week later, Angoulême de Francois put on a brown coat with gold-embroidered threads and walked towards the underground of St. Vive Cathedral. He and several colleagues were assigned to search for Louis Gustave and Madame Poalis in 4th Epoch Trier. For this, they needed to hold a ritual, receive the blessing of the eternal blazing sun, to resist the various corruptions existing in the 4th Epoch Trial within a certain time. Even for an unshadowed, it would be quite dangerous otherwise. Another one brought by Hidden Blade. Angoulême sighed inwardly. The matter of Louis Gustave and the person suspected to be Poalis meeting in 4th Epoch Trial was personally reported by him. After being assigned to this task, Angoulême had tried to find Hidden Blade in the Telegram group multiple times, wanting to complain. But in the past week, Hidden Blade had only been online 2 or 3 times, and no one knew what she was busy with, thanks to the users. Da friend A. Samahi, and Jeffros A. Reach da. Tempest for the chapters provided. Chapter 1099, Spiritual Premonition. In an underground location in Trier, a place strictly guarded by multiple Beyonders, from the eternal blazing sun and the Church of Steam and Machinery. This was a seal leakage point that had appeared before the construction of the catacombs, which was later properly handled and no longer caused problems. However, if linked with the square in the nearby quarry hollow where eternal blazing sun and god of steam and machinery were worshipped, along with the stone pillars representing both deities, it could allow people from outside the seal to enter 4th Epoch Trier at a certain risk. Although this required the divine power of the eternal blazing sun, or the god of steam and machinery as a T. Something impossible for cultists to utilize both. Churches still insisted on sending teams to take turns guarding the site. At this moment, Angoulême arrived at the abandoned mine with 2 other unshadowed colleagues, facing 3 people dressed as stonemasons. Let's begin, said a monk with short, thick hair and a beard nodding at Angoulême. Angoulême recognized this monk as the current prior of the Deep Valley Cloister, named Jack Walton, quite an ordinary man. Okay. Angoulême nodded in response. Under the watch of both guard teams, they lowered their heads and took their positions, chanting the honorific names of their respective deities. Rays of sunlight fell from the cave's top, illuminating the abandoned mine. White steam subsequently permeated the quarry hollow. Soon crimson blood seeped from the depths of the abandoned mine. The bizarre blood, resisting the sunlight, continuously surged upward, quickly filling the mine. Angoulême, an unshadowed, dissolved his fear and hesitation, raised his head, took 2 steps forward, and entered the abandoned mine, stepping into the crimson blood thick with a bloody scent. Other saints followed closely behind, passing through the bloodwell. Would allow entry into 4th Epoch Trier. This was not a simple task. The blood would cause severe corruption, with the danger increasing for higher sequences. Southern continent, deep in a rainforest, before a terrifying castle covered in countless human skins. Franca, Jenna, Anthony, and Ludwig each condensed fire spears of blue-violet, blazing and terrifying. Without Lumion issuing the command, they simultaneously threw their spears. The blue-violet fire spears split mid-air, quickly presenting a sky-covering arrangement. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. It was as if an entire military legion had simultaneously launched their weapons, causing the high sky to brighten and be dyed with brilliant colors. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The human skin castle was completely covered by countless fire spears. The cultists developed by the Rose School of Thought used every possible ability but could not change this apocalyptic scene. Rumble. The earth trembled. The castle collapsed, igniting blue-violet flames. Painful wails and desperate curses echoed between the flames, transforming into thin strands of black gas rising upward. Ludwig didn't care what the soon-to-be cultists were cursing. He stepped forward, rode the wild wind, and howled to arrive above the collapsed human skin castle, opening his mouth split to the back of his head. Whoosh! All the rising black gas was sucked into his mouth. Lumion had his hands in his pockets, smiling and watching this scene, his expression very leisurely. From breaking through the human skin castle's outer defensive line, to gradually advancing and cutting off their escape hopes, to repeatedly attacking the castle itself and completely destroying it, Lumion never personally acted, allowing Jenna and others to freely perform and cooperate tacitly. He was only responsible for central command, sharing appropriate abilities at critical moments. Not strong enough. Franca finally felt like a demoness amidst those wails and curses. The only issue was that the master of the human skin castle was just a sequence 4, tree supplicant bestowed by the mother tree of desire, though he had a group of low and mid-sequence subordinates and numerous loyal cultists. The human skin castle itself was like a sacrificial ritual that could briefly display power, equivalent to sequence 2 by sacrificing many humans, but it fundamentally couldn't resist a true angel, let alone an angel leading a team. Overwhelming the weak and sweeping through armies is also a form of war, which is quite helpful for digesting the war bishop role. Lumion laughed and responded to Franca. Moreover, previously abstract cooperation has now become a tangibly perceptible thing. What Lumion didn't say was that he was essentially equivalent to a priest or bishop of the City of Calamity, or 001 due to his close connections, with only the war aspect lacking. Over the past week, Mr. Star and Mr. Moon had each discovered a base secretly established by the Rose School of Thought, both handed over to Lumion to handle, giving him the opportunity to launch 2 small wars. Seeing Ludwig consume all the dispersed boon's power, Jenna retracted her gaze and said to Lumion with some worry, "I know the southern continent is chaotic, but getting opportunities for 2 small wars in just over a week, isn't this too frequent?" Lumion chuckled and said, "These are signs. Signs of chaos and conflict, signs that the apocalypse will arrive early." Before Jenna and others could respond, Lumion waved to Ludwig in mid-air, saying, "Let's head back. Let's have a barbecue party today." According to their agreement, apart from the dispersed boon's power, all other spoils had to be left for the intelligence providers, Mr. Star or Mr. Moon. In the luxurious villa in Trier that currently belonged to Lumion and his companions, Jenna was using invisible spider silk to quickly slice and string meat skewers, while watching Lumion, who despite having extremely strong fire manipulation abilities, was seriously managing charcoal for grilling meat. Lumion wore a smile, relaxed, tasting a piece while grilling. He's not worried about those signs at all. No, not that he's not worried, but he worries when he should worry, fights when he should fight, and enjoys life when he should enjoy life. Jenna thought, her eyes subtly moving. Over the past week, Lumion, who had made certain progress in digesting the Weather Warlock potion and stabilized his state, was behaving quite normally. Their relationship had returned to the period before the Vortex incident and, moreover, Lumion had clearly become more proactive. But from some details, Jenna could still sense that Lumion was slightly different from before. A normal person would inevitably be affected in daily life when encountering worrying matters. Lumion's ability to completely detach himself indicated he was deliberately controlling his emotions. Even at sequence 2, Godhood ultimately brings certain permanent influences. Jenna suddenly felt somewhat emotional. "What's in your mind?" Franca, helping beside her, asked curiously. Jenna lowered her voice and shared her recent feelings with Franca in a concise, manner. Franca pursed her lips and said, "Just treat it as a natural change in mindset and perception that everyone experiences as they grow older and are tempered by various experiences." She stopped midway. Wasn't this true for herself as well? The same applied to Jenna. Walking step by step to her current sequence, she had more or less abandoned some of her original insistences. Just as Jenna was about to say something, she saw Lumion throw a grilled meat skewer aside, and Ludwig, who somehow had moved there, bit into the food in one mouthful. "Feeding a dog?" Franca laughingly scolded Lumion. Jenna couldn't help but laugh as well. Deep in Fourth Epoch Trier, dense fog isolated sensory perception and spirituality, making the partially collapsed buildings in the distance appear hazy and indistinct. The unshadowed had filled the surrounding 30 to 40 meters with pure, holy sunlight, to the point where even each person's shadow had disappeared. The quietly rolling fog was blocked outside the sunlight, but the light could not reach further. Angoulême cast his gaze toward Jack Walton. The prior of Deep Valley Cloister, a saint-level monk, was holding an unusual circular disc, covered in complex patterns with a mirror-like luster. Placed on the disc was an object supposedly from the Louis Gustave family crest, which swayed left and right before finally settling in a certain direction. "Over there." Jack Walton was leading this search. The disc was something he had made just 2 days ago, derived from a Revelations knowledge. The Gustave family crest was not a real object, but a historical projection. This did not impede its role as a medium pointing toward Louis Gustave. Just as Angoulême and the other unshadowed followed Jack Walton into a new street, a black shadow suddenly passed in front of them. The shadow was slightly hunched, moving slowly at the intersection. At a glance it looked like a person, but upon closer inspection it seemed like a gathering of viscous black liquid. A Montsouris ghost. Angoulême quickly identified the origin of the black shadow. This left Jack Walton and other clergy from the Church of Steam and Machinery confused. Weren't Montsouris ghosts supposed to wander in underground Trier? How could they enter Fourth Epoch Trier? Information about Montsouris ghosts quickly flashed through the minds of these demigods who were not afraid of ghostly curses, quickly reminding them that these ghosts were not always present and had appeared only in recent times. Did Montsouris ghosts come out of Fourth Epoch Trier, and more than one? Such speculation emerged in the minds of Jack Walton and other saints. In the luxurious villa, Lumion suddenly felt his entire body go icy cold, unable to breathe, as if sinking into viscous river water. The next second, his eyes reflected a black shadow resembling a hunched elderly person. A Montsouris ghost. Lumion's heart tightened, and he sat up abruptly. He truly opened his eyes, seeing everything in the room was completely normal, with no Montsouris ghost in sight. "What happened?" Franca, wrapped in a thin blanket and yawning, also sat up. Lumion was silent for a few seconds before saying, "I dreamed of a Montsouris ghost." Franca was first stunned, then her expression turned solemn. For a demoness, this could be a spiritual premonition. Chapter 1100, Montsouris Ghosts. Lumion leaped out of bed and walked to the window. Blue-violet flames rolled out from within his body, quickly condensing into pieces of iron-black armor. In the blink of an eye, Lumion had transformed into a knight clad in full armor. After digesting the potion to a certain degree and stabilizing his condition, he could finally transform his flames into actual weapons or armor, though he could only maintain this for 10 minutes. Lumion reached the window and looked outside, seeing only the bright crimson moon, sparse twinkling stars, and a quiet, peaceful night with nothing unusual. He made an instant decision, issuing orders to each team member through the mental channel. "Get ready. We'll move to the new city of Silver in 5 seconds." Learning from the experience and lessons of the Vortex incident, Lumion chose to immediately leave Trier, taking his team members to the Church of the Fools, headquarters to maximally avoid potential accidents. Once in a safe location, they could report to Mr. Fool, await possible orders, think about what had happened, and plan their next steps. As Lumion's voice echoed in their minds, Franca used invisible spider silk to help her change clothes, tie her ponytail, and enter combat mode. 5 seconds quickly passed, and Lumion didn't wait for Jenna, Anthony and Ludwig to gather before directly activating the black mark on his right shoulder. As a team leader, he no longer needed to grab his team members' shoulders to teleport them to their destination. The only requirement was that they be within a 10-kilometer range. Amid rapidly receding layers of color blocks, Lumion and the others appeared at the entrance of the Church of the Fools headquarters. After confirming this was real and not a mirror image or scene from a painting, Lumion let out an undisguised sigh of relief. "What happened?" asked Jenna, wearing a dress as sleepwear. "I dreamed I was attacked by a Montsouris ghost," Lumion said while walking toward the headquarters cathedral, which remained open even in the deep night. "As an angel and former demoness, all dreams necessarily have meaning," Franco explained, following along. "Moreover, as far as I know, the Eternal Blazing Sun Church and the Church of Steam and Machinery are sending several saints carrying sealed artifacts into Fourth Epoch Trier tonight, hoping to eliminate Louis Gustave and Madame Poilis. As an angel and former demoness, all dreams necessarily have meaning," Franco explained, following along. "Moreover, as far as I know, the Eternal Blazing Sun Church and the Church of Steam and Machinery are sending several saints carrying sealed artifacts into Fourth Epoch Trier tonight, hoping to eliminate Louis Gustave and Madame Poilis." Anthony connected the previous statements and speculated, "Due to the influence of the two churches' actions, Fourth Epoch Trier experienced some anomalies, triggering Lumion's spiritual premonition." Lumion crossed the spacious area and sat in the first row of seats facing the Fool's holy emblem, smiling as he responded to Anthony. "I wouldn't leave Trier if it were just the anomalies and potential effects from Montsouris ghosts. With evil gods temporarily unable to descend, I don't actually need to worry too much. Plus, you're all practically half angels now. As long as you don't leave the team's effective range, safety is sufficiently guaranteed. Together, combined with the ability to get help by sacrificing to the essence of war, we could resist even a Sequence 1 Archangel for some time, maybe even with hope of victory. But since this involves Madame Poilis, it's better to stay away. Calamity needs to stay away from the mother." "Yeah," Jenna strongly agreed with Lumion's choice. She sat down too, letting mirrors fly out from the traveler's bag. "Stay alert tonight. If anything unusual occurs, immediately organize believers to take refuge in the nearest Orthodox cathedrals." Jenna transmitted these messages to the various bishops and priests of the sick church through the mirror world and marked mirrors. Meanwhile, mirrors also flew out from Lumion and Franca's travelers' bags. Using mirrors they had positioned that were still in Trier, they projected the corresponding scenes onto the mirrors before them to observe the subsequent situation and respond in time. After finishing this, Lumion lowered his head, pressed his hand to his chest, and began to pray. Deep in Fourth Epoch Trier, upon encountering the Montsouris ghost, Angoulême turned to the monk Jack Walton. "Do we eliminate it?" Even if he weren't an unshadowed, Angoulême wouldn't fear Montsouris ghosts, as these ghosts hadn't previously shown particularly strong power and would even avoid the protection of Orthodox churches. Even if they could cause trouble for saints, it would at most be an annoyance. Moreover, Beyonders of the Sun pathway were most effective against such dark black evil beings named after ghosts. Jack Walton, as the leader of this search and cleanup operation, thought for 2 seconds. "Yes, but don't cause too much commotion." He remembered that Montsouris ghosts' curses were extremely persistent. He worried that in the upcoming battle with Madame Poilis, these ghosts might suddenly join in and interfere from the side, potentially tipping the balance in an already dangerous fight. Better to clear them out now while it was relatively safe. Angoulême quickly said to his 2 colleagues, "Prepare to remove the seal." For this operation, the Eternal Blazing Sun Church and the Church of Steam and Machinery had each provided their clergy with a Grade 0 sealed artifact to ensure the ultimate goal could be achieved. Both churches had long known that the shadow of the beauty goddess from the Rose School of Thought had allegedly fallen into the hands of Madame Poilis, who was hiding in Fourth Epoch Trier. This was also a Grade 0 sealed artifact, and among the more powerful ones at that grade. Under these circumstances, simply sending 6 saints to search for and eliminate Madame Poilis and Louis Gustave would be sending them to their deaths. Therefore, each team carried a targeted Grade 0 sealed artifact that could counter the shadow of the beauty goddess to some degree, since passing through the Bloodwell became more dangerous with higher sequences. They didn't send angels but deployed Grade 0 sealed artifacts instead. With these 2 sealed artifacts, even if Angoulême and the others couldn't kill Madame Poalis, they could hold her off. Then the eternal blazing sun and god of steam and machinery could locate their high-ranking clergy and, using them as mediums, deliver a fatal blow to Madame Poalis through the seal. As the 3 Unshadowed began removing the seal on the Grade 0 sealed artifact, the Montsouris ghosts slowly crossing the intersection suddenly changed direction and walked toward them step by step. Jack Walton, dressed as an ancient stonemason, watched as the Montsouris ghost quickly transformed from a rather blurry shadow into something clear. It truly wasn't a hunched elderly person. Its main body was viscous black liquid that had been stretched into human form by some influence. Those drops of black liquid stacked together, their edges merging while their cores remained independent. Within each independent black liquid core appeared different faces, some laughing wildly, some walking among dismembered limbs and internal organs, some filled with anger, some with dark red eyes, some flaunting their own lust, some wearing necklaces strung with human skulls. They were all distorted and shouted in unison at Angoulême and Jack Walton. Human nature is evil. This was devil language. As these words echoed, the 3 Unshadowed were unaffected, but the clergy, from the Church of Steam and Machinery, including Jack Walton, suddenly felt intense malice. It was resentment from being assigned to dangerous missions. Then Jack Walton and the other saints saw more hunched black shadows slowly emerging from the intersection behind them and the alleys on both sides. They all appeared to be Montsouris ghosts, dozens, hundreds of Montsouris ghosts. Meanwhile, the first black shadow, that Montsouris ghost, had its stomach rapidly swell up, then split open, spewing out viscous black liquid that stretched and elongated to form a new Montsouris ghost. Seeing this, Angoulême, Jack Walton, and the others suddenly had a realization. Montsouris ghosts shouldn't normally undergo such changes. This was a phenomenon possible only through the earth, moon, or banshee pathways. Was this Madame Poalis's doing? And what did the Montsouris ghosts correspond to? What developments would such proliferation bring? Human nature is evil. The ghost's earlier words suddenly echoed in Angoulême's mind. As far as he knew, the evil of human nature corresponded to the devil and prisoner pathways, both deeply influenced by the mother tree of desire. Right, Angoulême's temple suddenly throbbed. The shadow of the beauty goddess allegedly obtained by Madame Poalis came from the Rose School of Thought, and the Rose School controlled the prisoner pathway as loyal followers of the mother tree of desire. At this thought, Angoulême formed a speculation that frightened even him as an Unshadowed. The transaction involving the shadow of the beauty goddess during the Vortex incident wasn't just a one-time deal, it concealed some subsequent cooperation. The Vortex incident had ended, but its influence continued. The Great Mother and the Mother Tree of Desire had reached some understanding and decided to cooperate to a limited extent on certain matters. Angoulême's expression tensed as he said gravely, "Clear out the Montsouris ghosts here quickly." Any later, unwanted mutations might occur. As Angoulême spoke these words, in underground Trier, near the Seal of Fourth, Epoch Trier in a certain mine, a brownish-green, gnarled-rooted, semi-real giant tree suddenly grew. It extended branch after branch, growing extremely fast, as if it had received the best healing and most abundant nutrition. New City of Silver, Church of the Fool's headquarters. Through the floating mirrors before them, Lumion and the others saw that under the dark night, in many corners of Trier, the ground was cracking open as brownish-green roots or branches grew out. Tree of Shadow? Lumion stood up and chuckled. "Ha, I really want to go back to Trier now and burn it. It couldn't be burned to death before, but today might be different." He now had the fire of destruction. Just as Lumion finished speaking, he suddenly turned his gaze toward the rows of large windows in the cathedral. Outside the windows, the crimson moon had grown very large and hung very low, as if it had pressed against an invisible